Those extremely excited users, media staff, or bigwigs in the biomedical and genetic fields found that these keywords could not be clicked. But from these keywords, they have imagined that the new products that Universe Umbrella Technology will launch must be very heavyweight. Gene. This keyword shows that the new product of Universe Umbrella Technology Company, or ARC Biopharmaceutical Company, must be a product in the genetic field, and it is associated with the content of Jiang Cheng's previous speech. The guys feel a little scared for some reason. Longevity? After this keyword, there is a big question mark so that people who see this word have questions in their hearts. What does the question mark mean? A new product of ARC Biomedical Co. can make people live forever. Is this a question? However, this is longevity. Thinking of this, many people, especially those who are wealthy, are extremely excited for a while. If the new products of ARC Biomedicine can really enable them to achieve longevity, I am afraid that even if they spend half of their assets, no, perhaps most of the assets are used to buy, and they are willing to buy. The term Bai Jingqingsheng is really too great for human beings. Who doesn't fear death? Who doesn't want to live for a few more years? Besides, the official website of Universe Umbrella Technology Company uses the term longevity. Then it shows that if the new product can do it, the lifespan that can be increased to humans will definitely not be a small number. The last keyword is rebirth. Rebirth, after the keyword, there is a comma, unlike the two keywords before. Many people don't understand this word because they want to understand the cosmic umbrella from the word rebirth. The specific meaning that a technology company wants to express is too esoteric. Rebirth, that is, nirvana, gaining new life. Of course, this is only understood in a narrow sense. Broadly speaking, rebirth refers to gaining new life, such as the recovery of nature, which is also a kind of rebirth. Does this keyword on the official website of the Universe, Umbrella, mean that new products can give people new life? Many people have speculated that it is almost impossible for Bai Jing to obtain new life. However, what Jiang Cheng wants to express is precisely these two meanings. Rehabilitation medicine can not only give people new vitality, but for some people, it is equivalent to gaining new life. From a broad and narrow sense, recovery potions can make people. Letter 3005 rebirth. Because of the interface and the keywords on the Umbrella Technologies official website, people began to look forward to what Jiang Cheng would do this time. Product all over the world, whether it is ordinary people, those who are rich, or scientific research leaders. After seeing the official website of Umbrella Technology Company, their mood can only be described as exciting. If the emergence of transparent mobile phones makes them happy, the new products of Umbrella Technology, just these few keywords, can make them feel ecstatic. Longevity, rebirth, these words are extremely attractive to human beings. Then, a network report, newspapers and media, and even Yangshi News, which has always been known for its seriousness, reported on the Universe Umbrella Technology Company. This is an introduction to the new product on the official website. Countless people are looking forward to the press conference that Universe Umbrella Technology will hold in a few days. Just a few keywords on the official website can make them so excited. They can't imagine it. The press conference was held. After that, they will be excited and shocked. In the research room, Jiang Cheng didn't know the thoughts of those outsiders, and he was always immersed in research work. Sure enough, as Jiang Cheng had imagined, it took him 2 days to complete the remaining part of the two women Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaianqian regarding the research on the gene restoration medicine. At this time, Zhang Manlin also called and told Jiang Cheng that Jiang Cheng's father, the company of Jiang Nanguo, had been acquired by Universe Umbrella Technology Company and incorporated into its affiliated ARC Biomedical Company. Regarding the press conference, Jiang Cheng and Zhang Manlin have also prepared together. Jiang Cheng's father, Jiang Nanguo's company, was acquired by Universe Umbrella Technology Company and merged into its affiliated ARC Biomedical Company. Regarding the Xinjiang press conference, Jiang Cheng and Zhang Manlin prepared together. Within a few days, Jiang Cheng took out the research results of gene restoration agents and asked ARC Biological Company to produce some of the gene restoration agents in the first batch, and conducted clinical trials with very good results. Time suddenly passed, and in a blink of an eye, it was the day when ARC Biomedical Company held a press conference. On this day, ARC Biopharmaceutical Company invited many media, as well as many big names in the field of genetics and biomedicine, to join in the press conference. This press conference was still held in the Los Angeles Grand Theater, crowded with crowds and heads surging. For this reason, Jiang Cheng also hired many security guards to maintain the scene. Otherwise, he was worried that trouble would happen. The press conference is about to begin, and the staff will debug the machines individually. On the official website of Umbrella Technology, the full live broadcast of the press conference has also begun. Many live broadcast platforms have also obtained permission to broadcast this press conference, and all have shown a high degree of importance to it, and will broadcast it straight to the recommended position on the homepage. However, even if there are so many live broadcast platforms that will broadcast the press conference, many people are still used to watching the live broadcast on the official website of Umbrella Technology, because the live broadcast page of the official website uses a very exaggerated rendering to make the entire live broadcast page is beautiful, and they watch the live broadcast as if they were in the future. The press conference site was also decorated with a very technological approach. After careful consideration, Jiang Cheng decided not to use virtual reality equipment for live broadcast. After all, virtual reality equipment has not been really promoted in order not to affect Xinjiang the effect of the conference, so Jiang Cheng used holographic projection technology. The holographic projection technology he used is based on the technical foundation of virtual reality equipment. It is unknown how much the technical content exceeds this era. Even if it is viewed from the side, it will be as immersive as it is, and I believe it will bring an extremely shocking visual experience to the audience. The new press conference is about to begin, and the seats are full. People below are all talking about the content of the press conference. Do you know what kind of products the Universe Umbrella Technology Company will come up with at this press conference? A media reporter asked the leader in the genetic field next to it. The big guy in the genetics field sighed and said, "If I knew, I wouldn't be here." Not only that, in fact, although the press conference is about to begin, many people are still at the Fangzhou Biopharmaceutical Company and feel angry about what products they will produce. In the past, Jiang Cheng has already shocked them many times, and the theme of this press conference is more about the future, and there are several keywords that can shock the world. No one is curious. What? Gene longevity rebirth all the keywords like nails, stuck in the hearts of these people. One day they didn't know what products the Universe Umbrella Technology Company would produce, and they felt uncomfortable. At this time, most of the lights at the press conference were eliminated, whether it was the media personnel, scientific researchers, or some of the leaders of a pharmaceutical company, or ordinary people in front of computer screens or mobile phone screens. Guys, hold your breath at this time, of course. They know that the press conference is about to begin. The holographic projection equipment present immediately projected an avatar image, dressed in a black and white maid costume, with short blue hair with Kai Liu Hai. It is Lucy. Lucy, shown by Jiang Cheng's advanced holographic projection equipment, appeared at the press conference site. Standing on the stage of the theater, her whole body seemed to exude a sense of holiness and flawlessness. Beautiful. Everyone is a little stunned. Who is this character? Why have I never seen it? Everyone in this world knows something about holographic images, but the technical content of the holographic projection technology used by Jiang Cheng is too high. So Lucy projected through holographic technology is almost like a real person. Let everyone look away. Hello, everyone. The first words Lucy said made everyone tremble because her voice was so nice. Just hearing her voice, it seems that these people will be intoxicated. In the center of the stage, Lucy smiled slightly and continued. I am the world's first artificial intelligence developed by my host Jiang Cheng. My name is Lucy. I hope everyone will remember me. Lucy has never appeared in the eyes of the world. The only thing about artificial intelligence is the Elven system, and the system girl in the Elven system is still incomplete, So people are hearing Lucy say she is in the world when it was the first artificial intelligence. I couldn't help but feel compelled. However, they are still very shocked. After all, artificial intelligence has not appeared in their lives. The only thing that can be linked to artificial intelligence is the wizard system on their transparent mobile phone. At this time, they all have some questions. Artificial intelligence, the subject of Jiang Cheng's speech this time, shouldn't it be in the field of genes? How could it be artificial intelligence? No wonder they think too much, because even artificial intelligence is enough to be the topic of this lecture. After all, this is a very heavyweight topic. Lucy's intelligence is not much better than that of humans. Through the analysis of the facial expressions of the people present and the information in the barrage of the live broadcast, she immediately knew everyone's questions, so she smiled and said, "Sorry, everyone, because the theme of this press conference is for the future, so after all, there must be some elements that go with the theme. Unfortunately, I am not the core of this press conference. I am just an avatar that appears to set off the products that will be released by ARC Biopharmaceuticals. I believe that this thing will be promoted by my master in the future. Look forward to." Lucy's words immediately stirred up a huge wave in people's hearts. What? Artificial intelligence technology is only a village care for the theme of the press conference. They really couldn't believe it, and they looked forward to the content of this press conference even more. Then, Lucy said again, "At this press conference, ARC Biopharmaceuticals will come up with two heavyweight product concepts, namely gene restoration medicine and gene evolution medicine." Her words immediately brought the emotions of everyone to a climax. Gene restoration medicine, gene evolution potion. After hearing these two terms, the big names in the medical and genetics circles present began to think about the meaning of these two terms. However, they didn't think long before they speculated about the function of these two medicines a small part, and the whole person fell into a high degree of shock for a while, feeling till everyone was stunned. This day came so fast. They can't imagine all this, because the speech Jiang Cheng gave at the medical lecture made them think about a lot of things, including the future research and development of the medical field. Will it really be what Jiang Cheng said? They began to study from the genetic level, including the possibility of human evolution. They thought about it for a long time. Even if they think that in the future, it may really be as Jiang Cheng said, in the future era. There will be a genetic solution to medical miscellaneous diseases, and there will be a way to evolve the human body. But they always resisted Jiang Cheng's statement from the bottom of their hearts. It is not yet the time to study medical problems from the genetic level, so they also feel that what Jiang Cheng said must be wrong, even if they accept it slightly. After a little bit of Jiang Cheng's statement, they did not want to believe it. This is the obsession in their hearts. They dare not imagine the future scene described by Jiang Cheng in that speech. Just like when Einstein proposed the special theory of relativity, some scientists even agreed with Einstein's theory. Dare not accept it, because this may mean that if the value of their life is denied, the medical results they study are useless. Since it can be solved from the genetic level, it is better to study genes directly and get some genetic medicine, rather than research on medicines that can treat diseases. When the genetic level can solve medical miscellaneous diseases, the medical theories and medicines they have spent their lives putting forward will have no value at all. At this moment, all the big names in the medical field present, when they heard the two nouns in Lucy's mouth, they were all shocked and froze on the spot. Reminiscent of the keywords on the official website, they can even imagine the effects that can be achieved by the evolution potion or the restoration potion. Rebirth. As long as these 2 points can be achieved, the evolutionary potion or the recovery potion will be an extremely huge blow to the medical world. And they, the big names in the medical world, will there be a future in the future? They don't know. At this moment, the present scientific researchers and professors in the field of genetics wanted to raise their arms and shout, and their faces became extremely red from excitement. Gene evolution medicine and gene restoration medicine. Although they did not, I know the specific effects of these two drugs, but I can think of it. This will be another achievement in the field of genes. At this moment, Jiang Cheng's appearance appeared in front of them. They felt that Jiang Cheng, like a god, gave them another big step in genetic research. Here is my host, Mr. Jiang Cheng, to give you a detailed introduction to the gene restoration medicine and the specific effects of the gene evolution medicine. Lucy smiled faintly, and then her figure gradually faded and disappeared in front of everyone. Lucy's appearance has disappeared. The computer is in front of the mobile phone screen. Many people who are deeply influenced by the otaku culture feel that their hearts are empty. Beijing Lucy's appearance has reached their perfect image of a goddess. In the theater, the spotlights gathered for a while, and under the rendering of the lights, the scene became more beautiful. Through the holographic projection technology, a chain of genes appeared on the stage, and Jiang Cheng's figure also appeared. The lights suddenly gathered, and Jiang Cheng's complexion appeared in the eyes of everyone. After Jiang Cheng appeared, many people couldn't help but feel stunned. At this time, they seemed to have seen a god. Just two nouns made them so shocked. On the screen of the live broadcast room, those viewers also quickly sent barrage. "Wife, come out and see God. My God, husband Jiang Cheng is going to enter the field of biomedicine. I heard that his company has acquired a biomedical company that is among the top 100 in the world. Gene evolution medicine, what is that? Can it really be able to live forever? Mad, my inner emotions are extremely complicated at this time, and humanity has finally ushered in this day. Oh my God, I'm terrified of thinking about it. What kind of thing is rebirth? What kind of era is this? Ah, the supreme God Jiang Cheng, he is a god, a sent from heaven. Every night, without shouting the name of the supreme God Jiang Cheng in my heart, I can't sleep. The barrage is scrolling fast, and countless people have expressed their expectations for the content of Jiang Cheng's next speech. At this time, Jiang Cheng smiled and looked at the camera, and looked at the big names in the medical field, genetics field, and media staff present. His smile makes people feel like a spring breeze, especially intoxicating. Then he said in a slow tone, "Today's new conference, the theme is to the future. The two most important keywords, longevity, rebirth. I don't know whether you have thought of anything interesting until now. What's the matter?" Without waiting for others to answer, Jiang Cheng continued, "In this world, I believe we all have many, many regrets. We human beings are extremely fragile existences. If it weren't for having a very intelligent brain, I'm afraid that the weak will eat survival in this world is a problem. From a biological point of view, if you lose something, you will definitely gain something. This is inevitable. Have you ever thought that there will be a day when all of your physical characteristics will become perfect? For example, your speed can be higher than that of a cheetah. For example, your brain will be developed to a higher degree. Or, for example, you can go up the mountain to catch tigers and go to the sea to fight sharks." Hearing these words of Jiang Cheng, everyone present couldn't help being silent. They didn't know that Jiang Cheng was guiding them. He wanted to introduce them to the gene evolution medicine or the function of the restoration medicine. At this moment, their hearts were extremely shocked because they thought about it carefully, as if the ones described by Jiang Cheng, they all wanted to have that. Although now human society can do a lot of things because of the development of technology and has no fear of those beasts, but of course anyone is eager to gain power. What's more, these forces can enable them to do a lot. Everyone, of course, is eager to obtain these things. Who doesn't want to become stronger? At this moment, because of Jiang Cheng's words, the audience in the live broadcast room also boiled instantly, and everyone was frantically brushing the barrage. 66,666, go up the mountain to catch tigers and go to the sea to fight sharks. In the current ecological environment, can there be tigers and sharks for you to fight? Jiang God is tempting us to commit crimes. Tigers are our protected animals in China. How can we say that we can be caught by catching? This analogy is very appropriate, and it makes the picture feel in my mind as if I have some expectations for the description of the great Jiang Cheng. It's not just to improve the quality of all aspects of entering the body. I don't think it is realistic to promote this technology. Jiang Cheng seems to have just talked about the concept. The scrolling speed of the barrage became very fast, but the people at the scene were not as naive as those people thought. It can change all aspects of the human body. When can this medicine be injected? Is it suitable for all ages? If that is the case, it is really too scary. There was no sound, and everyone was silent. Jiang Cheng did not speak either, but waited for Lucy to change the holographic scene on the stage. Soon, the holographic image changed into a genetic chain. Jiang Cheng pointed to a part of the gene chain and said with a steady breath that the external traits of our human body are determined by genes, and all aspects of our human body's qualities are also determined by genes. In this world, the survival of the fittest and the law of evolution, is so cruel. But we humans have only acquired a considerable degree of intelligence in the process of evolution, so we have become the overlord of the Earth's biosphere. But have you ever thought that genes can be changed? Yes, perhaps some of the professors and experts in the field of genes present may have begun to study this aspect. But I regret to tell you that we ARC biology pharmaceutical companies have already brought out the research results in this area. That is the theory of genetic evolution medicine. Regarding this theory, for some reasons, I will not mention too much. I will just explain the two results currently researched through this theory: the gene evolution medicine and the gene restoration medicine. Jiang Cheng talked a lot about it all at once. With the changes in the holographic image, the scene became beautiful. His handsome figure and the content of his speeches are deeply engraved in the hearts of everyone present. Even after a long period of time, they have not dissipated. They have always stayed in these people's hearts and become the most profound in their lives. Memory. The content of Jiang Cheng's subsequent speech mainly talked about some of the theoretical basis of his gene evolution medicine theory, and how many ordinary people who develop gene restoration medicines and genetic evolution medicines can hear it at this time. In the clouds, in the mist, and the big names in the medical field did not understand much at this time. But they all knew that Jiang Cheng's theory of genetic evolution medicine was basically correct. As for the experts and professors in the genetics field, listening to Jiang Cheng's speech was extremely shocked. Later, there was nothing but excitement in their hearts. It turns out that Jiang Cheng's genetic evolution medicine theory is so advanced. As early as at the Harrod's medical lecture, Jiang Cheng said that the future direction of medical research should be at the genetic level. Although some people in the genetics community agreed at that time, most people sneered at this. Now, where these people don't know are those things Jiang Cheng once said are correct. After talking about some of the theory of genetic evolution medicine, Jiang Cheng continued, "Gene evolution medicine can change all aspects of the human body's qualities, such as vision, hearing, speed, strength, etc. What's more useful is that he can significantly increase the lifespan of human beings. Even higher-level genetic evolution medicines can truly enable humans to grow and grow." This word, uttered from Jiang Cheng's mouth, undoubtedly caused an uproar in the audience. In front of mobile phones and computer screens, the emotions in the hearts of those who were watching the live broadcast were also ignited. After waiting for so long, Jiang Cheng finally showed the highlight. Whether it's vision, hearing, or strength, speed, responsiveness, etc. They all desire to be better, but in any case, it is still not as important as the longevity. This is probably all normal people want. Something obtained, time waits for no one. When you are young and when you look back, you will find that you are already old. Normal people are afraid of death. Who doesn't want to live longer? The media present have increased their attention, wanting to hear clearly what Jiang Cheng will say next. At this time, a reporter from another media raised his hand, and Jiang Cheng signaled her to start asking questions. "Hello, I am a reporter from Yangshi News. I would like to ask, President Jiang, how long can the genetic evolution medicine improve human lifespan?" After saying this, the beautiful female reporter stared with two big eyes, looking forward to Jiang Cheng's next words. Everyone took their breath away, including those in the live broadcast rooms. They all want to know how long human life can be improved through genetic evolution medicine. In a few years, that seems to be a little bit less, and in a few decades, it would be better. It can make everyone live to over 100 years old. It is simply paradise in the eyes of modern people. There are many things that modern people have to suffer from, such as environmental pollution, various diseases caused by life pressure, etc. The average life expectancy of Chinese people is only about 70 years old. If the life expectancy of decades can be increased through genetic evolution drugs, it would be simply terrible. Jiang Cheng smiled mysteriously and said, "This time is about 100 years. I mean 100 years, I mean the longest life that humans can live, plus about 100 years. Of course, this number may vary from person to person, but the impact is not significant. Century, everyone felt like they had heard it wrong. 100 years, what does this mean? If it is calculated on the basis of an average life expectancy of 70 years, what is the concept of adding 100 years to the longest life expectancy that Jiang Cheng said? 200 years old according to Jiang Cheng's description. If added together, they can theoretically live to 200 years old, which is about 3 times the age of 70. This number is terrifying. So these people present, listening to their ears, felt that Jiang Cheng was mistaken. It is hard for them to imagine that the genetic evolution medicine can increase the lifespan of human beings to about 200 years old, which is simply amazing. They only now understand what the key word of this press conference is: longevity. What does it mean? Can it not be called longevity to live to 200 years? Jiang Cheng continued. This is only the effect of primary genetic evolution medicine. If the raw materials are sufficient, the existing technology can produce intermediate genetic evolution medicine, which can increase the lifespan of humans by about 1,000 years. Millennium, many people are dumbfounded, just feel that the thinking in their brain seems to stop. Millennium, what is this concept? The 5,000 years of China, the 5 dynasties of Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing are just like that for 1,000 years. But can they live so long after being injected with the genetic evolution medicine? This can no longer be described by words such as terrible and terrifying. It can scare people just thinking about it. I feel creepy and my back is numb. The big guys in the genetic field who were present almost stood up from their chairs without direct excitement and raised the lifespan of humans to 200 years. Intermediate genetic evolution agents can even increase the lifespan of humans by 1,000 years. Oh my God, isn't this something that used to happen only in fantasy? But now, Jiang Cheng said that his genetic evolution medicine theory can actually achieve this. It is impossible to imagine. The medical experts and professors who were present at the scene almost did not take the case. They are not like those in the genetics circle who believe in Jiang Cheng's words deeply. Some of them have deep doubts and raised them. After all, whether it is a dry year or 200 years, these two numbers are so terrifying. Among them is a well-known medical professor. He is a very famous medical professor in China. It is said that he almost won the Nobel Prize in Medicine and Physiology, and he is well known by many people. When he raised his hand, many people were secretly surprised. Jiang Cheng saw the professor and motioned the professor to ask questions. The professor stood up with an unpleasant look on his face. He asked in a questioning tone, "Mr. Jiang Cheng, can you really do what you said to increase life expectancy by 100 years? How do you feel that you are like a liar?" Jiang Cheng smiled and said calmly, "It's normal for you medical students not to understand the advanced theories I put forward. In fact, this is not the highlight of my new conference. This press conference is just a matter of proposing gene evolution medicine, and gene restoration medicine is the highlight. Regarding the raw materials of the genetic evolution medicine, I am sorry, it is really too scarce, so our company has no way to start the real sale, so the evolution medicine will be released after a period of time after the recovery of the medicine." Well, that's it. Do you have any questions? Professor Huang, as far as I know, with your achievements, it seems that there is no way to question me. The last sentence Jiang Cheng said was so domineering that Huang Shashu's face turned green and white. Indeed, it seems that he really has no way to question Jiang Cheng's achievements, because he has only been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, and Jiang Cheng is the real prize winner. These few words, Jiang Cheng said very clearly, in fact, it is true. There is no way to start selling genetic evolution medicines on a large scale now, and the raw materials are too scarce. Besides, the efficacy of genetic evolution medicines is that enchanting. If they really start selling on a large scale without any preparations, it is likely to affect the social structure. Therefore, what Jiang Cheng intends is to launch the genetic evolution medicine after the restoration medicine has gained a firm foothold in the market. By then, the impact of the evolution medicine on the society will not appear so huge. So, many people, after hearing what Jiang Cheng said, there is no way to officially start selling genetic evolution medicines, and they can't help but feel a little frustrated. At the same time, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in my heart. After all, I can think of it that the evolution potion is so powerful, it will definitely be very expensive, and it will cause a very big sensation. It seems that it will not be sold in a short time, but will wait until later. Sales will have less impact on society. Their attention at this time is all on the gene restoration medicine Jiang Cheng mouths. Gene restoration medicine? What is that? Du Sheng couldn't help but wonder in their hearts. The main theme of this press conference is to the future. Then there are genes. The two major themes under genes are longevity and rebirth. Gene evolution medicine seems to be able to achieve longevity and rebirth, but what use is this gene restoration medicine? They didn't know, so they all looked forward to it. What kind of powerful effects this medicine would have? By Jingjiang's words mean that this medicine will be released in the near future, and it may be on the agenda. What an effect! Everyone is looking forward to it at this moment. They are waiting for Jiang Cheng to speak. Jiang Cheng's gaze swept away, and he understood their mysterious doubts and smiled, and said, "Gene restoration medicine? You might have guessed that it is used to repair human body defects. So the word gene is added before the name because this medicine repairs the human body from the genetic level. The function of this medicine is to treat most of the diseases known in the medical field today, as well as the rebirth of the human body. Function of ligament repair Jiang Cheng will restore the function of the potion, and all said it. Many of the people present were confused at this time. The powerful function of the evolving potion has been able to give them a good aftertaste for several days. But after thinking about it carefully, it seems to be restored. Medicine can actually change their lives, the CEOs of biomedical companies present, or the experts and professors in the medical field. The look on their faces at this time is really very bad. Of course, they can know the meaning of this medicine. Gene evolution medicine is something that improves the physical fitness of human beings and prolongs lifespan. Jiang Cheng also said that evolution medicine cannot be mass-produced. This threat to the field they involve is relatively small, but the gene restoration medicine is completely different. It is equivalent to the effect of genetic evolution medicine on the field they are involved in. Gene restoration medicine is completely different. If it really has the terrifying effect that Jiang Cheng said, and it can also be mass-produced, the impact on the biomedical industry will be surprisingly big. When the transparent mobile phone was first launched, it only had a relatively large impact on the high-end market of the mobile phone industry. However, the restoration of medicine to the biomedical industry is not the same as the transparent mobile phone to the mobile phone industry. This cannot be compared at all. This medicine is to repair the human body from the genetic level. The function of this medicine is to treat most of the diseases known in the medical field today, as well as the function of regenerating human limbs, repairing ligaments, etc. Jiang Cheng's original words are like this, which can treat most of the diseases known in the medical field. This alone will have a great impact on the entire pharmaceutical industry. What are most of the diseases? Not to mention this medicine can also be mass-produced. If Jiang Cheng sets the price acceptable, many expensive medicines may not be sold anymore. For example, diabetes requires insulin injections, and insulin needs to be injected regularly. It is a symptom and not a permanent cure. If the process of insulin injection is interrupted, it is absolutely impossible. However, if Jiang Cheng's gene recovery medicine can cure diabetes, and the price is not astronomical, who will buy insulin in the future? This makes the bosses of these biomedical companies, as well as the big names in the medical field, extremely gloomy. At this time, many reporters raised their hands, and Jiang Cheng motioned to one of them to ask questions. The reporter pointed out by Jiang Cheng was very excited. Yan Daoyuo said, "Chairman Jiang, hearing what you say, the recovery medicine seems to be a very scary invention. Then about the intractable diseases in the medical field. Can recovery medicine be cured? such as tuberculosis, diabetes, and even AIDS, and so on. After the reporter had finished saying this, he looked at Jiang Cheng expectantly, and the other reporters also nodded, because what the reporter asked was exactly what they wanted to ask. Diabetes, AIDS, etc. I don't know how many people are troubled, and if Jiang Cheng's gene restoration medicine can treat these diseases, I don't know how many people will benefit. After the reporter asked questions, Jiang Cheng immediately said without hesitation that there are 5 major incurable diseases in the medical field today: motor neuron disease, cancer, leukemia, AIDS, rheumatoid, and gene recovery agents can be successfully treated. Only one injection is required. Month gene recovery medicine can completely cure these 5 diseases. OMG, there was silence, a dead silence. Jiang Cheng said this sentence with great confidence, so that they didn't know what expression to use or how to ask questions to express their shock. Can the world's 5 most difficult and complicated diseases, cancer, motor neuron disease, leukemia, rheumatoid, AIDS, and gene recovery agents, be successfully treated? This is unimaginable, okay? Once upon a time, these major illnesses were called diseases that could not be cured at all, and I don't know when they can find a cure. For this reason, all scholars in related fields are working hard to explore. But now, Jiang Cheng actually said that gene restoration drugs can cure these 5 diseases. They have never been so shocked. After all, these 5 diseases are painful to countless people. I don't know how many people die of leukemia, HIV, cancer, and other diseases every year. Come up with a solution. That's the gene recovery medicine. The medical professors present no longer dare to despise Jiang Cheng. The emotions in their hearts at this time are extremely complicated. Some people are even in a state of numbness, deaf to the outside world, turning a blind eye to these 5 symptoms. There is a solution. Before Jiang Cheng proposed that sinotinib can treat cancer, many people have been shocked, but now there is a better way, that is, gene restoration medicine. And can you be so strong? It can cure these 5 diseases, and it can also cure most of the other diseases in the medical profession. Can this be more scary? Some people shed tears of excitement, and some people are very excited because they witnessed this great moment. From then on, AIDS, cancer, leukemia, etc. seem to be less terrible because of Jiang Cheng's gene restoration potion. Jiang Cheng is simply a god. Everyone looked at Jiang Cheng's gazes, and there was only a strong sense of respect. Before the press conference, the medical professors who were waiting to see the content of the press conference were all dumbfounded at this time, suspecting that they had heard it wrong. What? AIDS, leukemia, cancer, motor neuron disease, rheumatoid, the 5 major medical problems, can also be treated with restorative medicine. They all thought about it. Jiang Cheng once gave a speech at the Harrod's medical lecture. At that time, they thought that Jiang Cheng was a madman, someone who became mad with some achievements, felt what Jiang Cheng said. Those are nothing short of falsehoods. What is the genetic level to solve the medical problems? What makes humans themselves resist these diseases? In their eyes, how ridiculous. It is just Jiang Cheng's unfounded thinking. But today, they listened to what Jiang Cheng said at the press conference and heard Jiang Cheng's theoretical basis. Thinking of the contempt for Jiang Cheng, they couldn't help but bow their heads deeply, feeling hot on their faces. My heart is full of regrets. Everyone who was watching the press conference was stunned. Can gene restoration drugs really treat the 5 diseases? Moreover, not only the 5 diseases, but also regenerate severed limbs and regenerate ligaments, and can heal most of the other diseases in the medical profession. Doesn't this mean that the effect of this kind of medicine is like an elixir, taking one package to cure all diseases? After a long time, the scene of the press conference and those who were watching the live broadcast reacted, and everyone was stunned. They looked at Jiang Cheng's eyes full of respect and admiration. Without him, this achievement of Jiang Cheng is too shocking. They still feel that they are living in a dream. After a long time at the press conference site, there was suddenly fierce applause, and some people cheered. As for the experts and professors in the medical sciences and the bigwigs of biomedical companies, there was a moment of silence, thinking about the future. Pop. Fierce applause rang out from the scene, which echoed in the whole theater. Gene restoration medicine, this is another amazing invention in the medical field. It is not known how much more important it is than synonym. Many people have come back to their senses at this time. This press conference at this moment in their eyes, it has epoch-making significance. Since then, the 5 major illnesses of the medical profession are no longer a problem if they don't know how many people are troubled. Because of the existence of the gene restoration medicine, all these illnesses can be treated. All this is because of Jiang Cheng, this godlike man. Many people in the medical profession who watched this news conference cannot believe it in their hearts, but they also have to admit that if the gene restoration agent is really the same as Jiang Cheng said, this news conference will have epoch-making significance. It can be said that the gene restoration medicine and the gene evolution medicine are inventions that have changed the future of mankind. Gene evolution medicine can evolve the human body, improve vision, hearing, intelligence, and even lifespan. Gene restoration medicine can treat the 5 major problems in the medical field and can treat most of the other diseases. Even doesn't this mean that rebirth from a severed limb can change the pattern of the entire medical profession? At this moment, Su Kaiyan-Qian, Guan Xiaofei, Zhang Manlin, and Xia Xiaowei, who were present at the press conference, were all shocked and speechless. After all, Jiang Cheng had never mentioned to them before that gene restoration drugs can treat the 5 major problems in the medical field. This result is really scary, but they have heard more about gene restoration drugs at this time. Said, there is only shock in my heart. Gene restoration medicine is an epoch-making invention, which is beyond doubt. Relying solely on the research and development of synonym, Jiang Cheng has already won the Nobel Prize in Medicine or Physiology. What kind of awards can he have for gene restoration drugs? What glory can be worthy of his achievements? This is an invention that can change the times. Since then, humans no longer need to spend a lot of manpower and material resources to do research on the treatment of cancer, leukemia, and Alzheimer's disease. Because of the gene recovery agent, these diseases are no longer a problem. At this time, a reporter came back to his senses and asked Jiang Cheng cautiously, "Then Chairman Jiang, how does this restoration medicine treat human diseases?" After all, the applause gradually calmed down, so the scene is now very quiet, and everyone present can hear the reporter's question. Yes, the only 2 points to consider now seem to be how recovery medicines can treat these diseases of the human body, and even how to achieve rebirth after severed limbs. There is also the issue of the pricing of the recovery medicine. After all, with the brand of umbrella technology, it is very likely that the recovery medicine will only target the high-end market. If this is the case, it would be a pity. This Beijing is a project that can benefit all mankind. Invention. The number of people who die from these intractable diseases in the medical field each year is a very terrifying number. If the price of the recovery medicine is too high and they cannot be treated, it will be regrettable. Jiang Cheng said faintly, "Gene restoration agents solve the problems of illness and rebirth from the genetic level. It requires a course of treatment, ranging from 2 to 10 times according to the complexity of the illness, and because the raw materials are still relatively scarce, although the recovery agent can be mass-produced. As for the price, there is still no way to lower it." Speaking of this, Jiang Cheng shook his head noncommittently. Seeing his expression, many people were a little anxious, and some even got itchy with angry teeth. 2 to 10 injections are needed. Okay, everyone knows this, but about the price of gene restoration drugs, you can tell me directly. After seeing Jiang Cheng's expression, many people immediately felt a puff in their hearts. What's the matter with Jiang Cheng's expression? Would the recovery medicine be as expensive as virtual reality equipment? Depending on the degree of complexity, 2 to 10 injections are required, but if the medicines cost a high price of hundreds of thousands, it is not acceptable for ordinary people or relatively wealthy people. After all, there are not so many local tyrants. There are not only the local tyrants, but also the poor Jiang Cheng who has tightened his belt to live. Seeing the expressions of these people, he can't help but feel a little funny. In fact, he deliberately sold this. For a close, I want them to experience the ups and downs. He coughed and coughed. Jiang Cheng said in a serious tone, Regarding the pricing of gene restoration agents, because of the scarcity of raw materials, the price is 10,000 yuan per piece. Depending on the complexity of the disease, it takes 2 to 10 times. Treatment, but as long as the injection is completed 10 times, the gene is modified, and all the diseases that can be treated by the recovery medicine will no longer suffer from it. For example, if the arm is broken, the human body will repair it by itself. What? Some people who are on the scene or watching the live broadcast of the press conference have just heard Jiang Cheng and thought that the price of the recovery medicine would be very high. But now, when they heard the news that a medicine cost only 10,000 yuan and only needed 10 injections at most, they were overjoyed, and the whole purchase was almost crazy. One injection of 10,000 yuan, up to 10 injections. Doesn't it mean that the treatment of cancer and the treatment of Alzheimer's disease only cost 100,000 yuan at most? Compared with the cancer chemotherapy in the hospital, the treatment of AIDS is much cheaper, okay? What's more, the hospital can only ensure that you live longer and can't cure those doubtful diseases. However, after injection of the gene recovery agent, these difficult and strange symptoms can be resolved, and even if the hand or foot is broken in the future, the human body can repair it autonomously, which is equivalent to a maximum of 100,000 yuan, and you have a pair of diamonds. Don't be too cheap. The media reporters present recorded Jiang Cheng's words one after another, and at this moment, many people, after hearing Jiang Cheng's price of the recovery medicine, grabbed a heart and immediately relaxed. Up. Those people are the ones who can benefit from the recovery medicine. Up to 100,000, even if some people can't afford it, it doesn't seem to be a big deal compared to the pain. In front of the computer and mobile phone screens, I don't know how many people are ecstatic because of Jiang Cheng's words. A gene recovery agent is priced at 10,000 yuan, and the number of injections required to treat diseases, etc., ranges from 2 to 10 times. If you are suffering from AIDS, cancer, etc., you only need 100,000 yuan. You can get rid of the troubles of these diseases. This effect should not be too good. Amidst everyone's shock, Jiang Cheng continued, it will take a long time for the introduction of the genetic evolution medicine. Because the raw materials of the evolution medicine are very limited, it is destined to not be able to be mass-produced in a short time. Will be launched. Regarding the genetic evolution medicine, because of the green cooperation with the home country, Jiang Cheng will of course not release it in a short time, and the raw materials for the evolution medicine are too scarce. The home country is looking for a way to mass-produce the evolution medicine. It is not realistic to want to truly mass-produce the evolutionary medicine just from the raw materials. Therefore, the gene evolution medicine, ARC biomedicine, will not be launched at this time, and the release of the gene restoration medicine is now on the agenda, and mass production has begun. Will the gene evolution medicine be released in a short time? So what about gene restoration potions? It's also right. After all, the evolution potion involves ethical issues, and the effect of increasing the lifespan of 100 years is too enchanting. If it is launched rashly, I am afraid I can't accept it. I'm sorry, but I'm not in a hurry, haha. I can extend my life for 100 years when the evolution potion is launched. This is too tempting and confusing. Hearing what Jiang Cheng said that the gene evolution drug will not be released in a short time, many people feel sorry for this. But when they all think that they can wait until this drug is officially launched, in their hearts the regrets are much less. After all, they can still live for a long time. And not very urgent Jiang Cheng, of course, noticed the regretful expressions on many people's faces. He smiled noncommittal and continued, evolution potions cannot be launched very early, but there is no problem with the recovery potions launched as soon as possible. Our company also does after a decision is made. The gene recovery agent will be officially launched in just a week. The first batch of 50 million will be sold, both online and offline. Hearing the news of Jiang Cheng, some terminally ill patients watching the press conference, or people with physical defects, were overjoyed. As long as 1 week, after 1 week, they can become normal people. This news is simply not too exciting. After the first batch is sold, our company will officially start to promote gene restoration drugs, and we will do our best to ensure the restoration of the supply of drugs. This press conference will end here. Thank you." After Jiang Cheng said this, he bowed and walked off the stage. Seeing Jiang Cheng stepping off the stage, many people still couldn't recover. What Bai Jingjiang Cheng said at this press conference is really exciting. Gene evolution medicines can extend lifespan, improve the powerful effects of entering the body, and restore medicines and even treat medical problems such as cancer and AIDS. The effect makes them still feel as if they are dreaming. At this time, different people have different thoughts in their hearts. Those bigwigs in the field of genetic research were extremely excited. The launch of these two drugs by Bai Jing proved their status on the one hand, and proved that the subject of future medicine seems to really be researched on genes. The CEOs, professors, and experts of the biomedical industry are not happy at this time. Although the gene restoration agent has solved many problems in the world of medicine, it seems that their future is not bright. They should what to do? Jin knows. The press conference is officially over. Jiang Cheng walked off the stage, and all the staff present began to move, cleaning the ground, tidying up dances and other tasks. However, many of the people present have not recovered yet at this time. After all, the shock this press conference has brought to them is really too big. The two ARC biomedicine products that Jiang Cheng mentioned are inventions that can change the future. Whether it is a gene evolution drug that can transform the human body or a gene restoration drug that will make a radical change in human life, they are both that's shocking. After a long time, some people recalled the content of this press conference and began to leave. And in the live broadcast rooms of major live broadcast platforms or the official website of the Universe umbrella, even if the live broadcast screen has been closed, there are still many people discussing the content of this press conference. Without him, until now, they still have a little doubt whether the content of this new conference is true. Even if these two epoch-making products were published by Jiang Cheng, they still couldn't accept it. It can not only regenerate severed limbs and reshape ligaments, but also treat most of the diseases in the medical world. Even the 5 major medical problems, such as cancer, AIDS, leukemia, etc., can be solved. How can they not be shocked? My God, what did I watch at this press conference, and how do I feel stupefied? Can cancer, leukemia be cured? And even the broken hands and feet can grow back. Is this true? This is the rhythm that will be changed by the Universe Umbrella Technology Company in the future. Oh my God, how did Jiang Cheng's brain grow? Even if the press conference has ended, the discussion on the content of the press conference in the barrage still hasn't stopped. They are all thinking about what Jiang Cheng said. Gene evolution medicine can make people live forever. Intermediate genetic evolution medicine can even increase people's lifespan for many years. Isn't this something that only appears in those science fiction novels? Gene restoration medicine can treat many diseases, regenerate a severed limb, and even make people immune to those treatable diseases after 10 injections. Does this effect mean that they will not go to the hospital in the future? Even if they heard Jiang Cheng say it with their own ears, even if Jiang Cheng had never lied about these things, at this moment, they couldn't help but doubt. After all, functions of these two medicines are really terrible. And with the passage of time, the content of this press conference is also known to more and more people. On the internet, those media who participated in the press conference wrote articles and reported the content of the press conference. For example, Netwing News reported this way: an epoch-making invention, a major breakthrough in the field of genes and medicine. Gene evolution medicine and gene restoration medicine, or it will change the times. At the new product launch conference of ARC Biopharmaceutical Company, a branch of Universe Umbrella Technology Company, Chairman Jiang Cheng introduced 2 medicines to be launched by ARC Biopharmaceutical Company, namely genetic evolution medicine and gene restoration medicine. Among them, genetic evolution medicine, it has the function of transforming the human body, which can increase the speed, strength, intelligence, and reaction ability of the human body by several times, and increase the lifespan of human beings by about 100 years. Although this invention involves some ethical issues, 987 is undoubtedly, the changes to human society will be tremendous. In addition, there are gene restoration drugs, which can treat most of the intractable diseases in the medical profession today, including cancer, leukemia, AIDS. This can already benefit mankind. But this kind of drug, the functions it can play are far more than these. It can also play a role in rebirth from a severed limb. It only takes about 10 injections, and the human body can truly be immune to those diseases that can be treated by restorative agents. Netwing News reported this, and the rest of the media also reported. Not only did a lot of media on the internet, app, etc. have pushed this matter, even Yangshi News, some other local TV stations, etc. also carried out scrambling reports on this matter. This is the case in China, and of course there are no exceptions abroad. Magazines such as Nature and Science, as well as those foreign media, have also spread the content of the press conference. Suddenly, one stone stirred up a dry layer. The news about genetic evolution medicines and genetic restoration medicines quickly spread in social circles around the world. The most discussed topics these days are definitely news about evolution medicines and restoration medicines. Both of these medicines have attracted widespread attention. Whether it is to transform the human body, prolong lifespan, or treat most diseases in the medical world today, the effect of these two drugs is so impressive that it is too bad, right? Many people, the first feeling is not to believe. However, this is what Jiang Cheng said. When Jiang Cheng launched the virtual reality device, many people once questioned him. Then, when it came to the transparent mobile phone, Jiang Cheng used the invention showed his abilities. Therefore, even if they don't believe it in their hearts, many people have suppressed the thought in their hearts and chose to believe the news. If the effects of these two drugs are true, it means that the future will be changed. As for the pharmaceutical industry, it will also be greatly changed due to the subsequent introduction of gene restoration drugs. Because these two medicines, choose one, are products that can change the world. Therefore, the changes that will be brought must be earth-shaking, different from ordinary people. At the Haslow Medical Lecture, Jiang Cheng mentioned many imaginations about medicine. In his mouth, future medical research it will be carried out on the genetic level, starting from the point of changing the human body to treat diseases and make the body immune to those diseases. This will be the main research direction in the medical field. At that time, Jiang Cheng's speech inspired countless professors in the field of genetics and felt that the value of the party's own research was affirmed. It was also at that time that because of the content of Jiang Cheng's speech, countless bigwigs in the medical field were backlashed. They felt that Jiang Cheng said this. It is a denial of the values of the entire medical community, so naturally it disagrees with Jiang Cheng's statement. Not only these big men in the medical field think so, but many media have also reported on this matter. They cannot understand Jiang Cheng's thoughts. After all, Jiang Cheng's thoughts are so advanced. At that time, countless media reported on the content of Jiang Cheng's speech, and the text was full of ridicule. Some foreign media did not hide their views on the content of Jiang Cheng's speech and felt that Jiang Cheng's ideas were whimsical. But now, Jiang Cheng has come up with results. Gene evolution medicines can change all physical qualities of human beings. Gene restoration medicines can make most of the diseases known in the human immunological medical field, and even regenerate severed limbs. The lost ligaments were reshaped, so the medical elders, or the media who had denied Jiang Cheng's speech, had only one feeling in their hearts when they knew about it. How could this be possible? They carefully looked at the content of Jiang Cheng's speech at the press conference, because they had denied Jiang Cheng's vision for the future of medicine. So when they saw what Jiang Cheng said at the press conference, undoubtedly, instead of thinking about why I should deny Jiang Cheng, he even taunted the incident even more vigorously. For example, in a magazine, a former winner of the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine wrote an article like this. The title of the article was Jiang Cheng's Whimsical. The effects of these two medicines simply cannot achieve what he said. That's ridiculous. In this article, the winner of the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine is full of contempt in his words. Not only did he question the theory of genetic evolution medicine that Jiang Cheng mentioned only slightly, he even publicly denied Jiang Cheng's two products. It means that Jiang Cheng's two medicines can't achieve the effect he said. it is impossible to increase the lifespan of human beings by 100 years and to transform all aspects of the human body's quality. Let the human body's limbs have the ability to repair most of the diseases in human immunomedicine. This is whimsical, because this Nobel Prize winner's article played a leading role. Many people who question Jiang Cheng's achievements have also stepped forward. Some big shots in the medical field wanted to preserve their previous research results, using critical writing, expressed contempt for Jiang Cheng, and said that Jiang Cheng is a big liar, and his two medicines can't be so dangerous. Effect: some other media also questioned Jiang Cheng's medicine. Suddenly, because of the doubts of these big names in the medical field and the media, the discussion about ARC biology has been heated up on major social media and major forum websites around the world. Do the two medicines mentioned by Jiang Cheng really have such an anti-the-sky effect? It is really hard to believe. Anyway, I always feel that these two medicines will not appear in our time. It's okay to make a broken limb and regenerate. It can make people immune to most diseases in the medical field. It can also treat medical problems such as cancer. Isn't it too nonsense? If it is really so easy to treat, do those medical research, what's the use? Even if you are Tian, you can't come up with such a heaven-defying invention. We have studied for so many years, but you just took out a study lightly, and you negated all of our research results over the years. It really makes people unable to believe all this, whether it is some medical professors and experts, or those netizens who do not believe in the anti-natural function of these two drugs. They have published their own opinions on the internet. The topic of recovery drugs and evolution drugs has caused countless times around the world human attention. Regardless of whether it is a bigwig with criticism from the medical field or ordinary people, they have begun to pay attention to the two kinds of medicine. The effects of these two medicines, if they are really as bad as Jiang Cheng said, will deeply affect their lives. Of course, they will pay attention to the topic of this medicine. On the internet, major forums, social networking sites, or newspapers, Xinjiang discussed or reported on the two medicines. Gradually, people around the world who are concerned about the outside world have learned about the two medicines. Some people were amazed, while others had listened to the rhetoric of the big names in the medical industry and doubted Jiang Cheng's statement. And some science fiction writers also started to create after understanding what Jiang Cheng said at the press conference. Some of the big names in the medical field are not in the mood to work lately because they are confused about the value of their research. Since there is Jiang Cheng's gene restoration medicine, what use is it for them to conduct research on the treatment of AIDS and cancer? Because of what Jiang Cheng said at the press conference, the internet is overwhelmingly questionable. And some people, of course, have no reservations to believe that, because Jiang Cheng's gene restoration medicine can treat their illnesses' effect. Of course, they must choose to believe it. When many people expressed doubts about Jiang Cheng in the building of Universe Umbrella Technology Company, Jiang Cheng was staying in the office of the chairman of the board, dealing with the affairs of some companies. My father's biomedical company has already been incorporated into ARC Biomedical Company at this time. And my father has also joined the company as the president of ARC Biomedical Company. ARC Biopharmaceutical Company, a branch of Umbrella Technology Company, is located on the 5th floor of the company building. Because ARC Bio merged with the Green Company of the father's company, the management has undergone a relatively large change. Many of the management are his father's former confidants. Seeing some comments on the internet, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but shook his head and smiled suddenly. It really was a big draw. Just like the point he made at the Haslow Medical Lecture, the effects of his own gene restoration drugs and gene evolution drugs was questioned by many people. Of course, Jiang Cheng is not worried about this. During the research process, he has already conducted human trials on the recovery agent and found that it can fully achieve the effect he said at the press conference, so he is not worried about this. Those people who want to question, just let them question, and the first batch of recovery medicines will be sold in 7 days. After they are officially launched on the market, I believe that the effects of recovery medicines will surely surprise everyone. Many people believed what Jiang Cheng said at the press conference, but they just heard Jiang Cheng talk about the effect of the recovery potion. They have not witnessed it personally. When they have witnessed the power of the recovery potion, they will definitely be scared. When Jiang Cheng turned on his cell phone and looked at some comments on the internet, he suddenly received a call from Major General Xiang Dong. Jiang Cheng saw that it was from Major General Xiang Dong. He couldn't help but have some doubts. At the press conference, he only mentioned the theory of genetic evolution medicine, and about the genetic evolution medicine, he did not say that it would be officially released. Major General Xiang Dong, calling at the time, "What is competitive desire?" Jiang Cheng, who had some doubts, took the call from Major General Xiang Dong and immediately heard Major General Xiang Dong's voice from the other end of the phone. "Brother Jiang Cheng, what you said at the Xinjiang press conference really shocked me. I was shocked by you." Major General Xiang Dong's first sentence is just like Ruo Nong, the emotion means. Jiang Cheng smiled, disregarding these compliments, and went directly to the subject. "Major General, what's the matter if you call me?" Major General Xiang Dong heard Jiang Cheng's words, looked at the person next to him, and said with a serious face, "Well, I'm calling. The first thing I want to ask is whether the function of the gene restoration medicine is really like you in the news." What the press conference said. Jiang Cheng did research on gene restoration medicine. He didn't know. What surprised him was that it took a few days for Jiang Cheng to return to Los Angeles from the imperial capital. Jingren came up with such an invention, which really made him know it. Shocked. When Bai Jing Jiangcheng came to the imperial capital, he hadn't heard of Jiang Cheng's research on restoring medicine. But in just a few days, Jiang Cheng came up with the results of this research. The experiment has been done, which makes Major General Xiang Dong feel that the party is a little unacceptable, however. Now that Jiang Cheng got through the phone, he suddenly figured out that the world of genius is destined to be different from ordinary people. Maybe Jiang Cheng started to restore the medicine when he was studying the evolution medicine. It's just that he didn't expect it. Regarding what Jiang Cheng explained in the press conference, Major General Xiang Dong had no other ideas. In his opinion, as long as Jiang Cheng does not promote this technology, it will not hurt. Did not publish the genetic evolution drug theory, and only mentioned it briefly at the press conference, and did not violate the agreement with the home country. The evolutionary medicine technology is different from the recovery medicine technology. The recovery medicine technology will eventually reflect its value when it is promoted. If the evolution medicine is used in the domestic army, it will have an unparalleled effect. Well, yes, the function of restoring the medicine is indeed as I said. In fact, its function is much stronger. Jiang Cheng said on the phone. Jiang Cheng said this on the phone, but it made Major General Xiang Dong's heart beat faster, and the sound of the thump seemed to be heard directly. A lot stronger, day. Major General Xiang Dong's first feeling was horror, almost eclipsed. In his thoughts, the recovery medicine Jiang Cheng took out was definitely not as powerful as he said, and it may be for intractable diseases such as cancer. As the treatment of the disease is indeed effective, but it will not, as Jiang Cheng said, can make people immune to most diseases in the medical field and can make people repair limbs on their own. But now, when he heard Jiang Cheng say this, he was immediately scared. Jiang Cheng would definitely not lie on this issue, so the restoration of the potion function will definitely be more powerful than Jiang Cheng said before. There is no doubt about this. Shaking his voice, Major General Xiang Dong asked, "So how strong is the function of the gene restoration medicine?" Regarding Major General Xiang Dong's shock, Jiang Cheng is actually a little hard to understand. After completing his research, except for Su Kaiyanqian, Guan Xiaofai's 2 daughters, and Zhang Manlin, only Major General Xiang Dong knows best. Now he is still so shocked, really. Don't understand. In fact, this is the result of Jiang Cheng's thoughts, which are different from those of others. In Jiang Cheng's chip, he doesn't know how many technologies that can change the times are stored. So of course he would feel that it is nothing but a gene restoration drug technology. For Major General Xiang Dong and others living in this era, the functions of genetic evolution medicine and restoration medicine are extremely against the sky. because he has undergone higher education and has a deep understanding of the current scientific development of his country. Of course, he is able to understand the meaning of recovery medicine and evolution medicine. Jiang Cheng said with a smile, "The function of the gene restoration medicine is actually more comprehensive." I took a cursory look at it. The restoration medicine can prevent the human body from suffering from about 65% of the diseases that are currently in the medical profession. It is not an exaggeration to make the body immune to these diseases. As long as the human body is remodeled after the number of injections reaches 10 times, this can be achieved. The repair function of the human body is like this. Not only can the body repair broken limbs, but also the damaged organs of the human body, and even the initial bands and nerves can be completely repaired autonomously, which is very comprehensive. Jiang Cheng talked to Major General Xiangdong on the phone about all the functions that the current recovery medicine can do, so Major General Xiangdong didn't know what to say. And at this moment, Jiang Cheng went on to say, "The current version of the gene recovery agent can only make people immune to 65% of the current medical conditions, and can basically repair limbs, organs, nerves, and other parts. And I will conduct more in-depth research in the future. Advanced gene recovery agents must be able to make the body immune to all diseases, and in addition, be able to repair all human injuries autonomously. This is my goal." Major General Xiangdong fell into silence directly because he was shocked by Jiang Cheng's words. It can make people immune to all diseases and repair all the damage on their own. Doesn't that mean that by that time, human beings who have been injected with the recovery medicine has it reached the point where all diseases are not invaded and all injuries are self-healing? On the other end of the phone, Major General Xiangdong was silent. Jiang Cheng continued to say faintly, "Major General, if you call, you won't just ask about these things." "Oh." Major General Xiangdong didn't respond for a while because of his stupefaction. When I heard Jiang Cheng's words, I immediately thought of the purpose of my call. He looked at the leader two next to him. He said in a low voice, "Jiang Cheng, that's it. Your recovery medicine can treat muscular atrophic spinal cord. Is it lateral sclerosis? Muscular lateral sclerosis, isn't it?" Jiang Cheng thought about it slightly and then said, "In general, this kind of disease is actually a problem with my own muscles. Regarding this point, recovery medicine can definitely be treated." Xiangdong Shaojiang, hearing Jiang Cheng gave such a positive answer, did not immediately reply, but looked at the leader next to him. The other's expression is also very intriguing. At this time, on the side where Xiangdong Shaojiang, he and Jiang Cheng's phone call was actually on hands-free, so everyone next to him could hear it. At this time, there was only one person beside him, and that was his senior leader. This leader, when he heard Jiang Cheng's affirmative reply, he burst into tears with excitement. It seemed that he was very happy, even his hands were shaking slightly. Seeing this expression of his leader, Xiangdong Shaojian also said to Jiang Cheng with some emotion, "Jiang Cheng, let's tell you, now the leader is by my side. For specific matters, let him follow you, say it. Leadership, have something to tell yourself." Jiang Cheng also had some doubts, because when he arrived in the imperial capital, he had only met other leaders. Now, even if there is something to take care of the family, country, and himself, it should be one of them to tell himself, how could this be? It's a leader. As if he knew Jiang Cheng's question, Xiangdong Shaojiang said, "That's it. Brother Jiang Cheng, the leader's son, is suffering from muscular rhinoconstrictive lateral sclerosis. Originally a young man with a bright future, suffering from this disease. What does it mean, Brother Jiang Cheng? I should know." Okay. When Jiang Cheng heard Xiangdong Shaojian's words, he almost knew what he meant. Muscular rhomboid lateral sclerosis, which is also known as motor neuron disease among the 5 major medical diseases, can affect the limbs, trunk, abdomen, and chest. The muscles of waiting gradually weakened and contracted, after which the human body could not perform normal activities at all. And if humans suffer from this disease, it will have a great impact on life. Before Jiang Cheng launched the restoration medicine, it was impossible to cure this disease in terms of the development of contemporary medicine. Well, let the leader personally talk to you. You'll better talk about specific things. After Xiangdong Shaojian finished speaking, he gave the phone to the leader. After the leader took the phone, his hands were still trembling unavoidably, and he didn't know what the expression was on his face. He had never been able to control his emotions like this before in a high position. Leader, tell us about your son's specific situation. Jiang Cheng said on the phone. Yeah. The leader took a deep breath and then said to Jiang Cheng, my son, now 28 years old because of that kind of strange disease, he needs someone to take care of him now. On the phone, the leader explained his son's situation to Jiang Cheng. In fact, because the news that the recovery medicine can cure his son's illness really shocked him too much, so even now, he still refuses to believe that all this is true. Can my son's illness really be cured? He could never forget the desperate expression of his son after suffering from this disease because he was unwell, and after going to the hospital for examination, he learned that his illness was almost terminally ill. His son, with excellent grades and good character, was admitted to Huaking University and was about to welcome a good life. But at that time, he suffered from this disease. The leader himself didn't know much about this disease, but it was like a bolt from the blue when he heard the doctor talk about the strange disease in his son's mind. He can't forget that time. He went to the hospital to visit his son, but he learned of such a result. Any father is sure to hope that his son will become a dragon. His son is his pride. In his own eyes, although his son's future achievements may not have his own high, he will definitely be an elite in the society's future. It's just that all of this was ruined by the case notice. Because of motor neuron disease, my son's bright future is all in vain, and now there are not many active parts of the whole person. And suffering from this disease also means that my son may die within a few years, of course. Let the leader, every time I think of this, I feel inexplicably worried. However, it may be different in the future. My son's illness is likely to be treated. After hearing what Jiang Cheng said at the press conference, the leader couldn't even sleep in excitement all night. At the Xinjiang press conference, there was a question session for reporters. Jiang Cheng said at the time the function of gene restoration medicine. In Jiang Cheng's original words, restoration medicine can treat the 5 major intractable diseases of modern medicine. If the leader does not, if you remember incorrectly, motor neuron disease is the most difficult of the 5 major diseases. As long as Jiang Cheng said the truth, his son's illness could be treated. This made the leader feel extremely excited. Now that Jiang Cheng said it personally, I feel that the world seems bright. My son, after suffering from motor neuron disease, even basic exercise has become a problem. I don't know when he has seen it countless times. When my son looks out the window when normal people are exercising, that kind of longing in the eyes. That kind of longing for normal activities makes the leader, the father, feel that his heart feels like being wanted to be cruelly held every time he thinks about it. It is such a pain. How much he desires that his son's illness can be cured. However, even if he is the leader, even if he can contact the world's top medical professors and neurologists, he can't get treatment for his son's illness until the emergence of the recovery potion. His hands on the phone were trembling because he was so scared. It was a dream, or, as Jiang Cheng said, the gene medicine in his mouth was not as powerful as he said, and it could not be cured. Good motor neuron disease. After hearing the leader's narration, Jiang Cheng smiled lightly and said, Leader, your son's situation will definitely be cured by the gene restoration medicine. It is estimated that it will be cured after a month's injection. After listening to the leader's narrative about his son's situation, Jiang Cheng naturally knew whether the recovery agent could successfully treat his son's illness. Motor neuron disease is no stranger to many people because the famous Huo Jin suffered from it. After suffering from that kind of disease, the muscles will shrink and the body will not be able to perform normal exercise. Motor neuron disease can be treated with restorative agents, but just like nerve repair and limb repair, it requires 10 injections and a month-long treatment. Can my son's illness be cured in 1 month? When the leader heard Jiang Cheng say this, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. His son has been suffering from the disease for 2 years. Now it can be cured in 1 month. He couldn't imagine it. The excited look of the leader shocked Xiangdong Shaojiang next to him. This is the leader. When did such a child's attitude appear? In fact, this is something he doesn't know anymore. The leader's son has been very good since he was a child, so when he got a strange disease, this incident has always become a knot of the leader's heart, so there is hope when he learns of his son's illness. He was so excited when he was treated. Well, yes, now our ARC biopharmaceutical company has produced a lot of finished products. If this is the case, I will bring the drugs that need to be injected in the past. Jiang Cheng thought about it carefully. Bai Jing is the leader. Although with my current status, I don't need to think about these things, but I still need to have the etiquette. Moreover, although the function of restoring the medicine has been tested, only a simulation test has been carried out to ensure that the medicine itself is okay. He also wanted to see for himself whether the medicine would actually be as effective as Lucy's data calculation after it was applied to the human body. But what Jiang Cheng did not expect was that when the leader heard that Jiang Cheng wanted to bring Ruo restoration potion to the imperial capital, he refused Jiang Cheng. He said, "Little friend Jiang Cheng, you are so busy, haha, you still don't need to bring restoration potion. Okay, I will ask someone to go to your company to get it. Then you can tell us how to use the medicine on the phone." Okay, Jiang Cheng pondered for a while and then said, "Then I will ask the company's people to prepare 100 copies of gene restoration medicine. I will ask our company's employees to take charge of the specific injection process. Make sure to lead your son's safety and get treatment for his illness." After speaking again, Jiang Cheng hung up the call with the leader. Soon after, the people sent by the leader also came to the company and went to the imperial capital with the employees sent by Jiang Cheng. In fact, for the motor neuron disease of the leader's son, 10 copies of gene restoration medicine are actually needed, which is enough to be injected every 3 days within a month. Regarding the question of why he should bring 100 restorative potions, Jiang Cheng certainly wanted to do a favor, saying that he could not direct Dong Shejiang or someone else around the leader needed it. Of course, if you want to give favors to those leaders, 100 copies of gene restoration medicines are definitely not enough. It's just that Xiang Dong Shejiang and the leaders didn't talk about it. Now the company's gene restoration medicines don't say how many they produce, so Jiang Cheng just called the employee of his company and brought 100 recovery potions. After hanging up the call with the leader, Jiang Cheng also thought of a very crucial thing: love. Now, on the internet, there have been a lot of questions about their company's recovery drugs, not only those in the medical community who have affected their interests because of the launch of the recovery drugs, but also many ordinary people are not satisfied with the recovery drugs. Optimistic. This point is really not considered by Jiang Cheng. I remember that when he launched the virtual reality device before, he also used Cook to convince countless people of the function of the virtual reality device. But this time, for an even more unconvincing invention like the gene restoration medicine, he didn't even use an example to convince everyone. Thinking that the leader's son needed his own recovery medicine to treat his illness, Jiang Cheng suddenly thought of a well-known figure. Perhaps after he successfully treated him, everyone could be convinced of the effect of the recovery medicine. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng immediately contacted Zhang Manlin and arranged. A notice was issued on the official website that the launch of the first batch of recovery medicines will be pushed back. After half a month, the first batch of recovery medicines will be sold online and offline at the same time. After getting 100 recovery potions, the employees of Jiangcheng Company and the military figures sent by the leaders immediately went to the imperial capital. In the evening, after a lot of hard work, 100 recovery potions were sent to the imperial capital. Imperial capital, home of the leader. At this time, the leader's heart was extremely excited. Seeing the box of recovery potions in front of him, he looked at his son next to him again and couldn't help but shed tears. His son's illness was finally cured. At this time, Xiang Chuanming, the son next to the leader, said that although the facial muscles were not able to move normally, the only movable hand on the body was still slightly. Yan trembled, expressing his excitement. The emotion in his heart is beyond words. Once upon a time, he was also a normal person. He likes to sweat on the school playground and likes to play basketball. But now, he can't even walk normally and take things normally. Fortunately, listening to what my father said, after the injection of this medicine, I can walk on the wide street and return to school like a normal person, sweating on the basketball court. Thinking of this, tears even appeared in his eyes. Seeing the tears on his son's face, the leader couldn't hold back his inner emotions, and his voice trembled. Then start the injection. The staff sent by Jiang Cheng took out the medicine and started to inject the recovery medicine into Jiang Chuanming's arm. The needle pierced Jiang Chuanming's blood vessel, and the medicine inside slowly entered Jiang Chuanming's body. After a while, the injection of the first medicine was completed, and the injection time of the next medicine was required. Wait until 3 days later. During these 3 days, the body may have some abnormal conditions such as increased food intake or shedding of body tissue cells, but this is normal and will not affect health. Pay attention to ensure adequate diet and adequate sleep. Wait. The middle-aged man from the ARC biology employee smiled and closed the lid of the box. Well, thank you. Xiang Dong Xiao Jiang smiled gratefully and then said, "You can live here within this month. If you have any special requirements, just ask." When did this middle-aged man come into contact with such a high-level person or the leader who often appears on the TV? At this time, the whole person was a little sluggish, for fear that he was dreaming. Hearing Xiang Dong Xiao Jiang's words, he immediately responded repeatedly, saying that there would be nothing to trouble Xiang Dong Xiao Jiang, and he would do his best for Jiang Cheng's affairs. Soon after he was injected with the gene restoration medicine, Jiang Chuanming's body changed slightly. I don't know if it's an illusion or something. After a few minutes after the injection of the recovery medicine, Jiang Chuanming felt that his body turned out to be warm and comfortable, like a long drought in the rain. Moreover, his right hand seems to be able to move more smoothly. This made him extremely excited. He didn't feel the same as before. All parts of his body seemed to have established contact with him. Although he could not move his limbs and exercise normally, he felt the effect of the recovery medicine. This made him so excited that he almost didn't roll out of the wheelchair. He couldn't speak, so he could only make a sound from his throat to express his excitement. "Chuanming, what's wrong with you?" When the leader saw his son like this, he thought there was something wrong and immediately ran to the media with excitement and looked at the middle-aged man of ARC creature. The middle-aged man was frightened by the nervous expression of the leader and immediately walked to Jiang Chuanming's side, looked at it and said, "It will be fine." Looking at the patient like this, it is estimated that he has felt the changes in his body. "I am very excited now." The leader of the number looked at his son, exchanged his eyes, and got his son's affirming gaze. He also let out a long sigh of relief, how afraid of his son's problems. Then, Jiang Chuanming wrote on the paper with his right hand, "Father, I feel my body is warm now, like a long drought and the rain, very comfortable." After writing this sentence, Jiang Chuanming let out a comfortable ah, but this sound was not as hoarse as before. It seemed to be a normal human voice. This frightened both father and son. Jiang Chuanming touched his lips with his right hand. His eyes were full of disbelief, and then he tried to speak, but he said the word father intermittently. What kind of character is the little leader? Rong Ma dedicated his youth and years to his home and country throughout his life. Even if he was shot by an enemy on the field of Jan, he never hummed. "Today I see my son again." When you speak, you can call yourself father again. It is already tears. Or Japanese letter, Chinese letter, are you awake? You really woke up, really woke up. After a brief period of excitement, he immediately called the secretary to call Jiang Cheng's phone. "Comrade Jiang Cheng, thank you so much. If you were not there, I don't know if there is still a chance to see my son stand up again in this life. You are simply a living god facing such a man of great merit." Jiang Cheng was naturally not hypocritical. He quickly discouraged him and said, "It can't be like this, Jiang Jun, you really killed me. I just did what a researcher should do, so why don't you care about it? All mankind has always been a dream in my mind." Jiang Cheng's answer is very serious. After all, he knows exactly what character he is dealing with now. This is already one of the most prominent figures in the family and country. If you can have a good relationship with them, from now on, everything about your company will be handled a lot. Next, I will send someone in the past to help you deal with the problem of Linglang's recovery. You don't need to do this. Worried. Jiang Cheng continued to say that in the face of this kind of character, Although he has to show a courteous manner, he should not be too humble because he will be looked down upon. Therefore, he does not intend to continue, but he knows very well that if the little leader can get to his current position, it is impossible not to know what he really wants. The storm of this period has passed, and the internet is still facing the Universe Umbrella Company. The new drugs developed are full of doubts, and the voices of doubt are on every portal website. HMPH, the Universe Umbrella Company, is a lie. Huo Jin's illness has entangled so many scientists in this century. After so many years, can anyone come up with a solution? If there is, then we humans, I can't imagine how much I can extend my lifespan. Even if I spend more money, I will definitely buy this medicine. It's a lie company. If they can really make this magic medicine, I'd rather be naked. Clothes, run 3 laps on the street, and these things were all defeated by a piece of news that followed. It was reported on the website that the specific name of the son of a small leader in Huexia State was not easy to reveal, but this was an official news, and the news was broadcast directly on Zhengyang's channel. The big question is about the little leader's son, who was also a very active boy before. But after being ridden with disease, the cells of his body lost their vitality, and he could only lie in bed and wash his face with tears. But fortunately, the Universe Umbrella Company appeared later. The magic drug Jiang Cheng and the others developed can make this guy stand up from the bed. News reports are very true, but some important characters in it have been concealed. This is actually everyone can understand. After all, what level is the little leader? What a noble status. A single move can be related to the life and death of the entire family Guo. In order to avoid him from being threatened by others, all information about his family must be concealed. Only the few news revealed in it make everyone feel excited. That is the drug developed by the Universe Umbrella Company this time, not just a false statement. It is really effective. He is not practicing on an ordinary person, but directly using it on the son of a small leader. If it is an ordinary person, they might not believe it, but how noble a small leader is. There is a special interview about the little leader at the end of the news. Judging from his clothes and appearance, the little leader is very haggard. It is not like he usually appears in the big new rooms. His clothes are well dressed, and the appearance is dignified. It looks like an ordinary old man who has broken his heart for his son, but from the look of it, he is very excited. When the two expressions of haggard and excitement appear on the same person, they are not at all. It feels abrupt, but it is very moving. The first thing I want to announce here is that the medical technology of our home country has made very gratifying progress. Regarding the new drug developed by the Universe Umbrella Company, that is, gene recovery agent, I personally guarantee it in my capacity. Its effectiveness is absolutely unimaginable for you. Then, I am excited to announce a good one to everyone news. My son, I thought it would be impossible for him to stand up in his entire life. He used to like sports. He played basketball very well. He often played against me, but everything has changed today. Because of the Universe Umbrella Company, he finally has a chance to stand up again. As a leader, I am grateful to Universe Umbrella Company. You have guaranteed the lives of my people. As a father, I want to thank the Universe Umbrella Company even more because you can let me play basketball with my son again. As this news was broadcast, all the voices of doubt on the major media websites were suppressed, and what was replaced by it? It really is the Universe Umbrella Company. Only he can perform this miracle, like the medicine of life, the greatest Tianjiang Makoto of this century. Those who are skeptical, have you been beaten in the face? Everyone is ignorant and unskilled, yet questioning the courage of the great genius who helped our country progress. I think those sprayers should stand up and apologize to Jiang Cheng. Otherwise, they will not dare to go to the hospital in this life. After all, when they are sick, what face is there to use the Universe Umbrella Company's drugs? Among them, Jiang Cheng was originally the most excited person, but his expression was very plain, as if everything should be like this. I don't need to say more about the next thing. You have to remember that gene restoration medicines can be bought freely, but we must pay attention to that our medicines are only sold to us in Huexia, and real name certification is required. Agents in other countries are jealous of our stuff. Also, for those people who are really in difficulties but do not have the conditions to buy, we can give them gene restoration medicine as appropriate. After all, for a company, if it is to make money, Waidu is too unkind. After Jiang Cheng gave the order, Zhang Manlin began to take care of this thing. The gene restoration medicine is still a normal seller, because everyone's misunderstanding about this drug was eliminated. It sold unimaginable sales at an incredible price on the day it was launched. 100,000 yuan, only 100,000 orders have been sold on the same day. This is what concept. One moment is enough to make Jiang Cheng a billionaire, but it is very sad. The speechless thing is that most of the people who come to buy these medicines are not those who really need it. Most of them are rich men. Because when they were young, they spent most of their energy on making money, which led to the need to use half a lifetime to make up for their loss of body when they were old. And the appearance of Jiang Cheng for them is like a godlike gene recovery potion. They are bound to get it. Even if you just buy these medicines and store them at home, they are enough to make people feel at ease. But after reading this report, Jiang Cheng's expression shrank slightly, and he suddenly discovered a problem. No matter how big changes he has led this era, no matter how daunting it is to develop science and technology, but there is one thing that cannot really be solved from the root problem, and that is the inferior nature of human beings. When I was a child, the 3-character sutra says that the original good nature of humans basically means life. They are all kind-hearted, but later they will become a narrow person due to various external influences. Murder and set fire to the gold belt, repair the bridge and repair the road without corpses. It's not that the wealthy people of this era are so unkind, but when they have a certain degree of economic confidence and strength, they begin to think that they are masters and regard the life and death of those civilians as nothing. After a fierce thought struggle, Jiang Cheng called Zhang Manlin into the office. He was about to make an unimaginable, terrible decision. He knows that this statement is crazy, and he knows that he is going against the sky, but Jiang Cheng still chooses this way. President Jiang, are you sure you were joking just now? Zhang Manlin said after listening to Jiang Cheng's words. Bajing's boss can't believe this at all. What's a joke? She can be 100% sure and guarantee that if Jiang Cheng's decision just hits the headlines of major news tomorrow, it will detonate the world in an instant. Because this man, he is relying on his own force to fight against the entire era. 10 minutes later, the Universe Umbrella Technology Company issued a new statement that the gene recovery agent will be purchased by investigation. Give priority to those in need. In addition, no matter how rich you are, don't want to buy this medicine while your body is in good health. Jiang Cheng's idea is very simple, just to be able to make his own to this goal. He has been working tirelessly for this goal. But this statement aroused strong disgust from the rich. To be honest, now that the fog is lifted, Jiang Cheng's medicine does have an unimaginable effect. Then this thing is equivalent to a magic medicine. As long as you have it, you can guarantee that you can have a certain degree of self-protection when facing the disease. But now the Universe Umbrella Company has directly closed the purchase channel. If you want to buy it, you can, but you must show a certificate that you do have a disease that can endanger your life. Otherwise, I'm sorry, the Universe Umbrella Company will not grant you medicines. Even if it was a larger part of the gene recovery medicine and used it to help the poor, Jiang Cheng did not open up the purchase channels. This incident caused the wealthy people in the country to be very angry. They directly united and issued a statement. I do not understand the behavior of the Universe Umbrella Company. From now on, whether it is any cooperation with your company, we not accepted. That's right, businessmen should be profit-oriented. Selling dog meat on sheep's clothing, don't you just want to earn a good reputation? But you have to understand that you have to pay a serious price for doing this. Those inferior people die if they die, but they are just a bunch of untouchables. What qualifications do they have to live in this world? These rich people said it's ugly, but the fact is that now this society has formed a hierarchy. The rich and powerful are superior, but Jiang Cheng still insists on his decision because he always believes that the good people in this world are rewarded. The Universe Umbrella Company is facing a huge crisis. A large part of the partners have canceled their cooperation because they feel that Jiang Cheng is ignorant of current affairs. However, after a week of anxious waiting, the Universe Umbrella Company's medicines are also on sale. Most of them, although most of them are free gifts, they caused an uproar on the internet. Mr. Jiang Cheng is the real Jishihuachuo. He is the heaven in this world, the real God. In terms of benevolence, no one can compare with him. Since you want to boycott Mr. Jiang Cheng, then we can also boycott you. Can the rich be unkind? Since you think we are just a bunch of untouchables, then I want to see, without us untouchables, go to farm and produce. You rich, what do you eat and drink? A big wave of boycotts is set off across the country, but for any company that breaks with Universe Umbrella Company, no one will take care of their business because they all know that when they are sick, they are in trouble. At that time, who stood up and gave them hope? As the old Chinese saying goes, saving lives is like living parents. Although it is impossible to really compare Jiang Cheng to his parents, everyone can understand that this person is from the heart and hopes that they can live better. If it were not the case, Jiang Cheng would not make these statements publicly. Up. As for the products of the Universe Umbrella Company, although there are few rich people who come to buy it, most of the ordinary people are buying some items of the Universe Umbrella Company as much as possible. After a month, the performance of the entire company has not decreased, but has also slightly improved. This is also very normal. Generally speaking, there will be a rich man out of 100 people. From the perspective of the base ratio, these really influential rich people actually do not account for a large proportion. Those who win the hearts of the people win the world. Jiang Cheng has achieved this, so it is very reasonable that he can become the supported by everyone. And what is the end of the companies that publicly boycotted? Needless to say, in just 1 month, all those who had publicly boycotted Jiang Cheng before, the entire company was on the verge of bankruptcy. Although it was barely hanging on, but in a short time, it was still if they can't find a way to solve it, then their company is likely to face bankruptcy. Until now, today they really understand one thing, that is, don't fight against Jiang Cheng, regardless of whether they have this qualification. From a single point of view, people wholeheartedly want to promote the development and progress of mankind, and that is the talent that the country is trying to cultivate. What is the most lacking in the 21st century? Yes, it is talent. Jiang Chengbo is undoubtedly the guy that any major country in the world dreams of, but to be honest, this group of guys is going to die by themselves. Jiang Cheng has already said very, very clearly, that is, when you have a major disease that really needs gene restoration medicine, he will definitely take it out. He will never be stingy. But the group of guys obviously don't need it very much. They just want to buy something to prevent the future. Why is this necessary? Jiang Cheng can say that he is not a pure businessman, and he still understands the principle of saving the dead and helping imitate. These rich people are humans, aren't the little ordinary people human? Life is equal, and there is no distinction between high and low. He understood this very thoroughly, so this time he achieved such a huge success. Speaking of this, we must also mention genetic evolution medicine. Those rich people have no choice because Jiang Cheng hasn't opened up channels for recovery potions, so they can only make ideas on another potion, that is, genetic evolution potions. In fact, the preciousness of these two potions is equal. One is recovery and the other is strengthening. Originally, this kind of medicine was not ready to be sold to everyone, but those rich people are indeed very relevant. With a lot of money, they finally got some. After they took the genetic evolution medicine, they only had one feeling, that the body becomes taller, faster, and stronger. As far as this point is concerned, they have to admire the fact that Jiang Cheng is indeed a god. I don't know how he researched these things. Either one can have an unprecedented impact on this era. However, when Jiang Cheng knew about this, it was unavoidable to be furious again. Why can they get the genetic evolution potion in my hand? Is this thing for do those people use it? It's all a bunch of scum. Jiang Cheng's anger is not unreasonable. He didn't plan to open up the sale of the gene evolution medicine, but wanted to give them to Jun people for free. There is a good saying, there are no years in this world, it's just because someone is carrying your weight. Every minute and every second on this earth, there are places where Zhan fights are taking place. We do not live in a peaceful world, but the good news is that we live in a peaceful home country. Jun people, in order to protect the safety of the people of Guo, were born to death. This is what Jiang Cheng thought at the beginning. The genetic evolution potion is indeed one of the greatest inventions in the world, but he is definitely not for those fat-tiered businessmen for pleasure only. After clarifying this fact, he directly dialed the leader's phone. "Oh, it's Xiao Jiang, what do you want me to do?" The leader was a little surprised, but he still connected the call immediately. To be honest, even if it was the call from the US president at this time, he could do the same. If you don't answer, you have to choose to ask clearly what Jiang Cheng is. After all, in the heart of the leader, Jiang Cheng is already rarer than the panda for the entire Huaxia. "Hello, leader. Your time is too precious. Let me make a long story short. In fact, I am about the previous genetic evolution potions, which is different from the restoration potions. One is used to save people, and the other is used to strengthen people. But in fact, in my opinion, although the gene evolution medicine cannot directly save people, from another level, it can save more people than the gene restoration medicine." Jiang Cheng is serious, said. The leader felt a little interesting. He smiled and asked, "I know that the gene restoration medicine can save people. I heard that the kid from the small family can get out of bed because of using your stuff. I'm walking now. But you said that this gene evolution medicine can help people. I don't understand it. Can you tell me the specific reasons?" Actually, the reason is very simple. There is only one point. Now it is the Jun people who are defending our home Yuan. Although said that under the hard training every day, their physical strength is much stronger than ordinary people. But Jiang Cheng deliberately slowed down his tone and then slowly said, "But the most critical problem is that even though our Jun people are training hard every day, we are inherently disadvantaged. No matter how hard we work, it is impossible. Better physical fitness than others." The specific situation can be seen in those sports. For example, basketball players, most of them are white and black people who dominate the king. The muscles on their bodies are piece by piece, which is simply too tough. And what about us yellow people? For so many years, I have not seen a few who can really show off on the court. Just comparing the two kinds of people together can clearly distinguish them. The yellow people will obviously feel thinner. Therefore, I want to take out all my genetic evolution medicines for use by Jun, with only one purpose, which is to make their physical fitness far exceed Jun in other countries in this world. There is nothing to say. Only when these soldiers become stronger can our country be more stable and stable. I have no reluctance at all, because I know very well that it is precisely because of these great Jan soldiers that the danger is placed on the door of the country. In addition, we can live with peace of mind in the country of Zhu. Jiang Cheng's words were very impassioned, but he didn't know that these words were heard in the ears of the leaders, but they were like thunderous ears. No one knows the quality of the Jun team in his home country better than him as a leader. It can be said that in this world, there is no one who works harder than the Jun people in Huaxia. Silent dedication, selfless dedication, there must be their presence in dangerous places. Who can really think of them? For this point, Jiang Cheng's reputation is well deserved. "How is it, leader? Do you think this idea of mine is okay?" Jiang Cheng asked cautiously. No matter what, when facing him, Jiang Cheng must always pay attention to the caution of his words, otherwise it is very likely to cause trouble. "I don't know what to say, but first I want to thank you, Jiang Cheng, and I want to thank you on behalf of all Jun officials. Yes, you're right. Our Huaxia people's physical fitness is indeed not as good as those of Zifang's family, but our soldier training is worse than any of them. When a natural disaster strikes, we the Guanbing is not at the forefront. Thanks to their hard work and their sacrifices, if it were not for them, how could this country be able to live so happy? Earlier I heard that you blocked the purchase rights of those wealthy people and forbade them to unconditionally purchase gene restoration medicines. When I first heard this news, I still felt a little disbelief. There is really a businessman in this world who does not value it. Is it profitable? But now I can totally believe that you are such a person. Do it if you want to do it. No matter what the final result is, I will accept all of them. If you have something to do in the future, please contact my secretary directly, and he will let you go unconditionally." "Come on," the leader said with concern. Basically, when he said this sentence, it means that everything has been negotiated. Jiang Cheng can officially start to handle this matter. It is not easy to get this permission. It is even more so non-stop for Jiang Cheng. He will do it if he wants to. He immediately started contacting Zhang Manlin to explain her remaining matters. What to do? It was different from that of the small team leader. This time, he had to go there in person for whatever he said. Among them, there were several very key points. First of all, his staff did not know the strength of this medicine better than him. Therefore, he must personally observe the dynamics of each step. It is very important to ensure the safety of the Jun officials. Bai Jing and they are the most lovable group of people. They must not make a little mistake. After figuring this out, Jiang Cheng went to Jun's siling department without stopping. On the road, I encountered many Zhan guards standing guard, but basically everyone stared straight ahead without any distraction. Even when Yu Jiangcheng was at the door, he was actually stopped. It is simply unimaginable. In today's world, there are people in Huaxia who do not know him. If it is normal, Jiang Cheng said that he would have to deal with his cards, but here today, even if he has a big anger, he must be suppressed. Because he knows very well that the people in front of him are Jun people, and what they do every day, and even what they will do in the future, is to protect the lives of everyone in this country. They usually don't pay too much attention to those. Entertainment, news, or something, because these bells and whistles for them, there is no need at all. The only thing they have to do is to train and retrain to raise their bodies, and when they are needed in the country of Zhu, become Zhu a sharp knife of the country. This kind of person is something Jiang Cheng respects in his heart. Even if they don't recognize themselves, they don't have any idea of blaming it. After Jiang Cheng declared his identity, the county scholar Zhan went back and reported it with a suspicious look. To be honest, no matter who it is, no one will believe it. The boy in front of him seems to be only a teenager. He actually kept saying that he was a scientist, but the Zhan scholar was just puzzled and didn't say much, because he noticed that the person next to Jiang Cheng was the secretary next to the leader. This kind of big man will not easily bring people here. Since they brought Jiang Cheng here, they can only explain one thing. This kid may really have some unexpected strength. Otherwise, wouldn't take him to such a secret place. Holding Mr. Jiang, I didn't know that you were a scientist before. After all, your appearance is really too young. Here, I solemnly apologize to you. Our siling officer would like to ask. After that fellow Zhan came back, he directly apologized to Jiang Cheng without saying anything. Officer Siling is an old Jiangjun. It is said that he participated in the early Zhan campaign. When he heard this guy say that Jiang Cheng stopped at the door, he just came here without saying anything. Scolded, do you want to die? People are scientists who are specially invited by leaders to help us, but you actually blocked them out. Do you have any insight? The old siling officer thought for a while and couldn't help but jumped over again. In Jun, this kind of thing is very common. They are all straight-tempered men. Young Jun officers may fortunately. Older people like Lao Jiangjun usually don't say anything and just stand in their eyes. These recruits are like their children, and their children are disobedient. Isn't it normal to beat or scold? After being severely taught by the old siling officer, this Zhan scholar understood what a serious, stupid thing he did today. People made it clear that they were here to help themselves, but in the end they stopped others outside without saying anything. It was like a dog biting Lu Dongbin and not knowing good people. There was nothing to say. He felt that he had to apologize to Jiang Cheng, otherwise he would always feel sorry for him. In the face of such an apology from a Zhan scholar, Jiang Cheng did not dare to accept it. He did not know how much effort and hardship he put in to defend his country. Get up quickly. You don't need to apologize to me. On the contrary, I should thank you. Yes, if you didn't defend our homeland, we would have been living in deep water now. Thank you very much. After finishing speaking, Jiang Cheng hurriedly helped the Zhan scholars. These great gifts from the Zhan scholars, let alone anything else, he can't afford it. It's okay. Just leave me alone. I heard from our chief. You are here to help us this time. I hope you have a lot of yours. Don't worry about it. I just stopped you. I also heard that you can help us improve our physical fitness. You don't need to improve mine. Leave the opportunity to others. Those newcomers will need it even more. If Bai Jing's body is stronger, it will be more. A chance to survive. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng was of course unhappy. He came here with his intention to help all of them. How could he favor one another? Since you have decided to help, then you must help to the end. Don't worry, brother. I'm a teenager this year, and it's not too much to call you eldest brother. Although the genetic evolution medicine I brought this time is a bit precious, I will definitely guarantee it. Every Jun person can use it. No one will lose this opportunity. After all, you are the loveliest people. Jiang Cheng said solemnly this time. What he said would not make them feel wronged. Even if you have done your money, you must ensure that every Zhan can use his own gene-enhancing potion. The little Zhan, she was very moved. The feeling of holding back his tears and not letting it flow out made Jiang Cheng very distressed. Let's go. Officer Siling is still waiting for you inside. The little Zhanman held back his tears because he remembered a sentence: a man can bleed, but he can't cry. Everyone continued to walk in. The thing Jiang Cheng did not expect before coming was that Siling would actually be an old man, but unlike ordinary old people, Zhang Siling could not feel any oldness and retreat at all, but it was like a sharp sword. It is possible to kill the enemy again at any time. Sure enough, I heard that Officer Zhang Siling was an old Zhan who had been on the battlefield. Unlike ordinary soldiers, he is a true man who has seen blood. Just looking at it can give people a murderous aura. This kind of aura is something that Jiang Cheng has not experienced in anyone. Hey, you are Xiao Jiang. Are you young and promising? I have only heard of your name before, but I have never seen your real person. I really can't believe it. I didn't believe in any so-called geniuses in the world before, but after seeing you, I refreshed me. Regarding the concept of Tian Japanese letter, Zhang Siling said with a smile, looks like a kind old man Jiang Cheng can notice. The look he looks at when he looks at him, this is an old man who cares for his younger generations, not a killer. Decisively dropped Jun. And Jiang Cheng can be sure that what he sees from his eyes is a more distant future, not the present. This is really an old man who is old, but still attached to his homeland. For this kind of old man, all Jiang Cheng can give is unlimited respect. Apart from this, he has no other thoughts. Thank you, Zhang Siling, for showing her love. Actually, I'm not as mysterious as others say, but my mind is slightly smarter than them. Jiang Cheng said with a smile, at this time we should be modest or be modest. Fart, if you just be smarter, wouldn't other people become silkworms? Zhang Siling suddenly yelled, almost not scaring Jiang Cheng's heart disease out. This old guy is disarming himself. Seeing Jiang Cheng slapped a vengeful look in his eyes, Zhang Siling was relieved. In fact, Gang Japanese letter S approach is also a kind of temptation, mainly because Jiang Cheng looks too young. Up. Being young is a little bit unbelievable, so he has no choice but to test it out. If it is a spy sent by an enemy country, it would be really bad. Although teenagers say that their minds are much smarter than others, they can't hide them, but they are panicked about accidents. Only people who have been in this world for decades will feel numb to some sudden events because everything is commonplace and will not affect their mentality. But Jiang Cheng's performance is back, yes. His sudden panic is totally impossible to pretend. Long Siling smiled and continued. Xiao Jiang, I actually heard that the kid from the team leader's house was cured by you, right? Yes, it was indeed me who used the gene recovery potion to recover the success of Brothers Yang. Land. This is a fact, and Jiang Cheng doesn't need to hide it. Yes, boy, from this point of view, you are quite amazing. Zhang Siling laughed. He was friends with the team leader when he was young. The brotherhood between life and death between the two cannot be erased anyway. For the son of the little team leader, Zhang Siling is naturally very fond of him. But since Yang Chuanli suffered from that kind of strange disease, the little team leader's spirit seems to have been a little more frustrated. As an old friend, he really sees it. It hurts in his heart, but he doesn't know how to enlighten. After all, this is a heart disease, and only heart medicine can heal it. And Jiang Cheng, the kid who cured Xiang Chuanli, undoubtedly healed the biggest heart disease of the little team leader. As an old friend, he was also very happy. If it wasn't for him to have Jun things to do, he would have rushed back to take a good look at what the situation is. I don't know what surprise your kid is going to bring me this time. Just let me have a look. It can help, I will definitely help. After talking about some topics, Zhang Siling finally returned to the topic. This is the key to Jiang Cheng's coming today. In fact, it is like this, Zhang Siling. Our company has developed a new medicine, which is developed at the same time as the gene restoration medicine, called the gene evolution medicine. This medicine is different from the gene restoration medicine, and its main function is not to be able to cure people's illnesses, but to maximize the genes in the body. Scientists have made such an argument before that the potential development of the human body is less than 1%. And I remember that there was a movie called Super Body that focused on how to develop the potential of the human body, our genetic evolution. The medicine has no other effect, but it is very important. It can fully strengthen the human body's genes to an incredible level. Anyone who has used this gene will get a substantial increase in both physical fitness and intelligence. The average person can increase the level by about 3 times, while the people with greater potential can increase to 5 times. Among them, it cannot be ruled out that some people will have bipolar deviations. For example, if their strength increases more and their intelligence increases less, this will be true. And I know what problems the old siling will worry about. You are afraid that this thing will cause harm to the human body. But what I want to say is absolutely impossible. It is absolutely impossible to cause any harm to the human body, because this is an evolutionary medicine, rather than a short-term increase in the potential of the human body. Zhang Siling looked at Jiang Cheng with satisfaction. He suddenly discovered that this kid is not only smart, but also very good at talking. He directly said all the questions he wanted to ask. That's right, after all, what old Siling is most worried about is the safety of this gang. He can ignore everything else, but one thing must be remembered. No matter how powerful this thing is, he must never cause any damage to his opponent's Guanbing. They are all children of the people, and each of them plays a decisive role in the heart of old Siling. If the price of gaining power is for these Zhan scholars to pay for their lives, it is not worth it anyway. It's okay to old Siling, even this thing, it really hurts the body, that's nothing. The purpose of our existence is to defend the country and the people. As long as I can fight with the reactionaries vigorously, it's worth it. The Zhan scholars under their hands immediately stood up and said that for them, their own safety is not that important. The stability and harmony of the country is the most important. You group of silkworms, I have not heard anyone say that there is nothing at all. Are there any disadvantages to it? If it is really flawed, Xiao Jiang will definitely not use it for you. Old Siling kicked there very much and said angrily, although I am very moved, it is not a time to be a hero at this time. You must know that these Zhan scholars also have family members, and you must not let them have any accidents. Or else, give me a team, and I will come use this medicine to help them intensify their training. 1 month later, let's take a look at the results. Jiang Cheng knows that if they are not allowed to see the effect of this medicine, no one will believe it. So he plans to use a small team to do experiments, and then gradually promote it to all Zhan. Hearing this suggestion, Zhang Siling seriously considered it, and he found that this was the only way, and he could only do what Jiang Cheng said, because he really had no better way. This can only be done. This is a Zhan event experiment. Xiao Jiang's purpose is to help you strengthen your body, but this genetic evolution medicine is just produced, and has not been put into use on a large scale. Those of you have the guts dare to give it a try. Following Zhang Siling's order, several tall men stood up in an instant, and even the guy who stopped Jiang Cheng at the door immediately stood up. We are willing. Everyone said in unison, with no fear and determination in the tone. Heizi, you come out, you can't do it. Zhang Siling looked at the past one by one, but before he saw the Zhan scholar standing outside the door at that moment, my brow frowned and he was taken out. Why can't I? How can they? Why can't I? Heizi said with an angry face. Why? People have older brothers and sisters, younger brothers and sisters. You are the only child you say can it work. Zhang Siling said angrily, giving out a reason that he could hardly refute. You're dead, what should you do if you visit your mother? You don't think about them. Zhang Siling said angrily, with a very firm tone, saying that he would not let this kid participate in anything. But Heizi was stunned on the spot. He didn't know what to say. He didn't think that old Siling was so determined, which made him a little at a loss. Let's go. You can't say anything to let you participate in this test, or else. The next test will be on you, don't you think it? Zhang Siling saw that this kid was really stubborn. He had no choice but to propose the next condition. In fact, if this thing is really dangerous, the first test has been able to test all of them, and by the second time, they are basically ready for use. Zhang Xiling is quite relieved about this. Haizi originally wanted to make trouble, but when he heard that his Xiling had already regressed so much, he couldn't help it. He couldn't continue to behave. He could only reluctantly accept it. And at this time, Zhang Siling Japanese letter turned to Jiang Cheng. I'm optimistic. It's this group of people who are all hardwired men. The man of the men, Zhao Jiang, I tell you, you must bring them all out to me. Have you heard? Jiang Cheng stood up straight for a Jun ceremony and said solemnly that he received the order and promised to live up to your expectations. After that, Jiang Cheng left with a group of Jun people, and the guy at the head was called Zhang Dabiao. The captain of this team didn't know what was going on. When he saw Zhang Dabiao, Jiang Cheng always had the feeling of seeing old Jun. The rest of the team members were elite Zhan soldiers in the army. Basically, all of them have shined in the Tezhong soldier contest, and can be regarded as a sharp knife among sharp knives. This time, old Xiling really paid the money. These few soldiers are basically his own flesh and blood, and he is definitely not willing to let one out. But this time, in order to be able to support Jiang Cheng's activities, basically all Jun is dispatched, because in the eyes of the old man, ordinary soldiers may not be able to support this powerful medicinal effect. Only when these sharp knives are used can the result of this medicinal effect be seen. Mr. Jiang, the lives of our brothers will be handed over to you. It's up to you how to toss next. Zhang Dabiao grinned and showed white shiny teeth, said with a smile. Jun people, after years of training under the sun, my skin is basically dark, but my teeth are definitely white and shiny. Looking at it, it makes people feel more cordial. Jiang Cheng patted Tao Yi and said with a guarantee, don't worry, no matter what, I won't let you suffer any harm. In fact, we have already used the medicine this time. I have tested it on the human body, and there is absolutely no harm. Let me tell you one more news. In fact, even my own body has been strengthened. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Jiang Chengyu is not surprising and dead. Directly, a single sentence confuses them, Zhang Dabiao. He never thought that this time the experiment of betting on life is actually unnecessary. Jiang Cheng has already tested the efficacy of this drug, and he tested it on his own body. What could be more trustworthy than this test? If it is not 100% rest assured, I believe that no one will use this kind of uncertain thing on himself casually, right? Although he believed Jiang Cheng's words, but looking at this small body, he really didn't believe how strong it could be. Zhang Dabiao said with a little embarrassment, Mr. Jiang, this is still not good. If I go on, you may dead. In the face of Zhang Dabiao's hesitation, Jiang Cheng smiled completely inappropriately. You know, his body has been strengthened. Although Zhang Dabiao is a well-trained soldier, his strength should be much higher than that of ordinary people. But he is not worth mentioning in the face of advanced people like him who have undergone genetic evolution. Seeing Jiang Cheng with a smile on his face, as if he didn't take what he said, Zhang Dabiao felt a little bit angry. He hesitated and finally said, Comrade Jiang Cheng, then I will do it. Call it out if it hurts. Not much to say, Zhang Dabiao began to control his strength, probably at about 50%. After all, Jiang Cheng looks like a child from all aspects. Facing this kind of youth, he dare not kill him. Although only 50% of the strength is used, it still looks like a whistling wind to ordinary people. The momentum is very scary. However, Jiang Cheng stood in front of this and steadily accepted Zhang Dabiao's punch. As if nothing had happened, this made him a little frightened. What's the situation? Jiang Cheng, how are you feeling now? If it hurts, just say it, we won't laugh at you. Zhang Dabiao asked kindly, but Jiang Cheng just patted Cheng's mouth and then said with a smile, Brother Zhang, are you looking down on me? You obviously didn't use all your strength. When Jiang Cheng said this, all the soldiers present were shocked. My goodness, this kid looks like he's only a teenager. Brother Bio has to weigh a few hundred katas at least for a while. Although he didn't use his full strength in this punch, he was at least more than an adult's weight. He didn't even move. Do you believe it? I don't believe it anyway. It's terrible. Is this the function of the genetic evolution medicine? It's incredible. Sure enough, a group of people who play power are still inferior to others who play brains. To be honest, Zhang Da was a little bit sad. He took a closer look at Jiang Cheng and expressed some suspicion. Seeing the doubt in Zhang Da's eyes, Jiang Cheng no longer hid his skills and directly took off the clothes on his upper body, revealing the strong inside. His muscles are different from those common muscular men in gyms. Their muscles are all in blocks and look very strong. However, Jiang Cheng is not like that. Although he has a lot of muscles, it does not make the whole person look very strong. It's a very fine muscle with a very beautiful line. Just looking at it, you can feel the power spraying out of the sea. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important point is that Jiang Cheng, there is not even a trace of the attack on the part of the guy's mouth. It is reasonable to say that ordinary people will have to leave 1 or 2 red marks on the fake body when they are hit with hundreds of kilograms of force. None of these things happened to Jiang Cheng, and his pottery mouth was still white and there were no scars. How is it? Brother Zhang, you can trust me now. This is the consequence of the genetic evolution medicine. It can greatly strengthen your body and make your physical fitness different from ordinary people. One Jiang Chengshu said, because I am very clear in my heart, no matter how many good things I say, I will not let others see the success of this thing with their own eyes. Brother Jiang Cheng, I have believed everything you said, but I still have to mention you for one thing. Zhang Dabiao carefully recalled the process of Gang Japanese letter. He was almost 100% sure that if it weren't for Jiang Cheng to take the genetic evolution medicine, there would never be such a terrible physical strength. A person who trains, so Zhang Dabiao also knows very well that strength can only be cultivated through arduous training day by day. But for a little guy like Jiang Cheng, no matter how hard he trains, his age is still too young. In addition, he is not even 18 years old now. Maybe even his body has not fully developed yet. And at such a young age, being able to possess such terrifying power, if it really shocked him, we must use the gene evolution medicine, but I'm not sure about this kind of thing. Is it really harmless to the body? Zhang Dabiao raised his own question. The stronger Jiang Cheng is, the more he doubts its medicinal properties. There is no free lunch in the world, and Zhang Dabiao knows very well that the price of gaining power must be defects in some places. However, in the face of the Jun official's questioning, Jiang Cheng slowly said, Big brother Zhang, your suspicion is actually reasonable, but can I explain it to you like this? Our human bodies inherently hide endless potential, but it takes a long time to evolve. Maybe in a few years, when the development of science and technology reaches a certain level, our human strength can still be greatly improved. And this kind of genetic evolution medicine I developed can greatly eliminate the time required for human self-evolution, so that we can find the level of humans in the future. What can you not worry about, after all? As its creator, I am the first to use it. Jiang Cheng's words were very sincere, and even Zhang Dabiao couldn't help but be moved. He suddenly felt that the young man in front of him looked young, but to be honest, if his heart of worrying about the country and the people really made people feel great. As the creator of this medicine, he himself was the first person to use this medicine. As far as this point is concerned, he can no longer question anything. Okay, just listen to you. A group of us use this first to see how it works. Just do it. When Zhang Dabiao finished saying this sentence, he basically assumed that this action could officially begin. Jiang Cheng didn't hide it. He brought the best genetic evolution medicines, absolutely perfect products without any flaws. Of course, this evolutionary process will still cause the human body to experience unspeakable pain. Beijing is equivalent to reorganizing the cell divisions in the body, but the effect that can be improved is also obvious. Zhang Dabiao lying in the nutrition warehouse, although he can't speak and act, but he can feel that there is really a vigorous growth in his body. When he can leave this nutrition warehouse, he should be able to reborn. 7 days later, Zhang Dabiao and others finally came out of the same thing. But one thing that can be clearly felt is that everyone seems to be a lot thinner than before. This is indeed a bit confusing, you know. They used to be a muscular man, but now, basically everyone has changed into an ordinary person. The strong muscles on the body have become more solid, just like Jiang Cheng. Is it possible that such an ordinary thin body can really have any great power? When everyone asked Zhang Dabiao about them, these people just smiled and didn't speak. Zhang Xiling came here once halfway, and saw that several of his subordinates had become so thin and his eyes were distressed. But he didn't say anything. After all, it was a mule or a horse, and he hadn't pulled it out for a walk. Jiang Cheng made a suggestion before, that is, after they come out of the nutrition warehouse, let them compete with some of the previous elite troops. Speaking of the elite, in fact, Zhang Debiao and the others were two powerful elite troops before, but to be honest, just by their current appearance, there are indeed few guys who can be eye-catching. Debiao, what's the matter with you recently? You suddenly lost so much weight. A member of the elite army asked with a smile. It's no wonder that Zhang Debiao used to train with them. The sturdy muscles are so scary to watch, but now it's not the case. All of them suddenly became skinny, really. People can't help but contempt. Don't be too proud of you, kid, saying that I am really tired now, but do you dare to have an upright confrontation with Laozi? Believe it or not, I can cry you. Faced with the distress of the old leader, he can only smile over. But facing the Zhan friends who had trained with him before, and even said that some of these guys are inferior to him, he even dared to run over and laugh at him. Zhang Debiao was really intolerable. I'm more afraid of anyone than anyone. Just because of the appearance of your skinny monkey now, he is the one who can give you a minute to get down. That guy was naturally not convinced, and raised his cheeks and shouted. The dignified contest is about to unfold soon. No one is convinced, others may not know, but the few guys who have used the genetic evolution medicine with Ruojiang Cheng these days are very clear in their hearts how powerful this thing is. To put it simply, each of them's strength has risen at least twice, and some can even increase by 3 to 5 times. For example, Zhang Debiao, this guy has good physical fitness. Even Jiang Cheng dare not dare. I believe that the nutrient solution in the nutrition cabin can probably be used by one person for more than half a year without eating. However, who would have thought that when Zhang Debiao used the genetic evolution potion, all the innermost nutrient solution was absorbed into the body, and the strength of the whole body was increased by more than 5 times. Now it can be said that it is not an exaggeration that he is a humanoid beast. The official start of the competition, this first level is not to directly let them compete, but to choose the training mode that they often used in the past to train. For example, running laps. Logically speaking, this group of well-trained soldiers ran more than 20 kilometers casually every day. That was easy and easy. However, this time, Zhang Debiao directly put the number in 50 kilometers. Miles and above. Goodness, that's a 50-kilometer trail run. This is definitely not a joke. At that time, many people thought Zhang Debiao was crazy, but this kid just smiled if he showed his big white teeth and said solemnly, "My party is less than 50 kilometers, just say something. So do you dare to compare? How many of those who dare not to be more than us are not violent? Who can stand Zhang Debiao's provocation?" At that time, all of them followed their necks and said with a flushed face, "By Jubai, Jin is afraid that you can run 50 kilometers. Zhang Debiao, are we just being soft-hearted?" As soon as this sentence is opened, basically, this competition is inevitable. What makes people feel more curious is that when Zhang Debiao and the others were competing, Jiang Cheng also came over. It seemed that they were going to run the 50 kilometers with them. At that time, many soldiers laughed. Go, what is your little boy coming to join in the fun? This is 50 kilometers, you can run at most 1/5 of the distance, you absolutely can't keep going. Haha, that's right, Jiang Cheng Xiao brother, you still stay at the end honestly. Wait for us to come over, isn't that right? Even if we usually run 20 or 30 kilometers, we are too tired. This teenage little boy follows, and that is really a big loss. People who have not been exposed to genetic evolution agents have maintained a skeptical attitude towards Jiang Cheng. However, only Zhang Debiao and others can tell the truth clearly. Based on your current physical fitness, can you compare with Jiang Cheng? This is still a problem. After all, they are the first people to take genetic evolution medicine, and they are still so young. In the future, they will be able to get a substantial increase in their body strength. Okay, all of them are men. Is it interesting? Brother Jiang Cheng wants to try with us, so you can let him follow. Zhang Debiao had to stand up and speak for Jiang Cheng. Looking at this one, I think Jiang Cheng is a child, and he is also very upset. Yes, although others are a little younger, Jiang Cheng, his brain and talent are by no means comparable to them. To be honest, if one day Jiang Cheng encounters any danger, Zhang Dabiao will save his life, and he must be saved. You know, staying in a home country like this with his mind can definitely make a home country develop and improve unimaginably in a short time. Jiang Cheng is this type of person, if the future country is to become stronger and more prosperous. So talents like Jiang Cheng are absolutely not allowed to have any accidents. Even if they save their lives, they must protect the integrity of this young man. After all, this is the hope for the future. After all, only Jiang Cheng can truly make Huixia stand on top of the world, and they are willing to be a green river for some. With Zhang Xiling's order, the game can be regarded as officially started, and most people are like leaving. Like a stringed arrow, he rushed out crazy. However, Zhang Dabiao and others still stood in place and did not move a bit. This is a bit confusing. What is going on? I said before that they were going to compete, but now why do they stand still in silence without moving? This makes most people do not understand, but Zhang Dabiao and others do have their own thoughts. Little Jiang Cheng brother, do you think we should wait for them to run before starting? Zhang Dabiao smiled and asked Jiang Chengdao. To be honest, it's not because he doesn't want to run, but because he moves casually now, and the speed is so fast and scary. Bolt is the fastest man in the world, but they are faster than Bolt. It's not a grade to come there. But if the opponent ran a distance of close to 1 kilometer. Zhang Dabiao's people finally started to move, and Zhang Xiling, who judged the outcome of the entire game, finally let go of his hanging heart. Just now, when he saw Zhang Dabiao and the others didn't start running, he thought that something was wrong, and all of them started moving. They can also follow. Zhang Xiling sat in the car with a telescope in his hand, looking at everything in front of him. Hey, let's not say that these guys are really motivated. The ones who ran faster have already ran for nearly 1 kilometer. It is faster than usual training, but it is not a grade. It seems that I have hidden them one by one. No, after today's things are over, I have to give them more tasks. Zhang Xiling smiled, but then he couldn't laugh, because he's seeing a scene that made him unbelievable. Zhang Dabiao and others finally started to move after the other party ran for a kilometer. But the incredible thing is that each of them moves very fast, so fast that people can't see the shadow. All of them are like flying. My God, what speed is this? Is this still the speed that normal humans can have? Zhang Xiling is a little confused. He is also a soldier. He knows how fast a person can reach, but judging from the current situation, he can't believe everything in front of him anyway. Compared with humans, cars should run faster. But when Zhang Dabiao's people catch up from behind, the speed is not at all slower than the cars. Good leadership. Even as they ran, they still thought to say hello to Zhang Xiling. Zhang Xiling waved at them stiffly as a response to this greeting, but he couldn't figure out how the speed of this group could be so fast. Am I too old? I'm dazzled. Seeing Zhang Dabiao and several people have run away, even surpassing the speed of the car, Zhang Xiling asked the Jun officials next to him coldly. I also think I am a little dazzled, but this seems to be true. Zhang Dabiao and the others are really fast, a little scary. These Jun officials also saw this clearly and stood up and said one by one. Then it is almost certain that they are not dazzled, but actually see the incredible speed. At this time, Zhang Dabiao's people still have time to chat. Brother Jiang Cheng, I won't say anything else, but the effect of your thing is really powerful and beyond words. It's really too fast. I never dreamed that I could have such a fast speed. Zhang Dabiao said solemnly, feeling the changes in his body. No one is happier than him. Because on the frontal Zhan field, how strong one's physical fitness can be, it proves that there is a chance to survive from the Zhan field. It can be said that this kid Jiang Cheng indirectly saved many lives. He may not even know. But their soldiers are extremely clear and understanding. As long as this thing can be popularized, and most soldiers can use it, then Huixia Jun team will be the most powerful and terrifying in the world. It will be a sharp knife that will be feared in any region. Don't worry, Brother Zhang. I will not sell this thing. But for you group of soldiers who are desperately fighting for their homeland, I have only one sentence to describe. There is as much as you want, even if it is we have emptied the entire Cosmos Umbrella Company, and we must build it for you. Jiang Cheng replied in a serious manner. As the CEO of Cosmos Umbrella Company, he does have the right to say this. Nothing else but one sentence. Although you are younger than me, from now on, the two of us will be real brothers. Zhang Dabiao has tears in his eyes, you know. They are all Jun people. It never bleeds without tears. It is indeed possible to make a Jun person moved into this look. This time, what a huge cost was spent by Jiang Cheng. The soldiers running in front were also a little dumbfounded at this time. They didn't expect that they would run out of breath. As a result, others just understated, chatting and caught up. What kind of shock it is that I can't imagine, my God. This is a kilometer. Let's not talk about it just now. And we ran for 2 or 3 minutes. How did they do it? In just 1 minute, I actually saw them chasing after our fart stocks. Could it be that their speed is exactly 3 times faster than ours? No, this is impossible. Absolutely not to be believed, however. Even though they couldn't believe the facts they saw before them, everything was like this. Zhang Dabiao and others not only caught up, but also chased them with great ease. Almost casually, they came to them without using any strength at all. This time they were really convinced. They thought of the arrogant things they had said to Zhang Dabiao's people before. Every one of the soldiers felt ashamed and could not wait to find a seam to get in. Regardless of whether others are thin and have no muscles on their bodies, all their strength is hidden in their bodies, and they are ready to emerge. When it really breaks out, it will not be something they can compete with. All in all, it's just one sentence. Since Zhang Dabiao and the others can take this medicine to be effective, then if soldiers like them can also take this genetic evolution medicine, they can hardly imagine it. In the middle of this competition, the ordinary soldiers basically couldn't see the figures. Most of them stayed about 25 kilometers away and began to gasp. Basically, there is no way to continue running. A marathon is different from an explosive long-distance running. A smooth running can properly adjust your breathing. This is a sustainable exercise. And explosive long-distance running, every step is consuming one's own strength. At about 25 kilometers, many people have reached their limit. The speed is simply scary. Basically, few ran 25 kilometers in less than half an hour. However, Zhang Dabiao's group of animals broke the 25-kilometer mark as early as 15 minutes or so and began to move toward 50 kilometers. Although the average soldiers have fallen for more than half, there are still a few others. Persevering in silence in Suya. For example, the previous sunspot is this kid. Don't think he is relatively thin, short, and dark in appearance. But the power hidden in this body is indeed a bit scary. This guy runs very fast. It is amazingly fast. But compared with Zhang Dabiao and the others, it is indeed much worse. But what is unexpected is that when Zhang Dabiao and the others broke through 25 kilometers and started to move towards 50 kilometers, this sunspot still did not give up and died. Followed deadly, about 10 kilometers away. Just about this point, Jiang Cheng can determine that if this kid said that he was allowed to use genetic evolution medicine, his physical fitness might have improved, perhaps even better than Zhang Dabiao. It might be more ferocious. All of them are really freaks. Jiang Cheng suddenly found that it was indeed a very correct thing to use this medicine in the Jun team. After all, let this kind of thing be sold, and it's just a waste of ordinary people. How much can the rich people's physical foundation improve? It's obvious. Especially the rich people with big belly. Each of them is very, very rich and looks greasy, but there is a little. This is because they don't have many muscles in their bodies, so these gene-strengthening agents are already very good if they can improve their physical fitness levels. Don't even think about how many times their strength can increase explosively. This is completely unrealistic, but for these soldiers to use, everything is different. Finally, Zhang Dabiao and others ran to the end almost effortlessly, and everyone looked quite calm, blushing a little at most, and breathing shortly. However, at least each of them could not feel obvious fatigue from their bodies, and another bigger surprise was that when they had rested at the finish line for more than 20 minutes, they actually saw Heisey. Panting and running over, and the smile on his face is very bright, but his face is pale as paper, as if he would fall down if he didn't pay attention. Heisey, how did you do it? Zhang Dabiao and others hurried over to support Heisey and asked quickly with a look of concern. After coughing hard for a few times, it can be seen that Heisey has indeed exhausted all his strength to get here. My God, you guys, these guys are really running too fast. Even I can't catch up. I'm completely convinced now. This gene-enhancing potion is really powerful. Heisey was out of breath and was very weak, so he said what he wanted to say. No, you are the strongest. We are able to achieve such a speed because of the use of genetic evolution drugs, but you can catch up with us by virtue of your original physical fitness. This shows that you are in all among ordinary soldiers. It is also the most remarkable one. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. He thought that Zhang Dabiao's physical fitness had reached a limit. It was a great thing for the Jun people of Huixia to be strengthened to this level, but he didn't expect Heisey to give him a bigger surprise. This is the real monster, a kid who should be a soldier. It is indeed a pity that the genetic evolution potion was not used by this kid last time. At this time, Zhang Xiling's talents rushed to the scene slowly in a car, not because they really couldn't catch up with Zhang Dabiao, but because they stopped halfway and checked the soldiers happening. Good guys, all of them are too tired. Just lie down halfway to rest. After checking everyone's situation, they drove like a car and slowly came to the end. As expected, they saw Zhang Dabiao waiting in place. But what they couldn't believe was that these people couldn't see the slightest fatigue on their faces. It seemed that the people who had run 50 kilometers just now were not like them. This is a bit powerful. Dabiao, are you guys okay? Zhang Xiling was a little uneasy and came over and asked. However, Zhang Dabiao has nothing to do with the party, but he feels that his breathing is a little faster than before, but there is really no sense of fatigue in his body 3. Even the muscles are warm, as if this kind of running is a very enjoyable thing for them. This is no wonder. Because they have just received the enhancement of genetic evolution medicine, their muscle level has reached a quite terrible level. But because they are in a state of self-cultivation these days, there is no way to train themselves. Strong muscles. Under this high-intensity run, I feel that the whole person has reached a level where I think of comfort, and it feels like returning from a sauna. I feel that my whole body has inexhaustible strength, and I am quite sane. Reporting, sir, we are all okay, but Heisey may have to take a good rest. He ran 50 kilometers in one breath. No one can withstand such a severe load. Zhang Dabiao said nothing after speaking. Heisey, who fell on the ground, suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood. At this time, Dr. Jun rushed up and hurriedly checked and said with a bitter face, "This guy gang has used too much strength, and it is a bumpy journey of 50 meters. There may be some ruptures in his internal organs. This is numb. If it is internal bleeding, there is basically no possibility of treatment." What? How could this be possible? Gang Japanese letter is so good. Zhang Dabiao and others were panicked at the time, and no one could have imagined that it would be such an outcome that Xiao Hai must be rescued at all costs. Zhang Xiling directly gave the order to die. Heisey and the other soldiers did not do the same. His family is an only child. He is such an only seedling. The family sent him to join Jun for the sake of his country, and in any case, he must be allowed to go back intact. But Dr. Jun really has no choice. After all, the Jun team does not have such good equipment. If you must save him, you must send him to an outside hospital for surgery. But the distance is far away and time is too late. At this time, Jiang Cheng finally spoke. Fortunately, I brought a few bottles of gene restoration medicine when I came, and it was finally able to be used. Hearing the words gene recovery medicine, everyone present instantly felt hopeful. After all, everyone knew how effective this thing was. Not much to say, now is the time in a hurry. The owner quickly put Xiao Hai on the stretcher and quickly sent him back to the base. Look at his appearance, don't even think about it. It must be caused by hemorrhage in the abdominal cavity of. Dr. Jun decided after making a simple judgment that he must have an operation. Therefore, the little black end was put on the operating table non-stop, and the congestion inside was drained by cutting the abdominal cavity. When donating blood, countless soldiers scrambled to give Xiao Hai blood. Jiang Cheng was very moved, and after everything was done, it was finally time for Jiang Cheng to use the gene recovery medicine. As the needle went down, the wound on Xiao Hai's body was recovering violently at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it healed very quickly. At the time, seeing this scene, many people were shocked and speechless. My goodness. This is simply a miracle. Seeing this effect, Jiang Cheng is quite calm in his heart. After all, the gene recovery agent is indeed at such a level. It accelerates the cell division in the patient's body to cause this crazy parataxis effect. Basically, seeing this time, most people are very clear that Xiao Hai is out of danger. In fact, even Jiang Cheng didn't know one thing. Although the soldiers in this Jun team looked like 5 big and 3 thick, in fact, everyone has a very deep background at home. Just kidding. This is the sharp knife camp with the highest requirements among all Jun teams. If it is not for the fact that their physical fitness is indeed strong enough for ordinary people, it is impossible to enter this sharp knife camp. And more are some family children who go to this sharp knife camp for gilding. After all, this is a place that improves their qualifications. If you know the people who come out of this sharp knife camp, there is basically one thing that needs to be said. That is the loyalty to the whole family and country. It must be loyal and undivided. As Xiao Hei's condition stabilizes, these soldiers also know a little bit. Jiang Cheng looks young, but he does have real talent. Maybe he is the most talented scientist of this century. Maybe they secretly made up their minds, no matter what. They must have a good relationship with Jiang Cheng. Maybe there will be a time to ask others in the future. Invisible, I added many hidden contacts for myself. But Jiang Cheng didn't know this at all. Haizi's condition is stable, but the test on Zhang Dabiao and theirs has not ended. The first step is a physical fitness test, so the second step is naturally an outbreak test. After watching their performance in the 50 kilometers, basically no one is fighting against them. Just kidding, these guys are just a group of monsters. Isn't fighting against them looking for death, so they can only use sandbags to do it themselves. Test, however, Zhang Dabiao felt that a sandbag could not reflect his true power at all, so he simply carried 10 sandbags in one go. The layers were stacked together, making everyone feel very spectacular. With so many sandbags, what do you want to do? When Zhang Xiling saw this scene, he was a little stunned at the time and asked hurriedly, "Hey sir, just watch it. I just want to test how strong I am now." Zhang Dabiao he smiled, looked at the sandbags that had been placed, and rubbed his fist vigorously. There were so many people onlookers around, Bai Jing, and they had all heard the legend about Zhang Dabiao and the group before. What a joke, running 50 kilometers in 1 hour. Do you think they are gods? Don't believe me, your kid must be lying to me. I'm really not kidding. Today, Zhang Dabiao and the others are going to conduct a strength test. They are on the training ground. Do you want to come and see? Because of these rumors, most of the people who have time rushed over. I want to see how big things Zhang Dabiao is going to do. 10 sandbags are placed together, which can weigh a ton. However, Zhang Dabiao is also a fool. He actually squatted, grabbed the bottom sandbag, and lifted it with all his strength. The result is obvious. If it can be lifted, it will be true. Isn't it scary? Although I couldn't lift this pile of sandbags, Zhang Dabiao tried his best to let the 10 sandbags loosen. This shows that at this moment, it is really possible for him to explode nearly a ton of power. After 2 failures, Zhang Dabiao was no longer angry with these sandbags, because he also knew that it was very likely that he only had so much strength. I want to lift a sandbag, but I still have some dreams. The experiment failed. He immediately started the second round of experiment. This time the goal was to place 10 sandbags horizontally and see how strong he could be. As Zhang Dabiao rubbed his hands, and then the veins on his forehead appeared. After he finished speaking, he punched out very hard and hit the 10 sandbags for an instant. Only the first sandbag exploded directly into the fragments were removed, and the next few were almost impossible to see. The strength was still passing crazily. When the last strength passed to the last sandbag, there was basically no movement. But when the soldiers opened the 10 sandbags one by one, they found a little bit. Although the last sandbag didn't move, a big hole was opened in the center, and sand gurgled out of the intestines. It's really not a myth to blast 10 sandbags with one punch. From the perspective of strength, it can also fully prove the power of Jiang Cheng. As soon as Zhao walked down, no one would doubt this. After all, the physical fitness of Zhang Dabiao and the group of people is really too good. Who can imagine that just a few days ago, they were still at the same level as them? However, in just a few days, an earth-shaking change took place, and it instantly transformed into a Superman mode. This is a very encouraging thing for any soldier. It is enough for them to know that their strength can be further improved. The situation on the real Zhan field is often ever-changing, maybe just a little bit stronger than others, may be able to unbalance the balance of the entire Zhan fight. Moreover, Zhang Dabiao and the others did not improve a little, but instantly increased their level several times, which is really terrifying. Of course, Zhang Xiling was more cautious in doing things. In order to avoid a large number of casualties among the personnel, he made a decision and did not give the rest of the soldiers the use of this genetic evolution medicine. Instead, he waited for a while. In his opinion, this effect is improved very obviously, and the speed is very fast. It only takes about a week to complete the evolution, so there is no problem in waiting for a while. After another month or so, it was basically possible to completely confirm that Zhang Dabiao and the others did not have any adverse reactions, and the genetic evolution medicine could finally be put into production. Of course, it does not mean that every soldier, native soldier, is qualified to use this kind of medicine. They want to use it, so don't you worry about it. Before deciding to give them use, let everyone sign an agreement. The first point is to keep it completely confidential and not to disclose any little information about this medicine. This is also to ensure Jiang Cheng's safety, and Bai Jing's medicinal effects are too shocking. If someone accidentally let another country's spies know the secrets of this stuff, Jiang Cheng would fall into a very dangerous situation. No matter which country he was, he would be jealous. Thought, it is not certain whether the life safety of this national treasure-level scientific researcher can be guaranteed at that time. After all, the first idea of other home countries is to catch Jiang Cheng and see if they can use it for them. If not, the final result must be a dead fish and a broken net. For by Jiang Cheng's level of genius, it is a great danger for them to stay in the enemy's camp. But Jiang Cheng didn't care about this at all. Comrade Xiao Jiang, you have been working hard these days. It must be very boring to keep following our group of big masters in the Jun team. Looking at Jiang Cheng's young but firm-faced demon, Zhang Xiling showed a concerned look more than once. This kid really fits his mind. To be honest, after seeing such an outstanding one in his lifetime, it is indeed a very happy thing for Zhang Xiling. Every time he looked at Jiang Cheng, Zhang Xiling seemed to see the future of Zhu country. It's okay, Zhang Xiling, I don't work hard at all. When I was very young, I had a dream of participating in the Jun to serve my country. Unfortunately, I have always regarded myself as a scientific researcher. After all, I want to thank you. If it weren't for the opportunity to come to the Jun team this time, I wouldn't be able to train with so many outstanding soldiers. This is telling the truth. Jiang Cheng has always longed for the iron-blooded life in the Jun team. During this period of time, while collecting samples from Zhang Daineng and others, he also looked like a soldier himself. Live every day, although a little tired, but a very fulfilling life. At the beginning, his training was the same as that of ordinary BFE soldiers, but then he gradually discovered that the training of ordinary soldiers is no longer applicable to them. It is completely too easy. It is easy to get all of them. The task is complete, and there is no gasping. After figuring this out, Zhang Xiling gave Zhang Dabiao a privilege, which was to allow Zhang Dabiao to arrange his own tasks. The amount of tasks to be added was all up to him. This makes Zhang Dabiao really embarrassed. In the final analysis, he is just a man of 5 big and 3 rough. He can easily complete no matter how rigorous training is usually. Jun people sweat without tears. Zhang Dabiao explained this sentence very well, but in terms of setting the task volume, he really couldn't do this. On the other hand, Zhang Xiling is also embarrassed, although he has been responsible for setting the amount of training for soldiers. But after so many years, Zhang Xiling is still very clear about the physical test of ordinary people. Although there will be a few freaks in a few years, the overall quality cannot be improved too much. After all, those who can be selected into this sharp knife battalion can be regarded as the special middle soldiers among the special middle soldiers. However, who knows that Jiang Cheng, a kid who actually researched such a magical thing, can raise the overall physical fitness to such a great level with just one use. He had no idea at what level Zhang Dabiao and the others had reached, if there was no way to judge the physical gap between them and ordinary soldiers. There is no way to formulate a rigorous amount of training tasks for them. In the end, everyone pushed around. This matter still hit Jiang Cheng's head. Da Bio's idea was very simple. Since Jiang Cheng, like them, has already used genetic evolution medicine, it shows his power over his body. Mastering the situation is much more accurate than others. The second point is that they are all 5 big and 3 rough men, but what about Jiang Cheng? They are genuine super geniuses. Is there anything in the world that Jiang Cheng can't handle? Anyway, the people in their entire Jun team now have a blind worship of Jiang Cheng. I don't know if this is good or bad, but at least, no matter what training rules Jiang Cheng wants to formulate, no one dares stand up and refute his opinion. After everyone agreed with Zhang Dabiao's views, Jiang Cheng could only reluctantly accept the plan for this task. Although it was reluctant to accept this task, for Jiang Cheng, it really wasn't a big deal. Collect all the data directly, and then give it to her artificial intelligence, Lucy. In less than 3 minutes, all the data has been analyzed. Although computers in this world will never be better than human brains, humans are far less fast than computers in terms of technological computing. When this task list came out, Jiang Cheng just glanced at him and almost fainted. Is this still something that humans can do? At that time, he was almost scared, and the first point was the first training task. Running back and forth for 50 kilometers must be done once a day. This task is completed in the morning. The second task is freehand rock climbing. You must have a mountain that is at least dry meters high, otherwise it will have no effect at all. If the first one can still be done, then the second one is enough to scare many people off seeing this task. What are you kidding about? If you climb a rock wall with bare hands, you have to have the courage to do such a thing. Inadvertently, falling from the top of the mountain is definitely a fate of shattered bones. However, Jiang Cheng was still a little worried about this at the time. He took this task to find Zhang Dabiao, and the latter just took a cursory glance and said confidently with a smile, "Brother Jiang, if I saw this task list of you before, I said that I would not be able to participate in it. But after you strengthened my body, I am very relieved of this. Is it just 1,000 meters of rock climbing? What's the point then? Don't say it's 1,000 meters. Now it's a 2,000-meter suspension in front of me, and I can climb it up for you, believe it or not." Zhang Dabiao was very confident and said directly, patted Zifu. After thinking about it carefully, Jiang Cheng also understood his self-confidence truth. In fact, what they strengthened this time was not only strength, but even reaction and intelligence were greatly improved. Therefore, it can be called a genetic evolution medicine. This is the most critical point. It is precisely because it can improve a person's physical fitness in an all-round way, so they don't worry about it when they fall from a height. What life is in danger? Because when a person reacts to a crisis, he will make the most favorable physical response to the current situation. Even ordinary people are like this, let alone their group of superhumans whose genes have undergone evolution. Their reaction speed is 2 or 3 times faster than ordinary people, even from high altitude. In the fall, they can also find a good point or a place that can be grasped with bare hands in the first time. So although this panduo looks terrifying, it is still not enough for Zhang Dabiao's standards. But if it is just used as a training, there is no problem at all. The power that people expend when climbing is far more powerful than running, jumping, etc. When Bai Jingren is running, he only exercises the muscles of his big eyes. But when a person is climbing, every time he makes progress, he needs to consume his whole body's strength. Therefore, the sport of rock climbing can definitely be used in this training task. Next comes the third item, confrontation. Among ordinary people, naturally there is no existence that can fight against these abnormalities. The so-called confrontation is just that the members of their team confront each other. However, even when everyone was listed and arranged for each other, the most embarrassing thing appeared. It turns out that there are only 7 people involved in the genetic evolution project this time, so that means there will be one person who can't find a rival. And they found another flaw. Zhang Dabiao, the guy who took part in this genetic evolution project, his body was different from ordinary people. It can be said that the quality is better than the other 6 people. When he stands on the training ground, almost none of the other 6 people can confront him head-on. But if 2 fight against one, it goes against the original intention of this training. If it is not a competition of comparable strength, it will not be able to fully stimulate all the potential of these players, so it is better not to practice. In the end, after experiencing intense exchanges, Zhang Xiling made a final decision. This time, Jiang Cheng also participated in the training, and his task is to act as Zhang Dabiao's opponent in this sparring session. My goodness, when the news was released, almost all the soldiers were shocked. Are you kidding? Jiang Cheng is young. We know the minds of the brothers. It is definitely the sky in the sky. But you let a scholar to compare strength with Zhang Dabiao's confusing. If you accidentally make Jiang Cheng small, my brother is hurt. What should I do? That's right, if there was no Jiang Cheng's little brother, then the sunspot last time. Perhaps there is danger. The things he researched are obvious to us, and it is absolutely impossible to let the little brother Jiang Cheng have any possibility of being copied. Yes, that's the case in itself. Let us as a group of reckless people do the things that sweat and bleed. You are all the flowers of the future of the country of Zhu. You only need to stay in the bright laboratory and do scientific research. She stirred up dry waves. Almost everyone was opposed to this result. They even thought Zhang Xiling was confused. Why did he make such a decision? Who is Zhang Dabiao? A reckless man who can break 10 sandbags in a single moment. But what about Jiang Cheng? He looked like a handsome boy, and it was said that he was not more than 15 years old. Zhang Dabiao is embarrassed for such a fight between an adult and a child. However, Zhang Xiling's next words really made all the soldiers boil again. In fact, in this genetic evolution plan, there is one thing that didn't tell you that the world's first use of genetic evolution, the person who took the medicine, was actually Jiang Cheng. What is the reason? No one knows. But there is one thing they understand better than anyone else. This kid is definitely worthy of being friends and brothers, no matter what kind of research, but absolutely no scientist will choose to make himself the object of experiment. After all, science is something that brings hope and destruction. But Jiang Cheng, regardless of his age, is braver than anyone in terms of courage. This little brother is a carry, I like it. There is a kind, pure man. Admire, you will be my brother from now on. This group of Zhan scholars are all rectifiers. After hearing about this, they all gave their thumbs to Jiang Cheng. They couldn't help but not get excited. What are you kidding? This kid is so courageous. Although this thing was researched by himself, he dared to use it on himself without saying a word. What does this show? First, Jiang Cheng is definitely a kind-hearted person. He can't bear to involve other people in his research, so he chooses to bear all the consequences directly by himself. The second point is that this kid is definitely a madman, a true madman, because only a madman dares to design something that can make humans progress across a great era. In short, no matter what point it is, Jiang Cheng's talent is definitely worthy of their friends, and it is not a loss. Of course, Jiang Cheng himself didn't know that he had been paid attention to by so many elder brothers and smiled shyly, so he just exposed it for a while. After Zhang Xiling broke this big upset, everyone finally knew why this kid could train with Zhang Dabiao before. Dare to love this is still a little monster. Jiang Cheng once revealed that genetic evolution medicines are generally used for those who are younger, the more effective they are. This is because only the younger the age, the stronger the growth. Those who are as young as he has put the genetic evolution medicine in the body, basically with the growth of time. The physical fitness will increase 2 to 3 times. It might be better than Zhang Dabiao and the others at that time, maybe, but who is right about this? In the afternoon, there will be a match between him and Zhang Dabiao. There will be many people coming to the country to watch. Zhang Xiling also said hello in advance and let them play a little leisurely. Zhang Dabiao also smiled. He didn't take Jiang Cheng's little boy at heart. He thought that if the time comes, it's better to put some water in the game and don't let Jiang Cheng lose too ugly. However, when the game really arrived, Zhang Dabiao knew, what is a real little monster? No wonder Jiang Cheng kept telling him before, don't worry about yourself when you ask him to play. Jiang Cheng said he would guarantee his safety. However, Zhang Dabiao has not paid attention to it. The official contest began with a few less outstanding players under Zhang Dabiao. Although their physical fitness is not as good as Zhang Dabiao and the others, it is absolutely unimaginable compared to ordinary people. You must know that the equipment sent to these Zhan soldiers from above are made of special materials, which can be said to be extremely strong. Their Zhan clothes can maintain a certain body even in very cold air. However, the problem is not this one. The key to the problem is that it is so hard that even the impact of bullets can be resisted to a certain extent. Such a terrible thing is actually unable to resist the power of this group of people. Are you kidding me? In the Zhan fighting process of this group of people, the Zhan fighting clothes on their bodies burst into different degrees, which is the most incredible. Do you know that the intensity of this thing has exceeded the possibility of human damage? It is impossible to imagine how they broke these clothes, and the more tense Zhan fights, the stronger the damage to the surrounding scenes. Take the ground, for example. At the beginning, the ground was still sandy. But as the fight between the two became more and more fierce, even the ground began to explode. Just being stepped on by these few seemingly weak men with no strength, you can see the ground exploded into a few dollars just for this point. It is simply unimaginable. To what extent is their strength likely to cause such a result? Thinking of before, Zhang Debiao broke 10 sandbags in a flash, and everyone felt nothing strange about the ground breaking. This matchup lasted for a long time, and finally in the afternoon, the 6 players in Zhang Debiao's team finished the game. Everyone is no stranger to their endurance. They are all monsters. They have never seen such a fight. It is simply too bully. To maintain such a high-intensity Zhan fight, one fight lasts for an hour. How much energy do they have to use up? And at this moment, the ground has been beaten from the sand to almost a beach. All of it is broken sand. Not even a complete piece of sand can be found, is enough to prove how fierce and joyful this Zhan fight is. It is so joyful. It's been a long time since I played a game so heartily. If it weren't for feeling that my strength is indeed approaching the end, I would really like to fight so endlessly. Sure enough, only those of you who have also used genetic evolution potions are qualified to be opponents. Although several team members were already very tired, they were still full of joy that could not hide their faces, and they discussed happily. Okay, you guys are still endless. When you get tired, go to rest and let the main player play. Although Zhang Xiling's tone is stern, there is unconcealed happiness in his expression. Seeing that all of his subordinates are so powerful, who can be happier than him? Relying on this group of boys, they are really able to fight one by one. It seems that in the future global special squadron competition, Huixia is probably going to get ahead. The next players are Zhang Debiao and Jiang Cheng. These 2 people are the real protagonists today. Countless people are here to wait for them to play. Jiang Cheng and Zhang Debiao also lived up to expectations. They jumped directly into the sand one after the other. However, when they played, they were actually lucky enough, and Zhu Guo started to get up as soon as they did not jump into the sand folds. From this point of view, it can be proved that the power of these 2 guys is much stronger than the previous ones. Of course, greater strength does not mean that Zhan's fighting skills are stronger, and you can know whether you are familiar with the strong or weak, or if you have actually played. As the 2 of them walked down the sand together, they immediately fought together on the spot, and at this time, one could see the level of effort between the 2. Obviously, Zhang Debiao's Zhan fighting skills are more concise, and every shot is a killer move, not leaving Jiang Cheng's death hole. This is a very obvious fighting technique of the Jun team, and only in the Jun team can you practice such killing moves. However, looking at Jiang Cheng, from everyone's point of view, Jiang Cheng is like a flat boat in the ocean, almost completely unable to support the opponent's crazy offensive. However, no matter how crazy Zhang Debiao attacked, Jiang Cheng is still standing tall, and everyone can clearly analyze it from this trick. This kid has also practiced, otherwise it would be impossible for this to happen. You must know that Zhang Debiao's Zhan fighting skills are all honed in the Zhan field. Before using the genetic evolution potion, Zhang Debiao was already the strongest fighting champion in the entire Jun team. He wanted to bring down an opponent of the same power level as himself. He only needs to go back and forth easily. Up. However, facing Jiang Cheng's attack this time, Zhang Debiao was obviously a little weak. Do not know why, every attack he hits will be resolved by Jiang Cheng in a very strange way. It seemed that Jiang Cheng's speed was obviously not as fast as him, but it happened that he was able to meet his attack at the most appropriate time, and then dissipated into nothing. This point really made him very uncomprehending. In any case, he couldn't figure out what happened. However, at this moment, Jiang Cheng thought in his mind that Huixia's martial arts is indeed profound and profound. It is estimated that no one present has actually seen this set of Tai Chi. Although in the world he lives in, Tai Chi has become a move that everyone knows. Even the old man in the park can do it casually. But the meeting does not mean that you have truly understood the true meaning of this boxing technique. The true essence of Tycoon is to use strength to fight. No matter how powerful Zhang Dabiao is, how crazy and fast his attacks can be, before Jiang Cheng, he seemed to be making a wedding dress for him. He didn't need to do any difficult things. He only needed to resolve the attacks from the opponent one by one. In this way, even if he succeeded in achieving himself the goal of, he knew Xing in his heart, but the other party had never seen such a strange move. He couldn't even understand what was going on, why he seemed to be attacking violently, hitting Jiang Cheng, this kid, like a mud cow into the sea, and he couldn't find the slightest. And on several occasions, when he used his whole body's power and wanted to knock Jiang Cheng down very hard, he didn't know where Jiang Cheng pinched the life gate, just like that. Pull, he almost fell down. If it hadn't recovered his strength in time to stabilize his center of gravity, I'm afraid Zhang Dabiao would have fallen to the ground at this time. Terrible, it is terrible. Zhang Dabiao is not stupid, although he has not figured out how Jiang Cheng did it, but this does not prevent him from understanding a bit. That was Jiang Cheng, this kid, not what he saw in front of him. This ridiculous young man should still be hiding some secret he didn't know. Compared with Zhang Dabiao, Zhang Xiling can see more clearly because he is in a better viewing position, so he can observe everything on the court more perfectly. This kid, Jiang Cheng, is indeed using a Zhan fighting method they have never seen before, and it is very simple and effective. Surprised me everywhere. Zhang Xiling secretly sighed. Jiang is still hot. How can he not see that Jiang Cheng is using a special martial skill? It is precisely because of using this special martial skill that he can be with Zhang Dabiao in the Zhan fight. There is nothing to lose. This is also the most incredible point. I thought that the martial arts of Huixia has been developed for so many years, and it should have been very perfect. But I didn't expect to see a Zhan fighting technique in a Maodu boy that I had never seen before. However, this is still a very useful trick. Zhang Xiling can be 100% sure if this trick is spread. Let more people use this trick, then it will definitely be able to greatly enhance the strength of the Jun team. Although he could not name this trick, Zhang Xiling can be 100% sure that this trick must be a magical skill that defeats the strong. If Jiang Cheng knew what Zhang Xiling thought was at this moment, then Jiang Cheng would definitely be shocked. That's right, Tai Chi was originally created to defeat the strong by the weak. His purpose is to fight slowly and fast, and to keep the changes under constant change. Because of this, Tai Chi Japanese letter will become the only move that has been listed as a Guo Min Washu in Huixia for so many years. A rough study of Tai Chi can be used to strengthen the body, and a deeper understanding of the true meaning of this trick can help oneself defeat the strong with the weak. This is the mystery of Tai Chi. But to be honest, even Jiang Cheng did not expect that in this era, even Tai Chi Chan was lost. It was a shame, but it doesn't matter. He can still carry forward this trick. At that time, the entire Huixia people were doing Tai Chi with him. It was a very wonderful thing to think about, but this was a bitter for Zhang Dabiao. He was also a very capable person. In terms of pure physical fitness, he is much better than Jiang Cheng. But this kid is very weird. I don't know what strange tricks he used, so that he can't even touch him. It really makes him lose face. Hey Zhang Dabiao, do you know that you will check with a cow right now? How can you catch up with others? It looks so funny. I think so too. Although Zhang Dabiao's current speed and strength are not comparable to ours, it can be clearly seen the younger brother Jiang Cheng now has the advantage of the whole game. Don't tell me this Jiang Cheng Xiao. Brother's moves are really wicked. I have been worried about him several times, but I don't know what's going on. It's really not easy for him to crack one by one. Everyone was discussing fiercely, but Jiang Cheng didn't take these too seriously. What's the matter? I am just taking things that Ruo's predecessors have created and pretending to be compelling here. Unfortunately, there is no Master Zhang Sanfeng in this world. Otherwise, Jiang Cheng really wants to get to know him. How wonderful is a character who can create Tycoon moves. Must be a pain to live in an era with this kind of person. The game was not over yet, but Zhang Dabiao gave in very simply. He knew that if this match went on, there would be no results because he could not touch Jiang Cheng at all, and from the physical exertion of both sides, it was clear that Jiang Cheng had the upper hand. Because every time he launches an attack, he must consume a huge amount of energy. However, Jiang Cheng only needs to easily defend her tricks. From this point of view, the two cannot be compared in any way, but there is another point he has to bring up, and that is why Jiang Cheng can be so indifferent. He can't figure out how. Just now I tried to think of two people in empathy, but Zhang Dabiao discovered that, when he brought himself into Jiang Cheng's identity, he couldn't beat himself anyway. The power disparity between the two is too great. It's completely impossible. However, this kid on the other side actually did it. What exactly is the reason? This makes Zhang Dabiao really unclear. However, Jiang Cheng was not prepared to choke in hiding. After Zhang Dabiao voluntarily surrendered, there was a very high-quality voice in the audience. Because they think these applause is Jiang Cheng deserves, if not because of this kid's brilliant performance. He would definitely not get the support of people like them, but it is precisely because Jiang Cheng can perform such a beautiful performance that makes each of them feel very honored to see the rise of another martial arts genius. Thank you for your support, and thank you for watching me finish this game. We waved to everyone, indicating that we don't need to continue drumming. There is obviously a demeanor between the gestures. This is the symbol of the superior. This is the temperament. But no one thought that when something like high temperament appeared on a teenager, it didn't make them feel a sense of disobedience. There was only one feeling that it should be. Jiang Cheng should have such a temperament. Thank you for your support, but I believe that everyone here must have a doubt. Why can I defeat Brother Zhang so easily? Logically speaking, this should be completely impossible. Bai Jing is completely inferior to him in terms of strength, and I am far inferior in terms of fighting skills. But the final result is just like what you have seen. Big Brother Zhang couldn't break my defense at all and was defeated by me. Do you want to know the reason for this? Jiang Cheng asked slowly, although every sentence of his tone was very plain. No matter which sentence he looked at, it was enough to cause an uproar. Originally, the thing they most doubted was Jiang Cheng's weirdness, but they didn't expect that this kid would not confess to himself. He wanted to tell the reason for this weirdness. One naturally craned his neck and wanted to listen to Jiang Cheng. What do I want to say next? Jiang Cheng hadn't planned to hide Ruo in the first place. Was Tai Chi Yang really cherished? In the last life, almost everyone in the entire building knew Tai Chi. The grandfather who walked into the park was able to use any tricks. There was a compulsory course in college. That is, you must be able to practice Tai Chi. Ro, you and Ruo Guguang naturally learned a few tricks. If you look at it at the level of a mansion, Jiang Cheng might have just learned a little bit of fur. However, in this world, when Tai Chi Chan did not appear today, he is the real master of the school. Thinking of this, he began to patiently explain to the Zhan scholars what Tycoon is. I named this trick I just used as Tai Chi Kai. This trick emphasizes the combination of rigidity and flexibility. It uses slow speed and static braking. Basically, you only need to remember these central points. Then, Jiang Cheng's explanation was very detailed, trying to ensure that everyone here can fully understand the meaning of his words. Fortunately, his narrative ability is very good. Even a Zhan scholar with low comprehension ability can understand the meaning of his words. After clarifying this point, Jiang Cheng began to demonstrate his Tycoon to all the members. I have to say that this kid played very well. It can be said that a set of Tai Chi in his hands seemed to be played alive, and everyone next to him was fascinated by it. Basically, no one dared to say more. Half a sentence. After all, this guy Jiang Cheng is playing a real guy. Although they don't understand how powerful this trick is, they can feel it from Jiang Cheng's performance just now. This is definitely a very powerful move. If it weren't for this, how could it be possible that Zhang Dabiao was out of breath just now? However, this is not the case in fact. Tai Chi Chin has an advantage, that is, when facing the stronger opponents, the more effective it can play. Zhang Dabiao is simply a reckless man. The inexhaustible strength has just become a classic teaching object for Jiang Cheng to use his strength. It can be regarded as a sturdy performance for everyone. What does it mean to return one's body to one's own way? In any case, Jiang Cheng's teaching has produced a certain effect in the minds of these soldiers. Although they still don't quite understand what is called real Tai Chi, they have deliberately added some in their usual training. Take advantage of the move. See if there is one more column when training on weekdays. That is to follow him to learn Tai Chi. Jiang Cheng suddenly believed that one day, perhaps in this world, we could also see the Gongyuanguang, Zhao Lihao field, where some old men were swaying this familiar set of boxing to their heart's content. It seems logical that I helped Tycoon to spread the branches in this world. The question is, how should I name myself? Is it to be called Jiang Sanfeng? But I don't think it is too domineering enough. Jiang Cheng is a little depressed. The only problem he is struggling with now is when Tai Chi is officially grown in Huaxia, what kind of nickname should he give himself? Is it possible to appear more powerful? After all, he is also one of the patriarchs who set up a school of dignity. No matter it is anyone in the future, if he wants to learn this Tai Chi, he will definitely call him Jiang Cheng by then. Because without him, there would be no such simple and easy-to-use boxing technique as Tai Chi, the contribution of which is really too great. After the end of this martial arts competition, basically one thing was established. That is, the identity of Jiang Cheng's master of Wuxu. In this world, there was no such thing as martial arts, but because of Jiang Cheng's arrival, since then, there has been an extra thing called martial arts in the world, but anyone who wants to learn martial arts must respect it. For the master, and this identity also means that the Jun team's affairs can almost come to an end. The next step is to transport the genetic evolution potion to the Jun area according to the situation. For the Wealthy Universe Umbrella Company, this is simply pediatrics. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was about to leave, all the soldiers were very unwilling to give up. They had been in love with this younger brother who seemed to be much younger than them during these days of getting along. Although he was not old, he was very capable. This was almost every soldier's evaluation of Jiang Cheng, and the fact is indeed the case. Of course, he can afford this evaluation. What's the joke? In this world, who else can be as selfless as him? Apart from anything else, I will directly provide them with the potion I developed, even though Jiang Cheng's own slogan is to serve the Guo. But in fact, every one of them understands that there is a little more personal element in this, because Jiang Cheng really cares about their group of Zhan guards who guard the frontier. Otherwise, he can pretend to be, it doesn't matter. But this boy, every thought he had, it was all sincere, and this made them feel extremely moved. To be honest, if it weren't because Jiang Cheng was too young, they would take everything they said. He stayed in the Jun team and polished it well. After quitting the Jun team, Jiang Cheng was originally going to leave, but when he walked to the door, he was suddenly stopped, and only then did he learn a message. It turned out that in the secret report that came yesterday, an unmanned submarine from the coal country was found in the West China Sea. This news shocked the entire Jun party. We must know that in the struggle between great powers, technology Zhan is crucial. There is no other thing to say. Since this is a submarine from the coal country, it is discovered by them, there is absolutely no possibility of returning. After all, the most experienced skill of Yan nation scientists is copy, the technology of copying enemies intact, and can be strengthened. This is the most powerful skill of Yan nation scientists. And the submarine found this time is different from what has been learned in the past. This is a very powerful high-tech submarine. It should use some cutting-edge technologies that the scientists of the Yan kingdom cannot understand now. First of all, the first point is that he can drive this thing. What can he be? No need to say more about this. It should be one of the most widely used super energy sources in the future, also known as Yuan energy. It is the energy released by redistribution and combination of the neutron or proton in the Yuan. This kind of energy is extremely powerful. It should be said that it is the most powerful of all that scientists have discovered on Earth. In this world, he was researched by a scientist named Stan, and when he was born, this energy it shocked the world, because the coal nation used it as a weapon and dropped it into the land of the East Island country. That day was remembered by the whole world. Two unusually huge mushroom clouds appeared above the island nation, and within 100 li, it can be said that there is no grass. From this point, it can fully show the power of the energy. But the crux of the problem is that this kind of energy is generally used for big purposes, for example, to create power stations, or to launch satellite rockets and so on. However, at this moment, the key to the problem is that he actually used the energy for such a small thing. This is simply the most terrible thing. It is unbelievable and acceptable, and there is another point, that is, this small submersible actually has an invisible effect. Moreover, this invisible effect is absolutely impossible to achieve with Yan Guo's technology. At that time, a group of people were forced to study for a long time around this inaccessible small submersible, and they did not come up with a result. At this time, after the leader knew about this, he thought of someone. My goodness, has the technology of the coal country actually developed to this point? This thing is completely beyond human imagination. I have never thought that such a small thing can have the energy, and the most important thing is his invisible effect. It is terrible. Do we need to disassemble it? If it is accidentally dismantled, it may be impossible to study how the internal structure forms such a terrible small he can drive. If you are not careful, it may also cause an explosion effect. Don't you think that this small submersible is very small, but in fact, if it is really capable of running, the energy that bursts out is enough to destroy a small county. Hearing this sentence, all the experts present at the time regretted what a joke. It turns out that this thing will explode. So this guy must not touch it casually, otherwise it is very likely that it will be caused by accident. Estimated terrible consequences. At that time, almost everyone was stunned, and no expert dared to point fingers at this thing. To be honest, even though they are senior researchers in their home country, how many people among such a group of people really don't care about their lives? Faced with fear and threats from death, it is normal for individuals to be afraid in the end. A few elderly scientists applied to take the initiative to disassemble this thing. The reason they gave was that we have been alive for so long anyway, and it is time to make some contributions to the country of Zhu. Everyone burst into tears. This is a group of 70-80-year-old people. Logically speaking, they should be at an age where they can take care of their lives, stay at home and enjoy the services of their children and grandchildren. This is what they should do now. But for the future of Yan country, they have dedicated their youth and best years. Not to mention, even at such an old age, they are still striving to be at the forefront. How can this kind of Xing embrace not make people move? Seeing that everyone is very embarrassed, the leader finally made a decision. This thing can only let Jiang Cheng see if there is a way to disassemble it. If even Jiang Cheng can't do anything about it, then I'm afraid no one can solve this matter. When Jiang Cheng heard the news, he was shocked for a moment. But after the shock, he immediately understood the leadership's thoughts and decisions. In his opinion, he should be the person who understands these cutting-edge technologies the most in Yan country. If he can't even do it, I'm afraid it's not. People can complete this task. It was the leader who took the initiative to find himself, so Jiang Cheng was not good at refusing, but could only immediately agree. It's okay then, I'll rush over right now, but I have one condition. Before I rush to the scene, I must not have anyone touch this thing, because he is very dangerous. Jiang Cheng's words are not groundless. Having experienced another era, he knows better than anyone what a terrible thing he can be. This is a terrifying demon that can easily consume the lives of tens of millions of people. But he is also an angel. As long as it can be used properly, it can produce unimaginable huge energy. And these energy has become a necessary condition for the operation of a country. Hearing that Jiang Cheng actually agreed, the leader promised Xiao Jiang that you can rest assured that we will never act rashly before you come here. After all, experts have already foreseen the danger of this thing. However, I also have a request. In any case, don't put yourself in danger. After all, you are the most precious thing in Yan Nation, the most precious tilde talent. The words the leader said are very, very sincere, and every sentence comes from the heart. As a leader, no one knows better than him how great a person can promote a country. Senior talents in the field of cutting-edge science and technology, like Jiangcheng, are very coveted even in any home country. At the same time, in a distant coal country, when I found out that the newly developed unmanned submersible in my hand was actually salvaged by the people of Yan country, I was confused at that time. You know, although this thing looks very small, but the technology contained in it is one of the most important inventions of this century. At that time, the head of the coal country called the leader for the first time. His attitude was very tough, and he demanded that the submersible be returned anyway. Since it has fallen into the southern part of our country, this thing is ours. It is impossible to go back. You have the ability to take it away. The attitude of the leader's refusal is very tough, and there is almost no room for negotiation, because he also knows very well that this is a difficult opportunity for 1,000 years. I don't know if there is still such a good chance. Mady didn't keep his cutting-edge technology and accidentally fell into another home. In the hands of the country, what he has to do now is very simple, that is, to use all his abilities to block this news in any way, and in any case, he cannot let the coal country take it away again. I have to say that there is a wise leader. The importance of a country is so great. In short, when the masses at the time saw these news, they only had one idea in their hearts, that is, to relieve their Kai, which is very relieved. Coal Nation has always thought that it is the most powerful in the world, and Yan Nation can finally have enough confidence and strength to challenge Coal Nation head-on. Negotiations have been conducted several times, and there have even been several times when coal nations simply paid a price of $1 trillion in exchange for this thing. But the more anxious they were, the more they proved that this thing is incomparable. Potential. That means nothing can be taken back by them. And finally, after the negotiations failed, the scientists of the coal country finally issued the final statement in the world. Shameful people of Yan country, even if you steal our unmanned submersible, what about it? With your technology, it's impossible to crack the secrets. In your hands, it's just a broken piece of iron. And don't blame me for not reminding you that the energy used by this device can be used if you don't handle it properly. The huge explosion of the energy caused by that time will be borne by one of you Yan country. Mady will never be responsible for this matter. What Mady said is very decisive, and it seems that he has already determined that it is impossible for Yan Guo to crack such cutting-edge technology. However, when Jiangcheng heard the news, he almost couldn't help laughing. Although Yan Guo's own strength may not be enough to crack this thing, but who is he? He is Jiangcheng, the most beautiful young scientist of this century. If there are still unsolvable things in front of him, then all these are truly strange. Finally, 3 days later, Jiangcheng only returned to Yizhao Company for a short time and ordered Zhang Manlin to handle all the following matters, and he himself embarked on a journey to the imperial capital. Jiangcheng was able to distinguish the priorities of things. He knew very well that although this thing was left in Yan Nation, in fact, the high level definitely suffered a huge resistance he could not imagine. But thanks to them, if it's not because they shelter from the wind and rain, how can ordinary people like them live so peacefully? Now that he has accepted the task, Jiangcheng must have set off right away. During the journey, he took the time to read the news. Seeing that the scientists in the coal country are so arrogant one by one, they almost say with certainty that it is impossible for anyone in the country to crack their new cutting-edge technology. At that time, he was also angry and logged into his meager account directly and issued a statement. It seems that the scientists of the coal country are very confident about what they have researched. Very good. Today, Jiangcheng will put the words here. Unmanned submersibles, right? High-end Hecan technology, right? It is said that there are the latest stealth systems, right? Very well, give me Jiangcheng 10 days. If I don't give you all to crack everything, I will lose. As soon as this statement was made, it almost caused a large-scale sensation. Jiangcheng actually challenged the coal country with the most advanced technology at present. Is this kid eating the ambition or the courage? However, only the residents of Yan country are full of confidence in Jiangcheng, because only they know how genius this guy really is. If Tian Japanese letter made a public statement like this, it can almost prove that this time must be a super big one. Fight. Facing the provocation from Jiangcheng, in fact, the coal country scientists didn't care at all. Joke. What kind of character is this kid who dares to stand up and provoke our whole country? He is looking for death. He will definitely lose, and it will be ugly. Just like in the movie, this cutting-edge technology can only be in our Meguo, and even if they dare to compete with us, they are just looking for death. Don't take a look at how many great people we have born in the past 100 years. Where do they come from? Their capital and strength dare to challenge us. Almost everyone thinks like this. However, in fact, Jiang Cheng arrived the most secret on that day. At the time of the Scientific Research Center, not only the scientists in the coal country, but even some of their own scientists, none of them could believe Jiang Cheng. After all, this guy really looks too small. It's just a teenage doll at all. The leader shouldn't tell me this time the person you sent to help us deal with this matter is this little baby. The person speaking is a senior figure in the research center. Everyone called him Lao Lai, who had already followed these scientific research tasks when he was in his 20s. It can be regarded as the elder of the elders, but this time, Mr. Lai couldn't believe it anyway. He would send a young man to be his partner. You must know that in the field of scientific research, seniority is generally determined. The older the seniority, the more experienced it is. This is absolutely not sloppy. Maybe there are some young people who are really talented, but they have not experienced the precipitation of time. There will always be some frizz in doing things, and this is what Lai Lao dislikes the most. So he raised his doubts very decisively. Do not believe that Jiang Cheng can really handle these things. However, in fact, Jiang Cheng did not refute Lai Lao's doubts at all, because he said that he is actually 2 lives, and he is at least 30 or 40 years old now. He is actually a reincarnated person. This seems to be even more unacceptable than the great deeds he has done in this world. And believe, the leader had long since guessed that Mr. Lai would not recognize Jiang Cheng so easily, so he could only change his conversation and cut in from another direction. Lao Lai, do you know the 2 things recently developed, the gene evolution medicine and the gene restoration medicine? Hearing the 2 things, the gene restoration potion and the gene evolution potion, Mr. Lai was so excited that he sat up directly on the chair and slapped the table fiercely. Genius. The person who created these 2 things is simply a genius. It is not without reason that Lai Leihui is so excited. Because at that time, after Jiang Cheng had just produced these 2 things, someone made 2 bottles of medicine from him through various channels and sent them to the secret scientific research center. You know, these people in the secret scientific research center are among the best. Basically, there is no chance that they will miss the things they have seen. But when I heard the effect of this thing, no one could believe it. Each of them thought that the person who made this thing was bragging. But after a series of tests, they suddenly discovered that, in fact, there are 2 things, the gene restoration medicine and the gene evolution medicine. It was even better than Jiang Cheng's effect. Just kidding, when Jiang Cheng was promoting these 2 things, in order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, he was mistaken for false propaganda. So he deliberately explained the power of these 2 things from the perspective of ordinary people. For example, the genetic evolution medicine, the information that Jiang Cheng revealed at the beginning, is that this thing can help people strengthen the body and can increase the body function about 1.5 times to about twice. Because ordinary people's bodies are relatively poor, the enhancement they can get through genetic evolution medicine is not as much as expected. Being able to increase by a factor of 2 to 3 is a very extreme thing. Most people can only increase by about 1.5 times. However, actually being able to increase such a little physical bonus is already a very obvious feeling. In short, I feel that I can run faster and jump higher. However, at the Confidential Research Center, the people who volunteered to conduct this experiment were senior guards. The bodies of each of them are full of leverage. Although they can't be compared with the soldiers of the special Chinese troops in the Jun team, to be honest, they are much better than ordinary people. It is for this reason that their physical functions have been greatly improved, and the extent of this improvement has shocked Lao Lai. The overall improvement is almost 3 times faster, which is simply unimaginable. To be honest, after taking this kind of genetic evolution medicine, it can no longer be called an ordinary human, Perhaps it is more reasonable to call it a super talent. At that time, he had decided that he must get to know the creator of this genetic evolution drug, because this person may be another outstanding superstar of this century after Estein. This is something he has no doubt about. And there is one more thing that Lao Lai is most concerned about. He must thank the creator of this gene restoration medicine, because Lao Lai was an old man sitting in a wheelchair a few days ago. Because he is getting older, he said that he is physically, I can't keep up with my physical strength. The muscles of the legs are also somewhat shrinking. Old Lai has to live in a wheelchair. After sitting for almost 10 years, no one has any chance to stand up again. However, until a few days ago, when the gene recovery medicine was delivered, Mr. Lai made his own proposal to try the medicine. As a result, something unexpected happened to him. It was obvious that the cells in his body were reorganizing, and his dilapidated body was actually rejuvenated under the action of this gene restoration agent. His legs are still shrinking, but it is obvious that ruddy muscles have developed, and Lao Lai's complexion is about 10 years younger than before. This is simply a miracle of mankind. It is not difficult to imagine that if this thing can be popularized by all mankind one day, it will bring much help to the world. It is incalculable. That's right, that's the creator of the gene restoration potion and gene evolution potion. Leading, you must find him. He is definitely the greatest genius of this century. I never thought that such a miraculous drug would be born in the world. This is simply a miracle bestowed by heaven. Old Lai said a lot with excitement, but the leader just looked at him with a smile and said nothing. After a while, Lao Lai finally calmed down from his excitement, but he was very curious about why the leader would look at himself with such a look. Is there something he didn't do enough? Leader, can it be said that there is something special about that genius? Even you can't persuade him to join our scientific research center. Mr. Lai was also anxious at the time. In his opinion, super talents like Jiang Cheng could not do anything. Let it go. Even if it is tied with a rope, he must be tied to the research center. However, the leader smiled, and this solved the mystery. Old Lai, I know you like this genius scientist so much, but did you know, just now, you still want to push this guy out? The leader smiled and said jokingly, how is it possible? Faced with this kind of talent, I just love it. How can I want to push him outside before it's too late? Lao Lai repeatedly shook his head. He completely disagrees with what the leader said. However, the leader did turn his eyes to Jiang Cheng and said solemnly, Old Lai, you still pay too much attention to the difference in age. Obviously, that genius is standing in front of you at this moment, but you can't believe it. At this time, everyone finally understood that, in fact, the leader made so much foreshadowing, just to introduce them to who Zia Jiangcheng is. Emotional gene restoration potions and gene enhancement potions were made by the boy in front of you. My goodness. When I heard this news, many researchers at the Scientific Research Center almost fainted. This kid seemed to be able to achieve such a high level of achievement at his age. It is more popular than people. Are you talking about this kid? Old Lai looked at Jiang Cheng and asked with a look of disbelief. That's right, who else is there besides him? The most outstanding scientist of this century, Jiang Cheng. The leader raised his voice and said proudly, Jiang Cheng is a young man from Yan country. In his home country, he can actually appear such a super genius who can be recorded in the annals of history. Even the leaders can't help but feel a little fluctuating. This is really something to be proud of, and Lao Lai also trembles, pointing to Jiang Cheng with a skinny finger and said, It's really a hero who grew up in his youth. The waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves forward. I didn't expect you to be so small. I am so glad to be able to achieve such an achievement at an age really makes the old man very happy. However, in the face of the praise of such an old man, Jiang Cheng is also very useful. You should know that people in the field of scientific research can be regarded as a real veteran-level figure in the world now. No matter where Lai goes to any place, the bigwigs of that place must stand up and receive it with very solemn etiquette. Thank you, Mr. Lai, for his compliment. The kid is just a little smarter than others, it's nothing. Jiang Cheng smiled. He accepted Mr. Lai's kindness. In other words, this time you have to participate in our actions. Among them, let's disassemble this Hekan submersible. Old Lai asked curiously. He wanted to confirm this fact again, That's right, I'm here to participate in this mission, and I need to say that regarding this unmanned submersible problem, we must solve it as soon as possible. If I am not mistaken, the heat energy contained in it should still be working. In fact, this is the latest detection tool developed by the coal country. They don't need human manipulation. Just like a school of fish, they can move freely in the water. If I am not wrong, if a big fight breaks out in the future, then an important key point for determining the outcome of the struggle between countries should be the aviation ships held by the countries. Jiang Cheng is not joking. In the Earth of the previous life, his home country has tried everything and must create an advanced super-hang mother. This is for a certain reason, because with the development of science and technology, in the future, if there is a Jan fight between the major nations, then it will definitely not use manpower like the ancient times. The most likely is to fight modernization. This is the only realistic possibility, Chen Ran thinks. And the power of the aircraft carrier that each home country masters represents how strong they can be on the water. And the increasingly powerful Yan nation is precisely the heart of Coal Nation. They sharpen their heads and want to know how terrifying the Yan nation is now. Is it possible to fight them upright? This is what they care about most, so they even made this super submersible at all costs. The purpose is to pay close attention to the movements of Yan Kingdom in the south, and to see if it really caused serious damage. Hang Mu, but to be honest, this surveillance hasn't been surveillance for long. As a result, if you accidentally happened your own unmanned water tank, to be honest, with the invisible function of their unmanned submersible, it is impossible to be discovered by the people of Yan country anyway. However, it was so unlucky. It happened that a malfunction suddenly occurred and the original invisible function disappeared. This will be exposed to the monitoring of Yan country until it is discovered. Hearing what Jiang Cheng said, all of you here suddenly became vigilant. If it weren't for Yan nation still possessing certain strength, it is very likely that now it is also facing the situation of being bullied by Coal Nation. But fortunately, Yan nation is now strong. It is for this reason that it is now possible to communicate with Coal Nation in a strong tone. Otherwise, it is estimated that the unmanned submersible would have been sent back obediently. When I heard that this guy's main role was to be used for surveillance, Lao Lai's expression became tense. Then this thing now, is he still operating? This is the point that Lao Lai is most worried about, because before Jiang Cheng directly asked when he walked in whether this thing is still running. If it continues to run, it means that this thing is alive. If this thing is alive, it has been sent to the research institute for so many days before. If there is any secret, hasn't it been given to you completely? Got it. You must know that this is the most secret place in Yan country. But everything that exists in the secret research institution is basically closely related to the current safety of Yan country. For example, the most important weapon information may have been leaked out in the usual exchanges. Once these materials fall into the hands of the Coal country, it will definitely cause an uproar, which is 100% certain. What to do? Are you sure to cut off his energy source? Mr. Lai could say that his entire face had changed at the time. No one knew the importance of the information in this research institution better than him. So after knowing this news, Mr. Lai's only thought was that no matter what, he must not let this thing continue to operate. Even if you don't study the stuff inside, you must stop it. However, Jiang Cheng had long considered this point and smiled and said directly, "Old Lai, do you think if the Coal country can still control this submersible, can you stand here and talk to me? This is a bit confusing. Even Lao Lai has been pondering for a long time, and he hasn't figured out what it means. Then understand it. I dare to say that the top critic in the entire Yan country, maybe at this moment they are all gathered in this small room. If Meidi can control it, with the power of he can explode at this moment, I think this area of 100 Lai should have been razed to the ground. Right. After all, if the Coal Nation had the opportunity to get rid of the elites like Lao Lai and you, it would have left the entire Yangyuo science and technology behind for 10 years. Do you think they would not do it if they had this opportunity? So I can judge that when this thing was salvaged, the Coal Nation could no longer control this thing. Jiang Cheng said very confidently. Such a tone can greatly strengthen everyone's confidence. Hearing such affirmative words from this kid, Lai Laoxuan's heart was also let go. It's horrible, the data in our research room must not fall into the hands of the people of the coal country. This is the true treasure of the Yan country. Mr. Lai was busy expressing his feelings. Without time to pay attention to the old man, Jiang Cheng hurriedly walked over to see what state this thing was in. The color is black and shiny. It is obviously an alloy that he has never seen before. According to its style, it is some of the legendary Yadman metal in the Marvel story. It is said that Wolverine's claws are made of Yadman metal. This kind of thing can be said to be hard to push, and the texture is extremely hard. If he is made of Yadman metal, then I want to break this thing. It still takes a lot of effort. After all, in the current Yan country, there is no cutting equipment that can level this thing, and then you can feel it on the surface. This is a very smooth metal. Jiang Cheng can be sure that this is definitely a new type of substance. It is this kind of substance that can make this thing avoid the radar of Yan Nation. The leaders once revealed that this thing is an unmanned stealth submersible. However, the invisibility here does not refer to the invisibility that people usually recognize. In fact, in the field of Jun, it can be another explanation for being able to get rid of the opponent's radar scan. This kind of thing can also be called to be invisible. But to be honest, if you want to get rid of radar scanning, ordinary materials absolutely cannot do this. Otherwise, there will be troubles among the various big countries. Everyone is committed to the development of invisible materials. After all, if we are the first to research this thing, we can be the first to drop a star into the air to monitor every move of the enemy, and it will not be detected. However, one thing I didn't expect is that the coal country actually took the lead in making this thing. No wonder they are so fearless. However, their luck was a bit bad. They didn't expect this thing to fall into Yan Guo's hands. This time, Jiang Cheng said that he was very sorry. If all the secrets in this thing were not cracked out, then he would not be called Jiang. Sincere. After confirming this, Jiang Cheng started to act non-stop. This thing is loaded with the energy, so it is very dangerous when it is handled. However, any pressure or magnetic collision is likely to be loaded with the energy. Everyone was very worried about the detonation. However, after careful observation, Jiang Cheng made a decision to ask everyone to leave the room and find a safest place to stay. When this decision was made, the leader was stunned. He never thought that this kid was so decisive. Since he wanted to risk his life to dismantle this thing, he just rightly refused at that time. I know what you want, Xiao Jiang, but I will not agree because you are also from Yan country. I have obligation to protect your safety. Old Lai also thought that Jiang Cheng wanted to sacrifice himself and risk his life to get this thing out, so he said seriously, "It's better to let us old guys do this kind of thing. We can do this, you get a camera by my side, when you command me to dismantle this submersible. What if there is any danger? And you juniors set it up, I can walk easily." Old Lai feels that he is so old, he has enough to see everything and live enough. It's time to make some contributions. However, after listening to these two conversations, Jiang Cheng only felt that his head was too big. In fact, his own idea is to use artificial intelligence to crack together. After all, artificial intelligence is much better than the human brain in arithmetic. But the crux of the problem is that artificial intelligence has not yet been fully released, and if they are allowed to see it, it will inevitably cause turmoil. Therefore, Jiang Cheng's decision is to avoid any onlookers around. Just let him do it all by himself. However, no one wanted to support him in this decision he made. After all, everyone thought it was crazy. In the end, there was really no way. Jiang Cheng could only say silently, "Please rest assured that this time I will definitely not be in danger of any life. I promise, but my method is a little special and inconvenient to show to everyone." Regarding Jiang Cheng's words, although the leader and Mr. Lai were a little skeptical, there was nothing to do. Because Jiang Cheng insisted on doing this, they could only leave temporarily, giving Jiang Cheng the most private space. Seeing everyone had left, Jiang Cheng quickly called Lucy out. "It's up to you now, Lucy. You must crack this thing out." Jiang Cheng knew that he couldn't deal with this kind of very sophisticated thing, so let's look at Lucy's ability. "Okay, master." As expected of artificial intelligence, no matter whether this task can be completed or not, in short, answer it first. Lucy entered the state decisively, and the green light couldn't help scanning on this thing. It was thanks to Jiang Cheng that he could create such a great thing. After scanning, a faint light spot was quickly found on the unmanned submersible. This is it. Jiang Cheng knows that it must be this place, and the weakest link of the whole thing is here. So the next question is how to open it. Although Yadmin metal is said to be the strongest metal in existence in the world, before this thing was manufactured, perhaps everyone thought that diamond was the strongest, but in fact, Jiang Cheng did not finish. In his opinion, if you want to solve this problem, you must solve two elements. First of all, the first point is that the material used for cutting must be very hard, otherwise, it will not be able to cut its shell. And the second point is that what is used for cutting must be able to lower the temperature. If the temperature cannot be lowered, everything is imaginary. Only by lowering the temperature can the problem be solved from the root cause. Otherwise, as long as this thing touches a little overheated object, it will immediately explode, and then it will explode, and there will be no residue left. Then there is only one way to solve it, after calling everyone in. Jiang Cheng first explained to them, where is the weakest part of this thing now? You kid, you really have some abilities. Our scientific research department has carefully studied this thing before. After sophisticated instrumentation, we think it should be in this position. But in fact, we don't confirm that Bai Liang is a matter of life and death, and no one can make a decision easily. However, with such a certain tone of your voice, it shows that you are already in this position. Lao Lai naturally expressed his feelings of origin, and what he said was not wrong, because before their scientific research department carefully observed this thing, it also felt that it should be the weakest link in this position. But it has never been certain. After all, this is a very important decision that affects the lives of many people at the scene. In this matter, it is not so easy to pack a vote. But Jiang Cheng dare to be 100% sure that he is in this position, which shows that his research on this thing exceeds them. Now that you have made a decision, you should start from here. I don't know if you have any good solutions, Xiao Jiang. The leader doesn't understand these things very well, but one thing he can confirm is that even though Jiang Cheng has already made it, decided, but if you really want to start, there should be some difficulties. Otherwise, they won't be called in to say these things. Jiang Cheng glanced at the leader with an appreciative look, thinking that if he was worthy of doing great things as a leader, his observation ability was very careful, and he could be seen in his expression at a glance. There is something for everyone. The leader is right. Although I am sure I must be in this position, I still have one point to explain to everyone. First of all, he can't open this thing casually. If you want to cut it, it is necessary to use some special cutting tools, otherwise, it is very likely to cause a huge explosion. I don't know if you have discovered this. Because the unmanned submersible is loaded with the energy, I guess I don't need to explain the horror of the energy. Jiang Cheng showed a very cautious expression for the first time. To be honest, after he entered this world, he had never encountered such a difficult thing. Today can be regarded as the first time, so I thought about it for a long time. The only way to cut this thing is to use water jet cutting, but ordinary water jets can't work because the sharpness of water jets is not enough, so we have to participate in the water. Diamond, also known as diamond. As soon as Jiang Cheng said this, Lao Lai and the leader were not surprised. After all, for ordinary people, diamonds are indeed a very expensive thing, but for a staff of a scientific research department and a dignified leader, if they really want to engage in diamonds, they are not just a big hero. Both sides agreed with Jiang Cheng's decision very much. The leader directly ordered his guards to do this. In less than 10 minutes, he had already obtained a lot of diamonds. I also sent a water jet cutting machine, although I don't know if this line will work, but at present, I can only use it first. Put the unmanned submersible on the water jet and watch the water flow. There was a violent noise on Yadmin metal. This is the sound of diamond collision. If it weren't for the water jet, it might have been shooting in and out of huge sparks. And these sparks are very deadly, and at this time they admire Jiang Cheng's accuracy in seeing things, and they have realized it in an instant. The water jet is the real best cutting tool. Although the process is very slow, you can still see a slight scratch on the Yadmin metal. As long as these scratches can appear, it means that this thing can be cut, and everyone is inexplicable. A touch of inspiration. Finally figured out how to get this thing open. The surrounding personnel have been evacuated. After all, I don't know if this thing may pose a threat to them, but they are the most important scientific research personnel of the home country, so it is better to keep them away from this thing as much as possible. Don't really explode at that time. It's really regrettable. After Jiang Cheng's strong support, most of the people have basically evacuated from Fan Country, where things will explode. But Lao Lai did not accept Jiang Cheng's advice. Xiao Jiang, it is normal for their young people to evacuate, but this old bone of mine is definitely not good. Even if it is dead, I will accompany you to complete this task. Lao Lai's atmosphere moved Jiang Cheng very much. You can only accept this condition in this way. After all, facing such a firm request from an old man, Jiang Cheng really has no reason to not accept it. Mr. Lai, then you should be more careful. The kid is about to start busy. Jiang Cheng replied briefly, and immediately began to recognize really busy. The water jet was slowly cutting the unmanned submersible. This thing was too strong. If it wasn't for the water jet to be doped with enough diamonds, there would be no way to cut this thing any traces. It's really not easy, but I slowly opened the structure, and sure enough, there is a black can container in the center of the box. This thing should be the place to store the energy. Jiang Cheng guessed it was very accurate, and he determined at a glance that this thing should be the most dangerous item in it. Without further ado, I used a water jet to separate the black can container, and then Jiang Cheng solemnly handed it to Lao Lai. When you take this thing out, you must be careful that it should be stored in this. You can try to use the resources under your hands to clear the thing out of it, and then analyze how its structure can make such a small he can run. Jiang Cheng said very seriously. Although this thing is not a very difficult thing for him, since the coal country has already researched it, let's turn the coal country's technology into the use of the Yan country. Anyway, in Jiang Cheng's view, Yan Guo's technology can still be improved quite well. The next problem is no big deal. Basically, when this thing has been taken apart, everything has been resolved. Jiang Cheng didn't need to work on the rest anymore, so I just handed it over to Mr. Lai and the others, and all the materials in this unmanned submersible were analyzed. After completing this task, Jiang Cheng let out a long sigh of relief, but only then did he realize that the palms of his hands were already sweating. It's no joke, after all, this thing is indeed a killer that poses a great threat to people. This time, it is good luck to be able to dismantle him smoothly. The next thing depends on how Lao Lai and the others are going to solve and deal with it. Anyway, this matter has little to do with him. However, Mr. Lai and the others are really fast in doing things, and they have handled the matter properly in a short time. All in all, it is one sentence. This time, the coal country can be said to have lost too much. I accidentally missed this unmanned submersible and let Yan Guo crack all these things. Now it's okay. All the high-tech developed by Yan Guo has been used by Yan Guo, may be improved. That's right, it's improvement. After dismantling the unmanned submersible that day, Jiang Cheng can be said to have a good sleep. After all, today's events were a bit too thrilling for him, but after waking up from this sleep, I found that the Yan Nation research group was really strong. It only took one night to separate this thing. All high-tech has been developed, so in other words, this thing now has almost no secrets to Yan country. Seeing the data sheet listed on the table, Jiang Cheng thought carefully. He thinks so. Since the coal country takes this matter very seriously, it has repeatedly asked Yan country to return this unmanned submersible. So to illustrate one point, they still value this technology, and they don't want it to fall into the hands of Yan Guoren. However, since it has been cracked, there is nothing to do with them, but if you just slap your face upright, it's a little bit unnatural. Bai Jing is also a technology developed through the hard work of others. What is the point if you take his technology to show off at their door? Didn't make any progress at all. Speaking of Yan Nation, in fact, the Yan Nation's scientific research team was once called a very terrible demonic reform team. The most famous example is the Su-28 aircraft technology that Shukshan country once sold to Yan Guo. According to the actual situation, Yan Guo did not have enough scientific research strength to develop Su-28 aircraft. However, after overcoming various difficulties at that time, He had a very intense communication with Xingguo's scientific researchers, and the final result was a magical change to Su-28 technology. There is also the appearance of Jian-12. Until now, this aircraft has been widely used because of its excellent properties. Since even airplanes can be magically modified, what's wrong with this small, unmanned submersible? At that time, Jiang Cheng used the technology in his mind to transform it. In fact, the most important point is to completely strip out the invisible technology in it. When applied to other Jian technology equipment, Jiang Cheng is also very good. Apart from anything else, he directly improved this technology and applied it directly to Yan Guo's latest unmanned aerial vehicle. After reading the results of his transformation at the time, everyone was shocked. No one thought that this seemingly shameless teenager could have such a talent. My goodness, if I hadn't seen Jiang Cheng in such a short period of time, I couldn't believe that the coal country's technology had been transformed. Fortunately, I used to think that I was a graduate of a prestigious university. I thought that although I was not considered a genius, I was considered a little more advanced than ordinary people. But until now, after meeting Jiang Cheng today, I can only be sure that I'm just lonely, sitting in a well and watching the sky. There are people who succeeded in Yan country. It is gratifying and congratulating, really. Congratulations. The last sentence was said by Lao Lai. For these elderly people, it is already the greatest comfort for them to be able to see the emergence of good seedlings in the future of Yan country. The leader also showed a very pleased look. Jiang Cheng's strength is the strength of Yan country. After some modifications, Jiang Cheng's stealth technology was fully applied to the new unmanned aerial vehicle. At this time, only 1 month has passed since the initial provocation of the coal country. Without any hesitation, the unmanned aerial vehicle was directly dispatched into the territory of the coal country. Although their radar Aegis system is very advanced, it is still at a loss for Jiang Cheng's transformation. Beijing first used their top stealth technology, and then after Jiang Cheng's transformation, it increased its invisibility by more than 60%. With such a powerful attribute effect, it is simply not discoverable by the backward radars of coal countries. The end result is the latest unmanned aerial vehicle developed by Yan country. After flying a full circle on the ground of coal country, no one knows that this thing has appeared in their territory. At this time, in the news section of the coal country, the Global Daily reported their provocation against the previous incident. Dear Yan Guo, my country's unmanned submersible is in your hands. You have been here for half a month. I don't know if you have researched the latest technology developed by our coal country. I guess it is not. Otherwise, you should have announced like the world that you have cracked my latest invisible system. One last word of advice in this unmanned submersible. The energy we use is the latest small heat energy. This technology may have surpassed this era, so you can't crack it at all. The final suggestion is that you should return this unmanned submersible to me. This will greatly promote the friendship between us. At that time, when they made this statement, it was actually already obvious that their confidence was lacking. If they were so contemptuous of Yan Nation's scientific research capabilities, or believed so much in their own scientific research capabilities, then they wouldn't care if this thing fell into Yan Nation's hands. After all, if it is really ahead of the technology of an era, then the scientists of Yan country must have spent a lot of effort, and it is impossible to really crack this thing. But the crux of the question is, why was the coal country full of confidence from the beginning? And now, it has strongly demanded that Yan country return this unmanned submersible. One of the most important reasons is because they suddenly discovered that they have lost control of this unmanned submersible. In fact, Jiang Cheng's guess was very correct at the beginning, because this thing was driven by heat energy, although it fell into Yan Guo's hands because of a malfunction. But in fact, because the interior is still running, the coal country is still able to grasp the movement of this thing. At least one thing that can be assured is that the good effect has not been able to open the Yadman metal outside the device. This is because they are convinced that the Yadman metal they developed should be the hardest alloy in the world, so they dare to boldly let Yan Guo go to study this thing as much as possible. If the human submersible is completely disassembled, there is no idea what the internal structure is. But in fact, after they suddenly discovered that this thing had lost contact with them a week ago, they suddenly became panicked. There are only two reasons for this result. The first point is what they are keen to see. That is, because Yan Guo could not crack the structure of the Yadman metal, it turned to violent dismantling method, through the hardness of the diamond to forcibly cut the east, but because the diamond is hard, but when cutting in the air, sparks and other things will inevitably be generated, so this unmanned submersible can be easily detonated. Although there is not much heat energy in it, it can at least cause an explosion within 100 miles. Just this point can definitely make the Yan nation's scientific research personnel group vigorous. So this is what they are keen to see, but until the unmanned submersible lost contact, they did not find from the satellite that there was a large explosion even in any area of Yan country. Then there is only one possibility that can explain this, as if the scientific research team has found a way to dismantle this unmanned submersible and has successfully dismantled it. When the internal heat energy device is removed, the entire system will stop, so they can't understand the movement of the unmanned submersible. If this is really possible, then they have to be very careful. After all, if Yan Guo's scientific research personnel can disassemble this thing, it means that their technology has reached a level that the whole country has to pay attention to. Maybe they can really crack the secrets on this unmanned stealth submersible completely. You must know that this thing brings together the greatest technological products created by all the greatest scientists of their time. If it is said to be cracked by Yan Guo, it is really cruel news. However, in fact, when they discovered this, it was already too late. Some politicians had already secretly regretted it. In fact, they should do their best to get this thing back from Yan Nation. Although in terms of the current strength in the world, Yan Nation is not as good as them, but the development of Yan Nation in these years can definitely make them fearful. Seeing that the Coal Nation made such a statement, the leader sneered. How did he not know the wolf ambition of this group of people? In fact, anyone who knows how to govern is able to understand the friendly communication between them. On the surface, they are harmonious, but in fact, there has been an undercurrent surging inside. After all, no one accepts advancement and thinks that they have problems with the ability of the world's hegemon, especially the coal country, who have been the boss in the world for too many years. It is totally unacceptable for anyone to come from behind and ban their position. But they never thought that before they became the overlord, Yan Kingdom had dominated this land for 5,000 years. With such a background, how can you be willing to stay behind? So this time, the leadership is also rare to be hardened, in other words, straighten up and challenge the coal country. At that time, the coal country made such a statement. If it really made some other small families in the world read a joke. After all, no one believes that Yan Guo has the ability to crack Meiguo's latest scientific research technology. Yan Guo is nothing more than a group of sick men. What ability do they have to challenge the great coal country father? It is the East Island country who said this. In their minds, the coal country has always been the greatest. What's the promise of a country that only knows to plagiarize the heritage of others? It was the great Han Ming Kingdom who said this. They have always felt that the Yan Kingdom stole their cultural heritage. When it comes to opening, except for us, San, the rest of the world is scum. The one who said this is naturally the Asanjia, who is known as the opener. However, even when other countries in the world are not optimistic, Yan Guo did not issue any rebuttals, only a short and powerful video. This video is very short, no more than 10 minutes, and uses the first perspective, but the content of this video is enough to shock countless people, because he turned out to completely photograph the territory of the Coal Nation, and it was in the territory above the Coal Nation. Everyone thinks this should be something like an unmanned aerial vehicle. So the question is, how did this thing get into the territory of the coal country? Could it be that the Sydney protection system that Coal Nation has been boasting about is just a display? If Aegis is really the most powerful radar in the world, how did this thing enter the range of Aegis without being discovered, which is a bit thought-provoking? And more importantly, the coal country may be worried about his personal safety at this time. After all, Yan Guo's methods directly entered the coal country's territory, so it was confirmed that they had mastered a new technology that could break through radar scanning. Under the threat of this kind of technology, coal countries are facing an unprecedented huge crisis. However, ordinary people's ideas are not so far-reaching. This video has naturally been circulated on the internet, but for ordinary people, there is only one idea, and that is to relieve their anger. Don't your coal country always think that it is the most developed country in science and technology in the world? Why didn't anyone notice our drone after flying for a whole round in your home? So this is enough to explain that, at least in the invisible field. The Yan country has surpassed the coal country in this regard. And at this time, the official released Xinjiang, saying that this time it can perfectly crack the coal country's technology. Jiangcheng has unparalleled absolute credit in it. In fact, when deciding this credit ranking, Jiang Chengzhai strongly demanded that the credit be given to Mr. Lai, but Mr. Lai said that he would not accept anything. In his opinion, he looked like a genius like Jiang Cheng. It should be remembered by all people, too, what they must remember. If it weren't for the silent struggle of rising stars like Jiang Cheng, how could there be a great and powerful Yan nation? It's actually Jiang Cheng again? Sure enough, he is simply the greatest genius in the world. The Universe Umbrella Company is invincible. It can compete with others in the same country by relying only on the strength of its own company. What kind of courage and strength is this? From then on, unconditionally support the Universe Umbrella Company and unconditionally support Jiang Cheng. In my mind, he is the biggest idol. Compared with the friendly comments of the people of Yan country, the comments from other parts of the world seem a bit unsightly. Jealousy is common to everyone, especially for a guy like Jiang Cheng who is young but has done legendary deeds. It is even more jealous. Humph, why is this Jiang Cheng again? In any case, I would not believe that a teenager can have such a terrible mind. This must be a hype by the Yan national team. In such a big home in Yan country, there is no one who can speak in the field of science and technology. Every time, a child must be replaced. It seems to be over. Humph, Zhuzi's fame is not enough and conspiracy. Let's see if this Jiang Cheng is just a young man, and after a few days he will be wiped out in the crowd. However, no matter what they said and how bad their tone was, they couldn't change one thing, and that was their extreme jealousy of Jiang Cheng. However, in the face of these people's speeches, Jiang Cheng didn't care at all. After all, he is a person ahead of this era. If he has to care about with such a group of intellectual disabilities, then life is not very boring. At this time, he was sitting lazily in his office, and Zhang Manlin beat him back. This technique was obviously deliberately practiced, and Jiang Cheng was very useful. The two sisters of the Lin family were sitting on Jiang Cheng's seat one by one, and they were extremely comfortable. This is simply the enjoyment of an emperor on earth, but Jiang Cheng feels that he can afford it. While there was still time in his free time, Jiang Cheng paid attention to the progress of the gene restoration medicine, and Zhang Manlin hurriedly reported to him. President Jiang, after your previous strong request, we have almost completely removed the sales channels of gene restoration agents. In other words, it is impossible to obtain this gene restoration agent through various channels. Just like your previous request, we have included gene restoration medicines in the ranks of very advanced medicines. Unless there is no more energy, it is possible to use our gene restoration medicines for those who are going to treat. We'll easily use this resource. And more importantly, because of your previous decision, please provide this gene restoration medicine to the poor in need free of charge. This decision has received unprecedented response among the media and among the people. Originally, our company suffered a loss of more than 20%, but after the incident was cleared through the media, the people became enthusiastic and strongly supported other industries of our Universe Umbrella Company. Now the company's economy has completely recovered, and there has been an increase of more than 40%. After listening to the report, Jiang Cheng just nodded, which was almost as he expected. There is a saying that water can cut and overturn the boat. People are water, the water that drives them forward. Many people will look at the very few elites among the high levels of society. This is the most stupid decision. History has proved that those who put their hopes on a few people in this world must ultimately end up with failure. In this world, companies that can truly achieve great success have undoubtedly focused their careers on countless ordinary people in this world, because only a broad mass base can provide more profits. Those who laughed at Jiang Cheng before, at this moment, all shut up. The development of the Universe Umbrella Company is beyond everyone's imagination. It is simply a giant, like the wheels of history rolling forward. Seemingly stupid, two high-end drugs were finally developed, one for the poor and the other for the soldiers, but he gave up any profit. But what they can't see is how much fame Jiang Cheng has earned because of these two decisions. Even an 8-year-old kid now knows that it is good to talk about the universe. It's almost the same as my expectation. So is there any recent progress in the gene fortification medicine? Jiang Cheng raised his eyebrows and continued to ask, because of your previous request, all of our company's genetic enhancement agents were sent to the Bing team. But at present, some new data broke out in the Bing team, which was similar to the upgrade of the sharp knife camp before, which can prove that it is because of a few people his physique is indeed very good. The improvement of some ordinary soldiers in the Bing team is very insignificant, and some people even have an improvement of only about 50 to 80%, which is not even double the strength. After understanding this, Zhang Lao made a final decision. He believed that this gene-enhancing drug could not be used by all people. Good steel should be used on the blade. He suggested to us that only every year in the country, among the personnel selection, the top-notch group is eligible to use this medicine. After listening to Zhang Manlin's words, Jiang Cheng was silent for a short while, and he thought this proposal was very good. Although I said that my goal at the beginning was to enable every Bing person to be able to use gene-enhancing drugs. But in fact, this goal is not reliable. After all, the cost of gene-enhancing medicine is very expensive, and it is obviously unrealistic to provide it to all people. And he took into account another factor. Not everyone who is willing to go will eventually stick to his post. There are also some people who choose to quit the team after serving in the service and enter the society to seek a common career. Most of them choose to be security guards or bodyguards. If this group of people were also given a gene-strengthening medicine, although it could not be compared with those with superphysical fitness, their strength would be too strong in front of ordinary people. It is easy to single out 3 or 4 normal people. In the long run, it is likely to become a hidden danger in society, so this must be prevented. And Lao Zhang's suggestion is very reasonable. Although it is used by the best soldiers every year, in fact, this is tantamount to giving some other soldiers hope. This is because there is hope, which gives them momentum. After all, it is a peaceful age. On weekdays, these soldiers can only train and retrain without limit. This is a very boring thing for anyone. At this time, it is a pretty good thing to be able to give them some goals. At that time, in order to be able to fight for the opportunity to strengthen their physical fitness, every ordinary soldier is likely to burst out of full potential to train for the purpose of being able to obtain a bottle of genetic enhancement medicine. Even though it is said, the quota is limited to the best people selected each year. But in fact, for some soldiers who performed well and made great contributions, this gene-enhancing drug can also be awarded to them as a reward. Well, just do what Zhang Lao said. Jiang Cheng agreed to this suggestion after much deliberation. After all, in his opinion, there is no better suggestion. In a short period of time, everything that happened before has been properly handled, and Jiang Cheng doesn't need to worry about the next thing. He believes that Zhang Manlin's strength will be able to handle all these properly. And he should also release some news to let the world know the new goal of the Universe Umbrella Company. By the way, don't you care about our company's next process? Jiang Cheng asked curiously. He wanted to know what everyone's opinion was. Perhaps some people think that the steps taken by the Universe Umbrella Company are too great, and they should stop and rest for a while. Perhaps some people think that as a new company, it must be vigorous to move forward. Only in this way can it be able to gain a foothold in the world forever. However, only Jiang Cheng knew in his heart that when he discovered that unmanned submersible a few days ago, to be honest, he really felt a little bit in his heart. Unexpectedly, at this time, the coal country was already strong enough to be able to study Yadman metal. Compared with the invisible system, he was most interested in Yadman metal compared to the heat energy-driven device. Because if you follow the process in the previous life, something like Yadman metal should be a very powerful scientist in the coal country who created a material by extracting a material from a meteorite from the sky and incorporating it into the meteorite. Kind of new materials. Perhaps it is very possible that some surreal technologies will also appear in this world. For example, the humanoid beast Wolverine. Wolverine's claws are made of Yadman metal, and the iron is indestructible, although it's not sure whether there are mutants in this world, but one thing is beyond doubt. If the coal country puts Yadman metal into the team, the people of the Yan country will be in great danger in the near Jan. Although a large number of advanced soldiers have now been strengthened by genetic strengthening agents. After all, it is only the body that is strengthened. Can the body be harder than steel? It's also time to make some weapons that can make the super metal materials of Yan Nation and Coal Nation fight against each other. Otherwise, once you open Jan in the future, you will be in a very difficult situation. This is the next goal that Universe Umbrella Company should develop, a cross-age alloy material. As he said nothing, Jiang Cheng plunged into the laboratory, and no one could enter it without his instructions. No one knows what he is doing in it, but what everyone knows is that this is a very close and confidential task. Jiang Cheng mentioned it before. If this task can really be completed, it will be the technological development of Yan country has brought an unprecedented breakthrough, and it will be an unprecedented super improvement for Yan country's power. That's right, since the coal country has already developed Yadman metal. So naturally, it made Jiang Cheng think of another important role that appeared in the Coal Nation super blockbuster. That is, Iron Man is also a legend among Marvel heroes. To be honest, when he was watching this movie, he was absolutely shocked. No one could have imagined that he could use the power of science and technology to the extreme and finally created such a super monster. Although there are humans in it, with the strength of humans, it can actually compete with the gods, which is simply unprecedented. In the final analysis, this time I must also thank the coal country for its enthusiastic support. Without saying a word, he directly sent him over. In fact, Jiang Cheng can also make this kind of thing, but it is a bit too trans-epoch. So the only way he thought of was to use the coal country's technology, and then improve it and transform it into the Yan country's technology. In this way, he would be able to make Iron Man logically. Of course, although the energy problem has been solved, there are still several most important factors that cannot be solved at all. One of them is the outer armor made in Iron Man. This must use a super alloy that can match the Yadman metal. If this goal cannot be achieved, then what is the point of making this super armor? But to tell the truth, this task is not easy to say to other people, but Jiang Cheng is completely inconvenient. You know, he is a super genius from another world. Isn't this easy? I filtered the various versions of Iron Man in my mind. The first generation of Iron Man used ordinary steel, and the second generation directly used stainless steel armor. The technology of these two machines can actually be skipped directly, because in Iron Man it has already been introduced. Because the first part uses ordinary steel, when flying to a place that is too high, the armor of the whole body is directly frozen and almost fell to death. Predecessors have discovered this kind of problem, and he will never make this mistake again, and the second generation stainless steel armor is actually not much improved, at least in front of Yadman metal, as if it were made of paper. So after skipping these two stages, Jiang Cheng went directly to the third stage, which is the use of gold titanium alloy, which is also an ultra-new material that has surpassed the times. In terms of hardness, it is completely compatible with Asia. Demand metal competes. Although there are some difficulties in doing it, it is not particularly difficult for Jiang Cheng. At least, he has already synthesized this thing after almost a week of grinding in the laboratory. Looking at this shining new material, Jiang Cheng felt very satisfied. From then on, Yan country will also have this super alloy and will no longer be afraid of the threat from the Coal Nation. In fact, his ideas are not at all wrong. In future Zhan battles, super weapons such as he weapons will never be used. So as long as the battle is launched, the scientific and technological forces of all countries will actually be used. A very severe test. Even the cannonball is a super long-range and powerful weapon attack, but there is no desirable effect. After all, the enemy can also create some thunder to avoid the threat from Yan Nation. Therefore, the greater combat level should be limited to between the levels of Zhan alone. Regarding this point, it can be said that the Yan Nation's strength should be the strongest among all the home countries. Of course, it is not ruled out whether Meiguo has also developed a medicine that can greatly enhance the citizens' physical fitness. If they can really study this kind of thing, it must be very terrible to the soldiers' physical wear. It is clear that Jiang Cheng does not believe that he can create better than his own gene enhancement medicine. Something comes. However, the fact is also true. Is Jiang Cheng's thing comparable to the ordinary medicine of the coal country? And with the addition of this tailor-made Iron Man armor, the strength of the entire Yan Nation would be strong against the sky. However, Jiang Cheng is just thinking about it in his heart. If he wants to truly surpass Cole Guo with current technology, it is almost impossible. Even if he worked day and night to help Yan Guo strengthen technology, it may take some time to achieve this achievement. After all, for Meiguo, there have been too many great scientists in recent history. After about another week of busy work, Iron Man's shape is finally completed. No matter what others think of Jiang Cheng, he is very satisfied anyway. After all, this is also his work. First of all, the armor made of gold titanium alloy is so hard that even if it is bombarded with anti-tank artillery, it is impossible to directly blast this armor into pieces. But the people who stay in the armor may not feel so well, so this Iron Man armor cannot be used by ordinary people. Only those who have actually undergone genetic modification can fully control this armor. After it was produced, Jiang Cheng contacted Zhang Debiao and the others. After obtaining Zhang Xiling's permission, Jiang Cheng took his armor directly on the road. After putting on Zhang Debiao and a few other guys, Jiang Cheng had only one feeling at the time: damn, this is simply the original Iron Man appearing in front of him. Yes, there is nothing more relevant than this statement, because it uses the latest energy system he can drive from the coal country. And after Jiang Cheng has modified him a little, he directly formed an injection device behind it. As long as the back of the armor ejects tail flames, it can ensure that the armor has a certain degree of airborne ability. And the helmet is also equipped with an oxygen supply system, which is also to ensure that the soldiers have enough when flying high. The oxygen can be absorbed by them. From this point of view, even if it is said that the coal country will dispatch high-altitude flying tools, as Zhan, they can still rely on this Iron Man armor to compete with a Zhan. After Chang Da Bio and the others rushed to the scene, they quickly put on this set of armor. The initial feeling was that the armor seemed a bit heavy. However, it is not a problem for them who have undergone genetic modification. They can easily be mobilized, and even when they act, they are much more familiar than before. In fact, Jiang Cheng had also expected this, because after receiving genetic modification, they will have tremendous power between their hands and feet, and they will naturally feel that their bodies are much lighter than before. In this case, it is natural to be a little uncomfortable, and the weight of this armor is just enough to make them feel more comfortable, and it is precisely because after adding the body weight, when attacking, it is much stronger than before. For example, Zhang Debiao exploded a truck in a flash. In the past, this was completely unimaginable. Although after receiving the transformation, his strength was much greater than before, but because of the human body limitation, so he can only penetrate the shell of the truck. But after putting on the Iron Man armor, the power of his hands became heavier, so he could easily blow the truck with one punch. Very well, this power can be said to be very handy and destructive. Zhang Debiao said excitedly. He had never thought of having such a powerful destructive power. Since it can blow the truck directly with one punch, it means that even if you encounter those Zhan fighting fleets in the air, you will be fearless. As long as they are not directly hit by those Zhan fighter guides, they only need to aim at their weak flanks. and with just one punch, they can directly make this plane a scum. From this point of view, this thing is already very tough after testing the strength. Jiang Cheng naturally wanted to test the hardness of this thing. Zhang Dabiao told the truth. It was a bit embarrassing at the time because he saw the kid Jiang Cheng turned around and actually took out the anti-tank gun directly. Damn, what are you doing? Zhao Jiang, you can relax. Zhang Dabiao was shocked at the time. He never thought that this kid was actually going to bomb him with tank artillery. Is this thing specially designed to deal with those armored vehicles? If you want to be bombarded by this thing, it is estimated that you are probably over. But looking at Jiang Cheng's appearance, he didn't even mean the slightest joking. The only feeling Zhang Dabiao had at the time was that if he was bombarded by this thing, wouldn't he still be smashed into scum? Don't worry, brother Zhang. If I hadn't given enough consideration, I would never use this thing to test you. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. The hardness of this alloy has been tested before, and it is definitely not something that this anti-tank gun can easily break. But if it is not broken, is not broken. Whether it will hurt the people inside is another way of saying. Now Jiang Cheng's only worry is whether this anti-tank gun will be able to imitate Zhang Dabiao inside. If Zhang Dabiao inside is injured, it means that the defense of this thing is still a bit weak, and some appropriate vibration suppression measures must be added. This is very important, just like a bulletproof vest. The most specific function of a body armor is a clothing that can absorb and dissipate the kinetic energy of bullets and fragments, prevent penetration, and effectively protect the protected parts of the human body. If the Iron Man armor is compared to a body armor, then he has now achieved two of its functions, that is, preventing penetration and fragmentation kinetic energy. But this is not the best. Even if it can prevent the explosion damage from causing damage to the human body, it cannot penetrate the alloy armor. However, the impact force can still imitate the human body inside. After all, the human body is fragile, so unless it can absorb the impact, it is just empty talk. After careful consideration, he decided to use a tank gun to test the shock absorption capability of the alloy armor. In fact, at the beginning of the design, Jiang Cheng has already added some pressure-resistant devices and equipment, but the specific effects can only be seen after testing. Zhang Dabiao was extremely ambitious in his heart. This was also a normal person's reaction. When the black muzzle of an anti-tank gun was turned head-on, I guess he was very scared. However, he still did not choose to retreat. After all, science is like this. There must be brave and great pioneers who can take the lead in order to truly see what defensive strength this thing possesses. After the 3 confirmations, Da Bio directly took a stance and stopped in place. This time, the shelling came mainly from behind. After all, the Franxing is too close to the heart, and a little carelessness may cause irreparable damage, so this kind of attack can only be hit from behind. After the incomparably regular horse stance was tied, Jiang Cheng decisively pressed the button. In fact, compared to Zhang Dabiao's ambition, he was not worried at all, because he had used a dummy before to test the strength of the Iron Man's armor. Logically speaking, one shell of this anti-tank gun would definitely not be able to penetrate the Iron Man's armor, and enough anti-tank armor was installed inside. Chinese letter, pressure device. Now it depends on whether Zhang Dabiao can bear this pain. The cannonball quickly hit the Iron Man armor like a thunderstorm. The bright fire rang, accompanied by a thunderous roar and endless dust. After dispersing, the figure of Iron Man inside was revealed. But the gratifying thing is that Zhang Dabiao is still crouching on the spot, and it looks like this shell did not cause any substantial damage to him. Brother Zhang, how are you doing now? Jiang Cheng asked curiously. He couldn't wait to know how the armor was capable. There was no news from the other end of the phone, which made everyone's minds go to the bottom. Although it seems that this Iron Man didn't have any movement, it doesn't mean that it was the best result. There is another possibility. The people inside had been completely stunned by the fluctuations caused by the explosion, and under this circumstance, no instructions would be conveyed. But it also means that the result of this test is a failure, because the enemy on the real Zhan field will not give you this chance of dizziness. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Soon 3 minutes passed. Even though everyone was surrounded by the Iron Man armor, there was still no movement inside. For a moment, everyone became worried. What is going on? Such armor is very difficult to disassemble from the outside. After all, Jiang Cheng thought about it when designing it, because he felt that if the Iron Man armor fell into the enemy's hands, it would be easy if it is taken apart by others. Then the Jan scholar inside will naturally be restrained by the enemy. In this way, it is very likely that the handle will fall into the hands of others. There is only one way to solve this problem. The skeptics have canceled the function of opening the armor from the outside, and only the people inside can open the armor. It was the enemy who caught the person, and he was still facing a horse tortoise, completely helpless. At this time, when everyone was almost desperate and was about to use a laser knife to cut this metal gear, there was a burst of hearty laughter from inside the Iron Man armor. Ha ha ha. Are you all scared by me? Zhang Debiao actually didn't have anything at all. He just wanted to make everyone worry that he couldn't continue to pretend at this moment, and he exposed himself by kneeling. Damn, do you want us? No, I still worry about you for so long. Lao Zhang, you are really enough. In fact, Jiang Cheng was not worried at all in his heart. Just now, when everyone was panicking, he didn't react at all. This is his complete confidence in his products. He knew that this small impact would not cause any damage at all, so he didn't take it seriously. However, even so, he can see that Zhang Debiao has nothing to do. No, stepping out of this armor is also something to be excited about. Brother Zhang, how do you feel? Jiang Cheng hurriedly asked when seeing Zhang Debiao coming out of the armor. It's pretty good. It's really Zhao Jiang. This thing you designed is really evil. What material is it made of? Why doesn't it even feel like an anti-tank gun is hit? Zhang Debiao said, 3 are very good, then it shows that this thing is indeed very good. According to his own feelings, it was sitting in this Iron Man costume, as if the explosions from the outside had nothing to do with him. The facts were true, even if the shock wave lifted the land of Zhu. But Zhang Debiao, who was inside the alloy armor, still only felt some slight shocks. From this point of view, it is enough to prove how excellent the shock-absorbing material in this armor is. But then again, no matter how good the shock-absorbing material is, it is still inevitable, and it will cause some damage to the human body. But from the current situation of Zhang Debiao, there is no feeling at all. Then it can only explain one point. Maybe the effect of the gene-enhancing medicine is better than Jiang Cheng imagined. At least judging from Zhang Debiao's physical condition, it is already far beyond ordinary people. Speaking of this, Jiang Cheng was a little surprised, but at least it also proved that there was no problem at all for the Zhan soldiers of Yan country to use this armor. The next thing depends on how well this thing is and how true it is. Jiang Cheng doesn't have the least bit of possessions. All the armor used on this armor is the best thing that Yan Kingdom can take out. First of all, hide it in his hands with 2 pairs of jet machine guns. This kind of gun is extremely powerful and can easily penetrate ordinary armored vehicles. Then on the shoulder of this armor, a total of 6 navigation sheets are hidden. Once launched, it will cause an unimaginable blow to the locked target. At the vertebral part, a perfect alloy longsword can be drawn out. It is also made of the same alloy as this Iron Man armor. It can be said that cutting gold and haircutting is not profitable. After testing these equipment, Zhang Debiao, I can't put it down more and more. No one knows better than their group of Zhan scholars how much this thing is for the positive Zhan field. This Jane is really a real artifact. As long as the technology of this Iron Man armor can be fully mastered, then it also means that in the future battles, it has a certain degree of self-protection ability, and Bai stays in such a kind of armor. It's much more comfortable than facing the enemy's artillery fire with your own body. Thank you, Zhao Jiang. With this thing, it seems that our soldiers from Yan Nation will become the most powerful army in the world. I believe so firmly. Zhang Debiao said affirmatively, and Jiang Cheng also believed what he said. Bai Quan is considered his work. If there is nothing that makes people feel classic, how can it be passed? Seeing that Zhang Debiao was so confident, for no reason, Jiang Cheng also had confidence in his heart. Brother Zhang, although we have made this thing, we can't just let him keep it at home. Doesn't it mean that this production is completely meaningless, Since we say that other countries put things on our side, then let's swim around by ourselves and let them see what our technology has developed. That's the level. Jiang Cheng said with a smile. This sentence is not unreasonable. In this era, although the strength of each family is different, the theme of the common pursuit of scientific and technological progress will never change. Only with the advancement of science and technology can the family be strong. So basically, the most important thing for every home is to show how powerful the scientific and technological power of your home is when necessary. Otherwise, why are there so many drills every year? Could it be that everyone is fed up? Of course, it is not possible. There is only one main reason. In order to show other homes the power of science and technology, it is actually indirect to convey a meaning to them. Don't mess with me. Simply 3 words, but you can really understand. How much can you understand? Just do it. Since Zhang Debiao can perfectly control this Iron Man armor, what can't Jiang Cheng? Just put it on without saying anything. Anyway, Jiang Cheng has only one idea. This time, he must show off fiercely in front of Magia. You must know that the latest stealth materials intercepted before can be used on the UAV, so naturally it can also be used on this armor. After turning on this anti-stealth device, Jiang Cheng and Zhang Debiao marched all the way to the sky above Magia, but they were not discovered by Lei Da. After all, this is the best anti-stealth material right now. Of course, it is not completely undiscovered. When it was discovered, it was because some passers-by looked up at the sky. I accidentally discovered that there are 2 people flying in the sky. Mom, look there. There is a Superman flying in the sky. A little blonde boy pulled her mother excitedly and said that you are a little kid, you are lying again, right? How could someone fly in the sky? The middle-aged woman didn't believe it at all. The kid slapped. The beaten kid cried loudly. He didn't know what he had done wrong, but he clearly saw 2 people flying past. Although it was said that the anti-stealth system was turned on, Jiang Cheng and Zhang Debiao didn't want to hide from others at all. They basically rushed all the way. In this way, it is impossible not to be discovered by others. I always stabbed my lord. Someone reported that unknown objects appeared in the sky above my house. Would you like to send someone to knock them down? After hearing this sentence, the general manager of the Cole family was shocked at the time. The Yan Guo drone was able to break through their Lei Da before, which was already enough to shock them. However, what happened today is even more shocking to them. This time, it is not an ordinary machine that directly breaks through the barriers, but 2 living people, although they are hidden in the armor no matter what they are. Being able to clearly distinguish this is clearly personal. Are you kidding? What is this? Where did it come from? The Cole family was a little confused at the time, and he was completely confused about what the situation was. No one can explain to him why this is exactly what happened. However, what happened after that made him feel even more surprised. It was clear that police officers had been sent to chase and intercept the 2 steel men, but they had no effect. The 2 people still went their own way and did not release any of them at all. In the eyes. Are you kidding me? Are these 2 guys here to be funny? A final warning is issued. A final warning is issued. If you don't immediately fall from the sky and surrender, we will use force to shoot you down. Give a final warning, give a final warning. If you do not immediately fall from the sky and surrender, we will use force to shoot you down. Send a final warning. I sent it 3 times, but Jiang Cheng and Zhang Debiao didn't take them seriously, and they were still going their own way. Mei Jia said that it was completely intolerable. Although the firepower equipped was not too strong, at least it could pose a certain threat to ordinary people. They directly launched an open flame attack on Jiang Cheng and Zhang Debiao. The pistol fired mercilessly into the sky, however, hitting Jiang Cheng and Zhang Debiao with the penetrating power of this thing was like tickling them and didn't care at all. Are you kidding me? At that time, the Mei family was also completely stunned. He took the gun to shoot, and he could not cause any harm to these 2 people. What kind of monsters are they, however? The Mei family did not lose heart, but sent a helicopter to try to use arrows from the sky to attack the 2 men. However, even with the arrows, there is no way to win them both, because Jiang Cheng and Zhang Debiao's reflexes have been improved to the extreme, and they started to dodge when they saw the rocket launching towards them. Open. A long flame was ejected from the tail, which raised the impetus to the extreme, and there was no possibility of hitting the two of them. This was completely a performance of Kai Gyugyuo, playing them with applause. At that time, there were many news organizations reporting on this incident, and any Cole family who paid attention to this incident felt a deep shame. And this shame is brought to them by Jiang Cheng and Zhang Dabiao. These two guys are completely provoking the majesty of the Magia police. No, it can even be said that they are provoking the majesty of the entire Magia police. At this time, when the media all over the world focused on all of this, Jiang Cheng and Zhang Dabiao directly did the next earth-shattering thing. The two felt that the game was not enough, so they went straight to the sky. The device exploded. Just a punch directly broke the helicopter to pieces. Did the driver escape? This is not what Jiang Cheng and Zhang Dabiao should be concerned about, and what they should do now is to make Gu Dang publicly reveal their identity when the momentum of this farce reaches its extreme. Yes, that is to choose to put brother. Only fools would take off their masks at this time and reveal their faces. You have to know how many snipers are aiming at them, so it is completely irrational to say that they are exposed at this time. But there is one thing that can prove their identity, and that is singing. Get up, don't want to. At that time, almost all the foreigners who were following the big news were all over. What was this impassioned rhythm? It seems familiar. How could they be unfamiliar? Yang Guo is one of the people in the world, no matter how you say it. As a marching song of the country, it has almost reached the level of familiarity. Many people have heard it just by the prelude. This is my brother. I'm going, isn't this a song? How can it ring at this time? Wait, it seems to be released from those two steel men. I heard it right. That's right, it was the two of them. Could it be that this invincible steel man was made by our country? All of a sudden, the people of Yan country burst into a sense of pride from the bottom of their hearts. This feeling is completely beyond words. No one could have imagined that this inexplicable suddenly emerged for such a period. Bastard, the people of Yan country are so arrogant that they dare to do this kind of thing on our territory. Fuck, we must not let them leave so easily. Otherwise, where should we put our face as a big country? Zayat, Cole family is really useless. Others just run wild at your door. You still have nothing to do with him. You still claim that you are the best in the world. What qualifications do you have? Many people began to stand up and complain frantically, complaining about the incompetence of their homes. To be honest, even anyone could not accept that the enemy came to his door to go wild, but he still had nothing to do with him. This feeling is really true. It's too wrong. However, no matter how angry they are, there is still no way. Facing an enemy that cannot be hit by bullets or rockets, it is almost invincible. If you want to say, is there any way to compare with Zhan? Then, only steel talents of the same level as Jiang Cheng and Zhang Dabiao can deal with them head-on. But does the current Cole family really have this kind of technology? For a while, I couldn't believe it, but at this moment, the representatives of the Cole Affairs Institute gathered the general manager into a group, and everyone was anxious like ants on a hot pot. Always stabbed, they are so provocative. In my opinion, it is necessary to use our secret weapon. That's right, I don't think I can choke in hiding. Is it possible that only they can study this kind of external armor? Our Cole family also has it. In fact, these people are all people who know little about the technology of the Cole family. No one knows better than the General Poke. In fact, they do have this technology, but the key to the problem is that their technology is not perfect. It can even be said that there are many places that have not been studied. However, what they didn't think about was that Yan Jia was able to study this kind of external armor first. How could this be possible? In theory, this kind of armor should have been made by their Cole family first. After all, Yadman metal was also made by them first. Then He Power is definitely one level ahead of the world, but to be honest, even with such a high-tech development of Cole, their steel armor is still in a testing stage. In short, compared to Jiang Cheng's design, that's more than one grade. How could the Iron Man designed by this guy be so strong? Has he cracked the most critical thing? The scientists at the Cole family were stunned. The most critical point they called naturally refers to the operator himself. Setting up an armor is not a difficult task. It is nothing more than combining several existing coal mining high-tech. But the problem lies in this combination. The most critical point is that after they have combined it, they have been unable to find a suitable controller. Even the most powerful person of the Cole family would still feel a very depressed feeling after entering this armor. After all, this thing is a steel alloy. First of all, in terms of weight, it has exceeded the limit of human beings, unless it is the kind of strong man who can easily control it perfectly. Because of this, the Cole country has improved their manufacturing process and added ejectors on the limbs. In fact, the main purpose is to enable the controller to use the ejector to make it portable. However, to be honest, even if this is the case, there are still many inconveniences in operation. One of the biggest drawbacks is that when all limbs use propulsion equipment, then the energy consumption of the steel man will change. It's very powerful. Basically, if you can't beat it for a few minutes, you don't have a little energy anymore. So it's still in a period of improvement. So when they saw the Iron Man of the Yan family, their first thought was that this thing would definitely not last long. Because they can clearly see that the Iron Man of the Yan family is much more flexible than the ones they make. And one thing is crucial in such flexible actions. That is, the Iron Man of the Yan family must have used more advanced energy equipment than them and made a lot of hands and feet on the limbs. Otherwise, human power alone cannot push such a powerful steel armor. However, how could they possibly imagine that before designing this Iron Man, the thing Jiang Cheng designed first was a gene-enhancing drug? Precisely because of the existence of the gene-enhancing drug. That's why the bodies of those people can be greatly transformed. Only the bodies that have been greatly strengthened can actually promote the actions of this thing. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. However, the scientists of all these Cole experts don't even know it. In their opinion, this thing is nothing more than a pile of relatively powerful-looking copper and rotten iron. I bet it will fall from the sky within 10 minutes and be captured by me because it runs out of energy. Or does it take 10 minutes? No more than 5 minutes at most, with their current intense energy consumption. HMPH, wait and see, the Yan family has not yet born the energy that can make this armor fly completely. The scientists of the Cole family completely believed in their own judgment. However, as time passed by, until Jiang Cheng and Zhang Dabiao flew in the sky for almost 20 minutes, they really understood a little bit. It turned out that the thing the Yan family designed this time was really moving. It was definitely black technology. Properly black technology. If it wasn't for black technology, then why could this thing last so long in the sky? Is this totally unscientific? But no one believed their judgment anymore, because everyone found that the facts heard by these experts were completely false and bragging. What kind of experts are nothing more than a bunch of rubbish? What qualifications do you have to be crooked there? Not only did they fly into the sky, but they also fly so smoothly. There is no such thing as what you said. That's it, I couldn't design this kind of advanced armor. As a result, I laughed at Yan's family and couldn't design it. Now I have been beaten. It's really amazing. When will our family have such advanced things? Facing the ridicule from the masses, the scientists of the Cole family can't sit still. To be honest, it's not that they don't have this thing. It's the mule that came out for a walk. In the face of endless ridicule from Jiang Cheng, even the Cole family could no longer bear it, and decisively sent the strongest Iron Man developed by his own family to welcome Zhan. However, how can the things produced by this Cole family be comparable to Jiang Cheng's carefully crafted Iron Man? If the armor of other people's houses flew out, it would be like a tattered child. Jiang Cheng and Zhang Dabiao laughed. There was nothing to be merciful at this moment. The two rushed directly to the Iron Man with a punch. When he was attacked like this, the Iron Man naturally flew far away. Although it hasn't broken yet, all this is only because the Yadman metal is strong enough. If it weren't for this thing should have been blasted into broken copper under this punch. Although things are said to be all right, the people in this armor have suffered damage like thunderbolt. There is no way for time to wake up again. When the Iron Man lost the manipulator, the consequences needless to say. He fell on the ground and couldn't climb up. Jiang Cheng and Zhang Dabiao laughed 3 times, seeing that the remaining energy was not much, so they flew back to the Yan family. Sure enough, the news began to focus on this matter in less than a day. Shocked, the Yan family has developed a mysterious armor. Since it can withstand the damage from the Cole family's firearms, it has not been broken after countless blows. Is this black technology? Breaking. The Yan family Superman, picking the majesty of the Jean Cole family, flew back to the Yan family as if there was no one next to him after swimming around the Cole family collar. Terrible. Suspected alien weapons. Could it be that the Yan family officials have intercepted alien technology and created an unprecedented super armor? When the information was reported one by one, almost everyone couldn't believe this fact. In their eyes, the Magia's technology should be the best in the world, but the Yans stepped up so that they didn't know what to do. But for this, the masses of the Yan family naturally don't have so many special ideas. After all, it is a matter of great joy to say what the people of their own family have to show off in the Magia territory. Everyone was cheering, excited for Jiang Cheng and Zhang Dabiao. This time acting has no other effect, but at least it proves that the Yan family's technology is now the Cole family, and they can't match it. When returning to Yan's house, Jiang Cheng first bid farewell to Zhang Dabiao and others, and returned to his office. On the screen, rows of data are listed. This is all the test data about Iron Man. The data collected in this exercise are almost the same. Based on these data, Jiang Cheng can improve and strengthen this thing. And at this moment, Zhang Manlin walked in and held a phone in her hand and said to Jiang Cheng, "Boss, this is a call from the Cole family. It is the youngest billionaire who is calling you from the Cole family." Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, are you talking about Mark Zaber?" Mark Zaber, this is a very well-known figure. He dropped out of college and created a must-have. After rounds of rapid financing, his assets reached hundreds of millions in an instant. Can be regarded as a very good guy among the contemporary young people. And this person, does he have any thoughts on contacting himself? After answering the phone, Jiang Cheng was also very curious. It is indeed a kind of dialogue with such elite characters. A thing worthy of recognition. "Hello, Mr. Jiang Mark, one of the must-have founders. Today I invite you to talk about an important thing. I want to discuss with you about the Iron Man developed by your company. I am very interested," Mark Zaber said confidently. In his opinion, as the youngest and richest man in the world, he still has a little right to speak. However, Jiang Cheng resolutely refused. "Sorry, our Yanjia technology will not be sold to the Cole family." After speaking, he was ready to hang up, and at this moment, Mark Zaber hurriedly said, "Wait, Mr. Jiang, don't hang up in a hurry. This time I want to buy Iron Man from you not because of my home country, but my personal meaning. You and I are also at the super-rich level. You should also know that when a super-rich like us goes out, there will be many dangers. I don't know how many wicked people in this world. If we look at us, although we will bring a lot of bodyguards every time we go out, it still poses a certain threat to personal safety. So I want to buy this kind of armor from you in order to be able to react when the crisis comes." After listening to Mark Zaber's words, Jiang Cheng's brows slightly raised. This guy said something interesting. No kidding, this is indeed the truth. A long time ago, such a major event happened in the Yan family. There was a super rich man named Lai in Hong Kong whose son was kidnapped. As for the robbers, they demanded 1 billion ransom fees. For the safety of his son, the rich man surnamed Lai could only compromise. Although the robbers were caught in Yan's house afterwards, this is true for any wealthy businessman. A very alert reminder. What's the use of money when one day encounters these threats from the outside world? No matter how much money they have, they will not be enough to survive, so they usually find ways to improve their hope and ability to live. However, to be honest, Jiang Cheng's magical armor, without a doubt, fell into the eyes of these guys in an instant. This is simply the best and best armor in the world. The environment of the Cole family should be clear to everyone. It is different from the Yan family, and even many beautiful people yearn for the life of the Yan family. Why? There is only one point. The most important point is that because there is no gun ban in Magia, guns can be used anywhere in the world. Under this circumstance, the people of the Cole family are in dire straits, and news reports will come out from time to time that the people of the Cole family have been injured by gun attacks. There is no way, in this society, there are too many people with schizophrenia. And they can also get very powerful weapons like firearms, so it is even more unimaginable. People will pick up firearms from time to time, do evil. Under such circumstances, even the richest man must always pay attention to his own life safety. What use do you say to hire a bodyguard? Isn't a bodyguard a mortal body? No amount of money is enough to survive, so they usually find ways to improve their hope and ability to survive. However, to be honest, Jiang Cheng's magical armor, without a doubt, fell into the eyes of these guys in an instant. This is simply the best and best armor in the world. The environment of the Cole family should be clear to everyone. It is different from the Yan family, and even many beautiful people yearn for the life of the Yan family. Why? Under such circumstances, they must find some more effective means to protect themselves, and at this time they approached Jiang Cheng. There is nothing else to say. The most important thing is that you have taken a fancy to the design of this Iron Man. What are you kidding? Is there anything that can prove Jiang Cheng's armor power better than facing the police's firepower? This is truly a good thing. When he heard this news, Jiang Cheng was a little bit wondering what to do. Okay, what's the joke? That's Mark Zaber, the founder of Face, one of the most legendary people in the world. But after thinking about it, is Jiang Cheng really worse than others? The Universe Umbrella Company has not yet been promoted to the world. If it is to promote this company to the world, maybe even Mark Szabo is not enough for him. But Jiang Cheng actually thinks it is quite funny for him. If you really want to buy this kind of Iron Man, in fact, the one from their Cole family should be fine. Because this is made by Yadman metal, there is basically no damage in the face of the power of ordinary firearms. But why did he find himself? After careful thinking for a long time, Jiang Cheng finally figured it out. Although Mark Zaber himself said that he did not have any official background, in fact, as long as a discerning person can see it, how could there be no official power behind this? Helping. If it weren't for the assistance of the Cole family's axe, would Mark Zaber take the initiative to come to him? And the key is that for such a super rich, the Cole family may restrict the sale of Iron Man, but for him, there is no problem at all. He didn't believe that Jiang Cheng killed him. Mark Zaber didn't have any means to get the super alloy armor of the Cole family. Most of them still want to take things back from themselves and study them. But Jiang Cheng laughed when he thought of this. You guys really think of me as a fool to design, so don't blame me for scheming. Mr. Mark Zaber, I can't accept your suggestion, because the thing developed by our Universe Umbrella Company is a Jun equipment built in accordance with the requirements of the Yan family. I am really worried that you will leak it to the scientific research institution of the Cole family. Yes, I, Jiang Cheng, is indeed a businessman, but in the face of the righteousness of the country, I choose to serve the country for the people. Sorry, I will never sell you this armor. Jiang Cheng deliberately spoke in a tough tone, and once reduced the conversation to freezing point. If you analyze it from his tone alone, it is absolutely impossible for any transaction to be possible. But who is Mark Zaber? In the current world, there are probably not many people who are truly richer than him. After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Mark Zaber smiled. He absolutely does not believe that there are things in this world that cannot be driven by interests. If there is, it is nothing more than not enough interests. What does one say? It seems to be a famous man in the world, Marcos said. When capital comes to the world, every pore is dripping with blood and dirty things from head to toe. Capital is afraid of no profit or too little profit, just like nature is afraid of vacuum. Once there is a proper profit, capital will be bold. If there is a 10% profit, it is guaranteed to be used everywhere. With a 20% profit, it will become active. With a 50% profit, it will take the risk. For 100% the profit, it tramples all human laws. With 300% of the profit, it dares to commit any crime, or even risk the danger of hanging its head. If turmoil and dispute can bring profit, it will encourage turmoil and dispute. Smuggling and slave trade are proof. How simple. This sentence is simply too easy to understand. When the profit is large enough, even if it is against your own wishes, it is possible to make some decisions that you are not willing to accept. So he believed that the price he had offered was too low. If he offered a price that even Jiang Cheng could not refuse, then he would definitely be willing to sell it. Mr. Jiang told a joke, the business is not successful, The righteousness is there, and you have not heard my offer, still so firmly refused. Waidu is a bit too rude. I have to say that Mark Zaber is really a human being. Even if Jiang Cheng refused so hard, he can still see a little hope from the clues. Oh, what did Mark Zaber say? Jiang Cheng smiled. When Mark Zaber said this, it means he has taken the bait. The next thing he has to do is how to make this fish bigger and bigger. Let's put it this way. I also know that your company has been cooperating closely with Yanjia Zhengsu. This piece of equipment must also be used by the Yanjia Junfeng equipment, so I am not too difficult. How about we discuss this? You can sell me things, but you can remove all the weapons and equipment on the armor. I only need an empty armor. Mark Zaber calmly said, since this step can be talked about, it means that this matter is almost finished, and then it depends on how vigilant Jiang Cheng is. If his vigilance is strong enough, then what Mark Zaber said just now has absolutely no meaning and effect. For example, if Jiang Cheng's police party spirit is not enough, then everything will actually be clear by this time, right? This is the end of the story, and nothing else needs to be said. It all depends on Jiang Cheng's attitude. However, Jiang Cheng had actually expected Mark Zaber to say so. When the Iron Man technology was demonstrated over the Magia territory, other things were not the key. Although the firearms and missiles used were excellent, they were compared as far as Iron Man's energy propulsion system and armor hardness are concerned. It's really not enough. If you want to say what is the most important thing in the armor, it is undoubtedly the hardness of the energy propulsion system and the alloy. Therefore, the Cole family is just looking at these 2 points and wants Mark Zaber to buy this thing from Jiang Cheng at all costs. However, Jiang Cheng laughed. Do they really think their own things are much better than them? A joke, to be honest. Jiang Cheng has never thought that his own thing is better than the other. But the key to the question is, why is his Iron Man so flexible? Naturally, because of human reasons. It is ridiculous that the Cole family thought that his Iron Man was able to run so flexibly because he had transformed the internal operating system of Iron Man. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. The general meaning is, when people control the Iron Man armor, it is inferred from common sense that there are 2 kinds of control states. One of them is directly operated by humans. The actions between the hands and feet follow the actions of the controller. There is also a button operation, which is similar to playing a game, and all the operations of Iron Man are completed by internal combatants. There are pros and cons between these 2 methods of operation. Logically speaking, in terms of the flexibility and reaction speed of the action, it is much better if it is directly manipulated by humans. However, because the Iron Man armor uses a very hard alloy, it would be inadequate if manpower was used to drive it. This is unavoidable. In this case, a better way is to let the internal combatants operate by controlling the keyboard. The Cole family uses this method because they cannot avoid this drawback. Even if the Cole family can find the most powerful fighter, they still don't have the power to smoothly operate this powerful armor. Therefore, in their opinion, since even a strong white man like himself cannot accomplish something, it is even more impossible for a yellow race to accomplish this result. There is only one possibility, that is, the armors of the Yan family are all operated by keyboard, but due to Jiang Cheng's research and invention, this keyboard operation should be much more advanced than their keyboard operation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be so flexible. Armored. I have to say that the Mei family thought well, but they did not think of the key point. They always thought that Jiang Cheng used a super keyboard to control the mecha, but they did not expect that the Jun people of the Yan family were going through genetic enhancement medicine. After the transformation, everyone now has an unimaginable superpower. Under such circumstances, wouldn't it be easy to control this simple armor? Under this inconvenient news, the scientists of the Cole family are destined to suffer a big loss this time. Jiang Cheng is very sure of this. It is precisely because of this that he did not give anyone the slightest chance. The purpose is to make Mark Zaber not have any doubts about him. In this way, after hearing his conditions, Jiang Cheng continued to perform his own performance. He deliberately appeared a little entangled and seemed to be thinking about this issue with difficulty. Seeing Jiang Cheng's expression, a weird smile appeared on Mark Zappo's face. Sure enough, this kid was still too tender. The young man couldn't stand the temptation, so he got the bait easily. Of course, who is the fish and who is the hook? This is not yet known. In that case, talk about your conditions. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Cheng asked slowly, judging from his expression. It seemed like he had made a very difficult decision. Mark Zab was excited, and it seemed that this kid was completely hooked, but when he noticed a sly look flashing from the corner of Mark Zab's eyes, Jiang Cheng was also secretly smiling in his heart. In fact, the negotiations in the mall are like this. You come and go, intrigue, and whoever has a deeper city can have the last laugh. Mark Zaber showed a very sad expression on his face. It seemed that he had to pay so much to make this decision. He said with great sadness, "Dear Mr. Jiang, in order to protect my life, I am willing to pay $5 billion to buy 2 Iron Man armors." If there are other people around Jiang Cheng at this moment, I am afraid that they are already shocked at this moment. Then 2 pieces of copper and iron can be sold for a high price of $5 billion. This is simply a grab for money. What, however, only Jiang Cheng knew in his heart that the $5 billion is not too much. In the final analysis, he might still have some losses. What Bai Jing has in this Iron Man is some high-end technology that the Cole family has not researched. So when he saw Mark Zaber showing this expression, Jiang Cheng sneered, decisively stretched out a finger, and immediately offered the price. 10 billion, I will not sell a word less, and there is only one, more that one is absolutely impossible. If Mark Szabo just stated a reasonable price, then the price Jiang Cheng said at this moment is completely a fantasy. Anyone with a brain will not spend such a large price to buy. Such a thing, it is already a technology developed by others, so in theory, even if the Cole family can completely crack it, it is already behind the Yan family's technological level. While making progress, others are making progress, so there is nothing to think about at all. It is absolutely impossible to do better than the Yan family. Seeing Jiang Cheng's decisive tone, Mark Zaber sneered in his heart. It seemed that he was still a little too underestimated. Although this kid looks very immature, in fact his heart is indeed like a little fox. Epidemic, very cunning. So calmly strangling the price to an awkward level. Even Mark Zaber had to admire Jiang Cheng's level of conversation. Although both sides are pregnant with ghosts, this negotiation will continue, right? Mr. Jiang, your price is a bit too much. To be reasonable, I don't think this Iron Man armor can be worth so much money. Even if it is 5 billion, I can give the biggest concession out of personal safety considerations. Mark Zaber replied resolutely. Although he is now the richest man in the world, it is indeed too unacceptable to ask him to spend $10 billion casually. But Jiang Cheng didn't think so much. He directly caught a loophole in Mark Zapper's tone and witty replied, "Mr. Mark Zapper, I would like to ask, in your opinion, is your life important or money more important?" This sentence can be said to be a panacea reply, but it is definitely enough to make Mark Zaber speechless for an instant. Just one sentence is enough to make the other party nothing to say. Sure enough, when Mark Zaber heard this, he was stunned at that time whether life is more important or money is more important. He had also thought about this question, and naturally life is more important. But no one is a fool. Is it really worth paying tens of billions for such a thing? Think about it again. You have seen the sturdiness of our Iron Man. It is definitely the hardest bulletproof armor in the world. For your worth, there is nothing more suitable for you than this. Jiang Cheng replied coldly, ready to hang up immediately. However, Mark Zaber was in a hurry at this time. He did everything possible to find Jiang Cheng to be able to discuss this issue. Now, he didn't expect this guy to give up the conversation without saying anything, so he was naturally stunned. Don't tell me, Mr. Jiang. In terms of money, we really cannot make such a big concession, but we can renegotiate from other aspects. The cold sweat on Mark Zaber's forehead came out, and only then did he realize that he had been mastered by the opponent before he knew it. Jiang Cheng cleverly used a lion to open his mouth. This seemingly simplest method of activism has forced him into a dead corner of thinking. Today, Jiang Cheng has been able to grasp Mark Zaber's life arbitrarily, just seeing what he wants, what is the price. Okay, what I'm waiting for is your sentence. Jiang Cheng smiled. When Mark Zaber uttered this sentence, he basically walked into his trap. Things like money, to be honest, have little effect. With his Jiang Cheng ability in this world, no matter where you are, you can easily transfer money, but some things are not like this, such as understanding the world and grasping various resources more clearly, is the most important. When Mark Zaber saw Jiang Cheng's shining eyes, he felt a little bit in his heart. Did he find out that he did something wrong? Unexpectedly, when the guy opposite would not excite him, in Mark's opinion, in the short conversation, whether it was appearance or conversation, Jiang Cheng acted like a real gentleman. His face was expressionless. Even if he said a large number such as 10 billion, it seemed to Jiang Cheng that it was just like going to the vegetable market to buy vegetables and discussing 10 yuan with those great ants. It can be clearly seen that he doesn't care about money, so what exactly does Jiang Cheng want? Mark Zaber was a little undecided for a while. He had never played against such an opponent before, so it was normal to say that he didn't know how to deal with it. However, Jiang Cheng smiled at this time. This was the first time he showed a sincere smile since the negotiations. I have always admired Mr. Mark Zabel, especially Mr. Mark Zabel's company, which must be full of interest. You must know that Mr. Mark Zaber is a miracle of the 21st century, so it is very normal to say that I will be so fascinated. This time, I can accept your terms. 5 billion is no problem. We can also produce 2 armors. Start, but I only have one condition. I hope to visit the FACE headquarters in person. When this sentence came out, Mark Zappo almost subconsciously wanted to say no, but after thinking about it, he really couldn't figure out why Jiang Cheng would make such a request. Even if he admires himself, he feels completely normal. In this world, there are too many people who think he is a great Mark Zaber. But the crux of the question is, who is this person? You must know that this is Jiang Cheng. At present, the Yan family's most powerful Tian Yu in the field of science and technology is actually such a person. He actually said that he would come to visit. According to reason, Mark Zaber has almost no possibility of not accepting it. But the key lies in the fact that the atmosphere between the two countries is so strange now. Can he really guarantee that Jiang Cheng has no other malicious in coming here to visit the FACE headquarters? Even Mark Zaber couldn't promise to tell the truth about this. If he accidentally leaked some important information to Jiang Cheng, he would really die. Sorry, we may not be able to accept your request. Mark Zaber said frankly, this matter is really too big, and he dare not make this decision rashly. However, Jiang Cheng has nothing else to say about this. He just replied indifferently, since there is no agreement, then forget it. Jiang Cheng actually let it go. At that time, it made Mark Zaber feel like an instant awkwardness. How could he let it go so suddenly? Wait a minute, do you mean that if you can't accept this condition, you are not going to sell it? Mark Zaber hurriedly stopped Jiang Cheng. Even if Jiang Cheng cannot be allowed to visit here, the crux of the problem is that they also have a demand for Jiang Cheng's Iron Man technology. If he is let go now, then things will be a little difficult to handle next. In short, I just have one sentence. If you want to get our Yan family Iron Man, open the conditions for me to enter the headquarters to visit the headquarters. There is no other way. Jiang Cheng used an extremely hard in a tone of voice. Basically, there is nothing to say about it. If they didn't agree to Jiang Cheng's request, I'm afraid it's impossible to talk about this matter today. It's really helpless. Mark Zaber finally thought of this way. Mr. Jiang, your request is acceptable, but if you want to visit here, we will conduct necessary inspections on you, and no electronic equipment can be brought in. If you can agree to this request, we can probably let you enter the FACE division for a visit. Mark Szabo is really helpless. The task assigned to him by Bai Jing is to get 2 Iron Man armors. To be honest, although a wealthy businessman like him can ignore the requirements of the Cole family, since others have asked him, he shouldn't refuse it because of his feelings and reason. In order to get 2 Iron Man armors from Jiang Cheng's hands, he was broken. Hearing what Mark Zaber said, Jiang Cheng moved in his heart. Since you have already spoken, I can't blame me. No problem. I can go in without any electronic equipment. Then the 2 parties reached a happy agreement. Mark Zabel is very fast. A rich man like him also has tens of billions of cash in his hands anytime and anywhere. After directly transferring funds to the Universe Umbrella Company through an international bank, this agreement has been officially reached. For Jiang Cheng, being able to enter the Face Company is actually not the most important thing. As long as he can be given a chance to get close to the other company's electronic equipment, then everything is enough. In his world, there is a game called Watch Dogs, which was released by Ubisoft. Once it was released, it caused an uproar in the world. Countless players rushed to buy this game. There is no other reason, mainly because a concept implemented in this game is very powerful. That is, hackers can change the world. The protagonist is an extremely powerful hacker who can easily hack into the most tightly blocked system with only a mobile phone. And this, in the current world, I am afraid that no one can do it. There are naturally some exaggerations in the game, but through this idea, Jiang Cheng has also found an opportunity. In fact, he does not need to be as mysterious as the protagonist in the Watchdog. He has another way to hack into the opponent's system as well. That is through artificial intelligence. That's right, he can let Rem lurking in his mobile phone in advance. Although he said he is in Mark Zaber's company, he will definitely be checked, and if necessary, he will hand over all his electronic equipment. But as long as he is given a chance, he can directly invade into the other party's system through Bluetooth or wireless network. Jiang Cheng is naturally the other party's key care object, but they can't block viewing at all. The intangible artificial intelligence. Although Jiang Cheng said he was controlled by the other party, but Rem would definitely steal all the information that could be stolen from the other party's company. You have to know that you have to die. In Magia, the existence of Facebook is equivalent to the status of Yangia Penguin. In other words, it can have all kinds of data of most people in the Cole family in an instant, no matter what use the data is. But at least one thing, know yourself and your opponent and win every battle. It is better to know than not to know. So with this one method, Jiang Cheng was able to do things that no one else could do. In fact, the relations between major countries are far from being as calm as they seem. Under the undercurrent, there are often undercurrents. In many areas that ordinary people cannot see, fierce battles are often launched between major countries, such as the internet. This is a good platform for battle. Why did the Yan family set up a firewall? It's not because when the Yan family's network was just started, the Cole family used various means to deal with the Yan family's network. Under pressure, we have to build something like a firewall to resist the other party's attacks on the network. This kind of thing belongs to the network level. It does not mean that a lot of people can solve it. It is completely based on their own technology. However, to be honest, in today's internet development, even though the Yan family has established a firewall and has not been removed, to be honest, the Yan family's hacker field is no less inferior to any country in the world. Sometimes hacker wars will be launched on the internet, which is also a capital to show off the scientific and technological strength of one's own country. Of course, no matter how they imagine it, they can't imagine that Jiang Cheng has actually developed something like artificial intelligence. In today's era, the existence of artificial intelligence is equivalent to an open-ended thing. So this is because of the lack of information, which gives Jiang Cheng an opportunity. Through artificial intelligence, he wants to cause an extremely terrible blow to the opponent. The key point is that this attack is still, there is no way to resist. With another point, does the Cole family really think they can get real Iron Man technology from Jiang Cheng? It's just wishful thinking. Jiang Cheng is not a fool. How could he give the Cole family what he has worked so hard to develop? Do they think they can deceive themselves without surrendering their weapon skills? Who is it? How could Jiang Cheng not know that the Cole family's biggest demand is actually the demand for the control technology of Iron Man, and they simply don't know how to make this thing move flexibly? However, to be honest, Jiang Cheng has no way to solve this point. After all, this costly project is too great. To add various boosting devices, the simple point is that the final result is not much different from the few robots of the Cole family, and there is no way to drive them flexibly. But for this aspect, his solution is to allow the controller to have extraordinary power, so that if it is obtained, it can smoothly drive these steel monsters. However, the Cole family does not have this kind of technology. So even if they handed Iron Man to them, they couldn't figure out why. If they were to collect Iron Man's armor, then they would be disappointed. Jiang Cheng is very clear about the strength of the gold titanium alloy, which is at most comparable to that of Yadman metal. If you want to distinguish between the strong and the weak, you can't tell. Therefore, it is estimated that they can only get a high-grade metal material that is almost the same as Yadman metal. Of course, in terms of energy, Jiang Cheng will not be able to deduct it. The technology itself it was transformed according to their coal mining technology. Although Jiang Cheng has optimized it completely, but think about it carefully. After all, the other party also spent almost $5 billion to give someone an improved own technology. What can't it doubt? It is impossible for the Cole family to doubt, because Jiang Cheng has already thought about it, and when that happens, he will drive the Iron Man armor to the place they agreed to trade. No matter how you look at it, Jiang Cheng can also control the armor smoothly, right? But why can't it be replaced by the tester of the Cole family? This may require them to think carefully about why. Jiang Cheng wouldn't explain it to them. In short, this time, the Cole family must be a dumb eating Coptes and suffering from it. Even if it is a big loss, he can only knock down his teeth and swallow in his belly. Who made them greedy for things that do not belong to them first? If it weren't for this embarrassing situation wouldn't happen. After figuring this out, Jiang Cheng started to work with his face this time. There was nothing to say. It had to be successful once. Bai Jing didn't know if he would be able to enter the face headquarters next time. Lucy, remember, you will directly use the other party's computer when you have time, and be sure to copy all the other party's information in the shortest time. Jiang Cheng said solemnly, "This is definitely not a joke. You must know that this time he went to Magia by himself, basically without any guards or bodyguards. If Lucy was discovered by the other party, then the trial of Jun Fang, the Cole family, must be waiting for him. I can't let this happen anyway, so I can only pin my hopes on my artificial intelligence. As long as Lucy is fast enough, then everything is not a problem." Lucy nodded desperately. She also understood the seriousness of this matter. If this matter is not dealt with properly, it is very likely that he will never see his master again. After all these years of watching Magia blockbusters, I still have some understanding of their strengths. For example, among the X-Men, Magneto was locked in a very tightly guarded place. Generally speaking, although it is impossible to have such a tight protective device in reality, you can't help but beware if you tell the truth. The ghost knows how the May family will treat himself. So Jiang Cheng must be more careful. Everything depends on Lucy. After explaining all this, Jiang Cheng officially set off for Magia. Zhang Debiao said he had to keep up with everything. There was really no way. On the band, Zhang Manlin and Zhang Debiao, the latter carried a large box in his hand, which contained a simplified version of Iron Man armor. The main reason is that Zhang Debiao can quickly put this armored equipment on his body to rescue people when necessary, and he will not be allowed in when he must die. Jiang Cheng can be sure of this. The person who came to greet him was Mark Zaber, as usual, and even younger. To describe it as young and promising, I feel a bit too humble. The ghost knows that such a very ordinary-looking young man from the Cole family can actually have a wealth that many people in the world cannot imagine in their entire lives at the age of 25. But if you really want to compare it, Jiang Cheng will not be much worse. The first thing is to demonstrate the Iron Man armor in front of everyone. This time, the demonstration was carried out by Jiang Cheng himself. Everyone also discussed, and finally came to a conclusion. Like Zhang Debiao, who looks very powerful and powerful Jun, if he were to conduct this exercise, it would be too much. Not to mention anything else, because before the Cole family was making trouble, Zhang Debiao's various performances fell in their eyes. Although they were hidden in the armor of Iron Man, every fighting skill was undoubtedly in Jun. The Jun fighting method. This is very easy to identify, because some of the kung fu taught in the Jun team belong to the killing moves, not pursuing fancy. Only pursuing every blow can cause huge damage. So if you can identify it from this point, you can undoubtedly tell that there is a dry connection with Zhang Debiao. But then again, Zhang Debiao came to control the armor, but he didn't seem to be shocked enough. Bai Zhuo is also a powerful, tough guy with Kong Wu, Let him control this armor. It shows that he has used his strength. It is better for Jiang Cheng to play himself. When the time comes to open the armor, a small teenage firefighter comes out of it. When the time comes, the Cole family will believe it, and believe it if they don't. After all, a teenager, how much strength do you expect him to have? Isn't this funny? But they have imitated it, and they can control such a big house as flexible as their hands. When they arrived at the scene, they were first picked up by Mark Zaber and others. And by the way, they had a meal at the Cole family's Michelin 3-star restaurant. But to be honest, even though their Western food is so delicious, Jiang Cheng is still a bit unable to eat. The foreigner went out for a Michelin to judge the quality of the world's food, but to be honest, even the best food they rated is a heaven and an underground compared to Yan's family. When it comes to eating, the Yan family still has a certain say. However, to appreciate the characteristics of other countries in the world, Jiang Cheng did not resist too much. After eating and drinking, everyone will take a break in the 5-star hotel, and the specific negotiations will not continue until tomorrow. On the upper floors of the hotel, overlooking the night view of Rio Magia, Jiang Cheng silently sighed. Sure enough, in this world, the power of science is still the greatest. Who can think of the most developed country in the world today? It is actually only a few hundred years old. It's nothing more than the emergence of a group of great scientists in modern times who forcibly pushed the entire Cole family to the world's #1 throne, and if no surprises, they can still sit in this position for decades. However, the Yan family is not bad. The Yan family has also possessed quite terrifying Junshi power through the vigorous development of these years. From now on, no one can say what the world is like. Jiang Cheng's sigh is not unreasonable. He himself is a person who studies science. Therefore, his respect for science also makes him feel that the culture of the Cole family should be viewed with your own eyes. Standing at the window and watching for a while, finally tired, Jiang Cheng went back to rest. The next day, Mark Zaber personally drove an extended Lincoln and came to pick up Jiang Cheng and the others. Although it was in the Cole house where luxury cars are like forests, pedestrians on the street still tolerated seeing this extended Lincoln. Can't help showing envy. After all, not every country in the world is 100% rich, or ordinary people still make up the majority. The feeling of sitting in this car is still comfortable, whether it is any accessory. It is made with the world's top technology. Jiang Chengson was ideal, and waited until he returned to the Yan's house to see if it was necessary to build such an extended Lincoln to increase his B-frame. The last place to stay is a very large open space. After all, if you want to test the Iron Man armor, you must have enough space. And this place is the test site Mark Zaber prepared for Jiang Cheng. Of course, a group of people stayed on the grass here, and everyone had heavy weapons in their hands. It is no wonder that there is no gun ban in places like Magia, and everyone can legally own guns. It's normal for a character like Mark Zaber to have a small private special team under his hand. Well, Mr. Jiang is here to test the maneuverability of the armor. Mark Zaber is also a little excited. He is also a picker. No one is cleaner than him. For this kind of intelligent armor, how difficult it is to control it. According to the research of most of the researchers of the Cole family, inside the Iron Man armor, there must be a superchip comparable to artificial intelligence. It can quickly simulate every move made by humans and reflect him on the Iron Man armor. This error will not exceed 1%. If this were not the case, there would never be such a flexible possibility. To be honest, when Jiang Cheng proposed to exchange, Magia didn't know how many scientists secretly cursed in his heart. It was a fool if he thought they wanted to exchange this technology in order to improve themselves. Iron Man armor. That's really wrong in the future era. In addition to this small steel armor, it is very likely that it will evolve into a large robot war. In the Eastern Kingdom, the manga industry prevailed, but among the early anime works, one of them will still impress many people today. That is the works of the Gundam series. Perhaps some people were born relatively late and haven't seen the Gundam series by Zheng-Jing. But in the series of animation products that appeared later, many still have indistinguishable relations with the Gundam series. For example, the rebellious Lulu Ziu, The Crown of Sin, and other works, although they have their own ideas and themes, but in terms of combat, it is still similar to the robot armor war. So this must be a future development direction. Tanks, aircraft carriers, please. These things are already out of date, okay. Although in this era, they are still the strongest firepower unmatched, but to be honest, once the large-scale armor with destructive capabilities appears, all these things have to stand aside. As long as Beijing can be manipulated flexibly by humans, then it shows that this thing has the most terrible value. It can form an organization and cause a devastating blow to the enemy. Of course, if they want to solve such a big problem, they have to overcome one thing, and that is maneuverability. Although they don't understand why Yan Jiaguo was able to develop such advanced products, they must be able to copy this most advanced technology in Jiang Cheng's armor. Hey, he is said to be the most outstanding genius of this century. How do I think he is the most outstanding fool of this century? I didn't expect that this kid would be so stupid that he would even dare to do this kind of transaction. If his country knew about it, he would probably be sentenced to a crime of treason. Then I don't care anyway, our purpose is for the super smart chip, and the rest has nothing to do with us. All the scientists sneered, secretly scolding Jiang Cheng as a fool in their hearts. But in fact, with their ugly face, no matter who they saw it, they would feel that it was entirely out of jealousy. If it were not for jealousy, they would not say such vicious words, but their jealousy has no effect. Jiang Cheng is destined to be the most dazzling genius in the world. No one can talk to him in this era. Shoulder to shoulder. This is the fact they must believe if they don't. At this time, facing Mark Zaber's reminder, Jiang Cheng smiled slightly. His smile was a little mysterious, and no one could tell what he meant to express. Please note that this is the latest armor researched by our country, and I personally named it Iron Man 1. After saying this, Jiang Cheng directly took out the accessories and put them on his body. The next stage is the boring display stage, but every movement and every skill is enough to make all Mei family members secretly sigh. How exactly is this done? It is simply a miracle in this world. Because Jiang Cheng was spinning and dancing in the sky, they couldn't believe that this was something that humans could manipulate. Since this time there were many factors in the performance, Jiang Cheng directly replaced the jetted exhaust gas in the sky, continue to display for a period of time. There are no other ideas, just to show the real technology in front of this group of Cole family members. Many people have seen the performances of fighter groups, and they once sighed with their skillful skills. Who can imagine that in an altitude of several meters high, those fighters that pilots can drive, extremely difficult fighters, can actually so cooperate to make one unimaginable difficult movement after another. You can even use the exhaust gas to write words and draw pictures in the sky. Of course, it takes a lot of hard work to complete their magical skills. But for Jiang Cheng, everything doesn't have to be so troublesome. Don't remember every operation and skill about the fighter, but the only skill he needs to master is when. Start the engine and when to stop. The rest is left to the instinct of my body. Jiang Cheng drove the Iron Man armor and drew a few circles in the sky, leaving a few easy-to-understand letters. Cow NM. These few words, as long as the people of the Yan family can understand, naturally mean the grass mud horse. Of course, the people of the Cole family country may not be able to understand such unpredictable words. After performing the flight in the sky, Jiang Cheng landed and performed a kung fu cover-up, a set of Tai Chi, which was a powerful blow. It is wonderful. It is really wonderful, Mr. Jiang, I really did not expect your country to be able to develop such a powerful mecha. It really gave us a lot of experience. Mark Zaber said excitedly. He can almost foresee what a terrifying situation it will be when the chips inside this mecha are equipped on their new mecha. You praised it too much. In fact, it is not as mysterious as you think. Jiang Cheng is telling the truth, but the people in the Cole family may think that he is just being humble. How can they know that the reality is it's not that the chip that controls this Iron Man armor is entirely his own power? But one thing I am very curious about, what do you mean by this English word? Oh, Cow NM means superware assistant. Our armor is very strong and generally not easy to damage. Jiang Cheng replied cheeky. And the facts are also as Jiang Cheng explained, more than superware resisting is far beyond their expectations. Mark Zaber used the extremely powerful Desert Eagle pistol and AK-48 for his experiments, but the bullets of these two guns could not penetrate the outer armor of Iron Man. From this point of view, they were almost certain. If one day this Iron Man armor is put into a lot of production and use, what terrible power will be produced on the frontal battlefield, it is really not difficult to imagine. So Mark Zaber directly agreed to Jiang Cheng's request, and the next step was to take him to the face department. On the way, Jiang Cheng also asked curiously, "Don't you test the authenticity of this armor? Don't worry, we believe that you will not cheat on this. Wait a while, we will have special personnel to test. Let's go to the company to take a look." Mark Zaber sneered secretly. In fact, at this time, Iron Man's armor has been sent to the secret research department to be directly disassembled for analysis. But this point would never be told to Jiang Cheng anyway. After they had thoroughly studied the secrets of the armor, it was too late for Jiang Cheng to repent. "Oh, is it? Then I hope your company can test it well." Jiang Cheng smiled. He knew that Mei Jiaguo wanted to buy his armor must have some other idea, but he did not expect to tear it down. Anyway, all the useful things in this armor have been removed by him. The coal country has spent such a large amount of capital, and actually bought it is just a piece of broken copper. The remaining technologies in it either have been researched by the coal experts, or they have been modified based on what they have researched, which is innocent at all. When they came to the company that had to die, Zhang Manlin and Zhang Debiao couldn't let them in anyway, but it was nothing. Jiang Cheng smiled and just ordered the two to wait at the door, and he followed Mark Zaber to the company that must die. Of course, before going in, I went through a rigorous body search, but it didn't work. In fact, a whole body scan was done at the door before entering the company, and it was at such a critical moment. Lucy had already turned into a flow of information and intruded into the company that had to die. Looking at the signal light on the phone, the red light flashed. Jiang Cheng knew that Lucy had successfully invaded, so the next thing depends on how this guy performed. It has nothing to do with him at all. Going into the must-have company to observe it, it is worthy of being the most promising communication company of the Cole family today. Every place in it is full of modern technology. However, these things are simply insignificant to Jiang Cheng. In order to prevent it from stealing any confidential information inside the company, the two bodyguards sent by Mark Zaber have been inseparable behind Jiang Cheng. The famous day is to serve as a guide and protection, but in fact, they are here at all. Do surveillance. But Jiang Cheng didn't care at all. This time, he was not the one who entered it to steal information, so he didn't have to worry about eating carrots. When he walked around and visited the internal structure of the company that must die, Jiang Cheng saw it with gusto. But the two behind them were simply called fearful, for fear that this guy would accidentally see some extremely confidential materials inside their company. I have been strolling forward in the leisurely courtyard. What Jiang Cheng didn't know at this time was that the staff in Mark Zaber's company were very efficient. As soon as he got the armor he delivered, he sent it to the interior of the scientific research room for disassembly. At the beginning, everyone was very excited. Originally thought that there would be a super smart chip hidden inside, however, when they almost turned the entire armor upside down and failed to find the smart chip, they finally found a problem, as if this thing has no possibility of smart manipulation at all. It's really strange. According to reason, there should be smart chips in it. Otherwise, how does this Iron Man armor act? This alloy is not the same as the Yadman metal made by our coal company, but the hardness of the two things is the same, and the mass and weight are almost the same. This set of things weighs 1,000 kgs. According to the physique of ordinary people, can't function at all, right? Everyone was full of curiosity and was not joking. Although this suit looks light, but in fact, because of its extremely strong protection ability, its quality is simply scary. But even so, Jiang Cheng could easily manipulate him, which made them unacceptable. They always thought about what should be there, they didn't find it, but after careful investigation, the group of scientists from the Cole family finally gave in. This thing may be different from what we thought. It is possible that he really does not have any intelligent control mechanism. Take a closer look. There are no propulsion devices on the limbs. In other words, even if there is a smart chip in the armor, but there is no propulsion device. How do the limbs drive? Among them, a scientist with a relatively old qualification finally gave such a point after careful observation. The rest of the people, after repeated verifications, finally proved that this sentence is true. It is very likely that there is no smart chip control in this armor. Because it doesn't even have a propulsion system, even if it can be controlled intelligently, it's just a display, so how can this thing be so flexible? There is only one possibility, and that is that everything is controlled by humans. However, how is this possible? The weight is clearly placed there, and ordinary people can't move normally even if they wear something that weighs 1,000 kilograms. It was already very much pressed on the ground by gravity and couldn't move. And they also discovered that there is no shock absorption in the suit. Although it can resist firearms, if there is no shock absorption, it means that all strength depends on personal strength. To resist, this is even more incredible. Could it? Is the kid surnamed Jiang a monster? Just look at his weak body. Why doesn't it look like a terrible monster with 1,000 pounds of power? But this is the case, not only for slaps, it also makes them unacceptable. Boss, I think we may be wrong this time. There is no intelligent control system in it, and the rest of the functions are basically the same as what we have researched. Are we fooled? Among them, Japanese letter, an employee hurriedly called Mark Zaber on his cell phone. After receiving this information, Mark Zaber's face was very uncertain. He couldn't believe that Jiang Cheng dared to lie to him on this matter. But in fact, he thought of one more point. This time it was true that Jiang Cheng had promised to be a bit too weird. The previous report and investigation made it clear that Jiang Cheng had a very close relationship with Yan's Zhengax. So that means, this time it was impossible for Yan family Zhengsu to be ignorant of the matter of making a deal with them. This matter could not be hidden. In an international bank, such a large remittance was transferred to the bank account of one of the Yan family citizens. For such a large deposit, thinking of you, even any country will focus on it. But Jiang Cheng's appearance was completely light and breezy, as if nothing happened. This is the most incomprehensible thing, but at the time they were all immersed in the joy of obtaining this advanced armor. I didn't notice this at all, and now I carefully recalled every move I met before, and found that there were so many flaws in it. Damn Jiang Cheng, I was able to take him down quickly and inform FBI that he must be wanted internationally. Mark Zaber was so angry that he dropped the phone on the spot, and I quickly sent someone to notify the Cole family's FBI. There is nothing to say because only FBI can handle this kind of thing clearly. After receiving the instructions from here, FBL was entangled with a group of troops and arrested Jiang Cheng's allegations of international fraud. However, Zhang Dabiao had already noticed when they were just having some trouble. Without saying anything, he put on Iron Man's armor, and if Zhang Manlin was taken, he had to die, and the company was ready to rescue. Everyone's hearts are on Jiang Cheng's body, and what is he doing at this time? Still a player wandering around the company that has to die, seems to have no idea of what happened. However, in fact, how could it not know, even though all the equipment on his body that communicated with the outside world had been collected? But in fact, because Lucy invaded into the company that must die, at this moment, basically, it must die. In the company, as long as the screen can appear, Lucy has carefully left Jiang Cheng. Signal. The speed of data theft is very fast. Almost instantly, all operations have been completed, and the information from a large part of the Cole family has been transferred to the Yan family at this moment. And Lucy was ready to leave. But what should Jiang Cheng do? Now the problem lies on him, because almost everyone's eyes on the opposite side are on him at this moment. Perhaps the two bodyguards behind him had already received instructions. When they looked at Jiang Cheng, their eyes became sharper. After all, they already knew that this guy had blatantly deceived their boss. But because Mark Zappo reminded them not to startle them, he pretended to be unknowing. But these two guys are big bosses. How can they be acting? Don't think that Hollywood is in the Cole family. This country really has so many excellent actors. For ordinary people, it is very difficult to disguise one thing. Jiang Cheng naturally discovered the strangeness of these two people, but he didn't say anything. If he kept going all the way, if he had been close to the elevator exit, Jiang Cheng slowly turned his head back then. The two have been protecting me, so I must have been a little hard. Jiang Cheng asked with a smile. His face was sincere, and it was impossible to see any flaws. It's okay, let's not work hard, mister. Jiang, let's continue playing. We only follow behind you and won't disturb you. Although the two bodyguards knew in their hearts that this guy was a jerk, it was very difficult to have to pretend to be affectionate at this moment. Seeing if the two people in front of you laugh more ugly than cry, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but withdraw his mouth. This acting is really bad. Are you sure you grew up watching the Heikewo movie? The two did not understand what it meant, and they shook their heads. I mean, can I go to the Yizhao bathroom? It's really too uncomfortable. Ang Cheng asked curiously, but in fact it was just an excuse. You please, but we must follow you behind. You must not mind this. The two bodyguards replied honestly. At this time, they must not dare to lose Jiang Cheng, otherwise, for the two of them, it would be a catastrophe. Don't worry, I just go to a toilet and will be back soon. Going forward all the way, but wherever Jiang Cheng went, he headed straight towards the elevator. Mr. Jiang, doesn't it seem like this is the right direction? The two bodyguards finally couldn't help asking, because Jiang Cheng was already very close to the elevator. Aren't you two pretending to be tired? You should have been notified on the phone long ago. Jiang Cheng smiled and smashed everything through at this time, and only then did the two bodyguards realize. In fact, the boy in front of him who looked shameless had already seen everything through. He had known for a long time that he was only there to monitor him. At this moment, the skin was completely torn, and the two sides did not need to have any pretense at all. Now that you have found out, then no wonder we did it to you, mister. Jiang, I advise you not to struggle as well. After Jing, I will not be serious or serious. I will hurt you at that time. It will not be good. Up, the black bodyguard said while squeezing his fist. Seeing his fat and wicked look on his face, it was a bit shocking. Hey, are you scared when you are Jiang Cheng? Have you seen the big fist of the sandbag? Where did the two bodyguards have been subjected to such insults? No matter what, they were also senior soldiers from the special forces. In normal life, I can barely fight when I meet 4 or 5 ordinary people. Now, we are dealing with a 13 or 4-year-old boy. The two of them moved towards Jiang Cheng and tried to lift Jiang Cheng up with a big squeeze. But the facts proved that they really underestimated the enemy, and Jiang Cheng only deflected his head slightly and avoided their attack. Then he rushed up and brushed the 2 big ear scrapers, which directly stunned the 2 black bodyguards. Cut. You still learn to be bodyguards because you have such a poor resistance. Jiang Cheng's complaint is not unreasonable. He is also a bodyguard at this moment. What is Zhang Debiao doing? Directly intercepted a car and began to run wildly on the road, which is simply a big movie in real life. Because Jiang Cheng had already explained to him before, in any case, you must ensure the safety of Yuzukin's life. He didn't care. He could always think of a way to escape. But Zhang Manlin, this guy is just an ordinary person. We must protect her safety, otherwise everything will be meaningless. Even on the road, Zhang Da still drove for an hour at a speed of 160 yards. There was no way to be so confident. After receiving the baptism of the gene-enhancing drug, Zhang Debiao at this moment, his reaction power has far exceeded that of normal entry. Just drive 160 yards one by one. For ordinary people, the vehicles on the road have almost flashed in front of them in a second. However, for Zhang Debiao, even at this speed, there is still plenty of time to react. But those chasing police cars will not work. No matter how they chase them, they will chase after Zhang Debiao. There is still no way to catch up with this guy, this kid. Is he a monster? Even the most terrifying drag racer in the world now does not have his speed. Everyone was sighing. It was a shock to their eyes. It feels like watching the Magia blockbuster, and it's still on site. At this time, what was Jiang Cheng doing? When he was about to get off the elevator, he found that the elevator door had been locked. It must be because someone was silently monitoring all the surveillance cameras in this building. Seeing that he wanted to get off the elevator, he directly locked the elevator. However, for Jiang Cheng, this is not a big deal. Things like elevator doors are basically not built. They are too strong. This is the disadvantage of automatic sliding doors. If the construction is too strong, it will not run smoothly, so Jiang Cheng directly kicked on the closed elevator door and undoubtedly kicked the elevator door to the bottom with one kick. But at this time, Listening to the voice, Jiang Cheng realized that there seemed to be nothing and nothing under this floor. In other words, at this moment, the elevator car is still running at a certain part of the upstairs. You know, this is a 30-story tall building. However, Jiang Cheng jumped down without hesitation, just hugging the elevator rope as a buffer on the way. When he saw this scene, Mark Szabo almost couldn't believe his eyeballs. In his opinion, jumping from such a high height is undoubtedly mortal anyway, but in fact it is not the case. After waiting for 10 seconds in panic, he did not hear any explosion of objects falling on the ground. Sound. Instead, he saw Jiang Cheng rush out from the bottom of the elevator unscathed. This didn't have any problems. How did he do it just now? Jumping from such a high place, why is there nothing at all? This is simply incomprehensible. Mark Szabo was extremely depressed, which was more depressing than Iron Man. There is nothing to say, even if Jiang Cheng tried so desperately to pass the blockade, he still couldn't get Jiang Cheng out of this building. Without a word, all the exits were closed. However, in the next scene, Mark Szabo was so frightened that the keyboard fell to the ground. You must know that the big iron gate of the company must be made of the strongest material available on the market. It is said that the hardness of this steel can withstand more than 5,000 kilograms of force. However, just when he was full of confidence that he could trap Jiang Cheng, he didn't expect this kid to take a kick and knock the entire door down. Waterfark, what the is this? Mark Szabo was dumbfounded. This picture has only appeared in Superman. This kicked the whole door to pieces with one kick. Mark Szabo no longer knew what to say, and at the same time his eyes flashed, and he finally understood why Jiang Cheng could control the Iron Man armor. There is nothing to say, just relying on his burst of strength just now, which is more than 5,000 kilograms of strength. Then it is the easiest thing to control an Iron Man armor that weighs only 1,000 kilograms. But what about figuring this out? Could it be that he can catch up and make Jiang Cheng stump? To be honest, if Jiang Cheng controls the Iron Man armor himself, then it proves one thing. In fact, their action this time is meaningless. Because others didn't deceive them at all, it was true that Jiang Cheng could control this mecha, but he couldn't change to any one of their Cole family because they didn't have the terrifying strength of Jiang Cheng. Finally, he escaped from the obligatory building. When he walked out of the other party's company, Jiang Cheng finally found a camera left at the door and fiercely compared a middle finger. It's almost as if it's been wrong in Mark Szabo's heart, and it feels like saying, "Master came to your company, and Master directly killed the word. You are now the strongest high-tech companies in the world, so how can you stop Zioi's footsteps?" After comparing the middle finger, Jiang Cheng quickly found a car and began to flee. Because he learned the method of lighting the car with Zhang Debiao, he can drive the car smoothly without using the key. The FBI guys who had been racing all the way had no choice but to turn around and look for Jiang Cheng after they could not catch up with Zhang Debiao. This soft persimmon was pinched, but at this time, they discovered that this kid is also an old driver, and his driving speed is not slower than Zhang Debiao. Silicon Valley, located in Mejia, California, is close to the Ridgeonshin Bay Area. This is the place with the most computer companies in the coal industry and the most advanced high-tech place in the world. In this seemingly inconspicuous little place, it can absorb more than 1/3 of the venture capital investment of coal companies every year. It must be said that it is a miraculous place. Many billionaires were born in this place, a large number of multimillionaires, and millions of management personnel with a net worth of millions are even more numerous. It can be said that this small place is the birthplace of the richest coal family. In this miraculous place of Silicon Valley, many computer-related companies spring up every year. Some of them may go bankrupt soon, but some may become the next giants in the T-line. These newly born companies are constantly attracting the attention of those capitals, hoping to find companies with development potential among the countless small companies, and inject capital in advance to obtain returns far higher than the investment. Today, this place once again attracted the attention of countless people, making Silicon Valley once again the focus of the Cole family. But this time, it wasn't because of the emergence of new companies with great potential, nor was it because the T-giants had new products that caught the eye. It was because Jiang Cheng, a genius from the Yan family, made some unexpected changes when dealing with the must-dead founder Mark Zaber, which made a big news. From the beginning, Zhang Debiao was racing on the streets of Silicon Valley, which was already very shocking news. Because his speed of more than 160 kilometers per hour is really unimaginable, coupled with the FBI vehicles chasing behind, it is simply the real speed and passion. The Media TV station, which received the news, even dispatched a helicopter, wanting to have a live broadcast and create a big new room. However, it was a pity that after their helicopter arrived at the scene, they found that the fast-moving vehicle had disappeared, and those FBI vehicles had long since given up on chasing and turned to another direction. The current situation has greatly disappointed the TV station personnel on the helicopter. Damn it, we all came here in a helicopter, but I didn't expect it to be a step slower, and we didn't get the big news this time. The beauty host of the TV station, who was going to broadcast the live broadcast, tidied up her long hair that was blown by the wind. Ryuo Zayazui began to complain. The host's appearance can be said to be above the level, and the figure is also very dynamic. The previous quite expected can be said to be a seductive creature. A beautiful host like her was not worried about being famous, but unexpectedly, this time the unexpected incident would come by helicopter. You must know that live broadcast on a helicopter is a very dangerous thing. If you are not careful, your life will be in danger. There are a lot of accidents in helicopters all over the world every year, far more dangerous than those on airplanes. After finishing her hair, the beautiful host tightened her seatbelt tightly and continued to complain if you took such a big risk but didn't get any news, it's too revealing today. Well, I knew it wouldn't take so much effort to come over. It would be nice to stay on the TV station, honestly. Sitting next to her is a middle-aged man with a camera on his shoulders. It looks like it should be the cameraman sent by the TV station this time. After hearing the complaint of the beauty host, the middle-aged photographer took the heavy camera off his shoulder and let out a long sigh of relief. It is not an easy job to hit such a heavy camera directly, and he is much harder than the host. However, he did not complain with the host. As a photographer, he has no capital to complain. The beauty host is not afraid of others knowing about these complaints. The photographer has heard that she has a close relationship with a high-level TV station and is not afraid of other people giving her shoes. As for what kind of close relationship it is not enough to be humanitarian. The middle-aged photographer can't compare to the beautiful host next to her. Without her good physical capital, she can only put in more effort. Being able to let him be a photographer with this beautiful host has already made him very satisfied. It's just that I'm not lucky this time and I'm a little late. It's nothing if there is no big news today. Anyway, we still have a lot of opportunities in the future. After the photographer took a breath for a while, he didn't care about his hard work at all, but began to comfort the beautiful woman to enter. After the hostess heard the photographer's comforting words, her mood improved a little, but she still said with a little bit of resentment, "Although the words are correct, there are still more opportunities in the future, but she is so big." The news slipped by. It was too unwilling to be reconciled. If this incident allows her to do a live broadcast, then she will be completely famous, instead of being in a position where she is not as good as she is now. After all, this realistic version of speed and passion cannot be encountered at all times. And I heard that the vehicle that evaded FB's chase was able to drive to a speed of 160 kilometers per hour. This kind of news can definitely make headlines in many media. If I can complete this live broadcast, I will be really famous. The beautiful host was still thinking unwillingly. At this moment, the photographer beside him showed an excited expression and shouted loudly, "I just got the news from the TV station from the headset, and there was another car racing on the street. Those FBI cars are not I left to chase, but turned to chase another car. The other car the photographer said was the one driven by Jiang Cheng." After the beautiful host heard the news, she immediately broke away from the mood she had just lost and became very energetic, and her whole person was full of fighting spirit. She will never miss this drag racing scene. Today, it can be said that the beauty host of the TV station has experienced the ups and downs in his life, She also didn't expect that after she missed a good opportunity, God would give her another gift like this. I don't know what day it is today. The speeding incidents that don't usually happen at all happened twice in a row. Hurry up and change the direction to fly to the scene. Don't miss it again this time. We must make a big news today. The beautiful host shouted enthusiastically to the helicopter pilot to obey orders and immediately change course. Don't worry, this time we will be able to catch up. After hearing the command, the pilot sitting in the front row of the helicopter, while answering aloud, pulled the control stick vigorously. Just after he pulled the joystick, the helicopter's lead made a huge roar. The roar of yins proving that the pilot had used all his horsepower. It seemed that he was not just talking about it. This time, he was going to drive the helicopter with all his strength to catch up with the big news this time. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the helicopter swayed its lower fuselage in the air, turned around and turned one direction, and left quickly towards the distance. At the same time, Jiang Cheng had just drove the vehicle he had just grabbed, and he slammed on the gas pedal and slammed into the horsepower. The body shook violently and then left the enclave. Behind the vehicle that Jiang Cheng was driving, there were several FBI vehicles closely following them, all after losing Zhang Debiao. They turned around and started arresting Jiang Cheng. The speeding battle with Zhang Debiao just now was definitely a deep shame to these agents. FBS agents are absolutely good at driving vehicles, although they are not as good as those of professional racers. But in the driving tracking of city streets, they can say that they are very experienced. In this regard, FBI has made great efforts to train them. On such complex and changeable urban roads, tracking the target vehicle is what they do best. Under normal circumstances, absolutely no one can use them. Unexpectedly, today they have seen incredible driving skills. Just now, these incredible FBI agents were humiliated by such incredible driving skills. It's true that Zhang Debiao drove them in front of them just now and made them have to follow behind and eat exhaust gas. It was a huge humiliation to them, not to mention that after they followed Zhang Debiao for a period of time, let alone eating exhaust, they couldn't even see the taillights of the car and completely lost their goal. At least in terms of driving skills, they were blown up by Zhang Debiao, which was an unacceptable humiliation for them. These Cole family FB agents are all elite-like ordinary policemen among the elite, totally incomparable to them. When they are performing their tasks, they are all very ostentatious and look down on ordinary police officers. And they do have the strength of a field, and they are indeed very powerful compared to ordinary police. But in front of people like Zhang Debiao who have undergone genetic modification, the FB agent is as weak as a little hen and has no comparability at all. No matter whether it is physical fitness or neurological reaction, they have no chance of winning. However, they quickly adjusted their mentality. In their hearts, they thought that they could not be better than Zhang Debiao's pervert. Could it be that they were not better than Jiang Cheng? Zhang Dei saw that he was Jiang Cheng's bodyguard. Maybe he was a special person, secretly cultivated by the Yan family. It's nothing to lose to someone carefully trained by the Yan family like Zhang Debiao, as long as they can be given a chance to prove themselves. Pursuing Jiang Cheng this time is a good opportunity for them to wash away their shame. As long as Jiang Cheng can be caught smoothly this time, they can be regarded as regaining part of their face. You know, just after they failed, the senior officer of FBI scolded them very badly and gave them a death order, asking them to catch Jiang Cheng this time. Jiang Cheng drove like a car on the streets of Silicon Valley, followed by a large group of vehicles. The author vowed to catch Jiang Cheng's FB agent in the car. These agents are now confident that they have captured Jiang Cheng and completed this mission beautifully. After all, in their hearts, Jiang Cheng is just a young man who is addicted to scientific research. He is already so demon in scientific research. It is impossible to drive as well. Compared with scientific research strength and IQ, they are not qualified to compare with Jiang Cheng, but they are still very confident compared with driving technology. However, what those FB agents didn't know was that the confidence in their hearts was so ridiculous. Soon these agents who were prepared to be ashamed will be humiliated again. And after this incident, the Cole family may lose these elite agents. The humiliation this time is much worse than the one just now, and perhaps it will leave an indelible memory in their hearts. These memories are likely to affect their future careers, so that they no longer have the courage to carry out tasks. Don't look at the way Jiang Cheng showed up in front of others. He was just an ordinary teenager. At best, he looks more handsome, and his temperament is somewhat inconsistent with his age. But under this handsomeness and calmness, it was an inhuman body that contained power that ordinary people could not even imagine. Jiang Cheng's body, transformed by the elementary genetic evolution medicine, can be said to be more powerful than Zhang Debiao. After all, for things like genetic evolution drugs, younger the user is at the time of injection, the better the effect it produces for the user, which can produce subsequent effects as the user grows. Jiang Cheng's physical fitness was very good when he first started using it. After this period of growth, he has reached a new peak. Today, Jiang Cheng wants to teach these FB agents a lesson to let them know what an old driver is. Jiang Cheng held the steering wheel in both hands, glanced at the vehicles following Ruo. A sneer of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. "It's time to show real technology," Jiang Cheng yelled loudly. Today's Silicon Valley is destined to be unable to quiet down because Jiang Cheng will make it lively. The speed and passion of Silicon Valley officially opened. The protagonist is Jiang Cheng, who is driving, and the supporting role is the poor FBI agents. Jiang Cheng drove the car intently, with a rare seriousness on his face. It seemed that he was ready to give his all, but Jiang Cheng, who was serious, would even feel scared himself. The reason for his seriousness is precisely because of what happened today. Mark Zaber's contact with FBI is undoubtedly quite a game-breaking. Obviously, it was a deal you wished me. After Mark Zaber found out that he had spent so much money in vain, Lyengren wanted FBI to catch Jiang Cheng. This kind of behavior of lifting the table is very shameless. Jiang Cheng came to the dark because he clearly couldn't deal with it in 1997. I didn't expect Mark Zabel to be such a person. Mark Zaber's shameless anger angered Jiang Cheng. In Magia, it was Mark Zaber's territory. Jiang Cheng could not retaliate immediately. However, after Jiang Cheng returns, Mark Zaber will definitely make him pay a painful price for his behavior today. Today, Jiang Cheng has completely copied the database that must be dead. And using this information can not only prepare for future dealings with the Cole family. Jiang Cheng now wants to deal with Mark Zaber's indispensable company. The information in his hand can be of great use. After thinking about how to deal with Mark Zaber after returning, Jiang Cheng grasped the steering wheel with both hands and continued to push the accelerator to the bottom with force. Now is not the time to think about the future. The most important thing for Jiang Cheng now is to escape FBI's arrest. After all, he is still on someone else's territory. Jiang Cheng glanced at the FB agent who was still chasing after him and found that he could barely keep up with his current speed. Are these people desperate to drive the car so fast? You think you are driving a plane? Jiang Cheng couldn't help cursing softly, but he didn't expect it at all, but he was racing here first. He was the culprit when people drove so fast if it weren't for chasing him. These FBI agents wouldn't be so lifeless. You must know that under such complicated road conditions, maintaining such a high speed is an extremely dangerous thing. If you are not careful, you will overturn the car. At such a high speed, a car overturning can represent the end of car crashes. While cursing, Jiang Cheng continued to speed up, hoping to use these annoying tails behind him. Feeling the fast-changing scenery outside the car window, Jiang Cheng even started singing "I Leave the Season with You All the Way North." Not to mention that this song was sung while racing, but it was really very exciting. Jiang Cheng sang the song softly, drove the car, and walked through the streets of Silicon Valley. He was racing the car very happily, and the FB agent who followed Ruo was very uncomfortable. These FB agents have already used all their abilities, but they still can't catch up with Jiang Cheng. Not only did it not narrow the distance between the two parties at all, on the contrary, it began to a little bit unable to keep up with Jiang Cheng's speed. You must know that no matter how sharp and powerful they are only confined to the human category. And Jiang Cheng can no longer describe him as a human. It can be said that Jiang Cheng is a new species surpassing human beings. It is more appropriate to describe him as a new human. The pavement on the street left 2 deep marks due to the violent friction of the tires. Even in the car Jiang Cheng is driving now, the tires have already started to smoke, and there is still a burst of burnt smell. This is the performance of car tires that have reached their limit. It can be seen how fast Jiang Cheng's car is now. The FBI agents who were chasing Jiang Cheng began to think that they were chasing the king of scooters. The driving skills that can maintain a speed of 160 kilometers per hour in the city can be considered amazing in their eyes. You know that it is too difficult to maintain such a speed on complex and changeable streets. This is not on an undisturbed track. Under such circumstances, being able to drive the car so fast is simply not like a technology that humans can have. That kind of technology that surpassed human beings. The FBI agents who chased Jiang Cheng felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Are they going to be humiliated again today? All FBI agents began to doubt themselves. Just when these FBI agents began to doubt their lives, angry shouts came from their cars. "What the do you eat? You haven't caught Jiang Cheng yet." As soon as they heard it, they knew who the owner of the voice was. It was a figure that made these people unwilling to think of it. This is a senior member of FBI, and he has always been known for his cruelty. Those who fall into his hands have no good end. If you let Jiang Cheng run away today, don't blame me for getting angry. You know what I will do if I get angry. The voice continued to speak coldly and gave the FBI agent under his command a death order to catch Jiang Cheng at all costs. After hearing the boss's order, those FBI agents finally returned to normal and began to speed up desperately. Even if they died here today because of a drag racing, it is much better than facing the man's anger after returning. Falling into that man's hands, even death is an unbelievable good end. It is a pity that even if they fight their old fate, it is difficult to narrow the gap between them and Jiang Cheng. Such a speed that exceeds their limit brings them only death. Soon someone gave their lives. A car following Jiang Cheng suddenly rushed out of the driveway and hit a house on the side of the road. Immediately after that, an explosion of fire flashed, and the FBI agent inside might not survive. This car wanted to avoid other vehicles on the road, but their speed was too fast, and their reaction couldn't keep up with that fast, so their car lost control and hit the roadside directly. The explosion behind him did not affect Jiang Cheng at all. His driving hand was still so stable. Today's drag racing show is far from over on the streets of Silicon Valley. A hot car chase is now being staged. Jiang Cheng still showed no signs of slowing down and continued to increase the throttle to maintain the vehicle's limit speed. And the tails followed by Ruo are still chasing him desperately. It seems that these people will not give up easily today. They drove past the vehicle that had just hit the roadside and exploded, and had no intention of getting out of the car to check with their companions. I didn't care at all about the death of his companion, and didn't flinch from the threat of death. The situation Jiang Cheng is currently in is undoubtedly much more dangerous than just Zhang Debiao. Also behind thee is a large group of FBL agents who are chasing after him. They didn't try their best when they chased Zhang Debiao. They gave up when they saw that they couldn't catch up. But now the situation is completely different, and Jiang Cheng will have a lot of difficulty in completely using these people. But Jiang Cheng wouldn't be frightened by the people chasing behind him, and the difficulties were nothing to him. If this difficulty couldn't be overcome, Jiang Cheng would have lost his abnormal physical fitness. Jiang Cheng glanced at the rearview mirror, saw the burning vehicle behind him, and couldn't help but say, "It's really a group of persistent people. They are all like this, and they haven't given up." He also didn't expect these FB agents to be so desperate. The vehicle that crashed just now did not scare them away. These people are really fighting Jiang Cheng now. Although your courage is commendable and I respect your spirit of sacrifice, I will not be soft. Jiang Cheng muttered to himself, as if he somewhat recognized the opponents behind him. A person who is not afraid of death can always be respected, no matter if the person is himself or an opponent. This has nothing to do with the camp between the ARC and the organization and the country. This is an appreciation on a spiritual level. Although Jiang Cheng admired these opponents a bit, he didn't mean to waver at all. For such a respectable opponent, to defeat them with all his might is the best respect for them. It's a pity that some things can't be done desperately, and some things can't be done if you can't. Even if you sacrifice your life, it's useless, Kong Jiang Cheng said coldly, and then continued to drive intently. Maintain this speed, even he is more focused, because you don't know what will happen next second. Perhaps a small mistake will kill you, and you must stay focused at all times. Just when Jiang Cheng and a group of FBI agents were racing in Silicon Valley, there was a sudden sound from the sky. A helicopter appeared above the chase scene and began to follow the maddening vehicles below. It seems that the transfer helicopter of the TV station has finally arrived. This time, they finally caught up with the live broadcast. This time, they finally got a big news. The scene like this is indeed big news now, and a car has exploded in this meeting. If there is a scene in the scene, it must be effective. And looking at the posture of the people below, I don't know how many good scenes there are. The end of a camera protruded from the helicopter, aimed at the fast-speeding vehicle below. A middle-aged photographer sits in the cabin, his body tied like a seat belt. Half of his body stretches out of the cabin. He is carrying a camera on his shoulder and is working hard to maintain the balance of the camera with his hands, so as not to affect the quality of the shot due to the shaking of the lens. This middle-aged photographer is really desperate, no worse than those FBI agents. You must know that a helicopter is not comparable to a passenger plane. The fuselage is very unstable during flight. Sitting on it is already shaking enough, let alone maintaining the stability of the lens. This time, for such a good opportunity, the photographer also tried his best to take pictures, but he was using his life to live broadcast. This is the old Jinshan TV station. We are now broadcasting live for everyone. There are several vehicles chasing below. One is the FB agent, and they seem to be chasing someone. The beautiful host in the helicopter cabin also picked up the microphone and explained the footage taken by the photographer. Her voice was a little unclear due to the noise of the helicopter, and the sound of the helicopter's turning of the river had been interfering with the hostess entering. Even if she was already speaking very loudly, it was just for others to be able to hear her clearly. However, no one cared about this. The audience who saw the news read it with gusto. Because the scenes on TV are so exciting, such scenes are very rare. As for the answer to the question where the voice of the explanation is not too clear, no one cares about the details at all. Those audience members of the Cole family all saw a wonderful car chase at home. The picture that appeared on the TV showed that the vehicle in front was fleeing frantically, and several vehicles were closely following it. They all maintained super high speeds and didn't worry that they would have a car accident at such crazy speeds. These cars kept changing lanes and overtaking, while constantly avoiding other vehicles on the road. I saw them constantly walking through the traffic, constantly using other vehicles behind them. And those other vehicles on the road have accidents from time to time because of their crazy chasing. Many vehicles collided together because they wanted to avoid them, but because those vehicles were not fast, there was no crash like that of the FB vehicle just now. Those cars were speeding on the streets of Silicon Valley, and other car accidents kept appearing behind them, and the scene seemed very chaotic for a while. However, the audience who didn't know the truth about the Cole family all watched them very fascinated. They all focused their attention on the electricity and put aside everything at hand. After all, such an exciting scene is very exciting, and it would be a pity to miss any wonderful moments. No one thought that in reality, such a hot car chase would appear. Wouldn't such scenes only appear in movies? What the melon-eating audience of the Cole family did not expect is that such a scene is not the most exciting. It's not yet the time to climax. There are many good scenes behind. That scene can definitely satisfy the tastes of Meiji audience, comparable to the popular plot of the Heikewu movie. Dear viewers, it is a live broadcast brought to you by San Francisco TV. You have heard that the current picture is the live broadcast, not the picture in the movie. You may not believe it, but this is indeed true. The beautiful host was still explaining loudly there, as if he was afraid that the audience would not believe these images were true, and once again emphasized that this is a real live broadcast. During the chase of these vehicles, many small car accidents have been caused. The roads in Silicon Valley are now in chaos. Most of the car accidents did not seem to cause any casualties, but there was already an FBI vehicle that exploded behind, and the people in that vehicle were probably dead. Just when the hostess said this, the live broadcast turned to the vehicle that exploded just now. You can see that the car continued to burn after the explosion, and black smoke was still emitting from the wreckage of the car. No dead bodies were seen near the vehicle, but no one thought that anyone in the vehicle would survive. Even if the people in the car were not killed by the violent impact, they would be killed by the explosion that occurred later. Even if your life is hard and you haven't died, the fire behind will burn you into coke. Now the scene is completely out of control. We still don't know the casualties at the scene, but if the situation continues like this, we still don't know how many car accidents will happen. The voice of the hostess came out of the TV, and it was really interesting to match the picture on the TV. People always like to watch the excitement. No matter where it is, the masses will have this kind of fun. As long as things have nothing to do with you and you don't involve yourself, it's still very enjoyable to watch a play on the side. It's really exciting. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in the realization. Yes, this is even more enjoyable than going to the cinema to watch a movie. After all, the electricity inside is fake. This is what happened in reality. I don't know who those FB are chasing. It's worthy of those detectives arresting so desperately. In the Magia family, the family is sitting in front of the TV while watching the live broadcast on the TV while discussing depending on the events inside. The car that ran away in front is really amazing. Its driving skills are even better than those of FBI agents. It hasn't been caught until now, my dear. Even those FBI agents are not professional, even if they are amazing. Maybe the one in front, the car, is a professional racer. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? A couple of Magia's husbands are discussing the identity of the mysterious person, and Jingren began to believe that Jiang Cheng is a racing driver. Now, the number of people watching has set a new high, and at the same time, countless people from coal families are watching the live broadcast. The people on the San Francisco TV station are almost happy now, and the ratings of their TV station this time are estimated to make history. The person in charge of this live broadcast is looking excitedly at the live broadcast and praying that this car chase drama will not end easily. His promotion and salary increase will have to watch this live broadcast. If the effect is good, it is not a dream to truly enter the management team. It's a pity that Jiang Cheng didn't show up. Otherwise, his fame would have been greatly improved this time. After more and more people learned about the news, they switched to San Francisco TV and began to become eateries. These melon-eating people happily looked at the hot words, and the drivers on the road on the scene felt uncomfortable. The drivers on the road all shunned the lunatics for fear of implicating themselves because of these people's drag racing. Damn, who are these people? You don't want to kill me. Isn't it harmful to drive like this on the road? These bastards. Don't let me meet you in the future. If I scratch my car, I will want you to look good. Those innocent drivers yelled at them, screaming and slamming their directions. These talents are really lying down, and such anger is also excusable. Anyone who drove the car well on the road suddenly appeared a lot of people in a drag racing. It would be strange if they were not angry. According to the situation at the scene, the accident is far from over. San Francisco TV will continue to bring follow-up reports to everyone. Please don't go away and continue to pay attention to this incident in Silicon Valley. The dedication of the beautiful host in every scene is still there, and the eloquent explanations, and the melon-eating people of the Cole family are also watching happily. At this moment, an unexpected situation suddenly happened, which made all the audience's hearts lifted. It can be seen from the TV screen that a large truck suddenly appeared in all eyes. The big truck rushed towards Jiang Cheng, showing no sign of changing direction. It seemed that the driver of the large truck was frightened by Jiang Cheng and the group, and he had no time to react and was stunned by the scene. The large truck he was driving lost control in an instant and slammed into Jiang Cheng, seeing Jiang Cheng's car about to be hit. If Jiang Cheng was hit by an oncoming truck, it would not be better even with his tough body. At least his car would definitely be scrapped. What is even more desperate is that next to the big truck, there is another passenger car that staggered and reached the side of the big truck. These two cars blocked the entire road, and there was not much room for Jiang Cheng to escape. In the current situation, most people would definitely be dead. Maybe they would have let go of the steering wheel and wait for death. But Jiang Cheng is no ordinary person. He analyzed the current situation on the road in a moment. I keep calculating various solutions in my mind, trying to find ways to get rid of the current predicament. Brakes are too late. Even if my car can stop, the big truck can't stop. The inertia of the car is too heavy and it will crash into me. Diversion is no longer possible. The big truck and the truck on the other side are both on the side of the road. Now the diversion will only rush to the side of the road. Maybe this is the only way to go. It seems that I have to take a risk. Jiang Cheng's brain is running fast at this moment, constantly analyzing various possibilities and calculating the speed and position of each vehicle now. His eyes are constantly observing the situation at the scene, estimating various data. Through these observations, the brain began to formulate the most likely escape plan. Jiang Cheng's brain reached its limit in an instant. He completed countless calculations within a second and analyzed the results in many situations. If Jiang Cheng had not been transformed by genetic evolution medicine, his brain would have been unable to complete such calculations. After all, the human brain still has its limits. Even if it is as smart as Einstein, it cannot do what Jiang Cheng is doing now. Maybe Einstein can also calculate these results, but that may be a matter of 10 seconds later. After more than 10 seconds, even the daylily will be cold, and there is not so much time for Jiang Cheng to calculate. That big truck won't wait for you to calculate it before hitting it. Jiang Cheng must react as quickly as possible. The time left for him is less than 1 second, and he has to decide the next action within 1 second. There is still a certain gap between the big truck and the bus. Just pass between the two cars. The distance should be just enough for me to pass through my calculation and observation space. If other people were in Jiang Cheng's situation, it is estimated that they would only end up being smashed into powder by a large truck. But Jiang Cheng's general brain worked that day, and in an instant, he denied several plans that were doomed to fail. He directly found a way to get out, which is his only way out now. Jiang Cheng slammed the steering wheel vigorously, and the car body instantly deflected and instead rushed towards the large truck. His body was tilted to one side due to the violent steering of the vehicle, which was caused by the inertia of the vehicle. The driver of the large truck had closed his eyes in despair at this time and began to wait for the collision to occur. In his opinion, the car accident is unavoidable, and there is no way to avoid it. Just when Jiang Cheng was about to hit the big truck, his body finally deflected far enough, and before hitting the big truck, he avoided the front of the big truck dangerously. Don't think that Jiang Cheng is all right now. Don't forget that there is a bus with a large truck. It seems that the distance between the two cars is not enough. If there is not enough space, it will directly hit the bus. Those Magia audiences who saw this scene closed their eyes with excitement and did not dare to continue watching the TV screen. The scene that happened before them was so exciting that their hearts couldn't bear it. Just when these audiences closed their eyes in shock, Jiang Cheng's car happened to be inserted between the two cars. I wonder if Jiang Cheng can pass through it safely. When Jiang Cheng's vehicle and the large truck passed by, a harsh metal friction echoed in the air. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Cheng's car began to shake violently, which was caused by the friction between his car and the cars on both sides. Soon the metal rubbing stopped, and Jiang Cheng's car passed through intact. Judging from the scary scratches on the body, his car just passed the middle of the two cars. If the space is less than 1 centimeter, it will not work. His car just barely wiped 2 cars past. My calculations do not seem to be wrong. The space is just enough. Except for the scratches of the car body, the vehicle has no damage and can continue to drive. Jiang Cheng looked around, nodded in satisfaction, and said, After he finished speaking, he was ready to observe the situation behind and see how the tales that followed. At this moment, something embarrassing happened, and he saw that the car door was empty. The rearview mirror on the car door had long been gone, but it was obviously knocked down by the embarrassing two cars. He calculated the width of the body and did not include the protruding rearview mirrors. As a result, there are no rearview mirrors to use. Well, it seems that the vehicle is not without any damage. Now I have lost two rearview mirrors, but this did not affect me much. Jiang Cheng didn't care about the details. Since there is no rearview mirror, just turn his head and take a look. Just when Jiang Cheng turned his head, he heard a loud noise. What followed was a burst of fire in his eyes, and many crushed parts flew shallow. It turned out that an FBI vehicle behind it hit the top of a large truck and was directly crushed by the huge force of the large truck. Jiang Cheng has superhuman reaction and calculation ability, so he can avoid the big truck that is out of control in a thrilling manner. And the FB agent who followed, but not so lucky. The truck that rushed over quickly ran into him without giving him time to react. The FBI agent who was driving in the car had only a look of despair on his face before he was hit by an oncoming truck. This car is not without the slightest contribution, and the FBI agent is not dead and worthless. At least his death reminded the companions behind him enough to make the vehicles behind him escape in time, so that they could continue to chase Jiang Cheng forward. From the beginning of chasing Jiang Cheng to now, it has only been a short period of time. FB has already lost two cars, and the agents sitting in the cars have also given their lives. Now these FBL agents have been forced to a dead end by Jiang Cheng. Those people questioned desperately in their hearts, is such a person really something we can pursue? An atmosphere of despair permeated between these people. Just now they thought that Jiang Cheng could not escape. Under such circumstances, they don't believe that someone can be safe and sound. Even if there is enough space between the two cars, it is impossible for anyone to react. At that moment, Jiang Cheng's calculation ability, as well as the extremely fast reaction speed, really made these FB agents too desperate. Just when these people were desperate, a cold voice came from their car again. I have seen the situation just now on TV. This time the opponent is quite strong, not the ordinary characters we encountered before. The FBI executive first recognized Jiang Cheng's strength, which was completely amazed by Jiang Cheng's technology. However, he immediately turned to the front and said to his men, "Although the opponent is very strong, even to the point of desperation, you can't give up because of the strength of your opponent. You have to forget the fear of death and continue to follow him. If one car destroys the other cars, then continue to catch up. I don't believe that he can't be caught by paying such a high price. It seems that he is ready to pile up the lives of these agents under his hand and wants to fill in a large number of lives to make up for the gap between the strengths of the two sides. Now you bring up my spirits. Don't be afraid because of small sacrifices. Otherwise, after you people come back, I will let you enjoy something more fearful than death." The words of FBL executives kept echoing in the car, and the cold words made the temperature in the car a few degrees lower. The FBI agents who fell into despair finally got out of despair after hearing this cruel sentence. It is estimated that it is the FB senior who usually leaves a deep impression on people. These FB agents actually defeated the fear of death and chose to continue tracking Jiang Cheng's path of no return. Now that they have been pushed to a dead end by FBI's senior management, the notice just now can be said to be an ultimatum to them. They all had no choice. Today, the elite agents of FBI either caught Jiang Cheng smoothly and completed their tasks beautifully, or they had to go back and suffer the consequences they could not accept. They renewed their spirit and continued to chase Jiang Cheng, just like a group of gamblers who lost their red eyes. As if madly stepping on the accelerator under his feet, his eyes were red and he looked at Jiang Cheng's vehicle in front of him. Looking at the car behind him, still begging for chasing, Jiang Cheng chuckled slightly. He didn't expect this group of people to have a backbone, and they were not afraid of death. You are not afraid of death, are you? It's a very good game. I like such an opponent to be able to raise his interest. If you defeat an opponent casually, it would be too boring. That's right, this time Jiang Cheng came to the coal house is just a game stealing information that must be dead, but incidentally preparing for the future. He has to enjoy this game today, the exciting game between life and death. After discovering that he couldn't use the opponent behind him on a straight line, Jiang Cheng observed the road conditions ahead. Those road sections just now are basically streets. There are not many bends. It can be said that they are all straight roads. The next section of the road is completely different. Soon Jiang Cheng will leave the Silicon Valley city area and drive onto the suburban road. The urban roads in Silicon Valley are still very straight, but when you get to the suburbs, they are completely different. The urban area is located in a plain area, so there are few bends, and when you leave the urban area, you begin to enter the mountain area. From here, it is a section with a large number of curves, and the curve is the place to distinguish one's driving skills. If you want to maintain a certain speed while passing through, this is very technical. If the speed is not broken, it is very easy to drive the car out. Soon they chased out of the city, and there was a big curve ahead. Those FBI agents are already preparing to slow down and make a turn. The curve ahead is a big one exceeding 90 degrees, and it is impossible to pass without slowing down. But something that surprised them happened. Jiang Cheng's vehicle didn't mean to slow down at all. He rushed towards the curve like this, as if he couldn't see the curve. Just when the FBI agents thought Jiang Cheng would fly the road, suddenly, a harsh voice reached their ears. That is the sound produced by the violent friction between the tires and the ground when the car is turning rapidly. At the same time as the sound appeared, Jiang Cheng's front of the car entered a curve, and the rear of the car quickly turned in one direction, as if the front of the car did not move, but only the rear of the car turned. The whole body of the car Jiang Cheng drove suddenly turned sideways, and it passed through the big curve. This is Seaway. An FBI agent recognized Jiang Cheng's way of turning and shouted out involuntarily. That's right. The cornering technique Jiang Cheng used was the tail flick. He immediately used the rear of the car and passed the big bend of over 90 degrees beautifully. Immediately after passing the big bend, there were several consecutive bends, but Jiang Cheng never slowed down and directly used his tail flick to pass all the bends. The sound of tires rubbing against the ground kept ringing, and Jiang Cheng's car was like a fairy, dancing around in the middle of the curve. It passed a series of corners so easily, without slowing down at all. The continuous use of tails like this is really breathtaking, and the people who watched them were all stuck. Tailing is already a very difficult technique, and most people simply cannot do it. And like Jiang Cheng's continuous use of the tail, and has always maintained a very high speed, it is simply impossible to achieve. No one can do it even if you ask those racers to try it 100 times. This requires not making the slightest mistake in the whole process. It is not something that humans can do, but Jiang Cheng did it. Through this series of difficult tails, Jiang Cheng finally used the car that followed, and this drag racing game finally came to an end. The ultimate winner is undoubtedly Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng finally got rid of the people who tracked him after a series of speeding wars. After Jiang Cheng used the difficult continuous tail to completely get rid of the FB agent, he could finally relax. In the long car chase just now, although Jiang Cheng looked relaxed, he didn't even get a few drops of sweat. But in fact, Jiang Cheng is not easy at all. He has already started to party a little tired. It's not that Jiang Cheng is physically tired. Those operations just now didn't tire his body at all. He couldn't even warm him up after all, how tiring driving can be. Although Jiang Cheng didn't feel tired at all physically, he was exhausted mentally. It is very tiring to concentrate all the effort, and most people can't keep their attention for so long, which shows how tired Jiang Cheng is now. Immediately after Bai came out of the headquarters of Must Die, Jiang Cheng has maintained a super high speed. At that speed, even Jiang Cheng's ability to react with such changes needs to be very careful, keeping full attention to control the vehicle. If there is any negligence, it will be like those FBI agents who crash and die. Although Jiang Cheng is physically strong, even after the crash, there is no major incident. The car was destroyed without death, but if the car was destroyed, he would be very troublesome. He couldn't run away from those FB agents who looked like a wolf on two legs. But now everything is relaxed, and Jiang Cheng can slowly enjoy the fun of driving. After shaking off the tail behind him, Jiang Cheng slowed down a bit. While driving leisurely towards the predetermined location, while humming softly, I was very comfortable enjoying the scenery on both sides of the road. Just like a tourist who came to Ridgeon Mountain for a trip, it was completely indistinguishable from being hunted down by the huge organization FBI. Jiang Cheng is leisurely because he is very confident now. He had anticipated the situation before coming to Meijia. Bai Jing's place is here, and some unconventional methods used by the other party are also in his expectation. Now he is not afraid of being pursued anymore. As long as he reaches the planned meeting point prepared before and meets Zhang Dabiao and Zhang Manlin there, the people on the Cole family will never want to stop him. Jiang Cheng wouldn't come here without any preparation. These things that happened today were in his expectation, and they had not escaped his control at all. Jiang Cheng is very comfortable now, and the FB agents behind him are now another scene. They had no hope of catching up with Jiang Cheng, and they could only return to the FBI headquarters with a grief and greet the anger from the top. Although they were a bit pitiful when they went up, they sacrificed so many people and still had to go back to accept punishment. But why do they call them losers now? If they succeed, there won't be so many things. The loser always pays the price. This is the eternal truth. Jiang Cheng drove slowly on the roads of San Francisco, and the scenery along the road couldn't help but think of the history here. There are a large number of ethnic Chinese here, but it can be regarded as the most concentrated place of ethnic Chinese on the Cole family. The ancestors of these Chinese people belong to the Cole family from the last century, and they basically came over in that special age. Their ancestors crossed the oceans and risked their lives to set foot on this land just for the dream of getting rich in their hearts. It is a pity that Ridgeon Mountain is not a good place to make a fortune. Most of the Chinese who come here do the hardest work, but get the least reward. Many of the Chinese workers who came to Meijia died tragically on this land looking at the coastline in front of him. Jiang Cheng thought of the tragic experiences of those Chinese workers in those years, and said to himself faintly, "Your hatred leave the hate to me, and I will seek justice for you," said that Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly and revealed a sneer. Pulling the Cole family from the position of the master of the world can be said to be one of Jiang Cheng's goals. Jiang Cheng is a Yan family. He wouldn't let the Yan family go on like this. Helping the Yan family rise is also helping Jiang Cheng himself. After all, he already has a deep connection with the Yan family's senior management, and asking for some benefits is nothing more than a big greeting. There are not many people who have connections with the big leaders, but Jiang Cheng is considered to be the Yan family. Cheng can also develop himself better. If he wants to develop technology, he needs support from above in many aspects. Many of the technologies he has now are very powerful, but limited by the current level of technology, he cannot achieve most of the technologies. There are so many things that are lacking on the earth now, and all aspects need to catch up. If everything depends on Jiang Cheng to invent, he is too tired, so having a strong family as a backing is something Jiang Cheng urgently needs. As long as the Yan family's science and technology level improves, he will also be able to take out a lot of things. However, it is not easy to accomplish this goal. This time, I had to go to the headquarters to steal the information of the Meijia people, which was considered as a preparation for future actions. After Jiang Cheng laid down his future development plan, Jiang Cheng went straight to the intended destination. After driving for a while, Jiang Cheng arrived at the place. He saw Zhang Dabiao and Zhang Manlin, who had been waiting there. It seems that they arrived here very early and are already waiting for Jiang Cheng's arrival. After Jiang Cheng reunited with the two, they searched in the nearby woods and soon found the Iron Man armor placed here in advance. These two sets of Iron Man armor were hidden here before they came here, just to prevent the current situation. As long as Jiang Cheng and Zhang Dabiao put on the Iron Man armor, no one can stop them from leaving. This is also the confidence that Jiang Cheng dared to run into the home. He wouldn't run over to die without preparation. After Jiang Cheng and Zhang Debiao put on their armors, they took Ruo Zhang Manlin and flew back to China. The two Iron Man suits slowly disappeared into the air and soon disappeared. Jiang Cheng and Zhang Debiao were wearing Iron Man armor and flying over the Pacific Ocean. After a day of tossing, it is now evening, and the afterglow of the setting sun shines on the hideous armor. The entire Iron Man armor was dyed a layer of golden yellow, which softened the originally blunt armor lines, as if it had brought a touch of charm. The two of them flew home toward the setting sun. Their speed was not very fast, and they were far from reaching the highest speed of Iron Man armor. Didn't it mean that two people were not in a hurry to go home, deliberately flying slowly like this? But because they also brought a Zhang Manlin, so Japanese letter could not maintain the highest speed. Zhang Manlin's physical fitness could not drive the Iron Man armor, so she was taken by them to fly. If they were flying at high speed under such circumstances, Zhang Manlin, who was an ordinary person, would definitely not be able to stand it. High-speed flight will bring up fierce wind and pressure, and most people simply cannot withstand such pressure. In this way, Jiang Cheng and Zhang Debiao flew to the other side of the Pacific Ocean unhurriedly, toward home. To be honest, they are a little homesick now, although Japanese letter is just one day. But after experiencing so many things, as if it had been a long time, going home is the only thought in their hearts now. The delicious meals and the hot bath water at home are what attracts them. After a period of flying, a coastline appeared in front of Jiang Cheng and the others. Looking at the familiar scenery in front of him, Jiang Cheng raised his hand and opened the visor of Iron Man's armor. It feels good to be back. No matter how good the outside is, my home is the most comfortable. After feeling a little, Jiang Cheng closed his visor and continued to fly forward. Now Jiang Cheng doesn't think about anything, just thinking about going home. It didn't take long for the familiar building to appear in front of Jiang Cheng, and Jiang Cheng pushed his hand to open the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw two figures. Those two beautiful figures seemed to be waiting for what, sitting there a little anxiously. The expressions of the two looked tired because of the long wait, and they seemed to be waiting for someone to return. Are you two still asleep? You are still waiting for me here. Didn't I say before I left, if I come back too late, don't wait for me? Jiang Cheng said as soon as he saw the two of them. These two shadows are the twin sisters waiting for Jiang Cheng. Judging from the current situation, they have been waiting for a long time. There was a table of food on the table in front of them, which seemed to be waiting for Jiang Cheng to come back to eat together. However, the food on the table is completely cold, and it is estimated that it has been left for a while. Seeing such a situation, Jiang Cheng couldn't help feeling a little distressed. The two little fools might have already prepared the food and were waiting for him, but they didn't expect to wait until they were still waiting. Jiang Cheng walked in front of them, his eyes filled with tenderness, and said, "Why, you have been waiting for me here. Didn't you say don't wait if you can't wait? If you two are tired, I will feel distressed." Bayan said. Jiang Cheng touched the hair of the two of them and looked at them with some affection. Jiang Cheng's sudden return seemed to surprise them both. They didn't expect Jiang Cheng to appear suddenly, and they were completely unprepared. But after a short surprise, they soon reacted to their waiting people finally came back. Su Kaiyanqian directly hugged Jiang Cheng back and said with a bit of crying that Jiang Cheng's husband, "You are finally back. We were worried to death at home and thought you had some accident at Meijia." Okay, it's not coming back. It's just because some small things were delayed, so Japanese letter came back so late. Jiang Cheng looked at Ruasu Kaiyanqian's pitiful look and immediately lowered his head to comfort her softly. Jiang Cheng didn't dare to tell the two of them how exciting it was today, but just took a little trouble and did not tell them the real situation. He is also doing this for the good of them, and he doesn't want them to worry for nothing anyway. For Jiang Cheng, today's things are really a small trouble. It's just that Mark Zaber is scammed, and the FB agent is played with Gu Dao. These things are really not a big deal for a pervert like Jiang Cheng. At best, they are just some relaxation after work. As long as we can come back, so that we don't have to stay here all the time, we can't rest well. How can we sleep soundly if you don't come back? Su Kaiyanqian seemed to finally put down the big rock in his heart, and said to Jiang Cheng in a Zinzi tone. Guan Xiaofai, who was on the side, hadn't talked to her, but when she saw her sister and Jiang Cheng there, "You followed me," she immediately became a little bit stunned. So she was unwilling to show weakness and opened her arms, and together with her sister, she hugged Jiang Cheng very tightly. While hugging Jiang Cheng and Guan Xiaofai, he said, "Husband Jiang Cheng is the worst. I left the two of us and ran to the coal house without telling me. He came back so late, and after I came back, I knew that I was gentle with my sister, and I didn't know to comfort me, but I was always worried about my husband." Su Kaiyanqian said with a pouting mouth. It seemed that Jiang Cheng cared about Su Kaiyanqian as soon as he came back, which made this little girl jealous. "Good, good. I know, Fei, you are the best, and I have always been worried that I will do it like this." Jiang Cheng realized that Guan Xiaofai was a little neglected and immediately began to comfort his sister. Jiang Cheng was held together by the two sisters at this time, and the strength he held was not small. Although the scene was very fragrant, most people really couldn't stand it. You must know that these twin sisters are all strengthened. After using the genetic evolution medicine, their strength is not small at all. They hold a person at the same time. If ordinary people are really easy to be hugged, it would be funny. However, Jiang Cheng's physical fitness will only be better than these two sisters and will not be affected at all. So now, Jiang Cheng can enjoy this blessing that ordinary people can't enjoy. The three people hugged each other quietly. They didn't think about anything now. They just felt the emotions between each other. After this situation lasted for a long time, finally someone broke the silence first. Su Kaiyanqian seemed to have suddenly remembered something and said loudly, "Oh, patronizing and hugging you here, I forgot everything. You haven't eaten yet. It just so happens that we are also hungry now, so we can eat together." After speaking, Su Kaiyanqian let go of Jiang Cheng and took him to the table. When she came over, she realized that the food on the table had already been cold enough to eat. "It's a pity. Originally we even cooked in person and prepared to give you a surprise, but I didn't expect it to be like this." Su Kaiyanqian said, with some regret. Guan Xiaofai also looked at the table of food with some regret and said, "We have prepared a table of delicious food for you today. I originally wanted to wait for you to come back to eat. Now it is estimated that they are all cold. You have to reheat them before you can eat them. But these dishes are not tasty after being heated once, and they don't taste like when they were just out of the pot." Guan Xiaofai also feels a pity. After all, this is the food their sisters have prepared for a long time. It can be said that they are the crystallization of their hard work. You should know that the two of them rarely cook. This time, if it weren't for the sake of rewarding Jiang Cheng, they wouldn't cook at all. Jiang Cheng looked at the frustrated two people and said quickly, "I didn't expect you two to cook again. Let me taste your craftsmanship today." His words were shocking, but they were just for the sake of wishing the two of them. He was very moved by this intention, and Bai Jing was all their hard work. It's too late to say anything now. These dishes will definitely be over after they are returned to the pot, and they can only fill up their stomachs. Guan Xiaofai said with some frustration, "How can it be unpalatable? As long as it is made by my little baby, it is still delicious even if it is recooked 100 times. Jiang Cheng touched Guan Xiaofai's head and continued, "Let's heat up these food together. You are also hungry now, go and eat together." After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the two sisters finally opened their brows and smiled happily. There is nothing more to be happy than to be affirmed by your beloved. The three of them picked up the food on the table and took it to the kitchen to reheat it. Then we had a warm dinner together, this late dinner. This feeling of eating together makes them all feel very comfortable, as if they are now a family. They just finished eating together and then started some Xiaxiu things. This time, the two sisters seemed so enthusiastic, as if they were trying to melt Jiang Cheng by using themselves. Today is full of all kinds of accidents, and it has always been very exciting. But no matter how exciting the day is, there is always an end, and now it's time to end the next day. Jiang Cheng got up from with difficulty, removed 2 of his clothes and walked to the bed. Those 2 girls were really crazy last night. They didn't know what they were for. They kept asking him and almost never gave him to Zhagan. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng's ability is not a joke. After a lot of hard work, the 2 sisters were finally cleaned up smoothly. Jiang Cheng sees that if the 2 beauties who are still lazy in bed get up on their own, he still has things to do today, but he has to get up early. As for the two sisters who are still in bed, let them continue to sleep for a while. They were also very hard yesterday. There are still many things Jiang Cheng has to do today. First thing to do is to prepare to start dealing with Mark Zaber and his obligatory company. That's right, Jiang Cheng was about to start his revenge action right away. He would make Mark Zaber pay a painful price in the shortest possible time. Who told him that the opponent shot him at Magia yesterday? Since the opponent started the shot first, don't blame him for the harsh shot. On the opponent's chassis yesterday, Jiang Cheng couldn't do anything to Mark Zaber. Now that he came back, he would naturally start preparing to kill him. Although Jiang Cheng is not a stingy person, he is very vengeful and is a person who never sleeps. For him, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. He has always reported revenge from morning to night. After Jiang Cheng washed a little bit, he ate some breakfast and walked into his laboratory. Lucy, how about the information I got yesterday? Is there anything missing? Don't make any mistakes in those information. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Jiang Cheng directly turned on the computer and asked Lucy, "Master, don't you worry about Lucy. Of course there is nothing wrong with me. Master, you can rest assured." After Lucy heard Jiang Cheng's question, she seemed a little unhappy with the host's question, as if she thought she was underestimated. After a little bit of anger, Lucy flashed her blue eyes, and then answered Jiang Cheng's question. "I have to die for all the users' information, as well as those secret materials that I have copied down, and the owner can access it at any time. Even some of the core secrets that must be killed have all been copied by me. How about Master? I am amazing," Lucy said to Jiang Cheng, inviting credit. Lucy now seems to be more humane than when she was just created. You can see this from the words just now. In the beginning, Lucy just had a simple emotional simulation, and there was no such thing as losing her temper at all. And now, Lucy is like a real soul, rather than an artificial intelligence. This is where the artificial intelligence created by Jiang Cheng is so powerful that it can be learned slowly as time goes by. The emotions that Lucy just showed are the result of self-learning during this period of time. Lucy, an artificial intelligence capable of self-learning, is truly high-end artificial intelligence. The more Lucy behaves like a human, the more anthropomorphic feelings he has, which means that Lucy's performance is more advanced. Those alpha dogs and Sea Rai, even if you give them another 10,000 years, don't even think of such an emotional performance, because their core program limits these artificial intelligences, making them cold machines instead of a more human-like artificial intelligence. Nice job, Lucy. It really surprised me that you could do this. Jiang Cheng was very happy to hear that Lucy had even obtained the secret information. At first, he thought he only had some ordinary information, but he didn't expect such a surprise this time. The information obtained from the headquarters of the Mustav is the key to his plan for revenge. Without these information, it would take a lot of work to make Mark Zaber pay a sufficient price. Jiang Cheng didn't plan to obtain the secret core information, because such information is generally stored on a special server. And this kind of server will not communicate with the outside network at all. It can be said that it is a one-in-one server at all. Therefore, Jiang Cheng had no hope for this kind of information. He did not expect Lucy to give him such a big surprise this time. It seems that Lucy invaded through some special means, and even that kind of independent server was hacked. Jiang Cheng is now more and more satisfied with Lucy, and is very proud of his skills. With these secret information, Jiang Cheng wanted to deal with Mark Zaber even more easily. After all, which company does not have some ulterior secrets? As long as these secrets are stabbed out, it will definitely cause turmoil to the opponent as long as all these secret materials are gone. Mark Zaber still has his company that must die, and even if he does not die, he will be dragged down. Of course, they are very powerful, and I will let the master know my ability in the future, Lucy said contemptuously after hearing the master's praise. Jiang Cheng knew the importance of those materials, so he couldn't wait to tell Lucy, "Immediately give me those materials that must be hidden and let me see how much Mark Zaber and his subordinates are." Things. After receiving Jiang Cheng's order, Lucy immediately projected some data on the computer screen. Although the content of these materials is not too much, they are all very important. Just taking out some things from them can make Mark Zaber and his men crumble. Not to mention that there is so much information now, enough for Jiang Cheng to defeat Mark Zaber's company. That's right. Jiang Cheng is going to play a big one this time and wants to kill the huge company that must die all at once. Let Mark Zaber pay the price he will never forget for his impulse at that time. Jiang Cheng is very curious now. What kind of expression will his face look like when Mark Zaber's company goes bankrupt? While looking at the information in front of the computer screen, Jiang Cheng was planning something in his heart. Mark Zaber and his obligatory company are not easy to deal with. If a company as big as Beijing can deal with it casually, then this company will not be able to develop into the place it is now. After developing to the level of Mark Zaber, his background is already very large. Regardless of his former status, he can no longer be easily shaken now. Jiang Chengguang relied on the information in his hand, although he could make the other party suffer a big loss. But it is still very difficult to completely defeat the opponent or even make the company that must die. Therefore, Jiang Cheng now has to organize a plan. At least let the data in his hand play their greatest role. Let Mark Zaber's company fall into a desperate situation at once and will not give them a chance to turn over. A few days later, Silicon Valley returned to calm, as if the drag racing war had never happened that day. It seems that someone above deliberately suppressed the matter, and even the news rarely mentioned it. Mark Zaber's headquarters is a building called MPK 20, which is a comprehensive office building. This building was built by Mark Zaber at a cost of $500 million and took 3 years to complete. At that time, the famous designer Frank Gehry was specially invited to design it. It can be said that it is a building that combines ornamental and practicality. From the top, the entire building looks like an aircraft carrier, which also represents Mark Zaber's ambition. He wants his company to be as powerful as an aircraft carrier, capable of sweeping everything and dominating the world. It's a pity that Mark Zaber doesn't know that an aircraft carrier is not a symbol of invincibility. As long as it is a ship, it will sink one day. Is the aircraft carrier sinking during the war still considered small? Today is the end of Mark Zaber, and it also means that his company is finally about to sink. Just because Mark Zaber provokes someone he shouldn't provoke, Jiang Cheng will push Mark Zaber into a bottomless abyss. Mark Zaber still doesn't know anything about it, but he will understand soon. Mark Zaber was dealing with things in his company headquarters. After Jiang Cheng ran away that day, he told FBI to stop hunting. After revoking the pursuit, no one knew of the transaction, as if this incident had never happened. After all, his reason is too untenable, and international commercial fraud is simply unconvincing. The deal between Mark Zaber and Jiang Cheng was clear, and Jiang Cheng fulfilled his promise and brought the Iron Man armor he invented. Although the Iron Man armor was of little value to the Cole family, he just spent a lot of money on a pile of scrap iron. But that was just his own mistake. Mark Zaber did not expect Jiang Cheng's physical fitness to be so abnormal, able to control such heavy armor with his own power. This time the incident is regarded as his confession. Even if he is not reconciled, there is nothing to do. Now that they have returned to their own country, it will be very difficult to deal with Jiang Cheng. The Yan family is not a place where he can go wild. Mark Zaber took it as a lesson for the second time. As for revenge, I can only talk about it next time. Yes, Mark Zaber was not prepared to just let Jiang Cheng go. As long as he finds opportunities in the future, he will make Jiang Cheng look good. Beijing lost a lot of money this time, and he couldn't tell others when he suffered. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Once Jiang Cheng reveals any flaws, Mark Zaber will definitely rush to take a bite. After all, to make the company where it is today, Mark Zaber is not a believer in men and women. The veterans who founded the company with him at the beginning were kicked out of the company by means of him, and finally let him alone control the power of the company. It's a pity that Mark Zaber doesn't have such a chance. His doomsday is just around the corner. He is sitting in the office now, explaining things to his secretaries. I have read the company report for this month, and there are no major problems on the whole, and the company's operation is still satisfactory. After talking about this, Mark Zaber paused and took a look at the secretary who was listening to him. Mark Zaber's secretary is really superb. The blonde and blue eyes suit his appetite, and the figure is not. After taking a look, Mark Zaber continued, "But here there are a little bit of a problem. You take it down and explain it to the people below, and let them deal with it immediately." After receiving the boss's order, the female secretary immediately turned and walked out of the office. When she left, she twisted and twisted her waist, which was so appealing that it was so confusing. Mark Zaber watched the hot female secretary leave slowly and began to make small calculations in his heart. "It seems that I will find a chance to eat her tonight. She is really a cute little fairy." Mark Zaber said silently to Secretary Ruo's back. He is still very confident about getting this female secretary into hands. He has used several female secretaries in the past through this method. Such a wealthy and powerful figure like him, these women would like to be seen. However, Mark Zaber estimates that there is no such opportunity today, and I am afraid it will be difficult to have a chance in the future. "Boss, it's not good." People from the tax bureau came to the company to check the accounts. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed into the office and yelled at Mark Zaber. This sudden change interrupted Mark Zaber's mind and made him divert his attention from the female secretary. Seeing the middle-aged man Mark Zaber who appeared suddenly, he frowned and said with some discomfort, "What's the panic? Isn't it someone from the tax bureau? Let them check the accounts and check them." Isn't it all so many times? This middle-aged man who broke into his office was the head of the company's finance department and specializes in managing accounts and other things. The tax bureau came to check the accounts related to his work, so he was so anxious to find his boss. This time, it's different. The tax bureau guys seem to have some evidence. This time, the audit seems to be true, the financial supervisor said pantingly. As soon as he saw the tax bureau, he felt that something was wrong. When he came to check the accounts, he was very casual and didn't plan to find out anything. But this time it was completely different. He was just about to go up and almost saw the other person's unsympathetic expression. This time, the people in the tax bureau were very serious, as if they had already caught some handle. They came in to check the accounts without being emotional. Seeing this situation, the financial supervisor immediately panicked and hurried over to find his boss. After hearing this, Mark Zaber didn't care too much, but said relaxedly, "What are you afraid of? Even if they find out a small problem, can it be suppressed by my relationship?" When he said this, Mark Zaber seemed very confident, just like someone from the tax bureau. However, he also has confident capital, and financial problems like his relationship with the upper-level Cole family can't help him. Which company will not have tax evasion and tax evasion? Besides, the tax bureau can detect all minor problems, and it can't touch him at all. The treasurer saw that his boss was unmoved, so he leaned in front of him and said, "I'm afraid that they will find out those big problems. If those things are discovered, it will be difficult to suppress them." After hearing what the treasurer said, Mark Zaber lowered the volume and said, "How can those things be found? We have done it so secretly, and all the backups are placed on a separate server, which is impossible. Taken by outsiders. If those things are light, Mark Zaber is really not sure that he can get out. Bai Jing's company has privately taxed billions of dollars, which is not a small amount, and even he can hardly keep things down." While they were still discussing, several tax bureau officers entered the company directly. "Please follow us for a while and cooperate with our investigation. They will be taken away after they are finished." Of course, Mark Zaber would not sit still and said quickly, "You can't just take me away, you have no evidence at all." Seeing that Mark Zaber was still stubborn, the tax bureau officer said directly, "We received an anonymous tip, and we have sufficient evidence, can prove that your company evaded taxes billions of dollars." After speaking, Mark Zaber was taken away without giving him a chance to explain. The information obtained by the tax bureau is naturally Jiang Cheng's hand, and it is he who has handed over the evidence to the tax bureau. Encountered such a large amount of cases, these tax bureau people did not dare to neglect and immediately rushed to the headquarters where they must die. And this is just the beginning. The tax issue alone can't kill Mark Zaber, but there are still many things waiting for Mark Zaber. The company must die. This time it will really die. Mark Zaber was taken directly to the tax office. At first, he wanted to see if he could accommodate, at least let him go back and prepare. But the staff of the tax bureau didn't give him a chance at all and took him directly to the interrogation room. After being taken into the interrogation room, Mark Zaber finally couldn't calm down. The situation like this is not just an investigation at all. It seems that the Inland Revenue Department already has sufficient evidence, and his coming here is just a routine interrogation. Originally, Mark Zaber had always been very calm, thinking that he was just having a little trouble this time. But when he was taken to the interrogation room, Mark Zaber finally woke up, and this time he might be doomed. Although the environment of the interrogation room was pretty good, Mark Zaber felt cold. This is not a fun place, but a terrifying tax bureau interrogation room. The Magia Taxation Bureau is not an ordinary department. They have very large powers and can even enter the headquarters of some large companies at will to conduct tax investigations. Some people say that it is good to provoke anyone in the Cole family, but don't provoke anyone from the tax bureau. If you have been paying taxes honestly, then you don't have to be afraid of people from the tax bureau. But people like Mark Zaber, who have a huge amount of tax evasion, are very afraid of the tax bureau. The tax bureau of the Cole family is really a very powerful department, even more powerful than those of Jingqiao. You can often see in the news that the big drug lords of Cole family were caught by the tax bureau because of tax evasion. These big gangsters have always lived well and have not been caught by Jingqiao, because Jingqiao did not have evidence of their crimes. But these people ended up in the hands of the tax bureau because their evidence of tax evasion was held by the tax bureau. This kind of tycoon who has been rampant for many years was not caught by Jingqiao, but was eventually cleaned up by the tax bureau. It is very frequent in Magia. From this incident, we can see how powerful the Cole family's tax bureau is, but under normal circumstances, they will not mess with the bosses of those big companies. The bosses of these big companies generally have deep backgrounds. If you can't get him down, the tax bureau will be very troublesome. But this time they approached Mark Zaber. They were very confident in the evidence in their hands and believed that Mark Zaber would suffer a big loss this time. After the interrogation began, those from the tax bureau didn't have any ink and directly threw the evidence they had in front of Mark Zaber. How did you get these? It is impossible for anyone to be able to do these things. Mark Zaber yelled as soon as he saw what was in front of him. Mark Zaber doesn't believe that anyone can actually get these things. These materials are stored on independent servers, and he alone can view and copy at will. Sir, it doesn't matter where we got these evidences. What matters now is your company's problem this time. The man in charge of interrogating Mark Zaber sneered. He knew that he had caught a big fish this time, and he would understand the authenticity of these things by watching Mark Zaber's reaction. The staff of the tax bureau looked at Mark Zaber, who was sweating constantly in front of him, and raised his tone and asked, "Aren't you going to explain? Your company's tax evasion over the years has reached billions of dollars. This is really an amazing thing. Surprised numbers." Facing the question of the tax officer, Mark Zaber didn't know how to explain it, because there was too much evidence to explain it. The question he is considering now is not how to get out, but how to minimize the loss. Mark Zaber understood that he was planted this time, and now he can only hope that he will not be involved in him. As long as he doesn't have to go to jail this time, he can accept it even if he is fined, although the amount of the fine may be tens of billions of dollars. As long as the person is fine, the lost money can be earned back in the future. When the tax official saw Mark Zaber not speaking, he knew that he had won this time, and now it depends on how to continue the investigation. Soon this trial was over, and Mark Zaber's lawyer rushed to the tax office and paid a large amount of bail to release him on bail. After Mark Zaber returned to the company, he immediately became busy. He now needs to extract himself from this matter. When he came back, Mark Zaber destroyed some things, and these were all evidence of his involvement in tax evasion. Now, as long as it cannot be proved that Mark Zaber himself was involved, then he will not be put in a cell. But it is not enough to destroy the evidence. After all, a fool knows that his company is evading taxes. He must be aware of it. Even if he had a very hard background, he couldn't hold back this incident. Bai Jing's incident was too big this time. Now he can only put out a surrogate, let the staff in the company help him bear the charge. As long as someone comes out to plead guilty and admit that he did the tax evasion, then Mark Zaber will be able to activate his relationship and save himself from prison. Soon Mark Zaber found a survivor, and his treasurer was the best candidate. After all, the treasurer must have participated in the report. After agreeing to some conditions, the chief financial officer surrendered directly to the tax bureau without any delay. After all, this crime is just a few years in jail. As long as Mark Zaber gives enough compensation, it is not a big deal to go to jail for a few years. Just after the indispensable treasurer surrendered, several senior Cole family leaders received a call from Mark Zaber. Mark Zaber began to mobilize his own relationship, hoping to minimize the impact of this incident. After several consecutive calls, Mark Zaber finally let out a sigh. Judging from the attitude of those high-level officials on the phone, he guessed that there would be no problem this time. Although Mark Zaber was not completely knocked down this time, the latter method is unknown. The successive shots were Jiang Cheng's method this time. He wanted to see if Mark Zaber could block several attacks. Jiang Cheng did not take the next step immediately after taking out the evidence of Mark Zaber's taxation. He also had to wait for this matter to continue to ferment, and then continue to take action against the other party, leaving Mark Zaber into a series of troubles. This kind of continuous offensive is the most terrifying thing. Anyone will be exhausted in such a series of attacks and finally be defeated by the opponent with a fatal blow. Jiang Cheng quieted down temporarily, but the other side of the Pacific could not be quiet anymore. Just after the indispensable treasurer surrendered, many media got the news and began to report the incident. The news that Mark Zaber's company was caught in a tax incident quickly spread to the world. The new country of this kind of big company doesn't know how many people are involved, and people like to see this ugly country of celebrities, so the Mark Zaber tax will soon be known to everyone. And the tax amount reached billions of dollars, and people who knew it were speechless. Regarding so much tax amount, I don't know how Mark Zaxon was hidden. It seems that their company's relationship is really rooted. The discussion is slowly fermenting, and it is gradually becoming unfavorable for Mark Zaber. Although Mark Zaber himself has nothing to do, he is in trouble soon. Although it came out after the tax to prove that Mark Jackson was not involved and did not plan to find Mark Zab's hemp, the only person involved was the supervisor. But the people of the Cole family are not all fools. They would not fail to see such obvious things. A discerning person knew at a glance that the treasurer was just the culprit. If Mark Zaber, the company boss, hadn't participated in it, they wouldn't believe it if he was killed. Although Mark Zaber escaped from prison, the pressure of public opinion is very heavy. Many media made comments and severely condemned Mark Zaber's tax evasion. The people of the Cole family often talk about this incident. The general public dislikes Mark Zaber. After all, everyone knows that the culprit is him. It is not only Mark Zaber himself who has been under tremendous pressure. His company has also been greatly affected during this time. The number of users who must die has started to decline, and many people have given up using Mark Zaber's products. A tax-evading company gives the public a bad impression, and the products of that company will naturally be implicated. After all, you must die. Although this social soft sword is very popular, it is not a necessity. People have other social software to choose from, and they can use other social software. It's not that they can't live without having to die. Under this circumstance, the number of users who must die is declining, while the users of their social software are constantly increasing. Of course, Mark Zaber would not sit still. He had already guessed the current public opinion situation. Soon a large number of naval forces appeared on various forums and began to wash the ground for the company that must die. At the same time, Mark Zaber himself immediately apologized, hoping to be forgiven by the general public. After another apology, Mark Zaber happily paid the fine, showing that he had a good attitude of admitting his mistake. Although the tens of billions of fines made him very heartbroken, there is no other way. After doing this, Mark Zaber also put out a lot of money, participated in charity everywhere, donated money everywhere, and the amount of donation each time was not small. The trend of public opinion has finally been reversed after Mark Zaber paid a huge amount of money, and the situation of non-death companies has slowly begun to stabilize. Counting the fines this time, Mark Zaber paid a total of $20 billion US. Although Mark Zaber is quite rich, but such a huge loss still makes him a little broken. Fortunately, everything started to change for the better. As long as Mark Zaber survived this time, he wanted to rise again quickly. It's a pity that Jiang Cheng wouldn't just look at it, let Mark Zaber slowly recover his vitality. Lucy, start the second step of the plan, release those fatal bugs that must die, and don't give the other party a chance to breathe. Jiang Cheng gave the order coldly. The information that Lucy got last time included some fatal vulnerabilities that must be dead. If someone exploits these vulnerabilities, it will cause great losses to users who must die. These bugs are not very easy to solve, otherwise the company must die. It has been resolved long ago, and the bugs have not been resolved just because there is no way. Soon there was a news on the market saying that there is a big leak in the software that is necessary to die. As long as the software is used, it is easy to be planted by people. No one believed the news at first, and Bai Jing had nothing to do for so long. But soon they had to believe it, because many users were planted with Trojan horses, which caused great losses. Gradually, the news became wider and wider, and many people knew the problem of having to die. Many users immediately stopped using this social software. Bai Jing, compared to the safety of his own computer, social software became less important. The number of users who had to die began to decline again, and soon reached a very dangerous point, and the company's ticket prices fell again and again. Mark Zaber began to fret again. Tian Xianjian urged his programmers, hoping to solve the current bug problem. "What do you guys eat? Haven't found a way for so long. I paid you money to raise you, but I didn't let you eat your food. If you can't find a way, you will all be ready to go." Mark Zaber, and even the employees who work under him every day, voices like this keep appearing in the company. It's a pity that this bug is not easy to solve. Those programmers who must die are working hard every day and can't find a solution. Here, Mark Zaber hasn't solved the current problem, and Jiang Cheng made another move. This time, Jiang Cheng was ready to take a fatal blow, taking advantage of the other party's chaos to solve the opponent at once. The plan Jiang Cheng prepared this time is very simple, that is, using the information obtained last time. Those data are basically the private data of the Cole family, if he leaks part of these data. Now that the internal and external troubles are constantly in need of death, it will be completely finished, and there is no chance of turning over. There is no need to leak too much. As long as a part of it is leaked, it is enough. After all, if the privacy is leaked out, the company has to die even if it has 100 mouths. Nobody except their company can get this privacy at all, so it's only leaked from inside the company. A social software that leaks user privacy, I'm afraid no one wants to use it anymore. Jiang Cheng soon arranged for Lucy to take action. He directly let Lucy, the artificial intelligence, quietly walk the privacy of those users on the internet. He did this mainly because he didn't want to expose himself, but Bai Jing's doing this kind of thing really affected his reputation. If the outsiders knew that Jiang Cheng had leaked the privacy of others, it would be a big blow to his reputation. Now Jiang Cheng must maintain his perfect reputation, so that what he wants to do is very easy, and it can also reduce a lot of obstacles to his future plans. After finishing the last step, Jiang Cheng seemed to be waiting quietly as long as this incident was exposed. He would be able to enjoy the fruits of victory. Jiang Cheng believed that Mark Zaber was unable to resist his killer move this time, as long as he waited slowly for his death. In the headquarters where he must die after he was born, Mark Zaber is still busy working on his company's software. He was really sad during this period of time. First, the tax evasion was exposed, and then the software bug was followed. One thing after another consumes too much energy for him, and he has no spare energy to manage external affairs. What he didn't notice was that an undercurrent slowly approached him. If Mark Zaber pays attention to recent online events, he will know the private information of those users and will slowly leak online. In the beginning, Only the privacy of individual people appeared on some forums. These privacy leaks did not cause much concern at first. After all, there are so many people on the internet, and there are so many people leaking their privacy every day, so it didn't make people feel too surprised. It is generally believed that those people accidentally leaked it out, and they did not think about the company that must die. But the latter things slowly became out of control, and more people found their privacy appeared on the internet. Those privacy are the software that they must die, and under normal circumstances, it is impossible to leak it. If it is only 1 or 2 people, these people will not suspect that it is the problem of the company that must die. They may also suspect that they are not careful or have a virus in their computer. But when more and more victims appear, they will not attribute the problem to themselves. After a few days, people all reacted. It was a must-have company that had a problem and leaked the privacy of users to the internet. Soon, the company had to disclose the privacy of users privately, and there was a lot of noise on the internet. Everyone began to resist the social software that must die and gathered spontaneously to let more people know the news. After everyone knew the news, the number of users who had to die fell below the bottom. After all, no one will use a piece of software that leaks their privacy. Such a purchase is really terrible. Some people even took the must-dead company to court and demanded that Mark Zaber compensate them for their mental losses. Those privacy leaks caused great trouble to them, and these compensations are justified. When Mark Zaber learned of the news, the situation was irreversible. He thought that the number of users who had to die was decreasing. Just because of the software bug last time, he did not expect such a serious matter at all. By the time he reacted, it was too late. Mark Zaber stayed in his office with red eyes, watching the news about his company. All the news is quite bad for his company, and there is no good news at all. Now that I have to die, few people are using it at all, and the company's stock is almost worthless. The courts have accepted all those who sued the company that must die, and the court will soon begin. After all, personal privacy in media is a very sensitive issue, and no one dares to neglect. If Mark Zaber wants to compensate these people, then all his net worth is not enough to compensate. This is not just 1 or 2 people, but the compensation for tens of thousands of people. What's more, Mark Zaber can't give much money now. The last incident has consumed all his cash, and his company is now worthless. After reading the negative news, Mark Zaber slowly raised his hand to turn off the TV, opened the bottom drawer of the table, and took out a pistol from it. Then Mark Zaber squeezed the pistol firmly and slowly pointed the muzzle to his head. Boom! A generation of business wonders, the creator of a huge network empire, just fell into his office. It's a pity that he didn't do anything wrong. The only possibility that he did wrong was to provoke Jiang Cheng, someone he should never provoke. The famous internet tycoon Mark Zaber was found lying in the office at noon today. Judging from the situation at the scene, this should be a silly case. We will bring you the follow-up development of this case. I watched the news on the TV quietly at home and then turned off the TV. Now the people who should retaliate have already retaliated, and it is worth wasting so long. During this time, Jiang Cheng has been busy dealing with others, and his own research has fallen behind. This matter should be over at this point, and it is time for him to conduct his own new research. His research will not stop, and new plans should start. In Jiang Cheng's plan, he will have to come up with many new technologies next. Many of these technologies are products that can change an era, so they cannot be taken out easily. They need to be taken out step by step in a planned way. These are Jiang Cheng's new plans, and he immediately invested in them. The new plan is a very large plan, which contains all aspects of content. There are as many as dozens of techniques he plans to use. These technologies are still complete sets of technologies, and a single product contains many new technologies, covering many song fields. It can be said that as long as he completes this plan, the Earth will be completely changed, and the level of science will be greatly improved. At that time, it is estimated that the Earth will become a scene that can only be found in science fiction movies. As long as Jiang Cheng exists, driving the development of mankind is only a trivial matter. Those fantasy things will come true one day. Although the prospects are quite good, the meal requires bite by bite. No matter how big the plan is, it will be completed step by step. And what Jiang Cheng needs to accomplish first is that with regard to energy issues, he found that many of the technologies he envisioned require a lot of energy. Research requires a large amount of energy supply. Those new technologies need energy to be realized, and even some new products need energy to support. Energy has now become the biggest factor restricting Jiang Cheng. Only by solving this problem can he achieve his next goal. The existing energy is not completely unusable, but it is quite troublesome to use. Just like some of the experiments he wants to carry out next, it needs superpowered electric power supply. The electricity needed for those experiments is enough for the entire Los Angeles city. If he wants to conduct the experiment, it is estimated that the entire city of Los Angeles will be powered off. It's not that the Yan family can't produce so much electricity now, and it's not impossible to allocate it to Jiang Cheng. The Yan family's electric power industry is still relatively advanced, but if so much power supply is allocated to Jiang Cheng, the power in many places may not be enough. After all, there is only so much electricity in total. After Jiang Cheng is divided into a lot of piles, there will always be places where he will fall into shortcomings. And there are many large-scale experiments after Jiang Cheng. Even if the Three Gorges Dam is only used by one person, it is not enough for him. So now Jiang Cheng's top priority is to find a new kind of energy that is enough for him to use. Energy is an important indicator of the degree of civilization development. It can be said that only a large amount of energy can be used to develop the level of science and technology. Originally, Jiang Cheng had obtained nuclear power reactor technology from the Cole family, and it was a miniaturized nuclear power reactor. It stands to reason that Jiang Cheng should have no shortage of energy. After all, nuclear energy is a very efficient energy source, but the nuclear power reactor that Jiang Cheng obtained was a fission reactor, which was a technology long ago. The current nuclear power plant is this kind of reactor, and coal experts have just downsized it, so it is not an advanced technology. There are several shortcomings of fission reactors, each of which is a very fatal flaw. The first is that the reactor itself is quite unstable. If there is an accident, it is a serious radiation leakage accident. I haven't seen the power plant leakage accident in Dow Country a few years ago, and the leaked radiation has not yet been cleaned up. In the history of Qing State, a serious nuclear leak occurred. A huge accident occurred in the Chernobyl power station that year. Up to now, the place still cannot live, and decades later it is still barren. If such a reactor is vigorously developed, accidents will only be a matter of time. Jiang Cheng didn't want the Yan family to become like that. If there were radiation zones everywhere, he would not have a good solution. The second is that this type of reactor requires special radioactive materials, and such radioactive profiles are very rare. There are not many on the whole Earth, and it is not a simple matter to vigorously develop. Even if Jiang Cheng wanted to use it, it was very troublesome. With his current status, he could still get a small amount of materials from the country, and it would be difficult for him to get a large amount of materials. The third is that the upper limit of the energy output of this type of reactor is not high enough, and it does not meet Jiang Cheng's requirements at all. The shortcomings of this fission reactor are quite large, and various problems have caused Jiang Cheng not to use it. Even the reactor on the Iron Man armor had to be used, and Jiang Cheng would not want to use it if there was a better option. He always carries a scourge anytime and anywhere, even when fighting. Except for fission reactors, there are not many energy sources currently available. Traditional thermal power generation, Jiang Cheng is totally insignificant, and wind and tidal energy are not very good. Although solar energy is very safe and pollution-free, it can be said that solar energy is never exhausted. As long as the sun goes out and then goes out in one day, solar energy can be used forever. Although solar energy is good, it is not enough for Jiang Cheng to use. The current technology is too low for solar energy utilization, and the output power is simply not enough for Jiang Cheng to dry his teeth. Jiang Cheng thought about it in the laboratory for a long time, but could not find any suitable new energy. After pondering for a long time, Jiang Cheng still set his goal on nuclear energy. The nuclear energy Jiang Cheng wants is not a fission reactor, but a brand new thing like a fusion reactor. Nuclear energy includes fission and fusion. Although both are nuclear energy, fusion is much more advanced than fission. The fusion reactor has no pollution at all. The raw material it uses is the very common element of hydrogen. This energy is not only safe, but the raw materials are abundant, and the output power is also quite large, enough for Jiang Cheng to use next. It is a pity that although the fusion reactor looks quite beautiful, it is very difficult to realize this technology. Various countries have long set their sights on fusion reactors, but they have not yet succeeded in research. Jiang Cheng is going to get the variable reactor out to completely solve the problem of the source. After Jiang Cheng decided on the direction of the next research, he was ready to start researching related technologies. As for why the research should not be started right away, it is because the current technological means cannot meet the requirements of fusion reactors. Without some necessary technology and materials, it would be impossible to make a fusion reactor directly. Jiang Cheng needs to get some advanced technology first. Otherwise, even he can't get a fusion reactor. Those countries invest tens of billions of dollars in funds each year, but since they can't study fusion reactors, the reason is that the current conditions are not up to the requirements. No matter how hard those scientists work, there is no hope of success. First of all, thinking about materials is a problem that cannot be circumvented. If the materials do not meet the standard, fusion reactors can only imagine. Fusion reactors require a lot of materials, many of which are not available on the Earth, and the most important material is superconducting materials. Superconducting materials are essential materials for fusion reactors, and they also play a very important role in other fields. As the name suggests, this material is used to conduct electricity, but it is actually a kind of conductor. However, this kind of conductor is not simple at all. Because it does not have any resistance, it will not generate heat when it is energized. Although it seems that this material is not very useful but does not generate heat, it is actually very, very important. It is important to know that in the process of using electric energy, a large part of it is wasted on heating. If superconducting materials are used, these wasted electric energy can be effectively used. It is not only a problem of power waste, but heat is actually the biggest hemp. The mobile phones and computers you usually use will get hot if you use them for too long, which will seriously affect the performance of the machine. If those machines use superconducting materials, they won't generate heat at all. If the machine does not heat up, the heat sink can also be eliminated. You might imagine a computer that does not require heat dissipation. You can just leave out a fan or something, and you no longer need to hear the annoying sound of the fan turning. If the mobile phone uses superconducting materials, it can be used for at least a few more hours when it is fully charged. In fact, a large part of the electricity in the mobile phone is wasted in the heat. These problems can be solved by superconducting materials. The benefits of superconducting materials are far more than these, and its importance is evident. Jiang Cheng wants to study superconducting materials, not only for fusion reactors, but also in many places. If you research it out now, it will be convenient to use it later. Superconducting materials are nothing new. There are already many kinds of superconducting materials that have appeared. However, these superconducting materials have great restrictions on their use, and they need to have zero resistance when the temperature is very low. If these materials are placed below room temperature, they will lose their superconducting properties. The best superconducting materials now need to be used at temperatures of tens of degrees below zero. This material is not practical at all, and if you want to use it, you need equipment to keep it cool. The superconducting material Jiang Cheng wants to study can be used at normal temperatures, which is the normal temperature superconducting material that has always been said. Superconducting materials at room temperature are very practical. They can be used in various places, and it can be said that they can be used where there is electricity. If Jiang Cheng can study superconducting materials at room temperature, it will not only have a great effect on the fusion reactor, but it will also be good for him. First of all, if this material has to be invented, there is no need to worry about sales. Yanjia alone needs a lot, and all kinds of machines can be used. As long as Jiang Cheng manufactures them and sells them as much as possible, the country may pay for the materials he produces. It can be used without mentioning the Iron Man armor. If the wires inside are replaced with superconducting materials, the performance of the armor can be improved a lot. And as long as Jiang Cheng researched it out, it would be the property he had cut off alone. If you want to say what is the most profitable, it is the most profitable industry. At that time, only Jiang Cheng's family will sell the normal temperature super-grade materials, so Jiang Cheng alone has the final say. Those buyers have no room for counteroffer at all. If you don't want to buy, then don't buy it. If you like to buy it or not. After the decision was made, Jiang Cheng immediately began the research work. Jiang Cheng is going to be soaking in the laboratory this time. If he doesn't finish the normal temperature superconducting material this time, he will not be ready to come out of the laboratory. Jiang Cheng is just such a person. Once he has made up his mind, he will have to finish it. Superconducting materials at room temperature are not so simple to make. If it is simple, it would have been invented a long time ago. You must know that many people are doing research on superconductivity. The manpower and capital invested every year is not a small amount, but no effect is seen. But this problem is not a problem here, because he doesn't need to invent at all. He knows the complete process flow of normal temperature superconducting materials, and he only needs to copy it in the laboratory. In Jiang Cheng's previous life, normal temperature superconducting materials have become common materials and have basically replaced traditional conductors. Now Jiang Cheng only needs to take out the technology, and this technology can also be realized under the current conditions. Even large-scale mass production can be achieved. This kind of room temperature superconducting material is a very peculiar material which can be regarded as an organometallic substance. Although it has the structure and characteristics of organic matter, its essence is a metal substance. Generally speaking, it is a combination of organic matter and metal, which is a very magical material. It seems very contradictory. It doesn't conform to common sense at all, but it is real. The contradictory characteristics of this kind of material have caused it to not be manufactured on the earth. In Jiang Cheng's previous life, it was also accidentally discovered by a scientist. If Jiang Cheng were to study it himself, it is estimated that he would really not be able to study it. Jiang Cheng shut himself up in the laboratory, and even the two sisters brought him the meal. After a few days of busy work, I finally succeeded in producing a room temperature superconducting material. If it were just to make some samples, it would not take as long as Jiang Cheng. After all, it was just a material whose manufacturing conditions were not difficult. But Jiang Cheng not only made some samples this time, he also sorted out the entire process flow by the way. There is a big difference between laboratory samples and industrial manufacturing, which is characterized by lower cost and higher output. The technological process Jiang Cheng brought out is a very mature technology, as long as the acquisition of a few existing factories, and then replace some of the equipment can be mass production. This is a very rare thing. Generally, after a new type of material is discovered, it takes a long time to be mass-produced. It is normal to wait for more than 10 years before mass production. It was entirely because the industrialized manufacturing process was not mature enough, and Jiang Cheng solved this problem well this time and just started producing the things that he took out. The normal temperature superconducting material Jiang Cheng brought out this time was called an organometallic conductor in the previous life, but it does not have its name in this life. But this time, Jiang Cheng didn't bother to think about it again, so he named it organometallic conductor, so that Jiang Cheng was more used to it. After finishing everything, Jiang Cheng cleaned up and left the laboratory. Jiang Cheng also wrote a paper, by the way, this time, writing out the ideas and directions of this experiment, and prepared to use this paper to make good use of the reputation. For Jiang Cheng now, money is just a number. In the eyes of the people and the upper-class people, Japanese letter is the most important thing for him. and there is no specific production process in the paper, just some analysis and experiments on this material, and it will not reveal your secrets if you publish it. It is impossible for others to discover from the paper that Jiang Cheng can still use this material to make a lot of money for the production of organic metal conductors. After Jiang Cheng came out of the laboratory, he first sent someone to send this paper to the Science magazine. But this time, he didn't say hello to those editors, nor did he use his boss's power to get them to publish directly. There is nothing controversial about the paper this time. It is a great discovery in the scientific community. As long as a discerning person can see the correctness of the paper, it is impossible for anyone to question it. The paper lists a lot of experimental data and many test results, which are very rigorous at first glance. Unlike the last paper, it is only a guess. This time, there are actual products. Organic metal conductors, materials that can change the world, can't be made. Whether the thesis is correct or not is enough to wait for Jiang Cheng to come up with the organometallic conductor, so there is no need to bother to consider the correctness of the thesis. Soon, the headquarters of Science magazine received Jiang Cheng's paper, and the people of Science magazine were surprised just seeing the title. Because the title of Jiang Cheng's thesis is very straightforward. On a new type of normal temperature superconducting material, properties and test data of organometallic conductors. This easy-to-understand name can be seen by people without scientific common sense. This is a paper on a new type of superconducting material at room temperature. What surprised the editors was not the name of the paper, but the meaning of the name. This epoch-making achievement was researched by Jiang Cheng, and they were all shocked to the extreme. The problem of room temperature superconducting materials has been plagued by humans for many years, but it has never been solved. I don't know how much money is wasted on this experiment every year, nor how many outstanding scientists are wasted time. Now that the problem that has plagued mankind for many years has finally been solved, the editors are very surprised, and surprised to the point that they can't believe it. And by looking at the title, these editors can know that Jiang Cheng already has a finished product of room temperature superconducting materials, not just a fantasy concept. Only when you have the finished product can you do test experiments and analyze the properties. I directly took out a finished product of normal temperature superconducting material. This is what surprised the editors the most, and I have never heard of Jiang Cheng's intention to study this aspect before. I didn't expect that after a long time, Jiang Cheng completed this great invention without a word. That's right, Jiang Cheng's invention this time is enough to be called great. That's room temperature superconducting material. The perfect material that so many people dream of, as long as they have this material. Many things that they could not imagine before can be realized. It can be said that Jiang Cheng's achievement this time is an achievement that can change the world enough to make history remember his achievement. The emergence of this new type of material directly drives the development of not many industries and enables countless machines with better performance. To put it simply, Jiang Cheng's invention has directly advanced the level of human science a step forward and can directly continue to develop further. It is not an exaggeration to say that Jiang Cheng alone has developed decades in advance, but this has solved the problem of countless people. The editor of Science magazine opened Jiang Cheng's paper with excitement, zhaos, and looked at the contents nervously. They all know that this is a discovery that shocked the world, and hope that all of this is true. Jiang Cheng's paper is very rigorous. The experimental data and content are very true, as if you know it is correct at a glance, you will involuntarily believe it without verification. After reading Jiang Cheng's paper, the editors jumped up happily. With Jiang Cheng's paper, their journal will surely shock the whole world. To know the standard for measuring a magazine is to look at how many high-value theories are on it, and one essay by Jiang Cheng is worth dozens of articles. Soon, the editors of Science magazine started to get busy. They wanted to publish this paper earlier so that more people could see Jiang Cheng's results. Jiang Cheng doesn't care how shocking those editors are now. This is just a small achievement of him. He didn't know how many good things he had yet to take out. If he was shocked like this, He didn't know how many times he would be surprised in the future. Perhaps the editors of Science magazine will suffer countless shocks in the future. The editors of the magazine over there are busy publishing papers. All of them are busy typesetting and printing. But Jiang Cheng set off for the company. He hadn't visited the company during this period of time, and his boss should also show up. Normally, the boss of Jiang Cheng doesn't appear in the company often. During this time, he has been busy with his own affairs and has not appeared in the company for a long time. If the page number does not appear again, the employees of the Universe Umbrella Company are afraid that his boss will soon be forgotten. Jiang Cheng arrived at the company soon and walked directly towards his own office. Along the way, the Umbrella employees were very surprised when they saw him, and some even forgot to say hello to the boss, Jiang Cheng. In the hearts of these employees, they are afraid that they have met a fake boss. Can they not be shocked when they see this suddenly? Jiang Cheng also ignored the writing staff and gave Zhang Manlin over after he went to run the company. 980, wow, I saw a rare customer. I didn't expect that you, the boss, would still appear in the company. This is really surprising. After entering, Zhang Manlin started to complain to Jiang Cheng, and it is no wonder that this CEO is so complaining. The boss, Jiang Cheng, is really a handy shopkeeper and rarely cares about the affairs of the company. Zhang Manlin is responsible for everything in the company, and it's no wonder that she is so complaining about her boss now. Jiang Cheng glanced at Zhang Manlin and ignored the other party's vomiting. Instead, she said directly, I have a technical information here. You can study it and follow the above process flow to acquire a few suitable factories, and then follow these technical data. Transformation. While talking about Jiang Cheng, he took out a thick pile of materials, and he knew the details at a glance. After passing the information to Zhang Manlin, Jiang Cheng continued, arrange the acquisition and transformation as soon as possible. I hope that production will start soon and it will be mass production. Although Zhang Manlin was still spitting Jiang Cheng on Tao, she started to get serious when she talked about work as a matter, and immediately changed to the state of work. After a quick glance at the information department, Zhang Manlin's dangerous color suddenly changed, and she became surprised and strong. The content of the data is not very difficult to understand. Zhang Manlin understood that this is the data of the above. Zhang Manlin also knows things like room temperature superconducting materials very well and knows the importance of such things. She was shocked that Jiang Chengren just took it out so lightly, as if it was some random product. It didn't seem to be such an important thing at all. What she loves is Jiang Cheng's talent, able to solve the problem of normal temperature superconducting materials so quickly. Seeing Zhang Manlin's expression, Jiang Cheng was also secretly refreshed in his heart. Someone told her that she had just complained about him, and now he looked at the other's expression very quickly, which was a small revenge. What's wrong with this information? Or is it difficult to buy factories? Zhang Manlin hadn't recovered for a long time. Jiang Cheng had to remind her aloud. No, there is no problem. I was just too surprised. I didn't expect the boss to take out this kind of thing. I think you look relaxed, but I thought it was an ordinary product. Zhang Manlin immediately began to explain. Isn't it a particularly difficult result? Is it worth my seriousness? Jiang Cheng said casually, as if talking about something trivial, but you have to pay attention to confidentiality. I hope that our company has the exclusive possession of this material, and don't let others steal the technology. Jiang Cheng finally emphasized the issue of confidentiality with Zhang Manlin. He hopes that as soon as he starts production, he will let others learn this technique at the very least, if you want to make enough profit for yourself. Jiang Cheng, Japanese letter, will let others get involved in this kind of material. Before that, everyone had to find him to buy this material, and he had the final say on how much to buy. Good boss, I will make arrangements right away so that the factory will start production as soon as possible, and the sale will begin soon. Zhang Manlin also knows the importance of this material and understands how profitable it is, so she did not dare to neglect at all and was ready to take this matter seriously. Don't worry about confidential matters. I will never let outsiders know about this technology. At least this material will be exclusively produced by us within a few years. As for matters of confidentiality, there is no need to mention Jiang Cheng. Zhang Manlin will also take it seriously. This kind of material will surely drive countless people crazy. I don't know how many people want to get this kind of technology. After Zhang Manlin made guarantees to Jiang Cheng, she took the technical information and prepared to leave. She has always done things like this, Lucy. But Jiang Cheng stopped her and said to her, "Don't make a fuss about you in the future. You have to get used to my style." He is ready to vaccinate Zhang Manlin, and there are still a lot of techniques to be used next, and the CEO himself has to be prepared in advance. After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Zhang Manlin was speechless in an instant. What does it mean to make her accustomed? It is difficult to get used to this kind of thing, okay? Although she was very speechless, Zhang Manlin didn't say much, and she agreed and went out to get busy. The acquisition of the factory was relatively simple. Soon, Zhang Manlin found several qualified ones, and the transformation was also very easy. The Universe Umbrella Company has so much financial resources that many things can be smoothed out with money. Moreover, Jiang Cheng still has such a deep background in the Yan family, and if he greets casually, many things become simple. Zhang Manlin started preparing for production, and the science magazine was almost ready, and Jiang Cheng's paper was published soon. The paper, titled "On a New Type of Normal Temperature Superconducting Material, Properties of Organometallic Conductors, and Test Data," appeared in the latest issue of Science magazine, and it is the first paper of the magazine, which can be seen at a very eye-catching glance. Many people who subscribed to the Science magazine were attracted by the paper as soon as they got the magazine. There is no way that this paper is so important. Some scientists in related fields can't wait to do experiments right away to verify the contents of this paper, just like discovering a new world. Even if he is not a scientist in materials science, he is very concerned about Jiang Cheng's latest results and wants to know more details. As soon as this paper was published, it attracted the attention of countless people, and it was known to everyone almost instantly. With the influence of Science magazine and Jiang Cheng's popularity, and the content of the paper is so important, it is impossible for this paper to be unfamiliar. Soon everyone heard the news and knew that Jiang Cheng had discovered a normal temperature superconducting material and had successfully manufactured a finished product. Jiang Cheng's latest achievement: room temperature superconducting materials. A great invention, a material that changed the entire world. The influence of room temperature superconducting materials on each territory. The super genius is another epoch-making work. With Jiang Cheng, he has the future. Where is Jai Su's extreme game? What else is rare to hold him? Most of these reports praised Jiang Cheng, praised him for his great discovery this time, and his brain that day. Countless media began to report this news, and even ordinary people began to discuss related content. Even if they did not understand what superconducting materials are, they would discuss it with their friends. At that time, superconducting materials have become a hot topic. Even if ordinary people do not understand those theories, they are all discussing Jiang Cheng's new achievements. In the scientific community, many people regard Jiang Cheng as an idol and think that he is the hope of human civilization. These scientists know best how valuable what Jiang Cheng has brought out. Every time Jiang Cheng's new achievements will bring countless benefits to mankind, they understand how valuable Jiang Cheng is to mankind as a whole. And Jiang Cheng's reputation has also risen to the extreme. There are probably not many people in the world who don't know Jiang Cheng. If Jiang Cheng is not discussed now, it seems to be outdated, which shows how famous Jiang Cheng is. However, these reputations were not all good for Jiang Cheng, and they also caused him a lot of trouble. Many reporters now want to interview Jiang Cheng and get relevant reports from him. It's a pity that Jiang Cheng doesn't want to accept any interviews. He just wants to do some research work quietly. But those reporters won't let Jiang Cheng go quiet. After interviewing Jiang Cheng, the reporters didn't stop there and instead started to start from other aspects. They began to constantly appear near the Universe Umbrella Company, trying to stop Jiang Cheng from accepting interviews, and by the way, see if they can find other news about Jiang Cheng. However, they soon discovered that Jiang Cheng, the boss, doesn't go to the company often and even disappears for several days. After discovering this, the reporters ran to the vicinity of Jiang Cheng's home and began to guard every day, hoping to get news about Jiang Cheng. Then they discovered that Jiang Cheng is simply an otaku. He would never leave the house at all. They squatted for several days without seeing Jiang Cheng's figure. However, this still can't stump the reporters. They began to interview employees who went into the world, hoping to get some news from these people. Zhang Manlin is undoubtedly a very good target. She can be regarded as Jiang Cheng's confidant, and she affirmed many situations about Jiang Cheng. So Zhang Manlin began to worry. A large number of reporters came to her every day, and she couldn't hide every day like Jiang Cheng. After all, she had to deal with a lot of things, and there was no way to avoid those reporters. Zhang Manlin was so annoyed by reporters that it even started to affect her work as a CEO. She needs to pay attention to her imagination, and it's not easy to scold the reporters directly. Zhang Manlin, who was really helpless, approached Jiang Cheng, hoping that he would come out and explain quickly, or else she would not be able to work normally. This situation bored Jiang Cheng, so he didn't continue to hide. Instead, he called and contacted the relevant departments in Los Angeles and asked them to take care of these reporters. The managers of those departments would certainly not refuse Jiang Cheng's request. They all know how strong Jiang Cheng's background is. I usually don't find a chance to please Jiang Cheng, but this time I have the opportunity to look very positive. After the departments concerned came forward, no reporters came to harass him anymore, but he still couldn't make a living because those scientists are constantly contacting Jiang Cheng, contacting him through various channels. Some world-renowned materials scholars even went to Los Angeles in person, just to see Jiang Cheng in person. It is normal for these scientists to be so eager. After all, only Jiang Cheng owns normal temperature superconducting materials. Although there are many things that can be seen in his papers, they cannot make such materials. And this kind of material is so miraculous, attractive if these scientists want to find out. They want to get the normal temperature superconducting material from Jiang Cheng and use this material for experiments. At least they want to know the details of this material. Many scientists are very curious about what kind of metal with organic structure exists and why it has such magical properties. These scientists are not as easy to deal with as those reporters. Many of them are well-known scholars and cannot be treated so simply and rudely. There are even some scholars from the Yan family, so they can't drive them away. Jiang Cheng decided to solve everyone's curiosity once and for all this time. He is going to hold a new conference to answer questions about organometallic conductors. So Jiang Cheng once again appeared in front of the public. A large number of reporters came to the Xinjiang press conference, and a considerable number of scientists appeared on the scene. These scientists come from all over the world, and most of them are scholars in the fields of materials science. They came here to figure out the organometallic matters. It would be better if they could get some samples. Everyone was standing below, waiting eagerly for Jiang Cheng to speak. Standing on the podium, Jiang Cheng glanced at the dense crowd below, cleared his throat, and said, "I know that everyone has a lot of questions. Today I will answer them slowly. If you have any questions, just ask one by one. Anyway, a press conference has already been held, and it's okay to simply answer all the questions. After the province, some people come to ask questions. First, a reporter stood up and began to ask Jiang Cheng, "This new material you discovered this time can really achieve room temperature superconductivity. By Jing, in your paper, there is no way to make this material. No one else can repeat the experiment." The first person to stand up was a foreign reporter who came to look for trouble when he saw him like this. I directly began to question the authenticity of Jiang Cheng's paper and wanted to attract attention through this method. However, what he said is indeed very reasonable. Now that no one else has this new type of material, there is no way to prove the authenticity of Jiang Cheng's paper. Jiang Cheng was not angry when he heard such questioning. He had already known what a reporter was. People rely on this kind of ability to eat. If they can't get big news reporters, they still mess up. Although Jiang Cheng was not angry, he would not give the reporter a good face. He directly said, "I have no obligation to answer you for this question, and I don't think you can understand the professional answer. Explaining to you is just playing the piano. That's it, and you didn't question the qualifications of my thesis, because you don't understand my thesis at all. After hearing Jiang Cheng's answer, many people in the audience laughed, especially those scientists who laughed happily. These scientists are not like those reporters. They can understand Jiang Cheng's paper. Knowing that the authenticity of this paper is beyond doubt, the material in the heart is absolutely true, otherwise they would not come over today. After choking the reporter, Jiang Cheng said, "The authenticity of my paper does not need to be explained here. Someone will naturally prove the authenticity of this paper. I believe everyone is very interested in this kind of organic metal, but it would be a waste of time to explain it slowly, and it will not be clear for a while." After talking about this, Jiang Cheng paused, glanced at the scientist under the stage, and then continued. "Since there are so many colleagues in the scientific community here today, I will hand over some organic metal samples to you in a while. After you get the samples, go back and study for yourself. Jiang Cheng is going to give these scientists a small amount of organic metals. He knows that if these people's curiosity is not satisfied, there will be times when he will be annoying in the future. This time, let them give it to one person. Let them take it back and play slowly." After hearing that Jiang Cheng was preparing samples for everyone, the scientists nodded in satisfaction. The biggest goal for them to come here this time is to be able to go back and experiment on their own if they achieve the product. After hitting the scientists with samples, Jiang Cheng began to answer reporters' questions again. But this time, no reporter was as stupid as just now, and they couldn't bear it if Jiang Cheng was offended. "I don't know, what do you think of your results this time? What is the effect of normal temperature superconducting materials on humans?" The reporter who came out this time wanted Jiang Cheng to popularize science for everyone, so he asked this question. "What's the role?" "The role is nothing more than as a conductor. Superconducting materials, of course, are used to conduct electricity." Jiang Cheng also had to answer this kind of question. It was impossible for him to do science popularization. He didn't have so much time to waste. Hearing Jiang Cheng's rogue answer, the reporters didn't do it either. It is true that people say that superconducting materials are used to conduct electricity, and they are not wrong at all. Jiang Cheng's answer is very pretentious. The superconducting material that others value so much is said in his mouth like an ordinary thing. When he said that, it made people feel that it seemed to be something he wrote casually, and it was not worth much at all. What these other reporters don't know is that invisible force is the deadliest. He really took out this material casually, so Jiang Cheng was so casual. In everyone's eyes, superconducting materials are indeed very important, but Jiang Cheng doesn't care that much, because this technology is not that difficult. "So how many problems did you encounter in discovering this material? You must have encountered many difficulties in your research. Can you tell us about these difficulties?" A reporter didn't give up and immediately asked Jiang Cheng this question. This question is actually very common. It is to let Jiang Cheng talk about the troubles encountered during the research. And he overcame all kinds of difficulties and finally found that this material solved the problem that plagued countless people. These reporters can also go back to write about Xinjiang, let the common people know how great Jiang Cheng is, overcome all difficulties, and finally get results. Generally, this kind of question is very routine, and the answer is very formulaic. The reporters all guessed how Jiang Cheng would answer. It's a pity that Jiang Cheng is a person who doesn't take an unusual path. He faintly replied, "Research is not difficult. The experiment, at least for a genius like me, is very simple." Hearing such pretending words, the reporters were not calm. The reporters didn't expect Jiang Cheng to answer like this, not playing cards according to the routine. Today, Jiang Cheng taught these people a good lesson. What is meant by invisible pretense is the most deadly. Several people who were broadcasting Jiang Cheng's press conference heard Jiang Cheng's words in front of the TV. "At least it's very simple for a genius like me." This sentence kept echoing in everyone's minds, shocking the attention in front of the TV. This statement is so lethal, it is almost impossible to find any reason to refute it. What Jiang Cheng said is really right. For geniuses, many difficulties are easy to solve, and geniuses are always different from ordinary people. And there is no doubt that Jiang Cheng is a genius. If he is not a genius, then no one can be called heaven. His dazzling results speak for themselves, and no one can doubt it. From the very beginning, Sinophyllin can effectively treat liver cancer, and finally solved the long-standing problem of fighting against countless medical parents. Later, the virtual reality technology realized the dream of countless people eager to experience another life. Later, the graphene transparent mobile phone that Jiang Cheng took out shocked countless people's attention. No one could have imagined that mobile phones could still be like this. The mobile phones that everyone used before were really weak. Not to mention that Jiang Cheng's contribution to artificial intelligence later changed the entire human development process. Some time ago, Jiang Cheng even took out a gene repair medicine, a big killer for curing diseases. Give countless terminally ill patients living in despair a hope to continue to live. But he is so young that he still doesn't know what scientific and technological achievements he can produce in the future. I have to say that he is really the most enchanting super genius in the entire human history. The greatest scientists in history all seemed so mediocre in front of him, and they did not live at the same level. Jiang Cheng's Tian Japanese letter is recognized by everyone, so what Jiang Cheng said is not wrong. For him, all the difficulties are floating clouds, and the question of how difficult before him is simple. Although Jiang Cheng's words were not wrong, those audiences always felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't find out for a while. Jiang Cheng has mastered the highest state of pretending to be invisible. Even if everyone knows that Jiang Cheng is pretending to be forceful, but they have to accept it. Soon, Jiang Cheng ended the press conference and returned to his home. Jiang Cheng is in such a hurry because there are other things today, and he wants to entertain some guests at home. Before returning home, there was no time to rest. Soon several people came to visit Jiang Cheng. The people who came were Xiangdong Shaoji and a group of scientists who seemed to be in a hurry. As soon as Jiang Cheng published his paper, the Yan family immediately noticed it. The big leader even intervened personally. It can be seen that the Yan family is very the importance of superconducting materials. Then, Xiangdong contacted Jiang Cheng, and there was today's meeting. The meeting time had already been agreed, so Jiang Cheng came back in such a hurry. He is not a person who likes to be late. You have been amazing recently, and you have produced an amazing result. You deserve to be the most talented person in the world. As soon as Xiangdong Shaojian came in, he complimented Jiang Cheng first, and even a little flattering taste was in it. Jiang Cheng now is no different than before, completely different from when he first came into contact. I haven't seen the big leaders caring about Jiang Cheng so much. Few people in Yan's family dare to provoke him. Even he didn't dare to neglect this little surrender, not to mention that he still wanted to come this time. Xiangdong Shaojiang came to find Jiang Cheng this time because of that new material. If you can get the detailed manufacturing method from Jiang Cheng, it's best. If it doesn't work, at least you have to come over and get some breath. It will be more convenient to find Jiang Cheng to buy in the future. The Yan family needs a lot of quantity. They are worried that Jiang Cheng's output will be insufficient, and they want to get the right to buy first. The application range of this material is too wide. The order Xiangdong received this time is that Jiang Cheng will buy as many organic metal conductors as he has. Since Xiangdong Shaojiang came here to beg for help this time, it is not surprising that his attitude is better. When Jiang Cheng saw this, he said directly, "I know the purpose of your visit this time. We don't need to say any more polite words. Everyone has dealt with each other so many times. It seems that Jiang Cheng is going to go directly to the topic and does not want to continue wasting time. If this is the case, then I won't stop talking. The Guo family sent me this time to discuss organometallic conductor matters with you. I don't know what you mean by this side." Xiangdong Shaojian is also a happy person, so he asked directly. "The material is very simple. My factory will be able to produce it soon, and the output will gradually expand. If the guy wants it, he will directly ask me to buy it. I will give priority to your supply." Jiang Cheng said directly, "It's better to give priority to the country, because it's easier to sell. It's better to wait for the expanded production in the future before selling it publicly. After hearing Jiang Cheng's assurance, Xiang Dong Shaojian immediately felt relieved. At least he had successfully completed this task. As long as you get Jiang Cheng's guarantee, you can buy it first. Don't know what the price of organic metals is? Xiang Dong Shaojian also asked Jiang Cheng, by the way. He hoped Jiang Cheng would not speak loudly. Only Jiang Cheng could take out this kind of thing, and if he offered a sky-high price, he would have nothing to do. Jiang Cheng knew what Xiang Dong Shaojian meant, so he said, "Don't worry, I won't pit anyone out of the country. The price I give you is definitely the most reasonable, and it will definitely satisfy you. If I want to cheat, I also go back to cheat foreigners. Those who want to buy it are expensive." After saying this, Jiang Cheng said with a smirk, "Since you said that, then I can rest assured. I know you are busy, so I won't bother." After discussing the matter, Xiang Dong Shaojian was about to leave. "Oh, right. There is a special Jun event practice I want to invite you to participate. I hope you can come over by then." Jiang Cheng was stunned when he heard this, and he didn't know what kind of special exercise it was, and he planned to let him participate. Jiang Cheng has a very good point, that is, he will immediately ask if he doesn't understand. So Jiang Cheng asked Xiang Dong Shaojian, "What practice still needs me to be there? Who invited me to participate? I don't know what the Jun event practice is, so what should I do in the past?" Jiang Cheng really didn't understand what Jun she practiced this kind of activity for him to do. He is just a scientist. No matter how genius he is, he doesn't know much about Jun matters. At best, he understands the development trend of some weapons. There is no point in letting him participate in the Jun thing practice, and I don't know who came up with it. Xiang Dong Shaojian saw Jiang Cheng's question, so he immediately replied, "This exercise is not an ordinary Jun thing practice. If it is an ordinary Jun thing practice, we will only let you participate. It is just a waste of your time, that's it. After all, everyone knows that your time is precious." Before answering Jiang Cheng's question, Xiang Dong Shaojian first complimented Jiang Cheng and then went on to say, "This exercise was all attended by members of the Special Zhang Army, and these people are all Jun who have used genetic evolution medicine. People, and all of them will wear Iron Man armor, which is a combat exercise between Iron Man armor." After hearing Xiang Dong Shaojian's answer, Jiang Cheng immediately understood. After a period of production, whether it is genetic evolution potions or Iron Man armor, the Guo family has accumulated a portion. The genetic evolution medicines produced were all used by the elite of some special forces, so that these originally very powerful Jun people became like superhumans. And a lot of Iron Man armors were also produced, and all these armors were allotted to these enhanced Jun people. But there is another problem, that is, not everyone can use the Iron Man armor. After the weight of the Iron Man armor is worn by an average person, I am afraid it will be very difficult to even walk. Ordinary people can't control the Iron Man armor proficiently at all, and only those who have used genetic evolution potions can control it. So in the end, the Yan family decided to combine these two inventions by Jiang Cheng. Each set of Iron Man armor is prepared to use the enhanced Jun, so that it can exert greater combat effectiveness. One of the most important reasons for this is that the cost of Iron Man armor is really not cheap. It would be too wasteful of resources to let anyone use it casually. Everyone fights well. Steel needs to be used on the blade, so Iron Man armor can only be matched by new humans that have been strengthened. Now this kind of Jun people, strengthened by genetic evolution agents, combined with the Iron Man armor model, has basically been determined. It is estimated that this matching model will be used in the future to give full play to the best effect of Iron Man armor. And this exercise is to see how much combat power this matching mode has. After all, Iron Man's armor is very powerful, and the enhanced Jun people are also very powerful, but how much combat effectiveness the two can play together requires certain tests. So this exercise came into being just to simulate the battle between this kind of armor and see what the battle between this kind of armor is like. There has never been such a war mode before, using Iron Man armor to fight each other. This brand new combat mode made all the Jun people feel unsure, so this time the Iron Man armor confrontation practice was held. The people on the Jun side are ready to take a look at the situation first and get familiar with this new type of combat mode. Future ground battles are estimated to be this type of battle. Lu Jun in the traditional sense will inevitably change. In the future, Iron Man armor will become Lu Jun's main force, replacing tanks and becoming the overlord on land. After all, ordinary Jun people and those tanks and cannons are so vulnerable to Iron Man armor, there is no way to fight against this kind of human armor. Only armor can fight armor. The confrontation between armors in future wars will definitely become the mainstream of war. Now that the change is inevitable, the Jun side is ready to make preparations in advance. Although only the Yan family had this kind of armor now, it seemed that there was no opponent, and it was enough to run over an enemy without armor. However, in the future, opponents will have the same armor sooner or later, and sooner or later others will catch up. At that time, it will be too late to prepare. Even if the Cole family was given a handful by Jiang Cheng this time, only a pile of scrap iron was obtained. But with the accumulation of technology of the Cole family, sooner or later, it would be able to break through the problem of armor manipulation. At that time, even if the opponent's armor is not as advanced as the Yan families, Beijing has the capital for World War I. And adapting to this mode of war in advance is now Lu Jun's next main job. This exercise is very important, and the leader will also be there to watch it in person. It is exactly what the leader wants you to participate in. Xiang Dong Shejiang then explained to Jiang Cheng, "This kind of armor by Jing is from your hand, so I hope you can come to provide some suggestions. No one in Beijing knows this kind of armor better than you. The big leaders value you quite a bit, and they will ask you for some ideas about the future." Okay. The future war model requires you to provide some ideas. After hearing Xiang Dong Shejian's explanation, Jiang Cheng quickly understood everything. He also attaches great importance to the approval of the leader. After all, as long as this person is there, he is truly unstoppable in the Yan family, and many actions afterwards are very convenient. If this is the case, then I will be there on time. Before you start, you can let me know in advance. Then you can send someone to pick me up. Jiang Cheng readily agreed to the other party's request. Jiang Cheng is still very interested in this kind of practice. Going to the scene to see what his works have in actual combat is what a scientist must have. Only by close observation can we discover the shortcomings of the product and make targeted improvements to the product. Since the big leaders asked Jiang Cheng to participate, he would be more respectful. After hearing Jiang Cheng's answer, Xiangdong Shaojiang also smiled with satisfaction and said, "Then it is settled. I will send someone to pick you up at that time. You don't have to worry about anything at all as long as your people arrive." Enough. This time, the task assigned to him was successfully completed. Whether it is the priority purchase power of normal temperature superconducting materials or let Jiang Cheng participate in this special exercise, he has done it, and now he can go back and return with peace of mind. If that's the case, I'll leave first and see you later. Xiangdong Shejiang is also a resolute person. After finishing the business, he said goodbye to Jiang Cheng without much politeness. Jiang Cheng did not go to the laboratory to continue research after sending away Xiangdong Sheji and his party. He is not going to work in the laboratory anymore, and there is no time left after a day of tossing, and it is not too early anyway. And Jiang Cheng has other things to do in a while, and Xia Xiaowei will come over in a while. Xia Xiaowei came here this time not to find and play. After all, her current identity is Jiang Cheng's secretary. This time she came here to look for Jiang Cheng to handle some things, which was regarded as official business of the company. Jiang Cheng hasn't dealt with the company's affairs for a long time and has accumulated a lot of documents for his signature. Although Zhang Manlin is dealing with many things, he still has to sign some key documents. Zhang Manlin, the CEO, does not have the right to sign. Soon Xia Xiaowei arrived and began to deal with work matters with Jiang Cheng. At work, Xia Xiaowei had no other emotions at all. She looked completely like a secretary, and she couldn't tell that she was already Jiang Cheng's woman. At this point, Xia Xiaowei did a very good job, never relying on Ruo's relationship with Jiang Cheng to do anything beyond her secretary status. As long as Zia Ziaoue comes to work, it is completely official. If she did something wrong, she would take the initiative to admit her mistakes. Outsiders could not see her relationship with Jiang Cheng. This attitude makes Jiang Cheng very satisfied. Although he still loves the little secretary very much, he should have such an attitude when it is time to do business. It is Jiang Cheng's favorite attitude to distinguish between public and private. Don't look at his usual relaxed look, but as long as he starts to imitate business, he is very serious. This serious attitude is the secret of his success. Whether in the last life or now, seriousness is an essential element of success for Jiang Cheng. After a period of time, the company's affairs are finally finished. Jiang Cheng put the documents aside, a hint of teasing on his face. Then he stood up and took Zia Ziaowe's hand and said, "You have been working hard during this period. You have to deal with so many things. Come tonight, I will comfort you. I haven't done it with me for such a long time. Do you miss me? Now that the official business is over, it's time to do private business." Now that everything is handled, Zia Ziaowe's current identity is not his secretary but his woman. "I haven't been with Zia Ziaoue during this period of time. Tonight, I just had a chance to feed Zia Ziaoue well." After Zia Ziaoue was stopped by her hand, her face flushed and said, "I hate it. I know to bully people. I don't want you to come to another people's house, you bad guy." Although Zia Ziaoue said no, she was still very honest. She didn't resist Jiang Cheng and went to the bedroom with Ruo Jiang Cheng with half a push. Soon there was a noise in the bedroom, and Zia Ziaowe's voice seemed extraordinarily loud. She actually wanted the fruit for the first time, but her mouth refused to admit it. The next morning, Jiang Cheng got up refreshed. He hadn't done it for several days, and he vented a bit last night to adjust his state and wash away his mental fatigue. Jiang Cheng has been busy during this period of time. He spent almost all of his time in the laboratory and never had a good rest. The relaxation this time was considered very timely, otherwise the accumulated fatigue would reduce Jiang Cheng's work efficiency. Combination of work and rest is the most scientific method of work, and the way of civil and martial arts lies in relaxation. Although Jiang Cheng's body is very volatile, and he will not feel tired from continuous work, but his spirit can't hold on. Scientific research has always been a matter of main attention. Prolonged concentration is very exhausting. Even if Jiang Cheng's energy is many times better than the average person, he can't stand such a consumption. After the relaxation, Jiang Cheng devoted himself to work again. A short rest and relaxation was enough for him, and the next time was time for serious research. Jiang Cheng's recent research has not yet been completed, and there are still a lot of things that he needs to study. His goal is to develop controllable nuclear fusion technology and completely fulfill his energy needs. The study of room temperature superconducting materials has only achieved a small goal, and a lot of work will be done later. Controllable nuclear fusion reactor is a huge technology, which involves a lot of things, and these require a little bit of Jiang Cheng to complete. Although this research on the difficulties of the Philippines took a long time, Jiang Cheng was able to gain some gains during the research process, and it was not a loss. Just like the room temperature superconducting material is only a small step in this research, but it is also a very important invention to take it out separately. Jiang Cheng, who was immersed in the research, did not notice that the passage of time soon came to the beginning of the practice. Jiang Cheng got up early this morning, waiting for Jun Fang's people to come and pick him up. Didn't take long for a green flag bulletproof car to come to his door. A less effective car picked him up and drove away. Jiang Cheng's current salary is really not low, and those who come to pick him up are less effective at this level. The car drove directly outside Los Angeles, and after a while, the car drove outside an airport. After arriving outside the airport, that Zayek Xiao took Jiang Cheng into the airport. The airport is located in the middle of a valley, surrounded by dense trees. If you don't get close, you won't find it. Jiang Cheng looked at the airport in front of him. This is probably not easy because he has never heard of an airport here. It is impossible for an ordinary airport to be so secretive. In everyone's impression, this is just a deep forest, but they did not expect that there is an airport hidden in the deep forest. I am afraid that it is not marked on the map, and there will be no official records. Such a secret airport is not for civilian use at all. At first glance, it is known that it is a secret Jun-use airport. When he was about to walk to the gate of the airport, Jiang Cheng even confirmed his guess. 2 Jun people with live ammunition stood at the gate, and they didn't look very irritating. There is a high fence around the airport, and even the fence is covered with barbed wire. Such a tight guard is not fun. It must be a secret airport for Jun. The guard at the door saw that Zayek Xiao was bringing people over, and without asking more, let the 2 of them in. It seems that this has been greeted a long time ago. Otherwise, Jiang Cheng, an outsider who wants to get in, is not easy. The entry and exit of such a secret airport must be very strict. It is impossible for ordinary people to enter. Jiang Cheng didn't expect to bring him to such a place either. It seemed that he was going to take him to the practice site by plane. This exercise is probably also a confidential exercise. That's why Jiang Cheng was asked to fly over as a Jun to keep relevant secrets. Jiang Cheng was curious about the surrounding airport environment. To be honest, this was the first time he came to such a place. This kind of secret place is always very attractive. The more secret things are, the more people will be able to arouse curiosity. Human beings are creatures with a strong desire for knowledge, and Jiang Cheng is no exception. Looking at the scene inside the airport, Jiang Cheng found that there was actually nothing particularly unexpected here, and it looked no different from an ordinary airport. It's just that there is no place for passengers, and there is no place to check tickets. There is no special place at all. I thought there would be such things as fighter jets. Jiang Cheng thought silently in his heart. The one who brought Ruo Jiang Cheng over may have seen Jiang Cheng's doubts and said, "This kind of Jun uses an airport to keep its location confidential." The others are no different from ordinary airports, except that all Jun is parked inside. Just use a transport plane. After this less effective reminder, Jiang Cheng understood. This is just an airport dedicated to the Jun team. At least the function is the same as an ordinary airport. If you want to see those things about fighter jets, I'm afraid you can't see them here. Although he did not see those advanced fighter jets, Jiang Cheng was not disappointed. He was just a little curious when he entered such a place for the first time. Besides, the Yan family's fighter was very backward in his opinion, and there was nothing worth seeing at all. These Jun-use machines, which people think are very tall, are just like that in Jiang Cheng's eyes. Even the Meijia's X-22 fighter jet, Jiang Cheng was completely indifferent. These high-end technological crystallizations on the Earth are all too backward in Jiang Cheng's mind, and the level of technology has no value at all. Jiang Cheng followed the inefficient man who had passed through the airport and walked directly to the runway. It seems that the biggest difference between this place and the civil airport is that there is no passenger passage. After all, things like the airport used by Jun are completely useless, and all of them enter the plane directly from the runway. Soon, Jiang Cheng came to a Jun transport plane, and Zhenduo stepped onto the plane with little efficiency. The interior of this aircraft is very monotonous, with ordinary seats inside, but there is a large table in the middle, which seems to be used for meetings on the aircraft. The plane is mainly used for living in a practical state, without the luxurious interior decoration of those private planes. However, this is the normal situation. The things Jun uses are simple to use. Those fancy things are completely incompatible with Jun use. Jiang Cheng casually found a seat to sit down, and then leaned on Ruo's back and waited for Ruo's plane to take off. It seems that this plane was specially prepared for Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng will take off as soon as he arrives, so he has no intention of waiting for others. There were no other passengers on the plane, only Jiang Cheng and the one less effective. Soon the aircraft made a roar of engines and slowly began to accelerate on the runway. After reaching the highest speed, it flew off the ground and started flying towards high altitude. During the acceleration process, Jiang Cheng felt a strong feeling of pushing his back, as well as the vibration of the body. Jiang Cheng was disappointed with Yan's aircraft technology in his heart. This sense of vibration means that if the aircraft is immature, it is obviously a problem with the aircraft engine. Although he was disappointed with the plane used by Yan's Jun, Jiang Cheng didn't say anything, but quietly sat on the seat and waited for Ruo's destination to arrive. Airplanes are not the focus of Jiang Cheng's current research, so even if Yan's airplanes are not very advanced, Jiang Cheng has no time to improve. But if you have time in the future, you can try to improve the existing aircraft. After several hours of flying, the plane landed in a wild airport. Jiang Cheng knew from a glance that it was also a secret airport for Jun, which was similar to the airport when he came over. After leaving the airport, Jiang Cheng got on a Jun jeep and drove directly into the distance. This neighborhood should be Jun's secret base. At least Jiang Cheng had never heard of it and found it on any map. The road conditions nearby were not very good, and the jeep bumped all the way to the outside of the valley. The surroundings of the valley were separated by a tall wall, and Jun people were patrolling around from time to time. Jiang Cheng even saw several armored vehicles on the side, and some heavy weapons were arranged nearby. Looking at the heavily guarded scene at the scene, you know that the level of practice this time is very high. Jiang Cheng glanced at the Jun people who were patrolling. All the Jun people had serious faces, and their sharp eyes scanned the surroundings constantly, maintaining a state of high alert at all times. He found that these Jun people are very elite, and they are not ordinary Jun people in terms of spirit. The Jun people responsible for guarding here are probably all elite troops, and ordinary Jun people should not be eligible to participate in the addition. While observing the situation of the Jun people in Zhu, Jiang Cheng followed to the gate of the valley. At the gate of the valley are 2 guard posts, on top of which are heavy machine guns and several snipers lying on them. The security work here is more stringent than that of the Jun airport. This time, Jiang Cheng can't go in directly. The less effective person walked to the guard Jun, and after showing his ID, he exchanged a few words with the other party in a low voice. Then Jiang Cheng saw that the other party returned to the sentry post and made a call and walked to Jiang Cheng with a photo. The picture above is exactly what Jiang Cheng looks like. It seems that the picture was prepared in advance, and it was placed here in advance to facilitate his entry. He took the photo and compared it carefully to Jiang Cheng, and then he saluted Jiang Cheng and the others, and then put Jiang Cheng and the others in. Jiang Cheng didn't expect the security to be so strict, and outsiders would have to take photos when entering here. If there are any spies who want to get in, it is simply an impossible mission. Those spies may still be wandering outside, and they will be directly killed by those snipers. After Jiang Cheng entered the valley, he found that there was nothing else in it. The entire valley has been remodeled, and there are various buildings scattered around. Some houses look like soldiers' barracks, and some buildings look like command posts. And these tall buildings can be seen to be warehouses at a glance, and I don't know what kind of weapons are inside. Before Jiang Cheng walked far in the valley, an acquaintance walked towards him. Jiang Cheng, you are finally here. Let's go, where I will take you to practice. Practice will begin soon, and the leaders have already arrived. It was Xiangdong Shaoji who came over, and it seemed that he had received the news and came to meet Jiang Cheng specially. Xiangdong Shaojiang said to Ruo Xiaoxiao, "You go down first, and then I will personally lead this guest." Yes, the less effective and no nonsense. After a Jun salute, he left neatly. His mission is to bring Jiang Cheng here, and there will be no such ineffective things in the future. The secret things behind, the less effective Jun rank is not qualified to contact. His mission is over. This is the secret base of our Jun party. It is mainly used for some secret exercises. It is usually used to experiment with new weapons. This exercise is a brand new thing, so I put it here. Don't you think this is just a general base? This is just the surface. The technology content inside is very high. Basically, the entire valley is under the camera. Xiangdong Shaojiang introduced Ruo Jiang Cheng to the depths of the valley while introducing him to the situation here. Especially the place where I practice is dissatisfied with the camera. I can see the practice from all angles. After listening to Xiangdong Shaojian's introduction, Jiang Cheng asked strangely if this place is such a secret place, and you have introduced me in such detail. Are you not afraid that I will leak the situation here? Ha ha, of course I am not afraid. If you are not credible, then there are few people in the entire Yan family that are worthy of trust. Everyone will see your contribution to the Threshold family. You are an absolutely credible person from the Threshold family. Xiangdong Shaojian explained to Jiang Cheng while smiling that the Threshold family really trusted Jiang Cheng. After hearing these words, Jiang Cheng also felt warm, and it was quite good to be able to gain the trust of the Threshold family. At the very least, his hard work has not been in vain, and he has received his due return. The two of them just talked and walked into a building, which is not the same. From the design point of view, this building should be built for special functions. Maybe it was specially prepared for Jun affairs. The gate is made of thick metal, and the walls are also made of reinforced concrete. The thickness has reached an astonishing degree. Half of the structure of the entire building is located underground, and it is not excessive to say that this is a bunker. When I walked in, I saw a hall with a lot of display screens. Above the display is the field scenery, and there is nothing else on it. It is estimated that the practice will be carried out here in a while, and this is the place to watch the practice. Xiaojiang Xiangdong brought Jiang Cheng to the front row, where the chief leader of the Yan family was already sitting. Jiang Cheng's deeds are close to the big leader, which is the most middle position. Jiang Cheng is also honored to have this kind of treatment. Not everyone can sit in this position. Had it not been for this exercise, he had a great say. It is estimated that he would not be able to get such a good position. The big leader chatted with Jiang Cheng casually and asked about Jiang Cheng's recent research, expressing his concern for Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng also replied easily if he didn't feel stage fright because of the opponent's status. After chatting for a while, the practice started, and suddenly 200 Iron Man armors appeared on the screen. They walked into the field at a neat pace, standing on each side with 100 of them separately. It seems that they are the protagonists of today's practice. The awe-inspiring Iron Man armor stands densely together, looking very imposing. A middle-aged Jun took a microphone and gave orders to those Jun who participated in the exercise. Iron Man armor special confrontation exercise officially started. Jiang Cheng was very curious about the Jun event practice. Whether in his previous life or in this life, he had never watched such a thing live. I've always watched it on TV before, but this time he watched it closely. The screens in the hall are very clear, and you can see the scene from all angles, just like standing on the sidelines. When the middle-aged person conveyed Jun's order to the scene through the microphone, those Jun people immediately began to take action. And soon those standing Iron Man armors that did not understand began to scatter around the field. This was to prepare for the next battle. Hundreds of armors on both sides were faintly facing the time, and the atmosphere in the field began to become serious. It only lasted for a short time to correct the time. After all, they came to practice today instead of just looking at each other with such big eyes. An armor first broke the silence on the scene. He took out a special firearm from behind and fired at the opposite target with one hand. Boom, the sound of gun firing echoed in the valley, much louder than ordinary gunfire. The firearms they use are special firearms, which are a whole lot larger than ordinary firearms, and they are also more powerful. The guns in the hands of those Jun people are specially prepared for this exercise, and those Jun's laboratories are specially designed for Iron Man armor. Iron Man armor is such a powerful thing without weapons, and ordinary weapons can't meet the needs of armor. That's why special large guns have been created. These firearms were all made recently, and the caliber was larger than all firearms, and it could be regarded as a small gun. However, the weight is not generally large, and it can only be picked up when wearing Iron Man armor. The gunshot broke the balance on the scene, and the Iron Man armors practicing on both sides began to act. The two sides started shooting at each other, and there were huge gunfires constantly, as if countless cannons were firing. This kind of scene is still very spectacular. I saw hundreds of armors constantly moving in the field, shooting while avoiding the subsand shot by the opponent. The armors on the field are very flexible, constantly changing positions on the field suddenly. He started to focus on an armored armor, and the armor was surrounded by bullets in an instant. The Iron Man armor stomped heavily on the ground, directly used the recoil force to jump high, and then took advantage of the momentum to activate the propulsion engine and flew directly into the air. This armor had brought up a large number of dust soldiers when it stepped on it, and the place it was stepped on was a small pit. This advanced weapon began to show unparalleled power. Whether it is speed or power, it is very terrifying, reaching the best balance of power and agility. It combines various requirements on the battlefield very well and is simply the most perfect war weapon. Several armors began to cooperate with the squad, covering each other and advancing to the opposite position. The huge guns in their hands continued to pour firepower toward the opposite side and immediately suppressed the opposite side. However, it is a pity that Iron Man armor can fly, and soon those suppressed armor will pass through the air and move to the side of his companion. The practice slowly entered a fierce state. After just warming up on both sides, they all started fighting with all their strength. The confrontation on the scene immediately rose to a level, and everyone took out their own skills and fully controlled their armor. Dust was continuously splashed into the air on the scene, and the collision between steel and steel began. Those large bullets were flying constantly on the field, trying to end his opponent. Countless armors fought hard in the field, and the guns in their hands sprayed the flames of death. This exercise was completely real, and the firearms they used were all real guns and live ammunition, not empty ammunition for general practice. The reason for using live ammunition is to test the performance of the armor and completely simulate real combat. By Jing, they are not ordinary soldiers. One by one is beyond the limit of human beings. And they wore armor with strong defense force, and there was nothing wrong with being hit by a bullet. There was a fierce confrontation over there, but the hall was silent. Everyone was shocked by this scene, and none of them expected the Iron Man armor to be so powerful. These people are basically the senior level of Jun Fang, and their vision is naturally not bad. It is precisely because of a good vision that I know how extraordinary these armors are. Judging from the situation at the scene, ordinary troops are simply not opponents of these armors, and I am afraid they are not even qualified to fight them. These armors will probably be the mainstream of warfare in the future. This kind of thought appears in everyone's heart, and by the way, I still sigh. In the past, traditional troops were out of date. Before they came this time, they had expected the Iron Man armor to be powerful, but they didn't expect that Jing Ran was so powerful that they were frightened by the situation on the scene. But there was one person who was not like that, but Jiang Cheng seemed very calm. After all, this is the weapon he invented, and no one knows the power of this weapon better than him. Just after seeing that kind of special gun, Jiang Cheng frowned. He didn't expect Jun Fang to come up with such a weapon. At that time, he did not equip Iron Man armor with special weapons. Only a few small missiles were installed on the armor. He also didn't think that Jun had no choice, so he developed Iron Man's special firearm and took it out during this exercise as the main weapon of Iron Man's armor. But these guns seemed to Jiang Cheng to be weak and explosive, and they didn't look like high-tech, and it seemed that they couldn't interest him. The special firearms that Jun took out were just an enlargement of the general firearms. Fundamentally speaking, they belong to the scope of existing firearms. Just because of the power of Iron Man's armor, the size and weight of the weapon have been increased, which in return has greater power and range. Although the power and range have increased, in Jiang Cheng's eyes, they are still very behind. It's not worthy of the Iron Man armor that I invented at all, and it directly lowered the style of the entire armor, and it was no longer on the same level. The Iron Man armor holding this gun is as ridiculous as a tall and mighty man with a toy pistol in his hand. This main weapon was completely unable to exert the power of Iron Man's armor, and it was a waste of Jiang Cheng's invention. The people in the hall all focused their attention on the display screen and watched the practice scene intently. They were all attracted by the powerful combat power of the Iron Man armor and did not dare to look at them, for fear of missing the wonderful content on the display. No one noticed Jiang Cheng's abnormality, and no one thought that Jiang Cheng was not satisfied with what he showed in this exercise. In the eyes of these Jun party leaders, those Iron Man armors have performed well enough, and can even be said to be perfect. No one else can see the problem with firearms. It is because his vision is still limited to the past combat mode, and he did not find that this traditional firearm is no longer suitable for future battles. But Jiang Cheng is quite aware of the development of the future battlefield, knowing that this traditional gunpowder firearm will soon be eliminated by the times. Gunpowder guns have been born for hundreds of years, and now it is time for them to be launched on the stage of history. This kind of traditional gunpowder firearms, no matter how optimized the structure, no matter how sophisticated the design, are constrained by the propellant substance of gunpowder. In Jiang Cheng's view, gunpowder and firearms have now developed to a bottleneck, regardless of all aspects of the data have come to an end. At most, it is just like those special guns made by the Jun side, through the size of Zhengda's guns to increase the range and power. But this can't solve the fundamental problem, it just simply strengthens some gunpowder weapons. Only by breaking through the traditional gunpowder limit can the weapon's lethality, shooting speed and range be improved to a whole new level. But wanting to do this is not easy. Now human beings can't find other firearms except gunpowder. So it's not that the Yan family Jun's side is not strong, and they don't want to equip Iron Man with better guns, but they have no choice but to use traditional gunpowder guns. Everyone just watched the live video of the practice so quietly, and no one spoke, and the hall fell silent for a while. Jiang Cheng, do you have any comments on this exercise? I don't think your expression is very good. Do you see the shortcomings in the exercise? After a while, someone finally broke the silence first. His voice echoed in the hall, and it was very loud because of the quiet environment in the hall, and everyone could hear clearly. It was the big leader sitting next to Jiang Cheng who was talking, and the others did not notice Jiang Cheng's abnormality. Because the big leader is very close to Jiang Cheng, the seats are always close. Finally found something wrong with Jiang Cheng. After discovering that Jiang Cheng had something abnormal, the leader asked directly without being wordy. Jiang Cheng's weight is very heavy in the hearts of the leaders, and this Iron Man armor comes from Jiang Cheng's hands. To say that among all the people present, no one might know this new weapon better than Jiang Cheng. Therefore, Jiang Cheng's opinion is very important, and it can even change the future strategy of Yan Jiajun. After speaking, the leader turned to look at Jiang Cheng, waiting for him to express his opinion. After hearing what the big leader said, everyone turned their attention to this side, all looking at the big leader and Jiang Cheng next to him. These eyes were filled with a trace of doubt. In their hearts, this exercise was quite perfect, without any defects at all. I don't know if Jiang Cheng saw something wrong, which attracted the attention of the big leaders. Jiang Cheng didn't speak immediately, but looked at the display and raised his brow again. Seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't speak immediately, the leader reached out and patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder, and then spoke earnestly to him. Jiang Cheng, don't hesitate to say what you have. No one here has a better say than you. Is the way they use the Iron Man armor wrong? Or there are other questions? If you have any comments, just mention it. You are an important protagonist in this exercise today. Your opinion directly determines the direction of the use of this armor in the future. If you have anything to say, you don't need to give these Jun people face. With me here, no one dares not be convinced. The big leader originally saw Jiang Cheng not speaking, and thought Jiang Cheng didn't want Jun Fang to lose face, so he didn't speak directly. So he opened his mouth to support Jiang Cheng. Let Jiang Cheng have anything to say. Don't be afraid to offend anyone present. After saying this, the big leader raised his head and glanced at the senior Jun Fang, who was in charge of practicing things. Those high-ranking members of the Jun party all dropped their heads, not daring to look at the big leaders. Their hearts are very disturbed now, thinking that Jiang Cheng has seen something wrong with the exercise they organized. If there is any problem, then the person in charge of these exercises would be ashamed. Today's exercise is so important, and even the exercise that determines the future development direction of Lujun, all the persons in charge of the exercise dare not be sloppy. Even the big leaders came to watch in person, and if something went wrong, it was really their responsibility. The senior Jun leaders in charge of this exercise are now all looking at Jiang Cheng uneasy, for fear that the problem will come out of Jiang Cheng's mouth. if they mess up this exercise, the future will be basically ruined. Just when the person in charge of the exercise looked at Jiang Cheng in an uneasy manner, Jiang Cheng finally spoke. There is no big problem with the way the armor of the Iron Man is used. These Jun people who drive the armor are very sophisticated personnel, and they have been strengthened by the genetic evolution agent, and they have been very experienced in driving the armor. After thinking for a while, Jiang Cheng expressed his views on this exercise. In his heart, these Jun people are indeed very good. Basically played most of the functions of the Iron Man armor. Even if he personally goes up and drives, he can't do better than these people. These Jun people driving the Iron Man armor are all elites among the elite after all. They are all selected from millions of Jun people. It is not too much to say that they are 1 in 1,000. There is no problem with the handling of the Iron Man armor. The problem lies elsewhere. These Jun people have already used the Iron Man armor to the limit. At this point, I am very satisfied. They are indeed the elite Lu Jun special forces. They are really powerful. Jiang Cheng spoke out his true inner thoughts without any hidden meanings at all. He was just like that and couldn't hide anything directly. These words relieved the great leaders a little, and also relieved the people in charge of the practice a lot. The big leader thought that the people on the Jun side had made a mistake in the use of Iron Man's armor, so he was so serious just now. At first, they saw that Jiang Cheng was not very satisfied with the practice, and they thought it was a problem with the Iron Man armor operation. Now that Jun has no problems with the use of this new weapon, he is relieved a lot, as long as there are no problems with the use. Other deficiencies are well improved. It is nothing more than an improvement in tactics and strategies. People from the East and the West are very good at it. Those in charge of the exercises even let go of their hanging hearts, and they were just scared. Originally, Iron Man had such a high-end weapon, and they had no idea about arranging people to use it. After all, no one had used this new type of weapon. It would be normal if there were any problems. Now they are completely relieved. As long as the direction of use is okay, then their practice will be complete this time. At least even if there is a problem, it is not their problem. After all, they just use armor at a premium, and other things are not in their control. Since there is no problem with the manipulation of these Jun people, what do you see in the practice? Is it something we didn't find? Hearing Jiang Cheng's answer, the big leader didn't completely let go of his mind and immediately asked Jiang Cheng again. By Jing, just now Jiang Cheng's expression is not fake. There must be something they haven't discovered. The practice does have a big problem, but this problem is not about the personnel and the armor. The personnel and the armor cooperate perfectly, and it is other places that drag them down. Since the leader asked such questions, Jiang Cheng didn't hide anything and directly said all the thoughts in his heart. The real problem is the weapons used by these Iron Man armors. Don't you think these weapons are too backward? It's not worthy of this advanced armor at all. After talking about this, Jiang Cheng raised his finger and lowered the display. In the screen, an Iron Man armor was shooting, and the shot gave him a close-up of the gun in his hand. Holding the huge gun in his hand, he kept pulling the trigger, and the pitch-black muzzle kept blazing like flames. After seeing the gun, the senior officials of the Jun party became more confused. In their opinion, this firearm is very good. It is a special firearm that has concentrated the strength of several weapon laboratories of Junfang and made it before this exercise. This kind of firearm, no matter its power or range, even its rate of fire, exceeds that of any firearm. It can be said to be the most perfect firearm in the world. The only drawback is that the weight of this gun is too large. It can only be used as a special weapon for Iron Man armor and cannot be promoted by the entire Jun team. Most people don't want to use this gun at all. It's very difficult to even pick it up. After hearing this, the big leader also raised his brows and asked Huo a person, "This kind of firearm is made in your laboratory, and you can introduce it to everyone." After the chief leader finished speaking, a Jun person who looked like a researcher stood up and said, "This kind of gun is named K-17, which is specially made for steel. The gun developed by Zia Armor uses a special 30 bullet with a rate of fire of 100 rounds per minute and a range of 2,000 meters. The researcher quickly reported the data on this firearm, which I have to say is still very good. The caliber has reached a perverted 30 mm, almost reaching the level of a small caliber artillery. The rate of fire has also approached the level of a machine gun, and the range has exceeded that of ordinary sniper guns. It seems that these data are very good. It can be said to be a perfect firearm. But these data did not satisfy Jiang Cheng, and they were not good enough for Iron Man armor in all aspects. In Jiang Cheng's heart, the range and rate of fire must at least be doubled, which barely meets his heart's requirements. After introducing the gun, the researcher looked at Jiang Cheng and waited for Huo Jiang Cheng's comment on the gun. Although he was very confident in the guns he had developed, he didn't dare to neglect the genius in front of him. Maybe the things he took out would be better than this one. After listening to the introduction of firearms, Jiang Cheng slowly said, "This kind of firearm is already very good among gunpowder weapons, but it still does not meet the standards used by Iron Man armor." Bayan said. Jiang Cheng pointed his finger at the display again, and then said, "Look at the armors in battle. There is basically no damage after being hit, which means that this kind of firearms can't break the defense at all. If the opponent is also an armored soldier, as for the weapon, this weapon has no effect at all." In the picture, an armor was hit by the opponent, but he was not affected much. There were only small scratches on the armor, and no damage was seen. The driver just shook his body slightly, offsetting the impact of the bullet, and then went on to fight. It seems that as long as you are wearing armor, you are not afraid of being hit. This kind of firearm looks really useless. Even if it is hit, it is not a big deal. They might even be better off wearing armor to fight hand-to-hand, perhaps even better. After Jiang Cheng's reminder, the others also reacted immediately and all looked at the screen and asked questions. At first, they were all bewildered by the strength of the armor, so they didn't find the fundamental problem, which was the loss of the training battle. The practice has come to the present, but no armor on the field has quit the battle, which means that they have fought for a long time, and even a target has not been eliminated. At present, both sides of this practice are still 0-0, and it is not too much to say that they played for a long time in vain. Seeing the reactions of those people, Jiang Cheng knew that they had already understood that these people, Bai Jing, were all elites, and their IQs were at least above average. As soon as Jiang Cheng reminded him, he immediately woke up and discovered that the robbing in the Iron Man armored hand was indeed not worthy of such advanced armor as Jiang Cheng said. The biggest problem with this type of firearm is that it cannot break through the defense of Iron Man's armor. A weapon that cannot be broken is no different from a fire stick, and it does not play the role that a weapon should have. If the Yan family's Iron Man armored unit had their current weapons. After that, when facing the enemy's humanoid armored units, I am afraid that they will suffer unimaginable losses. After all, your weapon can't even damage your opponent, so the enemy can attack you unscrupulously regardless of your attack. If such a battle really happened, the situation would definitely be one-sided. One side can attack the opponent at will, while the other side can't break the opponent's defense. This gap is really too big. The biggest problem turned out to be weapons. I didn't expect that the current weapons really can't keep up with the times. I thought that this kind of firearm was already very good, but now it seems that facing the humanoid armor is like a toy gun. That's right. The defense of this kind of armor is so strong that it won't be damaged at all when hit by a bullet. It seems that firearms are really a big problem. If we don't solve it, we might suffer a big loss in the future. It can't be said that firearms are not good. This is that the humanoid armor that Jiang Cheng took out is too changed. Okay, even this 30-meter caliber bullet can be completely defended. There were also some researchers at the senior level of Jun in the lobby, and discussions began immediately. One by one, they started to put forward their own opinions and expressed the thoughts in everyone's mind. If you find a problem, you must solve it. Isn't that the purpose of this exercise? Okay, everyone should be quiet first and don't continue the discussion. It's useless to speculate here. It's better to listen to Jiang Cheng's opinion first. I think Jiang Cheng will not let us down. The big leader saw that the hall began to become noisy, so he stopped Congren loudly. After hearing what the big leader said, everyone was quiet and stopped discussing. After speaking, the leader turned his head to look at Jiang Cheng with strong expectations in his eyes. There must be a way for him to come to Jiang Cheng, otherwise he wouldn't be able to say the words just now. Maybe Jiang Cheng already has a solution, that's why he raised this question. By now, Jiang Cheng is everyone's hope, and no one in Beijing can think of other ways. Jiang Cheng is quite worth looking forward to, and the leader believes that Jiang Cheng will not let him down. Facing the expected gaze of the big leader, Jiang Cheng raised his mouth and smiled slightly. Of course, the method is very simple. As long as we increase the power of the firearms, we only need to increase the power of the firearms to deal with humanoid armor, not to mention that it can directly kill. At least it must be able to damage humanoid armor. As long as the firearms can cause damage to the humanoid armor, then coupled with good enough tactics, looking at some excellent armored pilots, they can deal with the enemy's humanoid armor. Jiang Cheng said it very lightly, as if solving this problem was simple, but others didn't think so. They also know that it is enough to improve the performance of firearms, but it is so simple to improve the performance. Since the advent of gunpowder weapons, it has undergone countless improvements before it has developed to this point. After so many years, the room for improvement is very small, and it is very difficult to improve a bit. Especially if you want to upgrade to the level that can deal with humanoid armor, it is simply an impossible task. In everyone's minds, firearms can no longer deal with humanoid armors. Maybe you have to change a weapon, the researcher just now said to Ruo Jiangcheng. Of course we know that we need to improve the performance of firearms, but this K-17 firearm is difficult to improve. According to our calculation of the upper limit of gunpowder weapons, we have almost reached it. It is not that our research has not worked hard enough, but that there is really no way. If we can improve it, we will do it long ago. There was a trace of helplessness and loss in his words, and he was also desperate for the development of guns. This Beijing is his lifelong research project, and guns have become a part of his life, so he will be so lost. In his mind, the development of firearms has come to an end, and perhaps future war firearms will withdraw from the stage of history. After hearing this, Jiang Cheng kept the smile just now and said, "Of course the gunpowder and firearms have come to an end. You did a good job this time. You have fully unearthed the power of the gunpowder and firearms and reached the limit performance of the gunpowder and firearms." Jiang Cheng first praised the other party's achievements, and then went on to say, since gunpowder weapons are no longer developed, why don't we change our thinking? Use other power sources to drive the bullets, so that we can continue to improve the firearms. Performance. After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the researcher first said with a pleasant surprise, "Are you talking about giving up gunpowder guns and developing other types of guns?" But after speaking, he seemed to think of something and turned to become disappointed. But other firearms are not mature at all. Many of them are just fantasy. No one can make them. Jiang Cheng looked at the opposite. The researcher showed a confident smile. Others can't make new types of firearms, but that doesn't mean I can't make them. This kind of small problem doesn't bother me at all. Since gunpowder and firearms can no longer keep up with the times, then others the firearms should be on the stage. I think firearms driven by electromagnetic force are a good direction. They are much more advanced than gunpowder firearms. Jiang Cheng directly proposed his solution, and then said like an announcement, "This gun is the legendary Gauss rifle. The Gauss rifle is a firearm that first appeared in the game. It can be said to be a fantasy firearm. In the game called StarCraft, the main weapon used by human infantry is the Gauss rifle. The Gauss rifle can be said to be a weapon that only exists in imagination, and no one can realize it yet. This kind of firearm is powered by electromagnetic force to accelerate the track, thereby pushing the metal bullet, so that the bullet reaches a very high speed. The power of general firearms mainly depends on the caliber of the firearm, which is the size of the bullet. The other is to look at the speed of the bullet. The faster the bullet, the stronger the lethality. The biggest limitation of gunpowder firearms is that the speed of bullets can no longer be increased. The power of gunpowder can only make the bullets reach the current speed. If you want to increase it, you can't do it. The Gauss rifle does not have such a problem. The power of electromagnetic is far more than that of gunpowder. Through a track full of electromagnetic force, metal bullets can be accelerated to unimaginable speeds. This is the advantage of the Gauss rifle, which can greatly enhance the power of the firearm. And Gauss rifle not only has a bullet speed that far exceeds that of gunpowder firearms, but also far better than gunpowder firearms in other aspects. Gunpowder firearms will make a loud noise when firing. That is the sound made when the gunpowder burns in the barrel. It is not impossible to reduce the sound, but that will reduce the power of the firearm. The Gauss rifle does not have such a problem. The electromagnetic force is very quiet, and the sound of the gun can be reduced to a very small level when shooting. The bullet of the Gauss rifle is also simpler than the gunpowder firearms. Only the shape of the bullet is required. Unlike the bullets of gunpowder firearms, they are also divided into warheads, cartridge cases, and propellant. The bullet of the Gauss rifle only has a warhead, and there is no need for anything else. After all, this type of firearm is driven by electromagnetic force, which is not as troublesome as gunpowder firearms. The advantages of this bullet will make it more convenient to replenish the Gauss rifle. Without the shell and propellant, the weight of the bullet will be much lighter. At the very least, the production of bullets will become easier in the future. Just produce the right bullets. These advantages of the Gauss rifle are very obvious, but there are basically no disadvantages. The only shortcoming may be that the technology on Earth is simply impossible to achieve. Guns that cannot be manufactured are in vain no matter how advanced they are. They are nothing more than human imagination. After mankind proposed such things as Gauss rifles, it is not that no one has studied related content. However, these studies have not made any progress at all. Human beings are currently unable to control this electromagnetic force, and there are unsolvable problems in the process of realization. Even if it can barely create a prototype of a Gauss rifle, it has no practical value at all. The prototypes of the experimental Gauss rifles have fatal flaws and have no practical value. Since the research has fallen into the cause, there is no talk of using it as a weapon. However, the beautiful imagination of Jiang Cheng can be realized. For him, the Gauss rifle is not very high-end, and there is no difficulty in making it. In his last life, even the Gauss rifle had been eliminated. At that time, everyone used laser guns and other ray weapons, and the physical ammunition completely withdrew from the stage. Jiang Cheng has completely mastered the full set of techniques of this Gauss rifle in his last life, and other aspects can also be achieved by the technology on the Earth now. As long as he goes back and spends some time, Jiang Cheng can create this kind of fantasy weapon. Can you make this legendary firearm? If this is the case, all problems can be solved. The Gauss rifle must be a threat to humanoid armor, which is countless times stronger than traditional gunpowder firearms. After the researcher heard the Gauss rifle, he immediately spoke to Jiang Cheng excitedly. I guess he didn't even notice. He had already unconsciously used honorifics to Jiang Cheng. This word, you, represents his recognition of Jiang Cheng, and it is also the gap between their strength and status. This researcher has been studying firearms all his life, and Jiang Cheng's ability to manufacture Gauss rifles is a great achievement in his heart, so he was so excited. As for the question of whether Jiang Cheng could really make a Gauss rifle, he didn't even worry about it. Not only this researcher, but other people present did not doubt. Everyone knows Jiang Cheng's strength, and since Jiang Cheng has already said what he said, then he will definitely be able to do it. They all trust Jiang Cheng unconditionally in scientific research. This kind of trust is accumulated by Jiang Cheng through one by one, as well as those epoch-making researches. In terms of scientific research, Jiang Cheng is an absolute authority, so that other lives can't afford to doubt it. Just after Jiang Cheng made the assurance, the big leader showed Xinxi's smile, and he knew that Jiang Cheng would not let him down. The leader Xin patted Jiang Cheng on the shoulder and said to Jiang Cheng in a satisfied tone, "I didn't expect, Jiang Cheng, you also have research on firearms. If this is the case, the weapon is left to you. I hope you can do it as soon as possible. Take out the finished product of the Gauss rifle so that the Iron Man armor can have its own weapons. If you have any difficulties, please say, whether it is materials, personnel, or machines, We will try our best to find a way for you. Now your research is a key project, and any problems will be dealt with first. In the end, the big leader also made a package ticket with Jiang Cheng, so that Jiang Cheng had no worries about the research. This represents the support of the Threshold family for Jiang Cheng in order to allow him to study the Gauss rifle. It is now at all costs. Such support is rare. If it weren't for the changes in future battles, the big leaders would not make such a promise. The future war will inevitably be a battle between humanoid armors, and a weapon that can damage humanoid armor has become a key issue for the Jun Party. Although Jiang Cheng got the personal assurance from the leaders, he can get strong support from all over the country in the development of the Gauss rifle. But this kind of support was not used by Jiang Cheng, because the relevant research and development technology of the Gauss rifle can be done with Jiang Cheng's current conditions. This kind of firearm doesn't need special support from above. Jiang Cheng can do it alone. However, although Jiang Cheng did not need support, he did not reject the kindness of the leader. Not using these supports now does not mean that they will not be available in the future. It will be said that Jiang Cheng does not necessarily need the support of the Yan family. No one can say for the future, right? This time I wrote down the favor, and I will use it later. This special practice ended. Everyone left the secret base one after another. This exercise can be regarded as setting the future development direction of Jun. Especially Liu Jun has decided to vigorously develop Iron Man armor. The senior officials of the Jun side who have seen the exercise are very clear that in front of such a powerful humanoid armor force, all tanks and artillery are like paper. The future will be the era of humanoid armor. Nothing else has the capital to compete with it, and other Jun equipment will slowly fall behind. This kind of argument is basically recognized by the entire Jun team, and the focus of the Yanjia Jun team's development in the future will be on the humanoid armor. At the very least, the artillery and tank troops will start to shrink slowly in the future. All these saved resources will be invested in Iron Man armor and genetic evolution potions. Now, there are about 1,000 Jun people who have been strengthened by genetic evolution potions, and the Iron Man armor has been made almost dry. This number is far from meeting the needs of the Yan family. According to the plan, this number will be increased to about 10,000 in the near future. Thousands of people wear reinforced humans like Iron Man armor. This will be the pillar of the Yan family in the future and a symbol of Yan family's strength. After leaving the base, Jiang Cheng returned to Los Angeles. When he came back, Jiang Cheng locked himself in the laboratory and once again began day and night research. This time his goal is quite clear, and that is the legendary firearm like the Gauss rifle. The manufacture of Gauss rifles is not difficult for Jiang Cheng. Beijing is a very mature technology in Jiang Cheng's previous life and has even matured to the point of obsolescence. In the previous life, the Gauss rifle was equivalent to the current homemade gunpowder, and it was a very simple thing. This was caused by the gap between the two worlds, and even Jiang Cheng couldn't help it. Jiang Cheng wanted to directly take out the most advanced laser gun, but unfortunately, relying on the current environment on the Earth, he couldn't make it at all. Jiang Cheng could not find a lot of materials at all, and most of the manufacturing equipment has not yet appeared. However, Jiang Cheng is not in a hurry. The development of science is moving forward step by step. Now, let's not think about those high-end firearms. Let's make the Gauss rifle in front of us. Most of the materials used to make Gauss rifles are common, but they are just some common alloys. Except for one key material, they are all easily available. And that key material is not a problem on Jiang Cheng's side. Because Jiang Cheng already has this kind of material, it is room temperature superconducting material. Since the Gauss rifle is a firearm that uses electromagnetic force as a power source, things related to electricity are definitely indispensable, and superconducting materials are the best electromagnetic rail materials. Normal temperature superconducting material is what Gauss needs, and Gauss rifle without superconducting material is just a joke. But if superconducting materials are used, the Gauss rifle will become a lethal weapon. It is also a coincidence that the pre-materials developed by Jiang Cheng for nuclear fusion technology some time ago have become a must for this Gauss rifle. This is really a very unexpected coincidence, and it also saved Jiang Cheng a lot of time. Otherwise, Jiang Cheng would have to research the superconducting materials before he could start making Gauss rifles. The production process went smoothly, and the Gauss rifle was completed in a few days. After finishing the production, Jiang Cheng directly contacted Ziyangdong Sheijiheng and then took the Jun transport plane again and flew to the secret base used for the last practice. He came this time to test the power of the Gauss rifle, and the gun he made this time was a special version. The size and weight are much larger than ordinary firearms. It can be regarded as a special Gauss rifle with humanoid armor. The test site was full of people, most of whom were senior officials of the Jun party. All of them came to see the power of the Gauss rifle. This time the big leader did not show up. After all, he was very busy. Jiang Cheng opened a big box and took out a silver gun from it. This gun has a streamlined appearance, coupled with the bright main color, looks very futuristic technology. This is the firearm I made this time, the Gauss rifle that existed in my fantasy before, Jiang Cheng said as he passed the firearm in his hand to the Jun guy next to him. That Jun person was also a strengthened special force, and he was already wearing Iron Man armor. After the Jun person took the Gauss rifle, Jiang Cheng then introduced it to others. I named this gun Silver Fox with a caliber of 20 mm. This is mainly because of fluid mechanics. It did not use too large a caliber. The rate of fire was 200 rounds per minute, and the range reached a distance of 6,000 meters. The most important thing is that the speed of bullets fired by this gun is 10 times that of traditional firearms. Because of such a fast speed, it is also 10 times more powerful than ordinary firearms. Hearing that the firing range was as far as 6,000 meters, everyone present showed surprise expressions. They have overestimated the Gaussian rifle as a firearm, but they haven't thought that this type of firearm is so powerful. This range alone has already exploded other firearms, reaching a distance beyond belief. Not to mention that 10 times the power, it is terrifying to the extreme. If this gun hit a person, it might be able to tear the person to pieces instantly. However, no one should hit people with a Gauss rifle. This thing is used to deal with humanoid armor. When Jiang Cheng finished introducing the performance of the gun, everyone else looked at the Gauss rifle named Silver Fox. His eyes are full of curiosity, very curious about how powerful such a gun is. Their curiosity was soon satisfied. The Jun man with a Gauss rifle lifted the silver gun with both hands and walked to the predetermined test site. The Jun person wearing Iron Man armor first grabbed the rifle in Ryuo's hand and took aim at random. Then he ran for a while holding the firearm, and then kept crawling and rolling on the field, stopping to make preparations for aiming from time to time. He was still in various postures, making various preparations to shoot to feel the fit between the gun and the armor. In the end, he even flew into the air, using the propeller to fly for a while. I changed several directions in the air, simulated shooting at different heights at different places, and felt the feeling of holding a gun while aiming in the air. After experiencing the early feelings of this Jun person, he found that the Gauss rifle felt very good in his hand. Just try it and you will know that this gun is very comfortable to use, and it can be easily controlled no matter what actions are made. Just the simulated shooting made him feel that this gun was very suitable for him, and there was no inconvenience to use at all. The size and weight of this gun are very suitable. It is a weapon tailored for Iron Man armor. This grab is very handy. It doesn't have any jerky feeling when wearing armor. You can know that it is very good without shooting, and it will not affect the movement at all when moving. The streamlined shape will not cause any obstacle to the speed, and overall it is perfect. The Jun person who was called to test the gun said his own feelings, and some testers next to him immediately took down the relevant content. Today, they came to test this Gauss rifle. Every detail of the gun needs to be recorded. This is all the normal process of gun testing. Jiang Cheng didn't care at all about what the Jun person said. He knew that this gun fits well, and he won't feel uncomfortable wearing armor. After all, the Iron Man armor is from his hands, and he knows the relevant data very often. Jiang Cheng knew what kind of firearms were suitable for this kind of armor, and they knew what firearms they needed. Since this gun was made for this kind of armor, Jiang Cheng would naturally make a suitable gun. This gun was specially debugged by him, and every line is so perfect. The handle of the gun perfectly fits the palm of the Iron Man armor, and it can be regarded as a customized firearm. The length and weight of the entire gun body have been calculated by Lucy, which fully meets the needs of the Iron Man armor in combat and can meet their use in different situations. This gun, named Silver Fox, is the most suitable for Iron Man armor in Jiang Cheng's mind. The details in all aspects have reached the best. Jiang Cheng attaches great importance to such details. Of course, what comes out of his hands must be perfect. After you feel it, start the shooting test. First, test the shooting accuracy to see how accurate the Gauss rifle in your hand is at long-range shooting. After thinking that the tester had recorded the feel of the firearm, he explained to the Jun person and prepared for the next test. First, test the shooting at a distance of 500 meters, then 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters, and finally test the shooting at the extreme distance. The tester is going to test the accuracy of the gun first, and then perform other tests. Jiang Cheng heard that the man was about to slowly increase the distance from 500 meters, so he stopped him. This test is really too slow. The accuracy of this gun definitely exceeds your cognitive level. It can't be tested at a distance as close as 500 meters. You don't need to try to know that it must be a 100% hit rate. Jiang Cheng was very confident about the guns he brought out, and at such a close distance, there would be no bullet misses. Because of the bullet of this Gauss rifle, the speed is too fast. Generally, wind and humidity, which can affect the accuracy of bullets, can hardly affect the bullets of Gauss rifles. Not to mention the Jun people who test firearms, the marksmanship must be very powerful, and it is even less likely to be smashed. Directly perform an accuracy test of 1,500 meters. I believe that even at this distance, the hit rate will be terribly high. Jiang Cheng directly adjusted the distance of the accuracy test, and it suddenly increased to an exaggerated distance. It is difficult to hit the target at this distance. Even a sniper rifle can hardly hit the target at such a distance. After the bullet flies so far, even if the accuracy is only 1 millimeter away, will expand to a very long error. When the tester heard Jiang Cheng's words, he was surprised at first, thinking that this was too risky. It was not enough to adjust the plan under Jiang Cheng's insistence. After all, this test was based on Jiang Cheng, and he could not change Jiang Cheng's mind. Soon the target was placed at a distance of 1,500 meters. The circular target was not clearly visible at all, and the testers could only see a small spot. However, the Jun person can see clearly because there is an auxiliary aiming device in the armor, which can make his observation range reach an inhuman level. I saw that Jun person clenched the silver rifle with both hands and took a deep breath after aiming for a while. Others, he is not sure about such a long distance, because he has never shot at such a long distance, and to be honest, there is not much in his heart. After getting ready, the Jun person finally fired the first shot. The muzzle does not emit flames like ordinary firearms, and the sound of the guns is very small and almost inaudible. Because this gun is driven by electromagnetic force, these are the advantages of Gauss rifles. After firing the first shot, the manipulator of Iron Man seemed to have found the feeling of shooting and was used to shooting ultra-long-range targets. Once this elite Jun person gets used to it, everything becomes very simple. The Jun man pulled the trigger continuously and shot dozens of bullets. His movement of holding the gun was very stable, and there was no change at all because of the shooting, as if the recoil of the gun was gone till to none. The shooting rhythm is also very smooth, and there is no jerky taste at all. Stability is a necessary condition for shooting. As long as the shooting accuracy is stable enough, it will not be bad. Looking at the shooting of that Jun person, I knew that the hit rate would not be low. This performance is caused by several reasons. The first is that the performance of the Gauss rifle is too perfect. Even the recoil is very small. Recoil is something that greatly affects the accuracy of shooting, and this gun has undergone Jiang Cheng's special shooting, and the recoil at the time of firing is eliminated to the lowest level, basically not affecting the user's shooting. Another point is that the shooter, but the Jun man wearing Iron Man armor, is too easy for the armor to stabilize. It is very difficult for ordinary people to hold the gun and maintain the same movement. A slight movement will affect the shooting effect. But Iron Man armor does not have such a problem. As long as the driver needs to maintain the same action for a day is very simple. In this way, the stability of shooting can be guaranteed, provided that the stability is sufficient. As long as the shooter's marksmanship is good enough and the accuracy of the firearm is good enough, then he will be able to hit the target smoothly. After the shooting, the Jun touched the body of the gun eagerly. He had never felt such a refreshing shooting feeling before. The short shooting process just now was a kind of enjoyment for him. The shooting feels very perfect. The gun body vibrates very little during the shooting process, and the recoil is hardly felt. What a good gun! After the shooting, the Jun person and the tester next to him described how they felt when shooting. These things are a very important part of the test. After all, firearms are manufactured for human use. These users are the people who have the most say. A firearm can't be regarded as a good gun because of its superior performance. The person who has to shoot must recognize that it is a good gun. After recording the Jun person's feelings, he also thought that the tester brought back the target from a distance. This Gauss rifle has a good shooting feel, and then it depends on the actual accuracy. A group of people quickly arrived in front of the target and looked at the target that had just been placed in the distance. When everyone puts their eyes on the target, they can't look away anymore. What? They were all hit, and they were all 10 rings. This is impossible. It is impossible to hit all the shots from a distance of 1,500 meters. OMG, a 100% hit rate. What kind of gun is this? The testers all yelled in surprise, and screams appeared one after another on the test field. It's not that the testers are too fussy, but the result is beyond their knowledge. In their minds, even if the Gauss rifle is excellent, it is good to have a 30% hit rate at a distance of 1,500 meters. You must know that at such a long distance, it is very difficult for ordinary firearms to hit a shot even if the magazine is empty. Being at such a long distance, if you want to hit the target, you can only rely on God's blessing. All hits like this result are too exciting for these testers. Even the Jun person who used the firearm was a little surprised at the result. When shooting, he feels very good. He personally estimated that the hit rate should be above 50%, which is already a good result. But in the end, his estimate was still too conservative, and he was not confident enough about himself and the Gauss rifle. Jiang Cheng looked at the fussing people with a disdainful smile on his face. Such a result was nothing to him. He had expected it a long time ago. Before the test, Jiang Cheng estimated that at a distance of 1,500 meters, the hit rate should be above 90%. The final 100% hit rate was just because the Jun person's marksmanship was a bit beyond Jiang Cheng's expectations. This Jun person's marksmanship is probably one of the top ones in the entire Yan family. Only in this way can he exert the full strength of this gun. After a while, the testers finally recovered, and the surprise in their eyes turned into strong expectations. They all began to look forward to the next test, hoping that this Gauss rifle could bring them even greater surprises. Immediately after the accuracy test at a longer distance, the target was placed at a distance of 2,000 meters. The Jun man started aiming and shooting with his gun again, and dozens of single shots were directed at the target. The results of the shooting soon came out. This time it was not as exaggerated as the 100% shooting rate. However, the hit rate is still not low, reaching 90%. From the 3,000-meter test, the hit rate slowly began to decline. At the farthest 4,000 shooting test, the hit rate was only about 30%. It is very difficult to hit the target at this distance, which is almost the limit shooting distance of a Gauss rifle. Although the range of the Gauss rifle far exceeds this distance, it is difficult to guarantee the hit rate no matter how far away. This is the limit of the Gauss rifle, and even Jiang Cheng can't solve it. To know what kind of concept is a distance of 5,000 meters, It almost exceeds the observation range of the human eye. It was slightly deflected by 1 millimeter when shooting, and after a distance of 5,000 meters, I didn't know where it deviated. Jiang Cheng is still very satisfied with this result. The distance of 5,000 is the limit that the physical bullet can reach, which is the limitation brought by the physical bullet. If you want to increase the hit rate of the weapon again, you can only give up physical bullets and switch to beam-type firearms. For example, a laser gun can exceed this distance, and the hit rate can be guaranteed even if it is farther away. Although the Gauss rifle is not as powerful as the laser gun, Jiang Cheng is still very satisfied with this silver fox. Although Jiang Cheng could also manufacture things like laser guns, the materials were not enough, and they could only be produced in the future. In the future, Jiang Cheng will never think about things that are uncertain, so he will manufacture the Gauss rifle. Grasping the present is what Jiang Cheng likes to do most. Jiang Cheng has never imagined the illusory future. Keeping his feet on the ground is what a scientist should do. This Gauss rifle has reached its current limit and is considered the best weapon on Earth. It can be said that the Yan family only needs to mass-produce this rifle and equip every Iron Man armor. After that, the Yan family will be in an advantageous position in the humanoid armor confrontation. Even if other thresholdists also developed humanoid armor in the future, they would be at an absolute disadvantage in confronting the Yan family's Iron Man armor. Humanoid armor is just a weapon platform, and it needs to be equipped with good enough weapons to be able to exert its greatest power. After recording the hit rate of various distances, those testers started the next test. The accuracy has been tested. The next step is to test the power of the gun. This test is the most important test. It can be said that the focus of today's test is on this one. Qingli Japanese letter is the most important data for Jun, which is far more important than accuracy. Whether this Gauss rifle is suitable as the main weapon of humanoid armor depends entirely on how powerful this rifle is. The Gauss rifle was invented because the original firearms were not enough to break the defense of humanoid armor, so they looked for a new type of firearm. This gun is designed to deal with the enemy's humanoid armor. If it is not powerful enough, it will be meaningless. The personnel at this base were very efficient, and the next test began immediately. Soon some people drove with a few thick steel plates. These steel plates are the targets for testing. Originally, these people were planning to use gold and titanium, this super metal, to test the power of firearms. After all, the Iron Man armor is made of this metal. If the Gauss rifle can penetrate this alloy, it will be enough to deal with humanoid armor. It is a pity that the requirements of these testers were rejected. The production of gold, titanium, and gold is not easy at all. The Yan family has already started full production, but the output has never been able to increase. This metal is the main material of Iron Man's armor, and every piece is very precious. It would be a huge waste if it were used to test them. The alloy they used to test here might make the Yan family lose a few Iron Man armor. So in the end, these people had no choice but to get a few thick steel plates. The thickness of these steel plates reached 60 centimeters, which was enough to defend against many things. Although they were not as good as the defense power of Iron Man armor, they were enough to test the power of the Gauss rifle. After placing the steel plate, the Jun man started shooting again. He walked to the shooting position and aimed at the steel plate in the distance, and then pulled the trigger without hesitation. I saw a bullet flew out of the muzzle at high speed and flew straight towards the steel plate. The bullet of the Gauss rifle is very fast, and the bullet hit the steel plate in an instant. After the bullet hit the steel plate, a loud sound echoed in the shooting range. Then I saw a big hole in the steel plate, revealing the scenery behind the steel plate. After everyone saw the power of this gun, the bosses with their mouths open couldn't close it for a long time. They all thought of the power of the Gauss rifle, but they did not expect it to be so powerful. Unexpectedly, such a thick steel plate was directly penetrated by a shot. The edges of the big hole are all traces of metal melting, which is the effect of the heat generated by the high-speed friction between the bullet and the steel plate. The Gauss rifle can have so much power, all relying on the super high speed of the bullet. In the case of constant mass, the faster the speed, the greater the kinetic energy. So as long as the speed of the bullet of the same caliber is faster, the damage caused by the bullet will be greater. The Gauss rifle is characterized by its fast bullet speed, which improves the overall power of the firearm. After seeing the strength of the gun, Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. This result is similar to his estimated data, which is considered to meet his design requirements. This time, the product basically met Jiang Cheng's expectations, and it was considered a successful experiment. After testing the accuracy and power, several experiments were conducted. For example, the use of guns in extreme environments is to put the guns in various man-made extreme environments, and then look at the shooting conditions of the guns. There are also various detailed data of the firearms, which have been measured one by one. The test of firearms is carried out one by one, and each test, Silver Fox, is perfect, and there is no bad performance. Soon the test was over. Those testers all smiled with satisfaction, and the gaze at Jiang Cheng became more respectful. In the eyes of these firearms experts, Jiang Cheng is the genius on the firearms. After the test, Jiang Cheng called the Jun person in front of him. Jiang Cheng had some questions to ask him. In the process of using the Iron Man armor, did you feel anything wrong or something that needs improvement in the details? The other party is a user of Iron Man armor. Many problems can only be discovered after a long time of use. That's why Jiang Cheng asked him about this armor. It feels like there are no shortcomings, and I can't say there is anything to improve. The Jun person touched his head and said, "But I don't think it's cool to fight close quarters when wearing armor. There is no suitable weapon for close combat." After hearing the answer, Jiang Cheng also thought deeply. The Iron Man armor does not have melee weapons. This is a small oversight. The Iron Man armor now has a Gauss rifle as the main weapon, which can be regarded as solving the problem of the weapon. Jiang Cheng believes that after this test, the Guo family will start mass production of Gauss rifles. From now on, this Gauss rifle named Silver Fox will be the standard weapon of Iron Man armor. The Iron Man armor with weapons can be said to be even more powerful. But there is another problem that has not been resolved. That is, the Iron Man armor does not have suitable melee weapons. A Gauss rifle is enough to attack at a distance, but if you get caught in a close combat, you need a close combat weapon. Don't think that high-tech equipment like humanoid armor doesn't require melee weapons. Even though the melee weapons sound very backward, they are far inferior to killing opponents with guns at a distance. However, melee weapons are indispensable. If you don't get to the battlefield, you will suffer. Once the Gauss rifle is close to the enemy, I am afraid that it will not be able to show much success. In close combat, no firearm is as good as a melee weapon, so a close combat weapon is still indispensable, and this has become a new problem. This problem was not discovered in previous drills, and even Jiang Cheng neglected this problem. If Jiang Cheng hadn't asked this Jun, who often manipulates Iron Man's armor, I'm afraid he wouldn't have thought of this problem. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng asked by the way today, otherwise it would be very troublesome to wait until later to discover this problem. It is also impossible for Jiang Cheng to think of everything in advance, and it is normal to miss something. From this, we can see how correct Jiang Cheng's question today is. This kind of detailed problems can only be found by people who frequently use the equipment. Others will never find it by imagination. But now that the problem has been discovered, it must be resolved immediately. Jiang Cheng is such a person who pursues perfection and does not allow any flaws in his own property. Jiang Cheng didn't have any good ideas about close combat weapons, nor did he know what kind of weapons to use. Jiang Cheng really didn't have much research on this aspect, and he rarely touched this aspect in his previous life, so he didn't know much. Since Jiang Cheng had no ideas on the close combat weapons, he fell into contemplation. But after thinking about it for a long time, there was no good inspiration, and I was suddenly embarrassed by this question. Since he couldn't think of a good direction, Jiang Cheng gave up his personal thinking and decided to ask professionals. Asking if you don't understand is one of Jiang Cheng's advantages. Although he knows how to solve this problem, he knows who to ask who can solve it. There was a very good subject in front of him. The manipulator of Iron Man was undoubtedly the best one to solve this problem. This kind of elite soldier knows best what kind of weapon he wants. Since this question was raised by him, he must have a good idea. After all, this melee weapon was made for soldiers like him. It's best to ask this user what kind of weapon to make. So Jiang Cheng asked the soldier, "What kind of close combat weapon do you think you wear with Iron Man armor?" The soldier didn't expect that Jiang Cheng would ask for his opinion. After thinking about it, he replied, "I'm just a rough man. I don't know anything about weapon design. It's okay if you let me fight with weapons. If I were to design weapons, I would not withdraw." After the soldier had finished speaking, he immediately scratched his head and looked a little embarrassed. "It's okay. If you have any ideas, just say it. It doesn't matter if you don't understand the design. That's my job. You can talk about what kind of weapon you want to use, and just talk about the purpose of the weapon." Jiang Cheng asked Ruo immediately. Jiang Cheng only needs to get a general idea of weapon design from this soldier. As long as he can get an idea, Jiang Cheng will be able to send this idea and realize it. After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the soldier said, "Let me tell you, the weapon is best a long knife. The long knife is absolutely handy. Iron Man's armor is powerful enough to cut it with a long knife. Absolutely exciting. If the long knife is sharp enough, it's better. The destructive power must be enough, otherwise it will not be able to imitate the opponent. After all, the opponents in the future will be humanoid armor. It is not sharp enough. Knife." Since Su Du said so, the soldier had no scruples and directly stated his needs for weapons. This is the best melee weapon in his mind, but it is the experience gained from using humanoid armor during this time. After hearing these opinions, Jiang Cheng immediately had enough inspiration. The soldier's words gave Jiang Cheng enough inspiration, and Su was enough with these inspirations. As long as he finds a general direction, Jiang Cheng will be able to produce sufficiently good weapons. Soon, Jiang Cheng returned to the laboratory and began to design a brand new weapon. This time, he doesn't have the template of the previous life to use. Unlike before, he completely copied the products of the previous life. But this can't be troublesome to Jiang Cheng. It's just that it will take a little more time to go through it. He is not the kind of person who can only copy. Designing a product from scratch is quite simple for him. This time, he needs to start a new design from scratch to create a close combat weapon suitable for Iron Man armor. A lot of simulations are needed before designing to see what size weapons are suitable for use in close combat. Lucy immediately began to simulate the battle of humanoid armor. The battle was limited to close combat, simulating the possibility of various battles and battle scenes in different environments. "Yes, Master." Jiang Cheng began to let Lucy simulate the close combat of humanoid armor and analyze various situations. A large amount of data began to appear on the computer screen in the laboratory. These data are the results of Lucy's simulation calculations. Lucy has simulated countless possibilities and then finds the best case among these data. This kind of simulation is very close to the real battle, almost as real data collected. Simulation analysis has many advantages, and it can also save Jiang Cheng a lot of time. The result obtained after the simulation analysis is equivalent to the result of numerous improved tests. As long as the design plan is made based on the simulated data, the most optimized product can be produced at one time. It can be said that it saves countless hours in the middle and is directly in place at one time. Although this kind of simulation is quite easy to use, not everyone is qualified to use it. To carry out this kind of near-realistic simulation, you must have very efficient computing power and an anthropomorphic thinking mode. Based on the above conditions, only artificial intelligence can do it. Don't want to perform this kind of simulation without artificial intelligence. You can only make honest improvements again and again. From this point, we can see the role of artificial intelligence, and this is only one of the small ones. Thanks to Jiang Cheng, who has completed the creation of artificial intelligence, he will be able to enjoy the convenience brought by artificial intelligence in the future. Jiang Cheng looked at the data stream that kept flashing in front of him, and he was grateful for his previous decision. It is very convenient to get artificial intelligence out in advance, and I have a best assistant for many things in the future. After a while, a crisp voice rang in the laboratory. Master, the final result has been simulated, and you can check it in your computer. After a period of simulation calculations, Lucy told Jiang Cheng the result, so Jiang Cheng began to look at the results of those simulations. After watching for a while, Jiang Cheng said to himself, "It seems that the soldier is right. The long knife is indeed very suitable for Iron Man armor." From all the data, it can be seen that the shape of the long knife is really suitable. This weapon shape is simply designed for humanoid armor, whether it is the way of force or the skill. It is completely compatible with the Iron Man armor. Since the shape of the long knife is suitable, Jiang Cheng decided to use the long knife as the shape of the weapon. After determining the shape of the weapon, it is time to consider the material. Of course, the destructive power of weapons is also a very important thing. If you simply build a long knife, it will not be able to break through the defense of humanoid armor. If the destructive power is not enough, it will be tickling in front of the humanoid armor. No matter how sharp the general cold weapon is, it is difficult to break the defense of humanoid armor. This problem is a bit tricky, and even Jiang Cheng is not very easy to solve. Cold weapon by Jing is not like a firearm. Some things such as power can be improved only from the shape and material. Humanoid armor with general defense power can't imitate firearms, let alone cold weapons. It is very difficult to let the destructive power of the longsword break through the defense of the humanoid armor. If others were to study it, it would be dumbfounded. But such a thorny problem can't trouble Jiang Cheng. He has a way to break through the limitations of cold weapons. Finally, Jiang Cheng decided on the weapons manufacturing plan, which was to attach something to the long knife to increase the weapon's destructive power. Since simple cold weapons cannot achieve such destructive power, add some additional technologies to make the destructive power of cold weapons reach a sufficient level. The technology Jiang Cheng is going to use is plasma technology. He intends to attach plasma to the long knife to eventually increase the destructive power of the long knife. Plasma can cut many objects, and the cutting force can even break through steel. But ordinary plasma can't break the defense of humanoid armor. The hardness of Beijing's armor far exceeds that of steel, and some flexible methods are needed at this time. When the frequency of the plasma is increased to the limit, it can cut very hard objects. Even the armor shell can be damaged. After half a day of research and design, Jiang Cheng finally solved all the problems and determined what kind of close combat weapon to make. After deciding on the final design plan, Jiang Cheng started manufacturing the ring. A few days later, Jiang Cheng looked at the long knife in front of him with a satisfied smile. The long knife in front of him is the result of his hard work these days, but the hard work in the end is worth it. This long knife was named by Jiang Cheng high-frequency plasma war knife. The shape and weight are the best results after simulation. The main body of the long knife is made of gold and titanium, and the whole is full of streamliness. Jiang Cheng gently pressed the position of the knife handle, and the long knife shook slightly and then let out a soft roar. Immediately afterwards, the blue light of talking appeared on the blade, enclosing the entire blade. These blue talking rays are high-frequency plasmas. Don't look at them just emitting blue rays. Anything close to those blue lights will be cut mercilessly. After putting away the long knife, Jiang Cheng returned to the base again, and he was going to let Fungus Fang test the power of this long knife. On the proving ground, the soldier was holding a long knife last time. After he squeezed the handle firmly, the surface of the long knife appeared blue. Then he firmly held the long knife and slashed into a huge piece of steel in front of him, which was more than 10 meters high, like a hill. After a salmon flashed past, that huge piece of steel was cut into two directly. After cutting off the huge steel, the soldier put away his long knife and walked back to the sidelines. "What a good knife." After the soldier came over, he said to Jiang Cheng, "Of course, it is a good knife. This knife is called high-frequency plasma blade. I hope you like it," Jiang Cheng said lightly while looking at the soldier in front of him. Of course, what I took out of Jiang Cheng's hand is fine. The test results of the Takasu plasma warblade have made all the people on the bacteria happy every year. This kind of close combat weapon is not only badly powerful, but the weight is not very heavy, which is very convenient for carrying iron armor. After reading the test results, bacteria officially determined the weapon and main method of steel armor. The main weapon is the Gauss rifle named, with an additional high beard plasma blade. In this way, when several people are far away, the steel hand can suppress several people with a Gauss rifle. And when a few people get close, they can take out a high plasma knife and turn to the opponent for melee. The weapon configuration of such a combination of far and near is very reasonable, taking into account the various working environments. Basically, all the fighting needs are cleared. With these two weapons, Gang Xiaohu's armor is like a tiger on the ground, and nothing can stop the sexies anymore. After deciding on the weapon configuration, Yan Guo immediately started the production of Lijiang. There are more than 1,000 iron armors now accumulated, and there are still no weapons in this outfit. There is no way to carry out daily training without weapons. After all, many trainings require weapons. It's not that you have enough steel and armor, and that you have strengthened soldiers. If the armored forces of the Iron Academy want to form enough combat effectiveness, they still need hard training. Now Yan country only has a sample of each weapon, which is far from being met compared to the demand for superior weapons. Jiang Cheng didn't mean to make a second hand, but just handed over the manufacturing technology to the people of Fungus. It's not that Jiang Cheng doesn't want to put all these technologies in his own hands, but the manufacture of such weapons is not something that private companies can participate in. The country's gun control is very strict, and companies outside of the bacteria are not allowed to produce weapons and ammunition at all, not to mention things like Gauss rifles and high-frequency plasma blades. Although he can't let his own factory produce, but Jiang Cheng has nothing to regret. This kind of thing is very troublesome to produce, and there are too many things that need to be involved. Jiang Cheng didn't have the energy to wrestle with those departments, so he might as well just hand over the technology to the bacteria. Besides, even if you can produce it yourself, I am afraid you can't make much money on it. Even Jiang Cheng himself would be embarrassed if the price sold to Junfang was high. Anyway, this project was personally intervened by the big leader, and the heads of the specific matters were all aware of it. Jiang Cheng's contributions to this matter are all in the eyes of Junfang and the senior officials of Yan country. After finishing the work he was responsible for, Jiang Cheng was not afraid of not getting enough benefits. In the future, Jiang Cheng will have a way to get compensation from the country, and the benefits will go without saying, at least because of Jiang Cheng's high-level relationship with Yan Guo Fungus. No one on the chassis of Yan Guo can move him. Since he was here for a holiday, he had to have a good time. Jiang Cheng directly bought the beach and supporting villas. At the beginning, the owner of Sha Lion was not willing to sell it and planned to keep it for a holiday. However, Jiang Cheng quickly succumbed under Jiang Cheng's money offensive, and Jiang Cheng directly used the money to stun the owner of the beach. Jiang Cheng offered a price that he could not refuse to accept and directly bought a private beach with a radius of several kilometers, as well as a matching luxury holiday villa. The conditions of an open public beach are completely inferior to here, and the environment of that kind of beach is inferior to private sand. The surrounding area of the private beach is very quiet, allowing Jiang Cheng and the others to enjoy the private space without sharing the beauty of the sea with others. The public beach is filled with tourists of all kinds, and the entire sand selection is crowded with a large number of people. If you go to such a place, there will be many other tourists crowded in. In case of peak tourist season, the tourists on the beach will be crowded like sardines in Canned County. Don't talk about playing well in that kind of place. It's good that the kind of scene is not uncomfortable. The private beach on Jiang Cheng's side was completely different. There was no other person within a few kilometers. Even if Jiang Cheng wanted to do something shameless on Sha Lion, he was not afraid of being seen. There are very strict security measures around the entire beach, and it is impossible for outsiders to enter. In fact, Jiang Cheng had done that kind of thing on the beach 2 days ago. While yelling, Jiang Cheng chased the three girls on the beach. With Jiang Cheng's superhuman physique, three people were quickly caught. After catching the three of them, Jiang Cheng punished them. The four of them lie down like this, and no one wants to talk, quietly watching the sun slowly fall from the sea level. It turned out that the time had come to the evening, and the sunset had begun to go down the mountain. The setting sun shone on the sea and dyed the entire sea golden yellow. Soon the sun fell completely below the surface of the sea and was completely invisible. And the sky began to darken slowly, and the atmosphere on the beach began to become quiet. After a long time, the four Jiang Cheng people got up and left, leaving behind an empty beach. Jiang Cheng just lived a shameless life on Hainan Island. When he had time, he would flirt with the three women around him, or else he would just lie on the beach and enjoy the sun. The fatigue accumulated for a long time has disappeared, and Jiang Cheng's spirit has returned to a perfect state. This kind of mental state is the best state. Jiang Cheng was obviously a little abnormal before. Time passed so slowly, Jiang Cheng stayed on Hainan Island for more than a month. During the second period, he did not care about any external affairs, and even the company's affairs were left to Zhang Manlin's full authority. Jiang Cheng's small life was so comfortable that he didn't want to leave. Unfortunately, even if Jiang Cheng was reluctant to leave, it was time to go home now. Zhang Manlin had already sent him an ultimatum, asking Jiang Cheng to return to Los Angeles immediately, and he had to deal with the company's affairs. Because a major event for the company is about to begin, as the company's boss Jiang Cheng must be present. It was time to go back after that long time, so Jiang Cheng left Hainan Island with the female Yi. After returning to Los Angeles, Zhang Manlin immediately found Jiang Cheng and pulled him back to the company. The boss, Jiang Cheng, is really playing wild this time and hasn't been in charge of the company for almost 2 months. I haven't been in the company for such a long time, and the workers in the company almost forgot his appearance. In the minds of those employees, I am afraid they think that they have met a fake boss. Fortunately, the development of the Universe Umbrella Company is very smooth, and these employees would not think that they have joined a fake company. Now, the Umbrella has developed to a large scale, with tens of thousands of employees alone. Several aspects of the company's industries are all thriving, bringing very exaggerated profits to the company. Now, the employees of Cosmos Umbrella Company are very proud. If the company slowly develops and grows, it is like their own children. The spirit of ownership of employees is a very good corporate culture that Zhang Manlin has always focused on. Now, the employees of the World Company are very enviable outside. Because of the welfare of the Universe Umbrella Company, it is one of the best in all companies. The salary alone is the highest in the industry, not to mention the various benefits and bonuses. As long as the employees in the company are all loyal and dedicated to the company by such benefits. Such good benefits can certainly attract countless people who want to join, but unfortunately, the current cosmic umbrella is not what it used to be. There are too many people who want to work in the umbrella company, so the competition has become extremely fierce. Those who do not have a very good academic qualifications have excellent work experience, and want to join the Universe Umbrella is just a dream. Even if it is a very general low-level position in Cosmos Umbrella, there will be countless people vying to apply for the job, just want to join Cosmo Umbrella, the most promising company. That's right. The Umbrella has been rated as the most promising company in the world. What is even more exaggerated is that there is no zhai after this adjective. In other words, compared to any company in the world, the Umbrella is the most promising one, and even one of them does not exist. Take a look at the company's products under the umbrella of the universe, just a virtual reality technology countless people have crazily sought after. I can't wait to spend all my net worth to buy one. This is something only found in novels and movies. I didn't expect that the Universe Umbrella was already sold. This feeling of being able to feel the future technology makes the sales of this product very scary. Even the expensive price does not prevent people from buying it. Let alone graphene mobile phones. Now other mobile phones in the world can no longer be sold. It can be said that the mobile phones sold by the Universe Umbrella have completely occupied this market and swallowed all the profits in one bite. All the mobile phone manufacturers that are still alive can only produce some elderly phones, and only these elderly phones can be sold. By now, the Universe Umbrella Company has become a behemoth that can affect the lives and work of millions of people. Such a huge company, the current headquarters is a bit unworthy. Since he was here for a holiday, he had to have a good time. Jiang Cheng directly bought the beach and supporting villas. At the beginning, the owner of Sha Lion was not willing to sell it and planned to keep it for a holiday. However, Jiang Cheng quickly succumbed under Jiang Cheng's money offensive, and Jiang Cheng directly used the money to stun the owner of the beach. Jiang Cheng offered a price that he could not refuse to accept and directly bought a private beach with a radius of several kilometers, as well as a matching luxury holiday villa. The conditions of an open public beach are completely inferior to here, and the environment of that kind of beach is inferior to private sand. The surrounding area of the private beach is very quiet, allowing Jiang Cheng and the others to enjoy the private space without sharing the beauty of the sea with others. The public beach is filled with tourists of all kinds, and the entire sand selection is crowded with a large number of people. If you go to such a place, there will be many other tourists crowded in. In case of peak tourist season, the tourists on the beach will be crowded like sardines in canned county. Don't talk about playing well in that kind of place. It's good that the kind of scene is not uncomfortable. The private beach on Jiang Cheng's side was completely different. There was no other person within a few kilometers. Even if Jiang Cheng wanted to do something shameless on Sha Lion, he was not afraid of being seen. There are very strict security measures around the entire beach, and it is impossible for outsiders to enter. In fact, Jiang Cheng had done that kind of thing on the beach 2 days ago. While yelling, Jiang Cheng chased the 3 girls on the beach. With Jiang Cheng's superhuman physique, 3 people were quickly caught. After catching the 3 of them, Jiang Cheng punished them. The 4 of them lie down like this, and no one wants to talk, quietly watching the sun slowly fall from the sea level. It turned out that the time had come to the evening, and the sunset had begun to go down the mountain. The setting sun shone on the sea and dyed the entire sea golden yellow. Soon the sun fell completely below the surface of the sea and was completely invisible. And the sky began to darken slowly, and the atmosphere on the beach began to become quiet. After a long time, the 4 Jiang Cheng people got up and left, leaving behind an empty beach. Jiang Cheng just lived a shameless life on Hainan Island. Whenever he had time, he would molest the 3 women around him, or else he would just lie on the beach and enjoy the sun. The fatigue accumulated for a long time has disappeared, and Jiang Cheng's spirit has returned to a perfect state. This kind of mental state is the best state. Jiang Cheng was obviously a little abnormal before. Time passed so slowly, Jiang Cheng stayed on Hainan Island for more than a month. During the second period, he did not care about any external affairs, and even the company's affairs were left to Zhang Manlin's full authority. Jiang Cheng's small life was so comfortable that he didn't want to leave. Unfortunately, even if Jiang Cheng was reluctant to leave, it was time to go home now. Zhang Manlin had already sent him an ultimatum, asking Jiang Cheng to return to Los Angeles immediately, and he had to deal with the company's affairs. Because a major event for the company is about to begin, as the company's boss Jiang Cheng must be present. It was time to go back after that long time, so Jiang Cheng left Hainan Island with the female Yi. After returning to Los Angeles, Zhang Manlin immediately found Jiang Cheng and pulled him back to the company. The boss, Jiang Cheng, is really playing wild this time and hasn't been in charge of the company for almost 2 months. I haven't been in the company for such a long time, and the workers in the company almost forgot his appearance. In the minds of those employees, I am afraid they think that they have met a fake boss. Fortunately, the development of the Universe Umbrella Company is very smooth, and these employees would not think that they have joined a fake company. Now, the umbrella has developed to a large scale, with tens of thousands of employees alone. Several aspects of the company's industries are all thriving, bringing very exaggerated profits to the company. Now, the employees of Cosmos Umbrella Company are very proud, If the company slowly develops and grows, it is like their own children. The spirit of ownership of employees is a very good corporate culture that Zhang Manlin has always focused on. Now, the employees of the World Company are very enviable outside. Because of the welfare of the Universe Umbrella Company, it is one of the best in all companies. The salary alone is the highest in the industry, not to mention the various benefits and bonuses. As long as the employees in the company are all loyal and dedicated to the company by such benefits. Such good benefits can certainly attract countless people who want to join, but unfortunately, the current cosmic umbrella is not what it used to be. There are too many people who want to work in the umbrella company, so the competition has become extremely fierce. Those who do not have a very good academic qualifications have excellent work experience, and want to join the Universe umbrella is just a dream. Even if it is a very general low-level position in Cosmos umbrella, there will be countless people vying to apply for the job, just want to join Cosmos umbrella, the most promising company. That's right, the umbrella has been rated as the most promising company in the world. What is even more exaggerated is that there is no shy after this adjective. In other words, compared to any company in the world, the umbrella is the most promising one, and even one of them does not exist. Take a look at the company's products under the umbrella of the universe, just a virtual reality technology. Countless people have crazily sought after. I can't wait to spend all my net worth to buy one. This is something only found in novels and movies. I didn't expect that the Universe umbrella had already been sold. This feeling of being able to feel the future technology makes the sales of this product very scary. Even the expensive price does not prevent people from buying it. Let alone graphene mobile phones. Now other mobile phones in the world can no longer be sold. It can be said that the mobile phones sold by the Universe umbrella have completely occupied this market and swallowed all the profits in one bite. All the mobile phone manufacturers that are still alive can only produce some elderly phones, and only these elderly phones can be sold. By now, the Universe umbrella company has become a behemoth that can affect the lives and work of millions of people. Such a huge company, the current headquarters is a bit unworthy. The current headquarters is still where it started, and it can barely accommodate employees. Such a shabby headquarters building does not match the Universe umbrella company, a top international company. The current situation of the Universe umbrella is like a Fortune 500 company, but nestled in a small office building. It seems so weird and embarrassing. Of course, this problem has long attracted Zhang Manlin's attention, and it has already been resolved, as early as when the company bought that large piece of land and prepared to use it as an industrial park. A large area of land has been left, and a headquarters building is planned to be built on the land, which was prepared after the company's staff increased. At that time, the Universe umbrella company had just started and had already thought of the current situation. I have to say that Zhang Manlin's vision was really forward-looking. Now that the headquarters building has been completed, it is just waiting for the employees of the umbrella company to move over. The new headquarters of Universe umbrella company started construction together with the industrial park. However, it was not completed at the same time. The industrial park has already been completed. After investing a lot of money, the construction of the new industrial park was quickly completed. The construction that would have taken a few years to complete has been shortened several times, and it can be regarded as a miracle in the architectural calendar. When the construction was completed, it caused a lot of news, saying that it created an architectural record. Such a fast speed is certainly not without cost. The construction company responsible for the construction has always adopted a three-shift system, even in the middle of the night. In such a three-shift construction, the personnel expenditure is not a small amount, let alone the increased expenditure in other aspects. In order to be able to use its own industrial park as soon as possible, the Universe umbrella company paid several times the money to do it. But all these efforts are worth it, and the umbrella company doesn't care about the small amount of money. The current Cosmos umbrella company is very easy to spend tens of billions of dollars, and the extra money is to buy time at that time. Now the industrial park has been put into use for a long time. Many factories under the name of Cosmos Umbrella have moved in and began to produce various products for Cosmos Umbrella Company. The headquarters building is much slower than the park. After all, the headquarters building is a high-rise building, which is completely different from a low-rise factory building. The difficulty of construction is no longer at the same level, and it takes a lot of time. However, thanks to the hard work of the construction company and the huge amount of money from the umbrella company, it was finally completed some time ago. During this period of time, we have been renovating the headquarters building. Now the decoration has been completely completed, and only the employees of the Cosmic Umbrella can move there. Jiang Cheng's return this time has a lot to do with the move. After all, the move of a company is not a trivial matter. The CEO of his company is no longer unreasonable. Moreover, the opening of the company's new headquarters building requires a ceremony in any case. Everyone who moves to a new house has to entertain guests for dinner, let alone a company as big as a universe umbrella. At that time, at the opening ceremony of the new building, many companies related to the universe umbrella company will send people over, and the number of reporters present will certainly not be a small number. There are also many local high levels in Los Angeles who will attend, just to get close to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng's relationship with Junfeng and the big leader has been spread after the last exercise, and it is not a secret at all in Yan Guo's officialdom. The local officials in Los Angeles would not miss such a good opportunity. Bai Jing was not a fool to be an official. As long as you can establish a relationship with Jiang Cheng, your future will be guaranteed. These people usually don't have the opportunity to show their favor to Jiang Cheng. This time, it is normal to come to pull the relationship, and many local officials from Los Angeles will be there. The move of the Universe Umbrella Company has attracted the attention of many people, and these people of all kinds are basically going to Jiang Cheng. Therefore, his boss must be there at that time. Otherwise, Yu Zudong alone will not be able to handle it. At least the officials Zhang Manlin who came over couldn't entertain her, and they didn't come to her as a CEO. Those reporters also wanted to interview Jiang Cheng, and Zhang Manlin would not be eaten by them if he was not present. Not to mention those companies that are related to the Universe Umbrella Company. People came to Jiang Cheng, and the owner was not there. But it is impossible to say at all. It is precisely because of these circumstances that Zhang Manlin captured Jiang Cheng from Hainan Island. Let him, the boss, continue to be at ease over there. Jiang Cheng didn't care about the arrest of a strong man either. Anyway, he had already rested for such a long time, and it was time to come out for activities. If he didn't understand it for a long time, Jiang Cheng felt that he was going to be in need. Jiang Cheng is not a person who is free, and it is good to relax for a while. If you let him stay for a long time, it would be more uncomfortable than killing him. In this way, Jiang Cheng made his own vacation and started his busy days again. In the past few days, Jiang Cheng has been caught by Zhang Manlin, handling a lot of accumulated documents in the company. These documents are all valid for Jiang Cheng's signature, and Zhang Manlin does not have the power to replace Jiang Cheng. After signing a thick pile of documents, it was the opening ceremony of the new headquarters. In the past few days, the employees of the Universe Umbrella Company have successively moved to the new headquarters building. Basically, the original headquarters are already empty. The new building is already in use, and the opening ceremony is just a formal ceremony. The actual use started a few days ago. With so many people in Beijing Universe Umbrella, they didn't come here at all and could only move them in batches. Today's move is coming to an end, and it is also time for the opening ceremony of the new headquarters. The new headquarters building is a skyscraper that is hundreds of meters high, and only such a tall building can accommodate the employees of the Universe Umbrella Company. The shape of the building is full of sci-fi feeling, not the dull, square appearance, but the shape full of artistic sense. The whole exterior of the building is painted silver-white, which looks like a building in a science fiction movie from a distance. This color is personally requested by Jiang Cheng because he thinks that silver-white has the most high-tech feeling and is more in line with the identity of the Universe Umbrella High-Tech Company. On the square outside the building, a large number of people gathered. They were all conquered by the beautiful appearance of the building. These people are all here specifically to participate in the opening ceremony of the new headquarters building of the Universe Umbrella Company. There are Umbrella's own employees, as well as senior executives from other related companies. Reporters are no longer in the minority, and media from all over the world have come to cover the event. There are also some special seats in front of the square, all of which are prepared for the officials of Los Angeles. At least half of the top officials in Los Angeles were present, and anyone here would be a big shot. And these big figures are all here for Jiang Cheng. Soon the ceremony officially began, and today's protagonist, Jiang Cheng, also appeared in front of everyone. Jiang Cheng deliberately wore a custom-made handmade suit today. The fitted suit made his perfect figure undoubtedly morning dew. Today's Jiang Cheng seems so graceful, like a young man. Jiang Cheng's appearance quickly attracted everyone's attention, and they just looked at this young man who was a bit too much. The young man has reached such a high position in a short time. Not only did the company in hand develop to its present point, but also became the most authoritative person in the scientific field. Jiang Cheng's achievements no longer need to be praised by others. Those praises are so pale in front of Jiang Cheng, they can't match the light of Jiang Cheng. Perhaps only history can write his greatness and let time come to the village to tell his extraordinary. Jiang Cheng tidied the collar of his suit a bit and stepped onto the stage step by step without slowing down. Today this stage is Jiang Cheng's stage alone, and also the best stage for him to show himself. In the eyes of everyone, Jiang Cheng slowly walked onto the stage. The reporters all started to take pictures frantically, and the flashes kept lighting up for a while, making people unable to open their eyes. Jiang Cheng looked at the dark crowd below the stage and let out a sigh of relief, then slightly adjusted his state. After adjusting the state, Jiang Cheng began this speech. Today is the opening day of the new headquarters building of our Universe Umbrella Company. First of all, we must welcome everyone and witness a memorable day. Although Jiang Cheng's voice was not very loud, it made everyone hear very clearly. We bid farewell to the old building in the past and ushered in the new headquarters. This is a very memorable moment. It is the best way to describe the current situation by saying goodbye to the old and welcoming the new. Moving into a brand new place, this represents a new beginning, and it also represents the beginning of a new chapter for Huazhu Umbrella Company. Jiang Cheng said that he suddenly raised his pitch, making his voice more vibrant. In the past, our company has made brilliant achievements, and we have reached the current scale in a short period of time. We have grown from a small company to directly become the world's top technology company. I have to say that this is no small miracle. This miracle is the result of the joint efforts of all employees. Each of you is the creator of this miracle. I am proud to have your employees. After hearing these words, the Umbrella employees all became excited and proud of their work. The applause continued in the square. These applause is for their company's glory, but also for their own efforts. The glory of the company now proves that their efforts are not in vain, and that those hard days and nights have been adequately reported. They are proud of being able to work here, and Jiang Cheng is also proud of them. After waiting for a little quiet down below, Jiang Cheng continued his speech, and once again attracted everyone's attention. However, Jiang Cheng's speech suddenly turned, and his voice became very high-pitched. But these are the past glory. We cannot be immersed in the past. The past is over long ago, but the future is still a long time away. Moving into a new place means that everything will start from scratch. The past glory does not represent the future. Achievement, everyone must forget everything before and start from scratch. Only in this way can we keep moving forward. We will always maintain the motivation to move forward, and we will never be fooled by current achievements. We will eventually create a future that belongs to us. After hearing this, not only the employees of the Cosmos Umbrella, but everyone else became excited. Jiang Cheng's words are not only for Ruo's own employees, but are also fully applicable to other people. Keeping self-motivated is the secret of continuous success. Only in this way can we stand in the world. These words just inspired not only the employees of Universe Umbrella, but also the hearts of everyone who was excited. Jiang Cheng's speech was broadcast live all over the world, and his words were broadcast to every part of the world through TV stations. And his reputation has made many people all over the world watch this speech, and everyone is paying attention to it. In different places on the earth, different people are sitting the same thing, that is, listening to Jiang Cheng's voice. Perhaps this is Jiang Cheng's unique magic power. As long as he speaks, the whole world must listen to his voice. Let all of us let go of the burdens of the past. Regardless of whether you have succeeded or failed in the past, don't feel complacent because of past successes, and don't feel lost because of past failures. From today on, everyone can start again. The past is not that important, and the future is in your own hands. After hearing this, everyone's eyes were full of hope. Jiang Cheng's simple words are full of profound philosophy. That's right, the future is there, no one can take it away. As long as you don't give up hope, everyone has the opportunity to control their own future. Just stretch out your hands and hold the future firmly. At this point, Jiang Cheng's speech today has come to an end, and he began his final speech. Finally, I announced that the new headquarters building of the Umbrella has officially opened. When Jiang Cheng's last words fell, the entire square was instantly overwhelmed by applause. Today, Jiang Cheng's speech was perfect. Everyone present was very satisfied and could hear this exciting speech on the spot. After Jiang Cheng finished his speech, he walked off the stage, and then it was time for the reception. All the people present were walking around the square with their wine glasses in their hands. Now is a good time for communication. Many of the people present are senior executives of various companies, or they are officials with high status. These people are very worthy of interaction, and this link is designed for this purpose. On the square of the headquarters building of the Universe Umbrella Center, relaxing music is playing, and the lights are changed to soft colors. There was a relaxed atmosphere at the reception, and many people gathered together to talk. From the expressions on the faces of those people now, they are very happy now. Although it's called a cocktail party and name now, no one really wants to drink. Everyone present was thinking of their own little calculations in their hearts, and constantly communicating with other people present. This is basically the case in all receptions. This is an occasion for socializing, and an excellent occasion to expand contacts and close relationships. The drinks at the reception are all embellishments, and socializing is the real focus, not for everyone to come and drink. The small circles here represent a social network. People who are really good at broadening their connections will continue to expand their sons, allowing those in these circles to pave the way for their future. Different circles at the reception also represent different levels. Some middle-level people in the company gather together, and some are high-level subordinates. It is very difficult for you to join this status. Some top circles need the same status to join. The different circles at the cocktail party represent different social status, and the most high-end circles here are very attractive. Because the four sons came around Jiang Cheng, only he was able to attract the high-level people here. With a glass of champagne in his hand, Jiang Cheng was talking with a group of people in suits and leather shoes. Judging from the laughter from time to time, these people are talking very quickly now. This circle is centered on Jiang Cheng, the others are all by his side, and all conversations are guided by Jiang Cheng. Some of the people who circled Jiang Cheng are high-level officials in Los Angeles. Basically, on the local news, they can often see their faces. They came here to cheer for Jiang Cheng's face this time, which is regarded as giving enough face to Jiang Cheng's master. Of course, they also want to have a little relationship with Jiang Cheng, and maybe this little relationship can help them a lot. Jiang Cheng can often see the big leaders. If they are mentioned in front of that person, their future will be bright. Basically, these people came to court Jiang Cheng, hoping to make an impression in Jiang Cheng's heart. They don't dare to do too many things, and it's not good to be self-defeating. Although Jiang Cheng didn't directly cultivate their abilities, as long as he casually told the news that these officials had affected his research, the official's fate might not be too good. Now Yan Guo is all counting on Jiang Cheng. If anyone dares to influence Jiang Cheng, the big leader and the big brother of the bacteria side will tear this person apart. There were also some company executives who followed Jiang Cheng. All these executives came to see if they would have the opportunity to cooperate with the Universe Umbrella Company in the future. You must know that Universe Umbrella Company is synonymous with money now. As long as you have a little relationship with this company, it is not easy to make money. Since these executives have their own goals, their attitude is very simple. These high-level executives, who are usually above all, put their identities very low now, and they dare not take out the pride of the past. In the face of the evildoer Jiang Cheng, these people really don't have any capital for themselves. From what they said, you can hear, "President Jiang, you are so young and promising, and you are really a role model in the business world. Can you teach us so that people like us can improve ourselves and strive to be in line with Mr. Jiang?" Yes, Mr. Jiang can teach more successful experiences when he has time, so that all of us can be touched. Even if we can't be as successful as you, we can at least improve ourselves. That's too right, President Jiang, don't cherish yourself. You have the opportunity to teach us well and share more successful experiences with you. When these people chatted and talked about it, it became a symposium to praise Jiang Cheng, and it even became a report meeting later. All of them clamored for Jiang Cheng to teach them so that they could also make progress together. Jiang Cheng was speechless when he heard these words. Other occasions were not very zilly. Jiang Cheng didn't like the nasty flattery at all, and felt that the party himself was wasting his time and life. This kind of occasion is actually not suitable for people like Jiang Cheng. What he is best at is scientific research. If he talks to other scientists, he can still accept it. Although those scientists are not as good as his, at least they will not be as stupid as these people. It is too foolish for Jiang Cheng to share his successful experience. His development experience is very simple. Just take out something advanced enough and wait for others to come and buy it. He is not afraid that his own things cannot be sold, because all his products are not available to others, and they are epoch-making high-end products. Jiang Cheng's successful experience is very simple, that is, to research what others want, and then sell it to everyone. Although it seems very simple, no one can learn, because they don't have the memories of Jiang Cheng's previous life, and they still have the brains of genius and demon. So Jiang Cheng's experience is useless to them. Unfortunately, people like these people can't see this, and they still learn from Sue over there. Jiang Cheng couldn't tell the truth directly, that would be too offensive. After all, people looked at him flatteringly, so they couldn't speak to them. In the end, there is no way that Jiang Cheng can only say a few words casually, nothing more than some big and empty rhetoric to perfuse those who want to learn experience. While listening to Jiang Cheng's nonsense, those people kept nodding their heads, as if they had learned something from Jiang Cheng's words. There was even someone who was even more exaggerated. He took out a small book from his pocket and began to record what Jiang Cheng said. Seeing the reactions of these people, Jiang Cheng became even more depressed. It was really hard work to communicate with a group of employees. A smart person staying amongst a bunch of fools will definitely find it quite boring. Because there are not enough high-grade communication partners, smart people cannot communicate well. Now Jiang Cheng's situation is like this, surrounded by a group of idiots making him very helpless and irritable. The people around Jiang Cheng couldn't say how foolish they were. Most people were even smarter than ordinary people. At least they weren't stupid. If they were really stupid, they wouldn't be able to climb to their current position. But cleverness and stupidity have always been relative terms. Although these people are not low in IQ, it depends on who they are compared with. These people are smarter than ordinary people, but they are undoubtedly stupid in front of Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng, a person like Tianyu who has transcended an era, doesn't even have the qualifications for comparison, and of course they can't talk about any cleverness. Jiang Cheng's talented minds couldn't keep up with the rhythm at all, so they said they were all stupid. Now that Jiang Cheng thinks of boring, he starts to think why time flies so slowly. Although he was reluctant to waste time with these people, Jiang Cheng resisted his discomfort and continued to talk to them. After all, many of these people were invited by Universe Umbrella Company to attend the opening ceremony of the new headquarters building. Their visit this time shows that they have given the Universe Umbrella Company enough face, and it can also be said that they have given Jiang Cheng the face of the master. After all, the ceremony in this case still requires enough guests to reflect the grade of the umbrella company. If all the people of Cosmos Umbrella participated, it would not reflect the quality of Cosmos Umbrella Company. To put it bluntly, these people are all here to cheer, to add face to the umbrella company. Since they were here to join in, Jiang Cheng couldn't show anything directly. The Jiang clan is very simple. As long as others treat him well enough, he will treat others well. Now that others have given Jiang Cheng enough face, then Jiang Cheng will not belittle others. Besides, as the host of this ceremony, if he is too rude, it would also shame the entire company. In the end, Jiang Cheng could only socialize with these people honestly and behave with them 8 times. Time passed in a hurry, and soon it was time for the ceremony to end. Many people seem a little reluctant, but no matter how good the ceremony is, there will be an end, and now is the time to end. Jiang Cheng stayed on the square all the time, socializing with different people until the ceremony ended. The guests left one after another, all with satisfied smiles when they left. It seems that these people got what they wanted at the ceremony. The employees of Universe Umbrella also all go home individually. It is late now, and they will have to go to work tomorrow. After everyone left, Jiang Cheng dragged his tired body back home. Today, Jiang Cheng was exhausted, and even his tough body felt a little tired. After returning home, Jiang Cheng fell asleep without thinking about anything, and fell asleep until the next morning. Jiang Cheng woke up early the next day, packed up and was ready to go out. Today, he did not continue to stay in his own home and do any research work. He has other arrangements today and is going to visit the company's new headquarters building. The company has just moved its headquarters, and it's a brand new headquarters building. The new building has a new look. He should have appeared in the company. If the boss Jiang Cheng was not there on the first day, that would be too unreasonable. Originally, he didn't care about these things very much, but Jiang Manlin strongly requested this matter. In the end, Jiang Cheng couldn't be annoyed by Jiang Manlin, and only then was ready to go to the company to hang around. He was only going to swing around for a few moments and then leave. Jiang Cheng couldn't stand it for a long time. There is so much research in the laboratory waiting for him, and he is not worth wasting time on the company. To put it bluntly, the Universe Umbrella Company completely relies on his existence. As long as he can come up with good enough new technologies, the future development must be impossible. On the contrary, if Jiang Cheng can't produce anything new, then even if he cares about the company's affairs, the company will inevitably decline. But since it was just a casual swing, Jiang Cheng also agreed to Jiang Manlin's request. Today he's going to play in the past, which proves that his boss still cares about the development of the company. Let those employees look at his boss, who is very concerned about the company. In a short while, Jiang Cheng came to the company's new building. It happened to be the morning when he went to work, and there were many employees of the Universe Umbrella coming and going. The employees of Universe Umbrella saw Jiang Cheng, the boss, and took the initiative to say hello. It is estimated that Jiang Cheng has too little time to come to the company, so those people have seized the opportunity to come up and let the boss recognize his face. At least he must be familiar with the boss. Jiang Cheng nodded to deal with the employees under him and raised his head to look at the skyscraper in front of him. Looking at the building full of science fiction in front of him, Jiang Cheng was very proud in his heart. This beautiful building belongs to Jiang Cheng completely, and the design of this building is basically what he meant. The whole building adopted many of his ideas, which can be said to reflect the preferences of Jiang Cheng. Being able to build a skyscraper according to one's own liking is a very fulfilling thing for anyone, and Jiang Cheng is no exception. After walking into the building, you can see a hall covering a large area. The hall has a 3-story ceiling with a few crystal lights above it, which looks very high-end. In the center of the lobby is the company's front desk, where 2 young and bright girls sit. They are responsible for receiving visiting guests, and they are basically the face of the Universe Umbrella Company. Since it is the face of the company, of course it can't be bad. These 2 are all carefully selected candidates. Not only does he look beautiful and have a nice voice, He is also very polite in dealing with others, and his attitude is very serious. "Good morning, President Jiang." As soon as the two receptionists saw Jiang Cheng walking into the company, they immediately got up and greeted him. Their voices are sweet and very comfortable to hear. Although Jiang Cheng doesn't come to the company often, the two new front desks have never seen Jiang Cheng, the big boss. But they had all seen Jiang Cheng's photos, so they recognized him as soon as they saw him. The front desk's vision of the nature of work is a very important thing, and you must see that those people cannot be offended. Otherwise, if you accidentally offend a big person, their small front desk can't afford it. Jiang Cheng gently nodded to Ruo and them, walked into the elevator room for himself, and directly pressed the button on the top floor of the elevator. His office is on the top floor of the building, and the entire top floor is an office specially designed for his boss. After the elevator door closed, the two front desk girls began to whisper, "Our boss is so handsome. He is so young, so talented, and the most important thing is that he is so rich. Yes, our boss is simply the most perfect man. It would be great if such a man was my boyfriend, so I don't know how happy it is." A girl at the front desk imagined it as she spoke, as if she was imagining the scene when she was with Jiang Cheng. Don't dream about it. Don't think about how people like bosses can see the impossible like us. It's a pity that another girl's words quickly broke her unrealistic fantasy. Of course, I know this is impossible. Everyone is a person from two worlds, so I just imagined it. Don't I even dream of it? The girl who dreamed of being Jiang Cheng's girlfriend said with an expectant tone. However, her face was still blushing with conversation, as if she was fantasizing about something unhealthy, and it seemed that no one could stop her from becoming a fan of Jiang Cheng. Another girl saw that her companion was still dreaming about something, and she said helplessly, "Once you are done, you can imagine it slowly. I won't disturb your dreams." While the girl at the front desk was still playing Nympho, Jiang Cheng had already reached the top floor of the building by elevator. The elevator adopts the latest high-speed elevator technology, which is specially installed in the headquarters building. This high-speed elevator runs much faster than ordinary elevators, so Jiang Cheng quickly reached the top floor. This technology is also used for the convenience of the company's employees. The height of the new headquarters building is very high. It takes a long time for the elevator to go up and down on such a high floor. If a general elevator is used, a lot of time will be wasted just from the ground floor to the upper floor, which is totally unfavorable for employees' normal office use. If there is no such high-speed elevator, then the company employees usually have to do anything. Time can be wasted on the elevator. Not only the elevator is the latest technology, but many other things are like this. For example, the fully automatic coffee machine placed in the staff lounge can be controlled via a wireless network. If employees want to drink coffee, they only need to use their mobile phones to control the coffee machine, enter the type of coffee you want. The coffee machine will automatically brew the coffee, and then just walk to the coffee machine and take it directly. Many other office equipment have adopted fully automated technology, and all of these new technologies are installed by Jiang Cheng. Employees can control a lot of office equipment in the company through the wireless network, and they can complete many complicated tasks before they can move their fingers. All new technologies completely liberate the hands of employees, save them a lot of time, and create more value for the company. There are many more of these new technologies in this building, and many of these technologies are used for the first time. It can be said that the whole building is the crystallization of high technology, and it can reflect the sense of future science and technology everywhere. In some very small details, we can see the fraud of the Universe Umbrella Company. That is to use technology to change the entire world, to change the way everyone lives. After the ding sounded, Jiang Cheng slowly walked out of the elevator door and came to the office at the top of the building. The entire top floor adopts a special design, which is completely different from the separated floors below. The top floor was completely opened up and became a complete space, making the space very wide. The entire space on the top floor is Jiang Cheng's personal office, which is used by Jiang Cheng alone. Employees of other companies cannot come here without permission. The decoration of this office adopts the style of science fiction, and both lines and colors reflect the feeling of science fiction. The various furniture and equipment in the office are all custom-made, which matches the overall style very well. The entire office looks like the office of the future, making people who come here feel like they have traveled through time and space and come to the world decades later. As soon as Jiang Cheng saw what was inside the office, he nodded in satisfaction. This decoration feels very in line with his taste and makes him feel very comfortable. After all, he was in a world where science was very developed in his previous life, and this style can make him more adaptable. The existing conditions on the Earth are really too backward, and Jiang Cheng is the only way to make him feel advanced. Jiang Cheng's desk was placed on the back of the office, near the wall. The most special part of this office is that all walls are made of special tempered glass, and all the scenery outside can be seen from the inside. As long as Jiang Cheng sits behind his desk, he can see the scenery outside through the transparent wall. Even due to the high height of the building, it is possible to see far away. Basically, in the office, you can see all the places in Los Angeles, and the entire city scenery is in front of your eyes. In such an office, people can feel in control of the world. Sitting on the chair, Jiang Cheng looked at the scenery outside and felt much better. After his eyesight had been strengthened by the medicine of genetic evolution, it reached a terrifying level. He can even see the pedestrians on the road below, not to mention the cars on the road. Jiang Cheng saw the two lovers arguing on the side of the street. He didn't know why he was so red. He also saw street vendors selling snacks along the street, and many people came to buy some food. Suddenly, a few urban management officers appeared on the street, and the hawker pushed the car and ran away. In order to avoid the urban management, the hawker quickly disappeared. Sometimes Jiang Cheng especially enjoys this feeling, being able to watch the life in the world and experience things that are usually difficult to touch. Such a special design is also based on his opinion. It is not a feeling to look at the crowd below when he has nothing to do. At least it can relax him. This kind of leisurely feeling made Jiang Cheng very comfortable. It is rare for him to sit in a daze without doing anything. However, Jiang Cheng's free time was over immediately, and Zhang Manlin came directly to his office. Normal employees can't come to the top floor without notice, but Zhang Manlin is not a normal employee. As the company's CEO, Zhang Manlin has the right to come here without anyone's consent. This is where her power as a CEO lies, and it is also a manifestation of Jiang Cheng's complete trust in her. Zhang Manlin came to discuss something with Jiang Cheng, and finally, her boss finally appeared in the company. She can cherish this rare opportunity and deal with some things. How about, do you still like this office? Is there any difference from what you expected? The decoration of your office, but I personally took care of it, and it was completely decorated according to your wishes. When Zhang Manlin came in, she didn't immediately talk about the company, but asked Jiang Cheng's evaluation of the office decoration. This office did cost Zhang Manlin some hard work, and it met Jiang Cheng's requirements. Jiang Cheng took a look at the decoration inside the office, then nodded and said, "It's very good, it's exactly what I imagined, there is no difference at all. I am very satisfied with this point. This office is simply amazing. It's really hard work. I like the decoration of the office very much." You can hear his joy from Jiang Cheng's words. It seems that Jiang Cheng really likes it here. If you like it, it's not wasting my time. Zhang Manlin was very happy to see that her boss liked it very much. This is her obligation as an employee, and it is also an affirmation of her work. The scenery here is really great. There are very few places with a panoramic view of Los Angeles. Your office can be said to be one of the best places in Los Angeles. Zhang Manlin walked to the edge of the glass curtain wall and said, looking at the scenery outside, "I can see that she likes it very much, otherwise she wouldn't say that." After looking at the scenery outside for a while, Zhang Manlin turned her head to look at Ruo Jiangcheng and said, "Since you like this place so much, you have to come here often. Otherwise, such a good office would be a waste. If you don't come as often as before, it's not that no one can appreciate the beautiful scenery here." There was a trace of pity in her words, as if she was wasted for the scenery here. Indeed, According to Jiang Cheng's previous style, he does not like coming to the company very much. In that case, I am afraid that this perfect office will be empty most of the time, and so much effort on decoration will be wasted. However, Zhang Manlin's main purpose for saying this was to allow Jiang Cheng to come to the company several times. Jiang Cheng's habit has annoyed Zhang Manlin for a long time. The CEO of this company stays at home all day long, which makes her the CEO feel a little difficult. Zhang Manlin is so dedicated to decorate Jiang Cheng's office. I'm afraid you also have your purpose in this respect. It's a pity that her plan this time is doomed to bankruptcy. How could someone as smart as Jiang Cheng fail to see Zhang Manlin's purpose? If you feel it is a pity, then this office will be handed over to you. Anyway, I don't come to the company often, so being so empty is really a waste of time. Of course, Jiang Cheng would not be fooled by Zhang Manlin, and a single sentence made Zhang Manlin completely give up. To keep Jiang Cheng in the company, it would be better to kill him. Rather than dealing with the inexhaustible trivial matters in the company, he prefers to do some research work that he is more interested in the laboratory. After hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Zhang Manlin had nothing to do. Bai Jing couldn't take care of Jiang Cheng's head. She could only helplessly say, "Give it to me, it's better than use it. You should keep it slowly." Zhang Manlin saw that her goal could not be achieved, so she immediately got into the topic and started discussing business affairs with Jiang Cheng. "By the way, didn't you say that you want to build a personal laboratory last time? Now the main structure has been completed. You haven't explained the specific equipment and decorations to be installed." Jiang Cheng had previously left a piece of land on the industrial park side, preparing to build his own personal laboratory. Now that the laboratory has been completed, Yuleikin asked Jiang Cheng what specific plans were, and he was ready to carry out the next renovation. The laboratory is completely different from ordinary buildings. It does not mean that it can be used after just a little decoration. This kind of special place cannot be decorated casually, and some advanced planning needs to be made according to the actual usage. Because there are very strict decoration requirements in the laboratory, the humidity, temperature, and light level are very strict, and there can be no mistakes. A place like a laboratory generally requires a rigorous design to meet the requirements for conducting experiments. You don't need to be responsible for this matter. I will personally be responsible for the detailed layout of the laboratory. Of course, Jiang Cheng will not be responsible for the personal laboratory he will use in the future. If something went wrong in the structure of the laboratory, the loss would not be a little bit. The laboratory must fully comply with Jiang Cheng's requirements. Even slight differences are not allowed. Scientific experiments are very delicate work, and any slight difference will affect the results of the final experiment. The experimental research Jiang Cheng is currently conducting can't be measured by money. If something went wrong in the laboratory, no one could afford the loss. Therefore, Jiang Cheng must be personally responsible for the internal structure of the personal laboratory, and every detail must be checked. Even if Zhang Manlin is a person worthy of Jiang Cheng would not leave such an important matter to her. Bai Jing, Zhang Manlin is not a professional scientific researcher, and she does not understand some details. Only professionals like Jiang Cheng can control every requirement of the laboratory. It is said that this laboratory is Jiang Cheng's main activity in the future, and most of the experiments will be conducted here in the future. It is better to make your own chassis, and it will be more comfortable to use in the future. Since Jiang Cheng insisted on being responsible for herself, Zhang Manlin didn't say much. She herself knew about scientific research. She couldn't get involved at all, and could only let her boss come by herself. Zhang Manlin and Jiang Cheng reported several company affairs, and then asked Jiang Cheng to sign several documents. Finally, Zhang Manlin and Jiang Cheng discussed the direction of the company's real estate exhibition next. After finishing all the things, Zhang Manlin left the top floor of the headquarters building to do other things she had at hand. After Zhang Manlin left, Jiang Cheng still sat on the chair. Xiang Ruo said something about herself. What he was thinking about was the personal laboratory thing that Zhang Manlin mentioned just now. If Zhang Manlin hadn't mentioned this matter today, he would have forgotten it. It was a long time ago that I wanted to build a personal laboratory. At the beginning of the construction, Jiang Cheng said that after the main structure is completed, no internal decoration should be done, and he will talk about it after he has asked. That's why things dragged on for so long, and it was only now brought up. At that time, Jiang Cheng wanted to build this new personal laboratory because the laboratory is not very suitable for him to use now, so he wanted to rebuild a new personal laboratory. The laboratory Jiang Cheng uses now is the laboratory his mother used to set up at home. This laboratory was originally not very big, and it was only used temporarily by his mother. Later, after his mother was often no longer at home, this laboratory was vacated. It was not until after Jiang Cheng traveled across this world that he reused this laboratory as Jiang Cheng's personal laboratory. Although this laboratory has undergone some transformations by Jiang Cheng, some advanced instruments have been added one after another, but it still looks a little shabby. Not only is the space small, the environment is not perfect, and the conditions inside can be said to be relatively poor. Space determines the upper limit of laboratory development. Even after Jiang Cheng's transformation, there are still many shortcomings. There is no more space in the laboratory now. Even if Jiang Cheng wants to add any new instruments, he can't find a place to put it. This laboratory is now somewhat inappropriate for Jiang Cheng, so he will want a new personal laboratory. It can be said that a laboratory restricts Jiang Cheng's research and makes many of Jiang Cheng's ideas impossible to realize. Many experiments with strict requirements for the laboratory environment cannot be completed in this laboratory. Some large-scale experimental equipment cannot be installed in the laboratory. This is very troublesome for Jiang Cheng and severely restricts Jiang Cheng's development. It left him empty with thoughts, but he couldn't realize them. It is also very fortunate that Jiang Cheng's previous experiments can barely be carried out in the current experiments, and this has allowed him to have these results. The results Jiang Cheng has researched are all done in this small laboratory, and many people will not believe it. If you let other scientists know, I don't know how surprised it is. Bai Jing's great scientific achievements, however, appeared in this simple laboratory, which is really unacceptable. Although Jiang Cheng was able to complete those epoch-making results in the current laboratory before, it does not mean that future research will also work. Many of Jiang Cheng's subsequent studies require harsh external conditions that cannot be completed in the current laboratory. So a new personal laboratory is the most important thing for Jiang Cheng right now. The news of the completion of the main structure of the laboratory is just enough for Jiang Qinglai to make up for his current shortcomings. And what Jiang Cheng is considering now is how to set up his own personal laboratory. The layout of the laboratory is a science, which needs to be determined according to the needs of users. Ordinary laboratories are often classified. For example, chemical laboratories or biological laboratories have their own research directions. The layout in different laboratories is also completely different. After all, if you want to conduct different experiments, the conditions required are completely different. The related equipment and instruments are also different. Therefore, for the internal layout of a laboratory, the first thing to do is to look at the future experimental needs, so as to arrange the gas according to the experimental needs. The laboratory's Jiang Cheng needs are more complicated than ordinary experiments. After all, he is not a scientist who specializes in certain aspects. His research includes many aspects, so his laboratory has to be diversified. At least Jiang Cheng's ideal laboratory must be able to conduct many different experiments and meet the requirements of many types of experiments. No one will be able to make clear Jiang Cheng's scientific research direction in the future. At least in Jiang Cheng's own planning, he has to involve many different subjects. It's not that Jiang Cheng is unwilling to study in a certain area, but reality forces him to develop diversifiedly. In the previous life, Jiang Cheng had enough conditions to allow him to specialize in a certain subject and stick to a path. Because other aspects of research, Jiang Cheng can be handed over to other scientists. He doesn't need to worry about the related things he needs. Someone will naturally research it out. But Jiang Cheng doesn't have that good luck in this world now, and the relevant technology on the Earth is too backward. Jiang Cheng needs to study a lot of things and cannot do it because those studies require a lot of advanced technology. The place where other human scientists on the Earth can help him is so small that it can be ignored. At best, other scientists can only follow in Jiang Cheng's footsteps and cannot help him by Jiang Cheng's side. The current Jiang Cheng is very hard. If he wants any pre-technology, he needs to study it slowly by himself, and he has to do it himself if he lacks anything. This kind of scientific research is very lonely, and Jiang Cheng now can't see any scientific research companions. To allow other scientists to be able to help him, in Jiang Cheng's view, at least this generation is hopeless. Perhaps after decades of continuous training, younger scientists will have enough knowledge to barely keep up with Jiang Cheng's pace. Only then will Jiang Cheng be able to relax, at least be able to find someone to help. But those are all things in the future, and now everything can only depend on Jiang Cheng himself. Therefore, Jiang Cheng's laboratory must meet many requirements at the same time, so that he can conduct experiments in different disciplines, and there are many types of research and development work. At least 3 research directions, the new laboratory must be satisfied. First of all, physics is a discipline that unlocks the mysteries of the universe, and it is also a basic discipline of many sciences and technologies. The development of physics can often bring about all-round progress in science and technology, which is the foundation of science and technology. Since physics is so important, Jiang Cheng will of course spend a lot of energy on it. At the very least, Jiang Cheng thinks that many of the technologies in his mind require a certain theoretical foundation of physics. Before completing those theoretical foundations, many technologies can only be placed in Jiang Cheng's heart, and they will never be realized. Therefore, the new personal laboratory must be able to conduct many experiments in physics. In such a new personal laboratory, a lot of physics-related equipment needs to be installed, and many highly specialized instruments are also necessary. To meet the requirements of a physics laboratory, sufficient energy supply is also essential. Many physical experiments are extremely energy-consuming, and ordinary circuits can never provide them for experiments. Therefore, an energy source is the first thing that needs to be considered. Of course, the power supply circuit inside the laboratory also needs special modification. At least ordinary wires cannot meet the needs, and the huge current supply will burn ordinary wires. Jiang Cheng is a good solution to this point. The energy supply Jiang Cheng plans to use nuclear fusion reactors to supply energy. Although he has not yet developed a complete technology, as long as enough space is left in the laboratory, he will directly just install a reactor below. As for the problem of circuit supply lines, the room temperature superconducting materials developed not long ago can be solved. As long as this new material is used, it is impossible to generate heat or short circuit because the new material has no resistance at all. It is far from enough to meet the needs of physics experiments. At least the biological research is also necessary for Jiang Cheng. The biological research involves the study of extending lifespan and transforming human physique. Gene evolution medicine is the product of research in this area, and this is something Jiang Cheng will need in the future. Although he has already developed some genetic evolution medicines, they are all low-end stuff. Jiang Cheng, the high-level genetic evolution potion, cannot be produced now, so Jiang Cheng will need to spend a lot of work on this in the future. Jiang Cheng wants to continue to strengthen his physical fitness and increase the basic lifespan. Biology will never be able to bypass it. For biological research, conditions such as temperature and humidity inside the laboratory are very strict. Jizhai also needs to build a seedling-free room inside the laboratory for some special research. Biological research is the most stringent for the environment. A slight influence from the external environment will cause a devastating blow to the results of the experiment. Therefore, strict environmental control is necessary, and this aspect has become a requirement of the new laboratory. Jiang Cheng is also prepared for this. He wants to transform the entire laboratory into an intelligently controlled building. In the future, the laboratory's air conditioners, windows, humidifiers, and other things will all be connected to the central computer. Finally, let the artificial intelligence Lucy control the environment of the entire laboratory to achieve the purpose of strictly controlling the internal environment. With Lucy's control, even strict environmental requirements can be met. With this transformation, Jiang Cheng will be able to conveniently conduct biological research in the future. The above transformation alone is no longer a small project. Many technologies have not been adopted before. Jiang Cheng decided to use these technologies in the laboratory, and he has reached the forefront of the times. These technologies are not yet Jiang Cheng's complete requirements, and Jiang Cheng needs other research in the future. Chemistry is a subject that Jiang Cheng can't avoid. This subject is also a basic subject, and many technologies cannot be separated from the support of chemistry. Therefore, satisfying the relevant research of chemical experiments is also something Jiang Cheng must consider now. In this way, the laboratory needs to add a lot of things to satisfy chemical experiments. Fortunately, the requirements for chemical experiments are not too high, as long as some places are modified. The research in these three disciplines is Jiang Cheng's main research direction next. As long as the laboratory can satisfy these three aspects of research, it will be enough for Jiang Cheng to use for the time being. If Jiang Cheng could own such a laboratory, his scientific research speed would undoubtedly be greatly improved. After all, a good environment can improve efficiency. This is the truth that workers must first sharpen their tools if they want to do well. But these things alone are enough for Jiang Cheng to have a headache. It is very complicated to meet these requirements at the same time. The internal layout of the laboratory is very troublesome and requires detailed planning by Jiang Cheng. It is already very good to be able to carry out these three major scientific experiments, which encompasses the research directions of the three basic disciplines. At least the current laboratories on the Earth are not as comprehensive as Jiang Cheng's laboratory. Being able to perform so many different experiments is something you don't even think about in other laboratories. But on Jiang Cheng's side, such a thing can be done. Jiang Cheng has a lot of needs, and he has enough ability to complete it. After thinking about it for a long time, Jiang Cheng finally decided on all the things in the laboratory. Some details have also been considered. This new personal laboratory has been decided by Jiang Cheng, and now it is only waiting for Jiang Cheng to realize it. However, Jiang Cheng had one more thing to do before setting up the laboratory. That is to first research out the same technology that the laboratory needs, so that the new technology is ready to be used in the laboratory by Jiang Cheng. This new technology is holographic projection technology, which Jiang Cheng temporarily decided to add. It can greatly improve the research efficiency of the laboratory. When no one else can help him, Jiang Cheng has only Lucy as his assistant. For Lucy to perform better, holographic projection technology is essential. This kind of technology can make the images that exist on the computer appear directly in front of human eyes, and not only the flat images, but also the three-dimensional images can be reflected. That is to say, using light to virtualize an object in the air, so that the object has a physical appearance, can rotate the direction and zoom in and out. Now all Lucy's results need to be projected onto the computer screen, which makes Jiang Cheng a waste of time. If the experimental data and related pictures can be directly projected into the air, then Jiang Cheng's experiment will be very convenient. If Jiang Cheng wanted to see the appearance of the product, just let Lucy project it into the air, and it was a 360-degree projection with no dead ends, allowing Jiang Cheng to view it from different angles. This technology is well reflected in a movie. In the movie Iron Man, Tony Stark's laboratory has holographic projection technology. Tony Stark's test bed can project three-dimensional images, allowing him to conduct experiments very conveniently. When Tony Stark designed the Iron Man suit in the movie, he projected the design in advance for artificial intelligence. He can intuitively see the shape of the Iron Man suit and the related internal structure. In this way, if there were any shortcomings in the Iron Man suit, Tony Stark would be able to spot it immediately. And the laboratory in Jiang Cheng's vision must have such a function as in the Iron Man movie. Related functions are not very difficult for Jiang Cheng. This kind of holographic projection needs the help of artificial intelligence, otherwise it would not be so convenient. If you still need the user to control it, you might as well watch it directly on the computer. At this point, Jiang Cheng cannot be troubled. Tony Stark has the artificial intelligence Jarvis, and Jiang Cheng also has Lucy to help him. Some other related technical materials are not very difficult for the country. As long as Jiang Cheng has the holographic projection technology, he can realize the scenes that appear in the movie. Moreover, Jiang Cheng not only wants to realize the future technology of movies, he also needs to go further. In the movie, Tony Stark's laboratory has only a small area where holographic projection can be performed, and that is the test bed he has been using. In the movie, he conducts research on the test bed, but if you leave that place, you can't do this. Jiang Cheng wants more than this. He wants to make holographic projections possible in the entire laboratory. In this way, no matter where Jiang Cheng goes, as long as he is still in the laboratory, he can let Lucy project relevant aspects anytime and anywhere. If this can be done, then Jiang Cheng's laboratory will be even higher end than Tony Stark's laboratory. In other respects, the experiment in Jiang Cheng's idea is already much better than that in the movie. Many of the technologies used in him are not available in the movie. At least the superconducting materials have not been seen in this movie. As long as Jiang Cheng added holographic projection technology in the laboratory, Jiang Cheng would far surpass Tony Stark, the genuine Iron Man in the laboratory. Jiang Cheng became a little excited when he thought of this. He was able to personally complete the fantasy in the movie. This sense of accomplishment is unimaginable by ordinary people. If you can surpass the protagonist in the movie, it will be even more powerful. However, in order to achieve this goal, Jiang Cheng needs more research. It seems that Jiang Cheng will once again enter the technical house mode. Jiang Cheng just came out and wandered for a few days, and was about to return to the laboratory to stay in the house. This time he's going to complete the relevant research thoroughly, and let the new personal laboratory begin construction immediately. Now Jiang Cheng can't wait to see his new laboratory, and the scene makes Jiang Cheng excited when he thinks about it. Now that the goal was set, Jiang Cheng immediately left the company and went home. It is just a waste of time to continue to wander in the company, and it is far from doing research in the laboratory to make Jiang Cheng more interested. After returning home, Jiang Cheng greeted the twin sisters and immediately went into the laboratory. The holographic projection technology has already begun to be studied on the Earth, and the virtual singer Hatsune Miku of the island country is such a product. The virtual character Hatsune Miku also had a concert in reality. Let Hatsune Miku, which only exists in the virtual world, appear in reality. Such a concert is said to have crossed the barriers of the dimension, allowing the characters of the second dimension to appear in the third dimension. That concert used holographic projection technology to project Hatsune Miku on the stage, and then let her make movements through computer control. However, at the concert of Hatsune Miku, the technology used was not a real holographic projection technology. It just projected the image of Hatsune Miku onto a flat surface through the device. If you were looking at it from the side at the time, you would be able to see that it was just a layer of picture. But the picture was more real, but it was still not a holographic projection technology. Since the holographic projection technology has the word holographic, it means that at least it can be considered as a true three-dimensional stereo. And the three-dimensional picture needs to have internal structure and layers. To put it another way, holographic projection must project real characters so that you can see them from any angle. Not only is it visible on the outside, but the internal composition of the character must also be real. The internal organs and blood of the character must all exist. In other words, if you want to see it, you must be able to see the anatomy of the projected person. Not only can you see, but you can also control it at will, zoom in and out, and show the internal structure. These functions are very important to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng did not just look at the surface of the object during the experiment. He also needs to be able to see the detailed structure of the interior and the specific structure, and even to be able to freely manipulate and disassemble and combine at will. This kind of technology is what Jiang Cheng really wants and can help his experiment. Only in this way can it be regarded as a true holographic projection technology, and the current ones are just immature technologies, and there is still a long way to go from the true holographic projection technology. Another key issue is the problem of the projection equipment. At the Hatsune Miku concert at that time, the volume of the projection equipment was not small. If it's like that, Jiang Cheng won't be able to use it at all. The equipment alone will take up a lot of space. What he needs is that every place in the laboratory can be projected. If that is the case, he can't install huge equipment everywhere. If you really want to do this, then don't even think about using Jiang Cheng's laboratory. There is no other space available, and all places will be filled with projection equipment. In the Iron Man movie, Tony Stark can only perform holographic projection on the test bed, which is limited by the projection equipment. Tony Stark can only follow the projection equipment on the test bench, so only that small place can be used. What Jiang Cheng has to do now is to miniaturize the projection equipment as much as possible. Only in this way can he be dissatisfied with the entire laboratory and allow him to use projection technology anywhere in the laboratory. This problem is very difficult to solve. After all, people as smart as Tony Stark have not realized it. They can only use the test honestly. But Jiang Cheng is not Tony Stark. At least he has an advantage in terms of IQ. Yes, he is much smarter than these Iron Men. What's more, Jiang Cheng's soul comes from a more advanced world. He has a lot of technology accumulation that can enable him to achieve this goal. The first thing Jiang Cheng needs to do is to realize the holographic projection technology. If there is no such technology, then miniaturization will be out of the question. Pure holographic projection technology is not difficult for Jiang Cheng. After spending 2 days in the laboratory, Jiang Cheng completed the holographic projection technology. Now, Jiang Cheng was standing in the laboratory, watching if a little girl appeared in the air. This little girl should have short blue hair and blue eyes. She wears a black and white maid outfit. She looks very cute. The little girl who appeared in midair was Lucy's holographic projection. This projection is much more real than the Hatsune Miku. If you don't know, you think this is a real little girl. At least from the human eye, it is impossible to tell whether this projection is real. Jiang Cheng has now built a holographic projection device, so he experimented with the effect and asked Lucy to project her image into the air. Looking at the fake girl in front of him, Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Cheng is quite satisfied with the manufactured equipment, and it has met his requirements in terms of the effect. In the future, Lucy is not just some virtual data, at least she has a body. Although this body is also virtual, it is a great improvement. Lucy was very happy now, turning her body constantly in the air, looking at her new image very excited. "Master, do you think Lucy looks good now?" While talking about Lucy, she posed various poses in the air, like a little girl showing off her gift. Not bad, very beautiful. Jiang Cheng is quite satisfied with his work. At least one such Lucy will accompany him to do experiments in the future. There will be many boring experiments. With the virtual body, Lucy seems to be more similar. Maybe this is the improvement brought by holographic projection technology to this artificial intelligence. After completing the preliminary holographic projection technology, the next step is to miniaturize the projection equipment. Jiang Cheng has manufactured this equipment now, although it is a bit smaller than ordinary projection equipment, but it still cannot meet Jiang Cheng's requirements. It must be further miniaturized before it can be used in a new laboratory. Now that Jiang Cheng has completed the holographic projection technology, this kind of result is amazing enough. This is, after all, thinking of science fiction. Even with the current level of technology, it is already practical. The projection equipment that Jiang Cheng now lets Lucy project, although it cannot be used in the laboratory, it can be used in many other places. For example, the current holographic projection equipment can be used in movie theaters to make movies from pseudo 3D into real 3D movies. Nowadays, 3D movies only use some special shooting techniques, coupled with the effect of 3D glasses, so that human glasses think that they have seen a 3D picture. But holographic projection is not such a pseudo 3D effect, but a real panoramic 3D effect. The audience can see the real picture from any angle. Even the audience can switch the picture arbitrarily, freely watching things from every angle. You don't know how much money you can make just by using this equipment to open a movie theater. The picture of this kind of holographic projection is many times higher than those of current movie theaters. Watching a movie in a holographic projection movie theater, you can fully enjoy the feeling of being in a movie. This kind of technology can be regarded as a technology that changes the times and can fundamentally change people's lifestyles. When people get used to this kind of holographic projection movie, I am afraid that no one wants to watch the traditional movie. After enjoying the real experience of watching movies, no one wants to see those fake things anymore. With this one technology, as long as Jiang Cheng is willing to cooperate with those movie theaters and film companies, he can make a lot of money in film and television. But he was not satisfied at all. He wanted to further mature the technology. Jiang Cheng would not just take out the holographic projection equipment in exchange for a lot of wealth. Money has never been the most important thing for Jiang Cheng. It can be said that making money is just a means for him to realize his ideals. With enough money, Jiang Cheng can carry out the experiments he wants to do to make the world more progress. After all, in a society where money is supreme, it is difficult to move without money. But Jiang Cheng has never done anything purely for money. Although his research results have brought him inexhaustible wealth, those wealth is only incidental to his experiments, only the most basic of the pursuit of the universe. Truth is Jiang Cheng's ultimate goal. So Jiang Cheng will never be satisfied with the status quo. He will always move towards a higher place. Jiang Cheng soon began to continue his research and put the finished holographic projection device aside, ignoring it at all as if the device did not exist. This device is a byproduct of his preliminary verification of the theory. It is just a sample in his experiment, and it is no longer useful after it is manufactured. Jiang Cheng would not use this immature product. His pursuit is much higher than this. Jiang Cheng, who continued to study, was completely immersed in his own world and did not care about anything outside. All his current spirit was put into the current research, without any distracting thoughts in his heart, just wanting to break through the last difficulty. The research on miniaturization of holographic projection equipment is extremely difficult, even exceeding Jiang Cheng's expectations. After several days, Jiang Cheng still didn't make any progress, but reduced the original equipment again. This time, the volume of the original device was reduced by half, and the weight was reduced a lot. But such a reduction is useless for Jiang Cheng, and it is far from meeting the requirements of laboratory use. It can be said that Jiang Cheng's research has completely failed in the past few days, and he is doing meaningless work. Jiang Cheng looked at the reduced device before him and fell into deep thought. He likes to think this way when the research is deadlocked. This is a reflection on failure, as well as the absorption and summary of failure experience. Looking at the much smaller device, Jiang Cheng began to mutter to himself. Such reduction only optimizes the structure of the equipment, but the optimization of the structure has an upper limit. Now this is the limit, and there is no way to continue to shrink. It seems that my thinking has entered a misunderstanding. I should have thought that the miniaturization of this method simply cannot meet my requirements. It turns out that my direction was wrong from the beginning. Jiang Cheng quickly understood that he had taken a wrong path from the beginning, and of course he could not achieve the final result. If this path has been proven wrong, what kind of thinking should I adopt, since they were all wrong? Jiang Cheng didn't continue to struggle. If he was wrong, he should immediately correct it. This is the mentality of doing research. Failure is not terrible. At least Jiang Cheng's failure allowed him to remove a wrong answer, and then he got closer to the correct result. As long as all the wrong options are removed, the rest will definitely be the correct result. Jiang Cheng quickly adjusted the direction of his research and began to study other possible ideas. It now seems that ordinary technical means cannot solve this problem, and perhaps special techniques must be used. Maybe nanotechnology can be done, let the size of the equipment make me full quickly. Jiang Cheng has found another idea, that is nanotechnology. Nanotechnology is one of the highest miniaturization technology, which can micro-network the device to a size below the conventional scale. If it can be realized, the size of the device is not a problem at all, and things made by nanomaterials can't reach much. After several days of hard research, Jiang Cheng finally achieved success in the research. Something called nano-level imaging crystal was manufactured by Jiang Cheng. This kind of nano-level imaging product is a projection device that has been reduced to a nanometer scale. In the end, Jiang Cheng finally overcome the last difficulty and successfully achieved his predetermined goal. Jiang Cheng holds a pile of small particles in his hand, and these particles are the result of his research. The particles in his hand looked like transparent crystals, exuding shining brilliance under the light. These particles are nanoscale imaging crystals, so the name C is a special kind of crystal. But these crystals are not ordinary crystals. Each of these crystals is a holographic projection device, which can independently perform the function of holographic projection. It can be said that each of these crystals contains countless parts. It's just that these parts are all nanometer-sized, and the internal structure is invisible to the naked eye. But if you put this kind of crystal under a microscope and observe it, you can find the extremely complex structure inside, as well as countless components with different functions. This kind of technology can be said to be ingenious. In such a small place, completing these complicated crafts is simply unimaginable. If you let someone else do this research, let alone making nanometer-scale imaging crystals, you don't even have to think about it. This kind of technology is too advanced for the average scientist to the extent that it has exceeded their cognition. Perhaps only people like Jiang Cheng in the world can accomplish this kind of technology. These crystals alone may not be of much use and can only project a small picture. But when they are used in large quantities, they can form a holographic projection screen. As long as it is controlled by artificial intelligence, the effect of holographic projection can be achieved. After that, Jiang Cheng only needed to integrate these crystals into the walls and floor when he was decorating the laboratory. Then he can perform holographic projection in the laboratory at will. Although it looks like this crystal is perfect, Jiang Cheng knows that there are still flaws in this thing. The disadvantage is that nanoscale imaging crystals cannot be produced in a large area, so that everyone can use this kind of thing. The production of this kind of crystal is very difficult, and Jiang Cheng must operate it himself before it can be produced smoothly. Without Jiang Cheng's control, others would not be able to produce this kind of nanoscale imaging crystal even if they had obtained the complete technology. It seems that this kind of product cannot be promoted temporarily. Jiang Cheng does not have so much time to help others produce this kind of thing. No matter how high the price is offered by others, this is impossible. Although the nano-level imaging products cannot be promoted, Jiang Cheng is still very satisfied with this research. Originally, this research was for his own personal laboratory, and he didn't think about promotion from the beginning. Anyway, as long as he produces it himself, enough nano-level imaging products are enough. As long as the output is sufficient for laboratory use, he will not continue to produce, and these small batches will not waste his time. After Jiang Cheng completed his research, he immediately began to manufacture more nanoscale imaging products. When the number of nano-level imaging products was enough for laboratory use, Jiang Cheng stopped working and did not continue manufacturing. Jiang Cheng left the laboratory with satisfaction and began to arrange the work of the laboratory layout. Now that all preparations have been completed, the next step is the formal construction. However, before starting to build the laboratory, Jiang Cheng took out part of the research results this time and wrote a paper for publication. There is nothing in the thesis about nanoscale imaging crystals, just basic theoretical knowledge. However, Jiang Cheng took out a finished product, which was the semi-finished product he made at the beginning, the projection equipment whose size did not satisfy him. He took the effect of this device and took it into a video and put it on the internet, which was a bargaining chip for his paper. With the support of this device, his papers will surely gain greater influence. What Jiang Cheng needs now is this kind of influence, and enough influence is what he needs most now. He can use his influence to change the development path of the entire human race. On the path of technological development, there are countless forks. As long as you make a slight mistake, you may go to a completely wrong path. If it is serious, it will stop the entire civilization and completely stop on a dead end. In the world of the previous life, there were many such civilizations that went to the dead, and Jiang Cheng had heard of several. Jiang Cheng didn't want mankind to make such mistakes, so he needed his guide to lead mankind to a bright path. And if you want to be the leader of this civilization, enough influence is a must, otherwise others won't listen to Jiang Cheng. Soon the video was posted directly on the internet, and the paper was also sent to the Science magazine. After completing these things, Jiang Cheng ignored other things and began to concentrate on building his own personal laboratory. The most important thing for Jiang Cheng now is the construction of the laboratory. Nothing else can distract him. He will use this laboratory for a long time in the future, but it's not sloppy at all. Jiang Cheng has to take care of everything himself and strive to make this laboratory perfect. Here Jiang Cheng is busy with his own laboratory, but the outside world is set off by Jiang Cheng's research. First, the thesis made many scientists know that Jiang Cheng has completed the holographic projection technology. Then there was a video on the internet thoroughly confirming the authenticity of the paper. In that video, a little girl with blue eyes appeared in midair and looked like a real person. Then the shooting angle of view was constantly rotating, and there were no blind spots at all. This short video quickly swept the entire network, leaving a deep shadow in everyone's hearts. Soon everyone knew about Jiang Cheng's new achievements and knew that he had already completed the holographic projection technique. Everyone was conquered by the cute little girl in the title, and Lucy became popular on the internet. Everyone started talking about holographic projection technology and the little girl in the video. The girl Jiang Cheng shot in the video is his artificial intelligence, Lucy. In the video, Lucy simply stood in the air and did not make any other actions or any human-like behavior. This is what Jiang Cheng did deliberately. He didn't want Lucy's intelligence to be exposed to the public. After all, Lucy's current level of humanity is too high. If you let others know about Lucy's current situation, you don't know how much trouble it will cause. Now, other artificial intelligences are still at a very early stage, but Lucy has already begun to have a human-like thinking mode. This gap is really too big. At that time, Jiang Cheng wanted to increase his reputation among ordinary people and introduced this holographic projection technology to everyone. But how to show it to ordinary people is a problem. You can't make something too high-end, just like that paper is useless. Ordinary people can't understand his professional papers, and the professional stuff in the papers is too strong for ordinary people to understand. So he prepared to shoot a holographic projection display video to let ordinary people experience this technology. But I didn't know what to project, so I pulled Lucy over and took a shot. At that time, just let Lucy be a model, just stand there and play stupid. Although it was just a very simple video, it caused an uproar among ordinary people. Such a real girl. If it weren't for seeing her standing in the air, no one would have thought that this was just a virtual picture. Even after Jiang Cheng's video was released, there were still people on the internet who doubted the authenticity of the video. I think the content in the video has undergone post-processing, and the little girl just put it in the air with special effects. Such skeptical people are all people who can't believe it. In their perception, it is impossible for the current technology to achieve such a realistic effect. None of the videos Jiang Cheng produced can be described as lifelike. In everyone's eyes, this is a completely real picture. Instant holographic projection has become a hot spot, and many people have begun to pay attention to this aspect and discuss Jiang Cheng's latest research results on the internet. The things Jiang Cheng brought out this time were even more attractive than those before. Although many of the things Jiang Cheng brought out were very high-end, they knew that they were not ordinary advanced. But many of those high-end technology products have little to do with ordinary people. If the price is not too expensive, most people simply cannot afford it, or it is just materials used in the field of scientific research. The impact on ordinary people can be said to be very small. But the results this time are completely different. Holographic projection technology is closely related to everyone. Everyone would imagine the use of this technique when they saw Lucy in the site. Many people have begun to discuss movies made with holographic technology and dream of seeing such movies. If holographic movies can be realized, such movies will be known as an audio-visual feast without watching them. Imagine the feeling of being in a blockbuster movie in Heikewu. You can even walk in the movie and feel every detail in the movie. Whether or not holographic technology can be used to make movies for a while has become a topic of most concern to people. Many people think that this technology was invented to allow people to have more entertainment methods, and it is a technology that favors entertainment. At the beginning, I was just discussing the holographic film. Soon people thought of holographic video calls and holographic personal butlers. Countless kinds of entertainment ideas have been proposed. I am afraid that there are many fields of use, something that even the inventor Jiang Cheng did not think of.